The game Thrilling World had been released for 2 years and had received unanimous praise from players all over the globe. In Yuching inside a game shop. Hey boss, the Thrilling World you sold me isn't some pirated knockoff, is it? I actually fell asleep playing it yesterday. Inside the game shop, Sully held up the game helmet arguing with the owner. Boss, spare me the excuses and just give me a refund. Hee, young man, there's no need to lose your temper like this. The male shop owner soothed Sully's temper as he produced a new game helmet. Here, since you think that one wasn't thrilling enough, try this horror edition. If it doesn't scare you, you don't have to pay. You said it yourself. If this one still isn't scary, I'll come back tomorrow and smash your shop to pieces. Snatching the game helmet from the boss's hands, Sully turned on his heel and strode off. A short while later, he stood at a traffic light intersection. Sully noticed that all the outdoor screens along the street were advertising Jingsong Shuji. The praise for it was almost over the top. The popularity sure is sky high, but the actual content is pretty mediocre, he muttered. Sully glanced disdainfully at the game helmet in his hand. He held little hope for this so-called horror edition. The light turned green. Sully lifted his foot and started toward the opposite side of the road. At that very moment, a heavily loaded truck suddenly lost its brakes. After skidding wildly across the asphalt, it barreled straight toward Sully. Staring at the truck rushing toward him like a raging beast, Sully's pupils dilated as he realized he no longer had time to dodge. Bang! A deafening crash exploded in his ears. Sully was flung into the air by the collision. By coincidence, the helmet in his hand happened to clamp down over his head. His vision gradually blurred. When Sully opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a barber shop. There were 4 other players beside him. What the hell is going on? Where is this? Sully was utterly confused when 2 mechanical voices suddenly sounded by his ears. Welcome to Thrilling World. This is a paradise for ghosts and a hell for humans. Congratulations, you have been struck by the system's grand gift pack. Thrilling system is now activating. Thrilling system activation successful. Thrilling system is automatically scanning the host's condition. Host name Sully. Host age 22 years. Host height 183 centimeters. Host ghost power value 0. Host skills Devouring Eye, Embrace of the Ghost King, Rift Transit. Hidden mission has been activated. Complete the hidden missions within the game to obtain generous rewards. The lottery wheel has been activated. Spend gratitude coins to draw rewards. Thrilling World. A system. Hearing both the game prompts and system notifications echoing in his ears at the same time, Sully was stunned. No way, have I actually been transported into the game? With no time to think further, Sully hurriedly checked the skills granted by the system. Each skill in the thrilling system came with its own description. Devouring Eye, devour ghostly entities to enhance one's own strength. Embrace of the Ghost King, a 99 chance to summon ghosts you have slain and a 1 chance to summon an even higher level ghost. Reminder, at most 5 ghostly entities may exist by your side at the same time. Rift Transit allows you to travel freely between the real world and Thrilling World. Reminder, this skill is a reward granted by Thrilling World to a fortunate outsider and may be used once per day at 0000. Just as he finished reviewing his skills, the system delivered a newbie gift pack to Sully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack, Ghost King Weapon, Scythe of the Reaper. Reminder, with your current strength, swinging the Scythe of the Reaper twice in a single day is already your limit. Damn, so this is the proper way to unlock the horror edition of Thrilling World? While Sully was still full of doubt, the game prompt continued to echo by his ears. Welcome new player to Thrilling World. To ensure a better gaming experience, this game will provide you with all native protection period. Strive to survive, that is your ultimate objective. As the game prompt ended, Sully saw a skeletal figure walking toward them. Welcome little mice. Welcome to Thrilling World. I am the owner of this barbershop. Later, when more customers arrive, could you help me wash their hair? There was no doubt this was an in-game NPC assigning a quest. Sully had no reason to refuse, so he nodded slightly. The 4 players standing beside him likewise nodded. These 4 players, like Sully, had all been accidentally transported into the game. However, they perhaps still did not understand their true situation. Excellent. It seems everyone agrees. If you perform well, I will grant you a certain reward. The skeleton man nodded in satisfaction at the group, then suddenly changed his tone. But if you don't do a good job, then you'll stay here forever. There are clean uniforms in the changing room inside. You'd better put them on if the customers don't like sloppy little mice. The skeleton gave Suli and the others a few more instructions. With that he went straight upstairs. "Oh right, little mice, this shop opens for business at 10 o'clock. As the skeleton headed up, Suli glanced at the clock on the wall and saw there were less than 30 minutes before the barber shop opened. Without hesitation, Suli turned and went to the changing room. The 4 players, however, believed the game was merely extremely realistic and thus did not really take the skeleton's quest seriously. They even started chatting. "Damn, this game is insanely realistic. That skeleton NPC just now scared me into a cold sweat. Man, I was playing this while soaking in a bath. How come after entering the game I'm still only wearing a pair of underwear? Where the hell are my in-game clothes?" You really are something, playing while taking a bath. Aren't you afraid your brain will short-circuit? What's there to be afraid of? I do this all the time. Hey, aren't you guys going to change clothes? Change for what? The customers here are all ghosts. Who are we dressing up for? I'm not changing this time. Let's see what the game can do to me. You're really bold. We'll go change first then. Alright, see you later, bro. 30 minutes later, Suli and the other 3 players had all changed into uniforms. Only 1 player remained in his original clothes. "Bro, are you sure it's fine not to change? What could possibly happen? It's just a game. If I die, I'll just respawn." At this point, Suli cut in. "I've got a question. What if this isn't a game?" "Not a game? Bro, what do you mean by that? Haven't you noticed that all of our sensations are almost identical to those in the real world?" Frowning, Suli explained, "Has it not occurred to you that maybe we're not playing a game at all but have truly been transported into it? Bro, don't scare us like that." At his words, one of the players immediately began to panic. Suli's analysis made a frightening amount of sense and was entirely logical. Otherwise, how could such a hyper-realistic gaming experience be explained? The player who had refused to wear the uniform was badly shaken. "Guys, if I say I'm going to change into the uniform now, is there still time? It might already be too late." Everyone shook their heads in unison. For at that moment the skeleton NPC had already begun to quietly descend from the upper floor. "You despicable rat, how dare you defy my orders?" As expected, the skeleton man came down from the upper floor, and the moment he saw someone not wearing the work uniform, he flew into a rage. "Boss, let me explain myself." The player without a uniform panicked. He wanted to beg for mercy, but in his haste he blurted out the wrong words. The price of saying the wrong thing was that the skeleton man became even more enraged. Click! Before the player could continue pleading, the skeleton man lunged and bit straight into his neck. In an instant, blood spurted wildly from the player's neck. The scalding scarlet blood splashed onto the faces of Suli and the others. The stench of blood was heavy and metallic, so pungent that even Suli's stomach churned uncontrollably. Murder. One player ignored his own nausea and bolted toward the barbershop's front door. To his despair, one could only leave the barbershop after completing the mission. He could not get out. All he could do was slump against the door in hopelessness, his face twisted with terror as he stared at the skeleton man. "Work hard, little rats, and stop provoking my anger." The skeleton man gave the player clinging to the door a single glance, then ignored him, turning away to drag the dead player's corpse upstairs. Blood was still gushing from the corpse's neck. Because of this brief incident, a long bright red smear was dragged across the once spotless floor of the barbershop. The vivid red was almost blinding. At that moment, Suli found himself grappling with a question. That player had also been a novice and should have had a Onedi newbie protection period. So why had he still died? Could it be that because he violated the game rules, the protection mechanism had failed? It seems I still know far too little about this game's rules, he thought. Suli could not help but let out a bitter smile in his heart. Yet this incident also served as a warning within the game. Players had to abide by its rules. Right now they each had only 1 life. If they died, there would truly be nothing left. At 10 o'clock, business hours began. Suli had no choice but to stand at the entrance with the other players ready to welcome customers. The glass door of the barbershop was suddenly flung open by a gust of wind, a chill sweeping into the room and freezing them from head to toe. Before any customer stepped inside, sharp screams and the wails of vengeful ghosts echoed beside Suli and the others' ears. It felt as though they had been thrust into hell itself, sending shivers down their spines. Soon the first customer entered. It was a hunchback ghost. His back was hunched, every part of his body twisted together, his face contorted in a grotesque grimace, and fresh blood continuously seeped from his 5 senses. The hunchback ghost had already come in, but who would wash his hair became a problem. "Brother, how about you wash his hair? I'm scared of this one." "Screw you, why don't you go? He's terrifying, I'm not going anywhere near him." When people are forced to confront their deepest fears, so-called brotherhood and beauty become nothing but illusions. Your survival is all that matters. People are inherently selfish, so in that moment no one was willing to step forward. The hunchback ghost waited in the shop for a long time, yet in such a large barber shop no one was willing to serve him. He became somewhat annoyed and pointed at the player who had spoken first. "You! Come wash my hair. My scalp is itching like crazy." That player had spent all this time pushing others forward only for it to end up being his turn after all, leaving him utterly speechless. Reluctant as he was, he still went. Go he did, however. But when he saw the hunchback ghost's gleaming bald head utterly devoid of a single hair, he could not help falling into deep contemplation. After 20 minutes of fussing around in the washing area, the hunchback ghost's hair was finally considered washed. He stood before the mirror, checking his reflection with satisfaction, gleaming bright. Then the hunchback ghost tossed down 30 ghost coins for the wash and left in high spirits. The second customer to enter the barber shop for a wash was the ball ghost. His body looked like an enlarged rubber ball with no facial features, limbs, or hands. His round, swollen form was covered in disgusting blue-green lumps. "You! Come wash my hair." As soon as he entered, the ball ghost pointed directly at Suli. Suli had no choice but to lead him to the washing area. But just as he was about to start washing, Suli ran into a problem. This ghostly thing had no facial features at all. Suli could not even tell which side was its face and which was its backside. He truly had no idea where to begin. "You damned rat, what are you staring at? Why aren't you moving your hands?" Seeing Suli just standing there, the ball ghost grew irritated. At that moment, the horror system issued Suli his first mission. Hidden mission triggered. Cut open the ball ghost's body. Perhaps you can help him recover his lost facial features. Hearing the mission, Suli was stunned. Cut open his body? Are you kidding me? He hesitated. "You damned rat, if you don't start right now, I'll eat you alive." Suli still did not begin washing, and the ball ghost lying on the wash bed completely lost his patience. "Who are you calling, you little punk? Watch out, or I'll cut you down with one stroke." Seeing how arrogant the ball ghost was, Suli cursed right back. "You damned rat, I'll devour you." The ball ghost was completely enraged by Suli. He rolled his body, preparing to get up and eat Suli alive. By then Suli had already drawn the scythe of death. Before the ball ghost could rise, Suli swung, slashing straight at his body. "Hiya!" With a single stroke of the scythe of death, the ball ghost let out a shrill, agonized scream. His hoarse, piercing cry sounded like a throat being ripped apart by a sharp blade. Soon the ball ghost's spherical body began to writhe rapidly, as though something inside his blood-soaked belly were struggling to burst out. Before long, the ball ghost returned to normal and stepped down from the wash bed. Seeing this, Suli finally sighed in relief. The ball ghost's facial features had all returned. The ball ghost walked up to Suli, the anger on his face now gone without a trace. "Thank you, little rat. You truly surprised me. It was you who helped me regain my confidence." As he spoke, the ball ghost took out 500 ghost coins and handed them to Suli. "Little rat, this is the tip you deserve. Thank you for coming. Please take care, and we look forward to serving you again." Suli gave the ball ghost a slight smile, and with that fluent classic farewell, the ball ghost left in an extremely good mood. No sooner had he seen the ball ghost off than 3 players hurriedly crowded around him. Their faces were full of eager admiration. "Brother, you're amazing. How did you pull that off? Teach us." Suli chuckled, slipped the 500 ghost coins into his pocket, and then gave them a mysterious smile. "It's just like buying something," he said. "You have to understand the customer's needs instead of forcing things they don't want onto them. This is called catering to their preferences. You get what I mean, right?" We get it. Next time it's our turn, just watch us." They were full of renewed determination as they prepared to face the next terrifying customer in this deadly game. 2 players remained in the barbershop yet to complete their tasks. Once they finished washing the ghost's hair, the skeleton man would descend from upstairs to distribute rewards, a standard procedure within the game. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. The vanished features and hidden quest reward ghostly power increased by 10 points. 1 exceptionally high quality hair tie awarded. Tip jump rope is the favorite sport of the bouncing ball ghost. No specter can resist its allure, and congratulations host, you have received gratitude from the bouncing ball ghost and earned 1 gratitude coin. Tip all rewards and weapons are automatically stored in the system warehouse, accessible for retrieval at your discretion. NAS The hidden quest rewards were finalized. Sully observed 2 new items appear in her system warehouse. But before Sully could examine them closely, another customer entered the shop, the 3rd patron of the day. She was a water ghost, drenched, pallid-faced, with long hair dragging across the floor. Black puddles formed wherever she stepped. And, make way, I'll take this one. And before the water ghost even named her stylist, the same overconfident player who'd earlier boasted of his skills rushed forward eagerly. The moment the water ghost reclined onto the shampoo chair, the player, unbeknownst to her, produced a pair of scissors and in mere seconds ruthlessly sheared off her long tresses. Ah! Wretched rat! And by the time the water ghost realized what had happened, it was too late. Her flowing locks had been reduced to a jagged, uneven stubble. Her hairstyle resembled nothing so much as a dog's haphazard chew. And for women, hair is sacred, so the water ghost erupted in fury. And she lunged, jaws agape, to devour the player. You filthy rat, I'll rip out your brain and feast upon it. And just as she pinned the player to the floor, preparing to consume him, his novice protection mechanism activated, untimely yet decisive. The water ghost could not breach his barrier. An agony twisted her features. And she threw back her head and shrieked toward the ceiling, "Arg! Filthy rat, I will devour you tomorrow!" After unleashing her rage in a cacophony of howls throughout the barbershop, the water ghost covered her face and fled sobbing. And meanwhile the once brash player wilted instantly, like a frost-blighted eggplant, his confidence utterly shattered. He collapsed onto the floor, his face drained of all color. And he had never imagined things would spiral so catastrophically. And terror now gripped him, cold, absolute, and paralyzing. Tomorrow the water ghost would return, to devour him. And this was no jest, it was the immutable law of the horror world where specters reign supreme. Specters are ranked hierarchically: common tier, gala tier, bloodstorm tier, ghost king tier, terror tier, horror tier, and sequence tier. And here humanity occupies the lowest rung, less than vermin scurrying through sewer grates. No one counts how many rats perish in a single day. And even the lowliest water ghost stands far beyond the reach of ordinary players. In his panic, the player's gaze hardened into venomous accusation as he turned toward Sully. You told me to satisfy the customer, you ruined me. Who ruined you? Me. Sully stared, then broke into a cold, mirthless grin. If your intellect falls short, don't mimic others' recklessness. You, just wait. And furious beyond reason, he sought to shift all blame onto Sully. At that very moment the skeleton man descended the stairs. And the final player had just completed his hair-washing task. The skeleton man had come downstairs solely to dispense rewards. He stood before Sully and the others, handed 10 ghost coins to one player and declared, "And, Wang Yang, you served the hunchback ghost who expressed profound satisfaction with our shampoo service. Today you are the shop's finest performer. This is your reward. Li Bai, here is yours." And he placed 5 ghost coins into the hands of the player who had washed the last ghost's hair. And having distributed those rewards, the skeleton man turned his hollow gaze toward Sully. His tone carried unmistakable disapproval. "Sully, your performance today was unremarkable. You must strive harder." And, "Yes, understood." Sully nodded with a faint knowing smile. He already knew precisely why he'd received no reward. The 500 ghost coins gifted by the bouncing ball ghost amounted only to a tip, mere pocket change. Sully had kept every coin himself. The barbershop had earned not a single coin from that transaction, which explained the skeleton man's silence. Yet compared to the paltry 10-coin reward, 500 ghost coins constituted a staggering fortune, propelling Sully instantly to the top of the players' wealth rankings. After exchanging terse words with Sully, the skeleton man retrieved a pair of scissors from the cabinet and strode, fuming, toward the player who had shaved the water ghost. "Wretched rat, you dared act without authorization. You've delivered the first negative review in this shop's history, and I am enraged. Zhou Lufu, you delight in cutting hair, do you? And with a bone-chilling grip the skeleton man seized the player's skull. Then allow me to grant you the honor of being my first trimmer man. No, please, I didn't mean it. Spare me. Then Zhou Lufu writhed and pleaded, but the skeleton man refused to hear a word. Scissors flashed. And moments later the skeleton man ceased his work, and Zhou Lufu's head stood utterly bare, crowned only by a grotesquely lopsided gleaming baldness. The skeleton man hurled Zhou Lufu to the floor with contemptuous force and issued a grim warning, "Stinking rat, do not presume this ends so easily. That guest now demands 500 coins in compensation, and you shall pay it in full. And should you fail to produce the sum by tomorrow morning, I will deliver you to her. And the consequences? You understand well enough." After delivering his ultimatum, the skeleton man addressed the remaining players. "All of you have labored hard today. Return home and rest. Your dormitory lies at No. 24 Yingjian Road, room 404. Also, be present at the shop no later than 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Not a minute passed, and with that the skeleton man turned and ascended the stairs once more. And simultaneously the game notified all players that they were now free to leave the barber shop. Phew, holy hell, finally allowed to escape this cursed place. Then Wang Yang bolted out first. Li Bai and Su Li followed swiftly in his wake. "Wait, don't abandon me. Wait up." Shaved, bald and trembling, Zhou Lufu scrambled upright and sprinted after them. And before the dormitory building at No. 24 Yingjian Road, Su Li felt an icy spectral wind coil around his neck. The structure loomed lifeless and desolate, swallowed whole by suffocating darkness. Gazing upward, Su Li saw countless translucent figures drifting silently between the floors. And clearly this dormitory housed not only the living, but also the dead. What the hell kind of underworld game is this? Are you certain humans can survive here? And Wang Yang recoiled instantly. The dormitory in the game's tutorial had borne no resemblance to this. Holy shit, let's go back to the barber shop. Compared to this, the barber shop feels downright safe. Then Li Bai's voice trembled. 10 lifetimes worth of courage wouldn't suffice for him to set foot inside that building. Just as Li Bai reached for Wang Yang's arm to drag him back, Su Li's voice cut through the gloom, low, deliberate and chilling. "And are you certain the barber shop is safe? Have you forgotten, it has a second floor? And the owner lives upstairs." Su Li's reminder jolted Li Bai and Wang Yang awake. Oh my! That's right. The second floor of this barber shop is a no-go zone for players in the game. Anyone who goes up there never comes back alive. Moreover, no one knows what exactly is up there. Li Bai exclaimed, slapping his forehead. If that's the case, doesn't that make the barbershop owner quite suspicious? Curiosity killed the cat, and in this place it's better to keep that curiosity in check. Su Li turned to ask, "So do you still want to return to the barbershop?" No. The three of them shook their heads in unison. "Then let's just sleep in the dorm tonight." With that, Su Li bravely pushed the door open and walked in. He looked around puzzled. There was no doorman in this building. As soon as Su Li and the others stepped into the pitch-black dormitory building, they heard several piercing cries. The sound was sharp, like a saw cutting through wood, sending chills down their spines. "Mom, I'm so scared. I want to go home. I think we should hurry upstairs. I really don't want to stay here any longer. Guys, I have a strange feeling. Why do I feel like we are the only living people in this building?" "Don't say that. You're giving me goosebumps. Stop standing around. I think we should hurry upstairs." Wang Yang and the others were already in a panic, wanting to get to their dorm as quickly as possible. "Let's go upstairs." Su Li felt it was not wise to linger, so he took the lead up the stairs. As they walked up the dark staircase, a cold wind occasionally brushed past their faces. The wind was chilling and painful against their skin. Su Li wondered how cold air could possibly be blowing through this enclosed passage. Damn, it's cold. How much longer until we reach the top? In the darkness, Wang Yang asked. Li Bai was puzzled too. "Yeah, we've been walking for several minutes. Why haven't we seen an exit yet? By the way, have you guys heard of the ghost wall?" Zhou Liufu said ominously. "Ghost wall? Surely we can't be that unlucky." "Hey, did you hear something?" "What sound?" "The sound of dripping water." "Dripping water?" At the same time, Wang Yang and the others gasped in fright, listening closely, and indeed there was a sound. "Oh my! There are ghosts! There are ghosts here!" Wang Yang and the others were terrified by the sudden sound of dripping water and huddled together trembling. But Su Li, who was at the front, remained silent, because he could clearly sense the presence of a ghost which was just beside him, less than a meter away. Do you smell something like a dead rat, a bit like sewage? Indeed. The smell seems to be coming from the front. Hey Su Li, do you smell it? I don't smell anything. Su Li knew that the ghost was nearby. He said this just to lure it out. In fact, he was ready with the Grim Reaper's scythe. Drip. In the darkness, Su Li felt a drop of water land on the tip of his nose. No, this scent was very metallic. It was blood. Are you eager to come out? Su Li knew that the wall ghost creating the ghost wall could no longer hold back. Although Su Li was still under beginner protection, he was eager to try and see if he could kill this wall ghost with the Grim Reaper's scythe. If he could slay the wall ghost, he could use his skill to recruit it. Su Li had two skills he could use against ghosts: the Eye of Devouring and the Embrace of the Ghost King. The Eye of Devouring could absorb ghosts to enhance ghost power. The Embrace of the Ghost King could summon ghosts that he had killed, and there was also a chance to summon higher-level ghosts. Su Li didn't need to enhance his ghost power, he needed a strong bodyguard. So the Embrace of the Ghost King was his best choice at the moment. Su Li gripped the Grim Reaper's scythe, prepared to slay the ghost. Although it was his first time, it was still quite thrilling. In the dark corridor, Su Li felt an icy white hand resting on his shoulder. The hand was freezing. Su Li could feel the heavy energy emanating from this wall ghost. What the hell? Damn it! Without looking back, Su Li swung the Grim Reaper's scythe for a strike. Suddenly a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. From the sound, it was clear that the wall ghost had sustained serious injuries. Su Li was about to use the Grim Reaper's scythe to end the wall ghost's life. But to his dismay, the system suddenly informed him that the usage limit of the Grim Reaper's scythe had been reached. This was quite a predicament. Even without the Grim Reaper's scythe, I can still beat you to death with my fists. After completing the hidden task, the system rewarded Su Li with 10 ghost power points. With ghost power points, even if Su Li was barehanded, he could easily inflict damage on ghosts. Where the hell do you think you're going? Come back here. Su Li yanked the wall ghost's hair and swung his fist down onto its body. Big brother, I'm sorry. Please let me go. I won't do it again. The wall ghost had never encountered such a ferocious human before, and its ghostly dignity was forgotten as it begged for mercy. Now you realize your mistake. Too late. Su Li didn't believe the wall ghost's words. His fists fell faster and harder, and with every punch the wall ghost would scream in agony. The wall ghost's screams were heart-wrenching, echoing throughout the corridor, lingering on. Su Li didn't know how long he had been pounding. His entire arm felt numb. When he finally stopped, he found that the wall ghost had fallen silent. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing a ghost. Analyzing ghost information. Analysis complete. Wall ghost, a stench, wind level, ghost power value 102. Please choose a skill to use. The Eye of Devouring or the Embrace of the Ghost King. Use the Embrace of the Ghost King. As soon as Su Li's voice fell, the wall ghost lying on the ground instantly revived. But now it seemed to lack independent consciousness. Master. The revived wall ghost stood behind Su Li, showing great respect. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the wall ghost. The ghost storage space has been opened for the host's use. Ghost storage space. Not bad, quite practical. Su Li praised the system and casually tossed the wall ghost into the storage space. After handling the wall ghost situation, Su Li finally walked up to Wang Yang and the others. Wang Yang and the others had curled into a ball out of fear. It's okay, now let's return to the dorm, Su Li said to the three of them. Hearing Su Li's voice, Wang Yang finally lifted his head and asked tremulously, Su Li, is it really safe now? It's fine, that ghost just needed a beating, and after I dealt with it, it ran away. The ghost just needed a beating? It ran away after you dealt with it? Wang Yang and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths, their hearts filled with dread. Was this still a normal human? Su Li, wait for us. With the wall specter no longer interfering, Su Li and the other three finally reached dormitory 404 in safety. The dorm door was unlocked. Small cards had been stuffed beneath it. Ghostly services delivery to your door, call 909090. Su Li tossed the cards aside with disgust. Damn it. Even in a horror world they pull this stunt. Almost made me lose my composure. He pushed open the dorm door, immediately assaulted by a thick pungent stench of mildew. The room felt damp, more precisely it was leaking water dripped steadily from the ceiling. What the hell? Only 2 beds, and both are just 1.5 meters wide? How are we supposed to sleep? These look like children's beds. Levi grumbled, glaring at the twin single beds. Make do for now, don't fuss over details. Staying alive is what matters most here. Sully didn't complain, he knew having a place to lie down was already fortunate. This wasn't the real world, pickiness here could cost you your life. Without even removing his clothes, Sully collapsed onto the rigid wooden bed. The frame groaned sharply, creaking, grating, unbearable. This isn't even a bed, it has no blanket, just 2 splintered planks. Sleeping on the floor would be more comfortable. Fine then, sleep on the floor. We're turning in first. Zhou Lufu was still dazed, so Wang Yang slapped him twice, sharp stinging, to snap him awake. No wait, I was only joking. Zhou Lufu instantly switched to a fawning expression and sidled up to Sully. Sully, may I share your bed tonight? Sully said nothing, but he shifted inward slightly on the bed. His movements spoke louder than words. Under such circumstances he would never deliberately humiliate another. Yet if anyone dared provoke him recklessly he would show no mercy. Sully, move further in. I can't even get my body fully onto the bed. The moment Zhou Lufu climbed aboard he shoved aggressively toward the center, only for Sully to whirl around and fix him with a piercing glare. At that terrifying gaze Zhou Lufu froze instantly, no longer daring to inch forward. Sully, I'd like to discuss something with you. Hardly settled, Zhou Lufu eagerly offered to massage Sully's back. Sully shoved him away coldly, don't pretend goodwill. There's nothing to discuss. Sully already knew what Zhou Lufu wanted, to borrow 500 ghost coins. But ghost coins weren't lent lightly, especially not to someone he'd known less than a day. Just lend me the money for now, I'll repay you in 2 days. Repay me? With those paltry 10 ghost coins per day? Sully, life is long but paths narrow fast. More friends mean more exits. Think carefully before you decide. His tone carried a veiled threat. Yet Sully remained utterly impassive. Go to hell. If you were my friend I'd have suffered 8 lifetimes of ill fortune. Sully, you ungrateful bastard. Zhou Lufu knew all pretense was shattered. He stripped off his shirt, revealing a heavily muscled torso. If you won't hand it over willingly, I'll take it by force. Let me remind you, I've trained. Hard. Trained. Sully smiled faintly, then let's spar, in the hallway. At the mention of stepping into the hallway Zhou Lufu shrank back, instantly silent. Ghosts likely roamed the corridor freely after dark, he lacked the courage to venture out. So, you're backing down? Weren't you roaring just moments ago? Sully sat upright on the bed and said calmly. Lending you money is kindness, not obligation. Refusing is my right. Neither logic nor loyalty demands I assist you. With that he prepared to lie back down. But Zhou Lufu suddenly snapped, I won't survive past tomorrow anyway. Then we all die together? Realizing borrowing was impossible, Zhou Lufu's face twisted with fury. You think you're so powerful? At midnight I'll fling this door open, and drag you all to your graves with me. Graves. Sully scoffed with icy disdain, you overestimate yourself profoundly. You're not worthy to claim our lives as tribute. At that Sully dropped all pretense. He summoned the wall specter from his storage space and pointed at Zhou Lufu. Watch him. If he moves, even slightly, kill him instantly. The instant Zhou Lufu laid eyes on the wall specter his face drained of color. You bargained with a specter? That's impossible. Disbelief paralyzed him. Staring at the specter's grotesque snarling visage a chill seized his entire body. Trembling violently he cowered into the corner, utterly motionless. Wang Yang and Li Bai sat frozen on their beds, faces pale with terror. Their voices quavered, Sully, we haven't offended you. Get some rest, you'll need your strength for work tomorrow. Sully held favorable impressions of Wang Yang and Li Bai, and had no intention of tormenting them. Yes, of course. They trembled as they climbed into bed, then whispered a hesitant, good night, before drifting off. Only once they slept did Sully settle in to examine his system. He recalled receiving one gratitude coin from the system. Each coin granted a single lottery draw, and midnight when silence reigned was the ideal time to roll the wheel. In moments the lottery wheel materialized before him. He inserted the gratitude coin, and the wheel began to spin. Whirring. After several seconds the wheel slowed halted, and its needle landed squarely on an item. Congratulations! Prize Consolation Award, 1 serving of green pepper and pork rice bowl. Green pepper and pork rice bowl? The lottery interface hadn't revealed possible prizes, so drawing food startled Sully. He couldn't tell whether this outcome was auspicious or ominous. Humph, good or bad, at least it's something. He was ravenous, he hadn't eaten all day. Yet he chose not to consume it immediately. Instead he stored the rice bowl in his system's inventory, saving it for morning. A person won't starve to death in 24 hours, but releasing strong scents at night risked attracting unseen unholy things. After closing the lottery interface, Sully retrieved the high-quality rubber band. He stretched it firmly, excellent resilience, superb craftsmanship. Though its purpose remained unclear, anything granted by the system surely served a vital function. He coiled the band away, and finally sank into deep undisturbed sleep. That night passed without incident. When Sully awoke the next morning it was already 8 o'clock. His first act upon opening his eyes was to check whether Zhou Lufu remained. Good, he was still there, though visibly traumatized, his face tinged violet with fear. It was unclear what horrors he'd endured overnight. Sully noticed the wall specter had vanished, checking his system confirmed it had returned to storage. Sully stretched languidly, rose and pulled the door open without hesitation. Shit! He recoiled, the sight beyond the threshold stunned him. The hallway sprawled with spectral corpses, haphazard, grotesque, lifeless. They must have attempted entry last night, and fallen to the wall specter's wrath. A shiver traced his spine. Summoning the specter had been the right choice. This dormitory was far less safe than it first appeared. Gazing at the several ordinary-grade specters lying motionless in the corridor, Sully did not hesitate. He activated his Devouring Eye immediately. Once all the specters had been consumed, the system chime resonated. Congratulations, host, you have completed consumption. Spirit strength 50, then, your spirit strength has risen to 60, rank ordinary grade in NAP precisely 900 M. Sully and the other 3 arrived punctually at the barber shop. Having slept soundly the previous night, Sully and the other 2 radiated vitality and vigor. Only Saturday Fu appeared haggard and drawn. He could not produce the 500 spirit coins, his demise loomed imminent. The skeletal man descended from upstairs and without delay ordered Sully and the others to change into work uniforms, after which they were to begin cleaning. Cleaning commenced from 900 to 930 M. From 930 to 1000 they enjoyed brief autonomy. At 1000 sharp their official shift began. Once Sully and his companions' duties had been assigned, the skeletal man strode toward Saturday Fu, and seized him by the collar. Filthy rat, have you gathered your 500 spirit coins? Then, boss, please, grant me just a few more days, I swear I'll raise the funds. Then terror gripped Saturday Fu utterly. He clung desperately to the hope of reprieve. Yet the skeletal man had already made his terms unequivocal the day before, no extension would be granted. Ignoring Saturday Fu's trembling, paralyzed form, he acted without mercy. He hoisted Saturday Fu aloft and hurled him unceremoniously through the doorway. As you wish, this rodent is yours, and, understood. Thank you. Instantly a water spirit materialized outside the barber shop, and swiftly carried Saturday Fu away. Whether he lived or perished was of no concern to Sully and his companions. After finishing the shop's cleaning, Sully hurried straight to the adjacent store. An honored guest, welcome. May you soon bear noble offspring. Then no sooner had Sully stepped inside than the clerk's bizarre greeting nearly sent him stumbling to the floor. What in the blazes is this, noble offspring? Nonsense. And regaining his footing, Sully muttered under his breath, then began wandering the aisles with quiet curiosity. An undead clerk, headless, spectral, and unnervingly pallid, offered to guide him, but Sully declined outright. Such a ghastly escort would surely cost him his sanity. Shelves groaned beneath an array of grotesque surreal wares, diverse in kind yet uniformly unsettling. Instant human brain snot-flavored ice cream, bedbug chips, couples' lung slices, wife cakes, and couples' lung slices at last lived up to their name, while wife cakes remarkably now contained actual wives. Yet Sully dared not purchase anything. He finally grasped the truth. This was no ordinary emporium, it dealt exclusively in netherworld commodities. After circling the store for some time, he discovered tucked in a dim corner several loaves that, at least superficially, resembled normal bread. Black chocolate flavored. He picked up 3 without hesitation. Total 100 spirit coins. And damn, exorbitant. And ridiculously overpriced. And bah, ruthless merchant. And though seething inwardly, Su Li placed the loaves on the counter to pay. At that very moment, Wang Yang and Li Bai entered the store seeking provisions. Yet after a cursory glance they slunk out again, faces long and dejected. And bewildered, Su Li asked, "You came to buy something, why leave empty-handed?" "All I've got is this crumpled 10 spirit coin note," Wang Yang sighed, holding it up helplessly. And Su Li instantly understood, their refusal wasn't indifference but destitution. "Then browse a while longer, I'll head back to eat breakfast at the shop," Su Li said, and turned away without another word. At a moment like this, shouldn't he lend us some coins? Why does the plot feel so off-kilter? Enough. Didn't Su Li himself say it? Lending is kindness, not obligation. No one owes us sustenance at their own expense. Sigh, let's search elsewhere, somewhere cheaper. And while Wang Yang and Li Bai scoured the vicinity for affordable goods, Su Li had already returned to the barber shop, 3 loaves in hand. Having eaten nothing the entire prior day, Su Li's stomach growled fiercely. He tore open one loaf eagerly, black chocolate bread, yet something feels off. What flavor could it possibly hold? He withdrew a slice generously coated in chocolate sauce, just as a strange odor wafted upward. It reeked, pungently, unmistakably like oligi, a gut-wrenching stench. Curious, he scraped a thin layer of the sauce and peered closely, nearly retching on the spot. Bloody hell, it is oligi, and Su Li winced inwardly. Had he truly spent 100 spirit coins on this? And of course, he stood in a realm of horror. Normal human fare simply did not exist here. He dared not eat it, instead he sealed all 3 loaves away in his inventory. Not discarding them yet, perhaps someone else might dare consume them. Let 100 coins serve as a lesson, fine. I'll eat my green pepper and shredded pork rice bowl instead, and from his system inventory he retrieved the meal. The instant he lifted the lid, an aroma, rich, warm, unmistakably of the mortal world, flooded the air. Su Li inhaled deeply, eyes half closed in rapture. Truly, nothing compares to home-cooked food, and with that he bent over the bowl and ate with fervent rhythmic gusto. Halfway through he carefully returned the remaining portion to his system inventory. These were perilous times, tomorrow's meal was uncertain. Prudence therefore was paramount. A half-full stomach suffices, enough strength to labor, and no sooner had he stowed the rice bowl than Wang Yang and Li Bai trudged back, dust-streaked, disheveled shoulders slumped. I told you, that cow-dung instant noodles would never sell for 15 spirit coins. He was mocking us, and you actually believed him. Ugh, what rotten luck. Who knew even spirits could be this vile? And Wang Yang and Li Bai stared blankly at Su Li, hollow-eyed and defeated. Su Li, have you eaten yet? Yes, and it's delicious. Would you like to try some? And since he'd abandoned the oligi loaves, offering one now felt like a graceful, effortless gesture of goodwill. A bite of oligi posed no mortal danger, certainly preferable to starvation. And, Su Li, do you truly mean it? You'd really share your bread with us? Hearing those words, Wang Yang and Li Bai gazed upon Su Li as though beholding a bodhisattva, so reverent, so desperate that Su Li flushed faintly with embarrassment. Su Li smiled faintly and replied, I'll give you the bread, but only if you surrender every spirit coin you possess, and agreed. They accepted without hesitation. This was a transaction beyond reproach. Handing over their sole 15 spirit coins, they received in return a single loaf. Li Bai took the loaf and grimaced, oh come on, just one. That's hardly enough, then, don't complain, half each is better than nothing. Why is this loaf already opened? And, wait, why does it smell distinctly of excrement? This is the oligi-flavored bread, starve if you don't want to eat it. Su Li offered no pretense, speaking plainly and without concealment. Whether to eat, or perish of hunger, surely posed no dilemma. Su Li ate it, what do we have to fear? Are you eating or not? If not, I'll take it. Wang Yang declared, reaching for the oligi bread in Li Bai's hand, only for Li Bai to retort stubbornly, you'll eat it. Who said I wouldn't? Then split it with me? Wang Yang extended his hand. Li Bai scraped off all the oligi seasoning, discarded it, and reluctantly handed half the loaf to Wang Yang. The two then devoured their portions with relish, even praising the bread's surprisingly pleasant taste. Watching them wolf it down, Suli felt a sudden violent churn in his stomach. Truly these two possessed extraordinary courage. After breakfast the trio prepared for work. Just as they took their posts by the entrance to greet customers, two figures entered, pitch black as charred coal. "Is the boss here? We've come to work as temporary staff." The two paid Suli and his companions no heed, turning instead to ascend the stairs. At that moment the skeletal proprietor descended from upstairs. His voice carried quiet ire. "Henceforth no one, ghost or otherwise, may ascend without my explicit command. This is my rule." He strode calmly to the ground floor and pointed toward two barber chairs. "These are your designated stations. From now on you shall be Stylus Snow 1 and Stylus Snow 2. Having assigned their roles, the skeleton proprietor turned and ascended once more. After he vanished upstairs, Suli and his companions resumed their positions at the door, just as they had the day before. Their duty remained unchanged: hair-washing attendants. But the two newcomers enjoyed far different treatment. They sat comfortably in their chairs, snacking freely. "What the hell, that's human hands they're eating." Levi paled instantly upon recognizing the spicy pickled snacks clutched in their fingers. Noticing his gaze, the two black figures swiveled toward him, baring gleaming needle-sharp teeth in mocking grins. "Haha, we think yours would taste even better." Levi nearly collapsed. Suli placed a steadying hand on his shoulder and murmured, "Don't fear, they only seek to frighten you. They won't truly devour you." "Suli, what do we do?" "I've got a bad feeling about these two," Wang Yang whispered. Suli replied evenly, "We need only fulfill our duties, and ignore them entirely." Sigh. "Yesterday there were 5 of us. Today only 3 remain. Who knows how many will survive until tomorrow?" "Indeed, in this world overrun by spirits I doubt we'll ever see tomorrow's sun. Truth be told, you needn't despair so deeply, you may well not live to see tomorrow at all." No sooner had Suli spoken than Wang Yang and Levi exchanged exasperated glances. As the three conversed, the shop's first customer stepped inside. A hemispirit, half a body half a skull, stood before them. Exposed brain matter and viscera glistened wetly beneath torn flesh, dripping crimson horror. "Warm welcome to our honored guest. May fortune and progeny bless you soon." The moment the hemispirit entered, Suli greeted him with the same cheerful, practiced courtesy used by convenience store clerks. The hemispirit visibly paused, then broke into a grin. "Little mouse, your tongue is sweeter than honey." With that he cheerfully bestowed 10 ghost coins as a tip. Wang Yang promptly led him off for a cheerful hair wash. Holy hell, this actually works. Levi stood utterly dumbfounded, never imagining such a simple phrase could yield 10 ghost coins. After all, the skeleton proprietor had awarded him only 5 coins yesterday. While Levi pondered the meaning behind Suli's words, a hangman spirit entered the shop. Clad in flowing white robes, her elongated tongue dangled limply to her knees. "Warm welcome to our honored guest. May fortune and progeny bless you soon." Levi mimicked Suli's greeting flawlessly. Even as he spoke, he extended his hand, expecting a generous tip. Instead, he received a noose. Enraged, the hangman spirit coiled her tongue tightly around his throat, until his eyes rolled back in suffocation, before finally releasing him satisfied. As punishment, she then demanded he wash her hair. Damn it all, what did I do wrong? Gasping for breath, Levi seethed with frustration. Same words, same ritual, yet such wildly divergent outcomes. Strangled, then forced to wash her hair. Was there no justice left in this world? Once Levi departed to wash the hangman spirit's hair, only Suli remained at the entrance to greet guests. Soon the third customer arrived. This spirit was unlike any other, robed in deep black, shrouded entirely in swirling sentient mist, save for a pair of eyes burning with crimson feral light. "This way for hair washing, please." Sensing something profoundly different about this spirit, Suli moved swiftly and respectfully, guiding the black-robed spirit directly to the washing area. The black-robed spirit uttered no word, merely reclined silently upon the washing couch. The moment he lay down, the mist beneath his robe surged violently. Ghastly faces erupted, tearing at one another in silent, ravenous frenzy, as if straining to burst free. "Humph." A single cold scoff escaped him, and instantly the writhing visages stilled, cowed into trembling silence. Simultaneously, a new hidden quest materialized before Suli. Hidden quest activated, the Crimson-Eyed One suffers ceaseless torment because a restless specter dwells within him. Should you succeed in extracting that specter, the Crimson-Eyed One may regard you with newfound respect. So his name is Crimson Eye, but how am I to extract that specter? As Suli pondered, the faces beneath the robe stirred anew, each twisted in grotesque snarling agony. Yet Suli noticed one face amid the chaos, laughing serene, untouched by rage. Damn it, so you're the one? Without hesitation he drew the Reaper's sickle and struck. Ah! Struck by the sickle, the laughing face shrieked, a plume of acrid black vapor erupting from its maw. Suli lunged forward, thrusting his arm deep into the robe to seize and drag it forth. But in that instant, chaos erupted. The other faces turned on Suli as an enemy, grasping, pulling, desperate to drag him inward. Shit, I underestimated them. Their strength was overwhelming as Suli fought in vain. Regret flooded him, sharp, scalding, absolute. If this continued, he would be torn apart, devoured alive. Just as his strength waned, a hand seized his wrist. Two hands pulled as one, ripping the laughing specter whole and shrieking from the depths of the robe. The ghastly face had barely been yanked free before it lunged at Suli with overwhelming resentment. Just as Suli believed he was about to perish at the ghastly face's hands, Hong Yan thrust forth a massive hand and seized it in one swift motion. No matter how fiercely it writhed and shrieked, Hong Yan's grip remained unshaken, ironclad, immovable. Humph! A cold snort escaped him, and with a crushing clench of his palm the ghastly face let out a piercing, agonized wail. Black miasma seeped relentlessly from the ghastly face, oozing through Hong Yan's fingers. Within moments the last wisp of darkness dissipated, and the ghastly face vanished utterly, leaving no trace behind. Seeing the ghastly face finally eradicated, Suli collapsed onto the floor in sheer exhaustion. He had truly stood on the precipice of death moments before. You, human, you aided me. I shall repay you. Hong Yan now stood before Suli. After subduing the unruly ghastly face, his form beneath the black robe had grown markedly more stable. From within his dark robes, Hong Yan withdrew another ghastly face and extended it towards Suli. Should danger arise, I shall save you, but only once. Having spoken, Hong Yan turned without so much as a glance and strode out of the barber shop. Hidden quest completed, the unruly ghastly face. Reward distributed 30 ghostly energy, 1 Crimson Eye pupil granted. Note: the Crimson Eye pupil retains a residue of Hong Yan's power, capable of instilling profound dread in most spectral entities. Congratulations, host, Hong Yan's gratitude has been received. 1 gratitude coin awarded. System reward distribution complete. Suli deposited the ghastly face into his system inventory along with the Crimson Eye pupil and the gratitude coin. Suli, you're incredible. What did you do? That black-robed specter seemed genuinely grateful. Wang Yang, having just finished shampooing the half-body ghost, happened to witness the entire scene. Having witnessed Suli's extraordinary prowess, Wang Yang felt sincere, unfeigned admiration. Suli offered him a quiet smile and replied calmly, I didn't do much, just happened to be lucky. Ha, ha. Luck too is a kind of strength. Wang Yang was about to say more when voices suddenly called his name from beyond the shampooing area, urgent, insistent. Something had clearly gone awry. Suli, I'll talk to you later, I'm going to check what's happening. Uncertain of the cause, Wang Yang hurried toward the haircutting zone. Suli followed curiously. Scarcely had they stepped out of the shampooing area when Suli saw Black Ghost Stylist Snow. One pointing an accusing finger at Wang Yang. Rat scum, have your eyes migrated into your nostrils? Can't you see all that foam? And look at this guest's hair, ruined, flattened flat. Can't you make it stand up straight, you fool? Then go ahead, make it stand up for me. Hearing this, Suli stepped forward without hesitation. Oh. So the rat scum dares talk back. Black Ghost Stylist Snow. One fan, raged by Suli's defiance, redirected his fury toward him, voice dripping with malice. I haven't even come for you yet, rat scum, and here you are stepping right into my sights. That guest entered the shop less than 20 minutes ago, and fled in terror because of you, rat scum. Tell me, what do you suppose the boss will do to you if I report this? His tone was icy, venomous. Ha, if threats were effective, then by all means go ahead. And for the record, I am not rat scum. My name is Suli. Suli saw plainly that Black Ghost Stylist Snow. One was provoking trouble for no reason. But Su Li was no pushover, and certainly wouldn't grant such a specter even a flicker of deference. As the saying goes, the gentle horse is ridden, the kind man is bullied, a truth no less valid in this horror-drenched world. Having delivered his retort, Su Li ignored the stylist's murderous glare and returned to his post by the entrance. After a moment's pause, Wang Yang stepped resolutely to Su Li's side. This is outright bullying. That black ghost is deliberately picking a fight. To survive in this horror world, we must become more ghost than ghost. Su Li fixed Wang Yang with an unusually grave gaze. Do you understand? More ghost than ghost. Wang Yang nodded slowly, half comprehending, half bewildered. Aha! Just as Su Li and Wang Yang had taken their positions by the door, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the haircutting zone. Black Ghost Stylist No. One's voice. By the time they arrived, they witnessed the half-body ghost wrenching off Black Ghost Stylist No. One's ear, and slowly, deliberately chewing it between his teeth. On the floor lay another ear, glistening, drenched in blood. It belonged unmistakably to the half-body ghost. Su Li quickly pieced together what had transpired. During the haircut, Black Ghost Stylist No. One had accidentally severed the half-body ghost's ear, provoking his vengeful retaliation. The shrieks also drew the skeletal shop owner down from upstairs. Upon learning the full account, the skeletal owner bowed deeply to the half-body ghost in sincere apology. Esteemed guest, your entire visit today is on the house, and this one is yours to deal with as you see fit. As he spoke, the skeleton cast a single chilling glance at Black Ghost Stylist No. One, whose entire frame began trembling uncontrollably. So even ghosts know fear. Humph, deserved, absolutely deserved. Wang Yang watched Black Ghost Stylist No. One's abject terror with undisguised delight. To express his remorse, the barbershop owner had already made significant concessions to the half-body ghost. Soon the half-body ghost reciprocated with his own concession. Owner, I trust this will not happen again. Also, this one tastes rather bland. May I choose someone else instead? Choose someone else. The skeletal owner blinked, momentarily stunned, but instantly recovered, offering a strained apologetic smile as he gestured towards Su Li and Wang Yang. Guest, please feel entirely free. Excellent, owner, I won't hold back then. The half-body ghost turned his gaze upon Su Li and Wang Yang, licking his crimson lips with slow predatory relish. Two little rats, come along quietly with me. Su Li, what do we do? I don't want to be eaten. Moments earlier, Wang Yang had been watching the spectacle with detached amusement, only to find himself suddenly at the center of the storm. His face drained of color instantly. His sole hope now rested on Su Li, because he knew Su Li harbored a ghost of his own. Yet just as Su Li reached to summon the wall ghost from his storage space, the ghastly face Hong Yan had gifted him leapt forth spontaneously from the system inventory. Its crimson eyes blazed open as it spoke in a voice like grinding stone. Insect, do not dare touch him if you wish to live. Red-Eye Lord. At the sight of the ghastly face, the skeletal owner dropped to his knees without hesitation. Though baffled by his sudden obeisance, both the half-body ghost and Black Ghost Stylist No. One instinctively followed suit, kneeling in unison. For the pressure emanating from that ghastly face was overwhelming, its aura of ghostly energy alone far exceeding anything they could withstand. Gazing upon the three ghosts kneeling before him, Goe Mian uttered no further words, merely nodded in quiet satisfaction before returning once more to Su Li's grasp. Little mouse, no human, do you know Lord Hong Yan? Only after the oppressive aura emanating from Goe Mian had dissipated did the skeletal man dare rise to his feet. His tone carried both astonishment and disbelief. One might say we're acquainted. Su Li offered no denial. He reasoned that even the faintest association with a figure of Lord Hong Yan's stature, a sovereign among specters, might ease the path ahead. Perhaps, just perhaps, his skeletal employer would soften his heart and grant him special favor. While Su Li still basked in this fleeting daydream, reality shattered it in an instant. The skeletal man showed no change in demeanor, not even a flicker of warmth for Lord Hong Yan's sake. His voice remained as frigid and unyielding as ever. Return to your post and resume work. This matter ends here. Having spoken, he retreated to his usual place. Meanwhile, Ban Shingoe rose slowly from the floor, no longer daring to harbor ill intent toward Su Li. He cast one final glance at Su Li, then dragged the black ghost out of the barber shop. With all conflict resolved, Su Li no longer feared being devoured. Wang Yang finally wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked, Suli, was that Gui Neon also a ghost? Why were they all terrified of him? One might say so. Unwilling to dwell on the subject, Suli stepped back toward his designated station. Soon a fourth customer entered, and Suli hurried off to wash their hair. Thus passed another relentless day. Today brought an unusually heavy flow of patrons. Not until 9 o'clock that evening did the skeletal man descend to distribute rewards. Suli, you served 3 customers today. Your reward 30 ghost coins. Wang Yang, you also served 3 customers. Reward 30 ghost coins. Li Bai, you served 2. Reward 20 ghost coins. You must strive harder. Barber, no. 2, you made no errors today. Reward 100 ghost coins. With rewards dispensed, the hour of free activity had arrived. Suli and the others bolted from the barber shop without hesitation. Trapped inside all day, they felt near suffocation. Phew, thank the heavens. Another day survived barely. No offense, but truly this is no life for any human being. Li Bai exhaled bitterly the moment they stepped outside. Sigh. When will this wretched game finally let us return to the real world? The real world. At the mention of the real world, Suli suddenly recalled his rift traversal skill, capable of transporting him back precisely at midnight. Yet a question lingered: his barbershop quest remained incomplete. Would the game permit departure mid-task? Judging by every game's merciless precedent, premature withdrawal would surely incur grave penalties. Enough speculation, for now I'll test the skill tonight. Suli resolved to examine rift traversal thoroughly after dark. There was still time before curfew, they could wander freely a while longer. Let's grab something to eat, I'm starving. Li Bai and Wang Yang had eaten only a single loaf of bread that morning. Hunger gnawed at them fiercely. Suli felt only mild hunger, perhaps rice's sustaining power held true even here. They browsed casually through the shop, selected a few provisions and a bottle of water, then returned to their dormitory. Back in the dorm, Wang Yang and Li Bai immediately tore into their food. What are you two eating? Suli asked, intrigued by their enthusiastic chewing. Li Bai spoke between bites. Azure Dragon Instant Noodles, care for a taste. Azure Dragon Instant Noodles. Even the name alone stirred Suli's reluctant admiration, since these noodles were in truth crafted from ghost mucus. Yet seeing how eagerly they ate, he found himself unable to reveal the truth. Well, so be it. At least it wouldn't kill them. Before long they'd finished their noodles and uncorked a large bottle of Ean spring water. In truth, this spring water was nothing more than bath water drawn from drowned spirits. Wang Yang and Li Bai likely had no idea what they consumed, or drank. They simply knew these items were cheap. Plainly put, it was poverty that drove them to such extremes. Had they possessed even modest coin, a slab of moldy beef jerky would still have been preferable to slurping ghost mucus. Suli, why aren't you eating? Now sated and refreshed, Wang Yang and Li Bai watched puzzled as Suli still hadn't touched his meal. I'm about to. Suli smiled faintly at them, then under their stunned gaze slowly withdrew the remaining half portion of his morning's stir-fried green peppers and shredded pork over rice. That was excessive. Suli, did you eat this for breakfast too? Li Bai stared eyes wide at the steaming bowl in Suli's hands. Yes, what of it? Didn't you try the origo-flavored bread this morning? No. Wang Yang and Li Bai fell utterly silent. Suli's stoicism bordered on self-immolation. Suli, where'd you get this rice bowl? Let us taste it too. Li Bai pressed boldly. Regrettably, the stir-fried green peppers and shredded pork over rice has already been consumed. Suli let out a soft, satisfied belch, then lifted his empty bento box for their inspection. Spotting a few stray grains clinging to its surface, Li Bai's eyes lit up. Don't move. Grains remain on the box. With lightning reflexes, he snatched the container and scraped every last grain from its walls, devouring them with triumphant relish before collapsing onto his bed. 3 hours at night always slipped away too swiftly. After releasing Bai Changui to guard the door, Suli reclined on his bed and activated today's lottery. He inserted the gratitude coin earned from Lord Hong Yen into the spinning wheel, the mechanism whirred to life. Ah! After 15 seconds the wheel ground to a halt, its needle settling upon a prize. Congratulations! You've won the doubled encouragement prize, 3 servings of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Holy, tonight my luck's absolutely exploded. Su Li nearly shot upright in bed. Had he not feared disturbing the spectral neighbors, he might well have burst into song. 3 servings meant his meals were secured for the next 3 days. After a brief surge of elation, Su Li closed the lottery interface and retrieved the crimson eyeball, a reward from his completed task. The moment it emerged, Bai Gui trembled violently, its unease palpable. It clearly feared this artifact. If even a spirit of Bai Gui's caliber recoils from it, this must be extraordinary. Su Li examined the crimson eyeball for a moment, then carefully stowed it away. It was only 11 o'clock, he wished to sleep yet dared not. He intended to test rift traversal, to see whether it could truly carry him back to the real world. At 0000, Su Li waited for an hour just for this moment. Activate the rift shuttling skill. Just as Su Li closed his eyes, he was ready to use the skill to return to the real world. But at that moment the system chimed in with a prompt. Due to the host's current task being incomplete, forced exit may result in the host becoming paralyzed. Does the host wish to forcefully leave? Paralyzed. Su Li was stunned. You can't be serious, can you? Then I really have to think this through. After pondering for a while, Su Li suppressed the urge to return home and painfully chose no. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he still couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment when the system's prompt sounded. He was a good young man of society with a principled background. He certainly didn't want to return to the real world paralyzed. Even if he had to go back, he wanted to return whole and full of vigor. Not dragging back a disability looking disheveled. The task, the barbershop task. Su Li sorted through his memories. The barbershop task in the horror world was actually quite simple. Players only needed to complete a few steps such as washing, cutting, and dyeing hair. After completing these steps, the skeleton boss would reward the player. Once the final reward was obtained, players could choose to leave or accept the next task. If Su Li remembered correctly, tomorrow their job position would be upgraded from shampooing staff to hairstylist. I hope this horror version goes as smoothly as the original game, and I'd better not encounter any other complications. The next day Su Li got up promptly at 8. The first thing he did after getting up was to open the door. Sure enough, just as he had anticipated, 3 corpses of ghostly beings lay in the corridor. After successfully devouring the 3 ghostly corpses, Su Li's ghostly power actually leveled up. Congratulations, host. Devouring completed. Ghostly power 30. Congratulations, host. Ghostly power has increased to 120. Rating blood wind level 120. Ghostly power. Does that mean I'm stronger than the wall ghost now? Su Li remembered that the wall ghost only had 102 ghostly power. And in just 2 short days his ghostly power had already far surpassed that of the wall ghost. This upgrade speed is astonishing. Truly, I am a player with a cheat. Su Li wanted to see if the wall ghost's strength had improved. However, when he opened the storage space, he found that today's wall ghost seemed a bit off. It looked like it had sustained serious injuries. What happened? In the storage space, Su Li could directly communicate with the wall ghost. There are more terrifying ghostly beings. I can't fight them. More terrifying ghostly beings. Su Li frowned. It seemed this dormitory was indeed unsafe. But even if the dormitory was unsafe, what could they do? If they didn't stay here, where could they possibly go? In this unfamiliar place, going somewhere else might be even more dangerous. First, let's go to work. We can deal with that ghostly thing tonight. Su Li already had a plan in mind. If that ghost dared to come tonight, he would ensure it never returned. At 9 in the morning, Su Li and the others arrived at the shop on time. After cleaning up, Su Li leisurely took out his fish-flavored shredded pork rice and began to enjoy it. Su Li, how do you still have food? Li Bai and Wang Yang were completely amazed. They could only eat some underworld food every day, so why could Su Li have real food every day? This seemed a bit unfair. We are all players, yet the game shouldn't treat us so differently. Su Li, please tell us where you got that food. I want to get one too. Wang Yang and Li Bai thought this food was obtained in the game, so they hurriedly asked Su Li for the method. Su Li shook his head and said, this food I brought myself. It actually has nothing to do with the game. You can bring food yourself. Wang Yang and Li Bai both expressed disbelief. If you're hungry, here I have 2 more bread rolls. You can each have one today. No need to fight over it. Su Li suddenly remembered that he still had 2 Oreo-flavored bread rolls left from yesterday. He casually tossed the bread to Wang Yang and the others. This time the bread is free. I won't charge you. Thank you. Wang Yang and Li Bei's minds were clearly not on the bread. Because compared to the Oreo bread in their hands, they wanted to eat real food from the upper world. For example, fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Su Li, if I give you all the money I have, can I have a bite of your food? No way. Su Li directly rejected him. I don't have enough to eat myself. I'm not lying to you. Look, I have to save half of this for dinner. After saying that, Su Li burped and put away the fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Seeing that the rice was gone, Wang Yang and the others could only gloomily tear open the Oreo bread they held. Thinking of the sweet and delicious taste of rice, they felt the bread in their mouth had no flavor at all. After finishing breakfast, the skeleton boss went downstairs to announce something. That is, starting today, Su Li and the others were officially promoted to hairstylists. Su Li is hairstylist No. 1. Wang Yang is hairstylist No. 2. And Li Bai is hairstylist No. 3. The temporary worker, the Black Ghost, did not show up for work today for some reason. The skeleton boss felt that there might be a shortage of staff later. So he called in some people to help. Yes, real people. A few unfortunate players were teleported here. There were 3 players in total, 2 females and 1 male. The 2 females looked average and the male, well, that wasn't important. The first reaction of the 3 players being teleported was exactly the same as when Su Li and the others first arrived. They all had blank expressions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Welcome to the horror world. You little mice, wait to be devoured by me. Li Bai pretended to be a ghost to scare the new players. The 2 female players were so frightened they immediately started crying. Li Bai was at a loss for how to handle the situation and looked blankly at Su Li and Wang Yang. Don't look at me, you started this mess, you figure it out. Su Li turned and found a place to sit down. Su Li was now a hairstylist. He no longer had to stand at the door to greet customers, he had the right to sit while working. And don't look at me, I think Su Li is right. Wang Yang ignored Li Bei's pleading gaze and also found a spot to sit down. Cry all you want, if you can't complete the task later, just wait to die. Perhaps tired of the crying, Li Bai simply ignored them. With how fragile these new players looked, if they were in a palace drama, they certainly wouldn't survive more than 3 episodes. Soon the 3 new players received the game prompt. And the 2 female players finally stopped crying. The 3 of them stood obediently at the door. At this moment, Wang Yang came over to ask Su Li, do you think we should help them? Help? How to help? A hint of coldness crossed Su Li's lips. Here no one can help them, they can only rely on themselves. At 10 o'clock the barbershop opened promptly. The first customer entered, a desiccated corpse ghost, his body shriveled and wrapped in bandages, eyes bulging with only a few sparse tufts of hair on his scalp. A female player quickly ushered him inside. According to the quest prompt, she was next tasked with washing this desiccated ghost's hair. Suppressing nausea and fear, she finally led him to the wash station. But the moment the ghost reclined, the terrified player mishandled the situation and accidentally drenched him. The desiccated ghost immediately lost control. He hated being made wet above all else. Furious, he lunged and knocked the player to the floor. Fortunately, she was still under newbie protection, otherwise the ghost would have surely devoured her alive. Dear customer, your hair is so elegant, washing or not it makes little difference. Let me just trim it for you. Su Li appeared at the wash station in the nick of time. Before the ghost could agree, Su Li hauled him to the chair with a tug and a pull. To be honest, this was Su Li's first time cutting a ghost's hair. He didn't know what he was doing. But he remembered that in the original game, whenever uncertain, you simply shaved them bald, never wrong. After all, most spectral creatures seem to favor a bare head. Honored guest, your skull narrows below and broadens above. You might suit an ultra-polished buzz cut. Ultra-polished buzz cut. The desiccated ghost had never heard the term. Finding it novel, he said, little mouse, then give me that ultra-polished buzz cut. All right. Su Li smiled sheepishly, picked up his scissors and set to work with confident flourishes. Within minutes, those few stray hairs on the ghost's crown were gone. Su Li brushed away the fallen fragments and said with a smile, sir, your new hairstyle is finished. With the cut complete, it was time to inspect the result. The desiccated ghost stared at himself in the mirror, then at the gleaming, shining dome of his head. After a moment's silence, he hissed his. Not bad, quite interesting. He seemed pleased with his new look. Little mouse, nice cut, I will come to you again. The ghost tossed down 50 ghost coins and cheerfully left the shop. Congratulations host, you have received the desiccated ghost's thanks and been awarded 1 gratitude token. What the, so this can earn a gratitude token? Startled by the system voice, Suli froze. He had assumed one had to complete a hidden task to obtain a gratitude token, but apparently that was not the case. It seemed he only needed to win a ghost's sincere gratitude to receive a token. Suli felt as if a new world had suddenly opened before him. Holy smoke, prosperity was right ahead. Let go of that customer, they'll take them. Seeing another client needing a cut, Suli stepped in and snatched the patron away. Wang Yang was stunned. Suli, Fat Hat was my customer. Do you want rice with topping tonight? If you want it, then don't argue. Suli pulled over the shroud hung ghosty snip snap. The bald head was finished in no time. After cutting that ghost's hair, Suli went on to take Li Bei's customer as well. He had indeed poached the client, yet Suli discovered he still hadn't received a gratitude token from the shroud ghost. He bristled. I cut your hair and you can't even say thank you. Where's your ghostly decency? Where are your manners? Where are the ghost coins? Where is my great blade? When Suli blocked the doorway and produced the Scythe of Death, the shroud ghost finally trembled out a thank you. After saying thanks, the shroud ghost bolted like had seen a specter, not looking back. That's better, being a ghost requires manners as well. Seeing 2 gratitude tokens earned in under an hour, Suli was overjoyed. At that rate, he believed he would soon thrive in the world of the uncanny. Suli was busy from 10 in the morning until 9 at night. To his surprise, he had collected an astonishing 10 gratitude tokens that day. It was absurdly lucrative. At 9 o'clock it was also time for the skeleton man to go downstairs and distribute player rewards. Suli, you served 10 customers today. You reward 1000 ghost coins. Because you received 10 positive reviews, I will grant an additional 100 ghost coins. Wang Yang and Li Bai, you each served 2 customers today and earned 200 ghost coins apiece. Jiang Fei Su Xiao Xiao Zhou Yu, your performance was average. I can only give you 20 ghost coins each. After finishing the rewards, the skeleton man lifted his feet and returned to his little dark room. Finally, it was the daily free time. Damn, finally off work. Cutting ghosts' hair is truly no easy task. I'm exhausted. He shouted, but Li Bei's face was radiant with joy. His reward had risen to a full 200 ghost coins, but that was not what pleased him most. What delighted him even more was Suli's promise to treat him and Wang Yang to Gaijiao rice that evening. Gaijiao rice was a coveted pleasure, especially in this haunted place teeming with specters. Suli, are we really having Gaijiao rice tonight? Wang Yang asked. Suli nodded yes, my word is my bond. You won't charge for the meal, will you? Heh, not expensive, just 200 ghost coins a serving. Suli grinned. How about that, worth it, right? Yeah, worth it. That night the 3 of them returned to their original dorm room 404, while the 3 new players stayed next door in room 403. You are new here and may not yet know the rules. As someone who's been through it, I warn you, under no circumstances go out at night. Before entering the dorm, Suli kindly reminded the 3 newcomers, then pushed the door to 404 open. Suli, hey, race 400 ghost coins for you. Just inside, Wang Yang and Li Bai immediately produced money to buy the Gaijiao rice. Knowing they were hungry, Suli readily accepted the payment and handed over the meals. Brother Suli, you're really something. Wang Yang and Li Bei's eyes sparkled as they looked at the fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. They could hardly wait. They grabbed the bowls and devoured the food voraciously. Li Bai wiped tears as he ate. My goodness, this is unbelievably delicious. Just as Wang Yang and Li Bai were enjoying their meal, the door to room 404 was pushed open. It was the 2 female players, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu. Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu entered and immediately began to act coquettish toward them. Wow, brother Li Bai, your meal looks so appetizing. Yes, the 2 of us haven't eaten yet. Brother Wang Yang, could you let us have a little of your meal? One must admit Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu were gifted at acting cute. Even Wang Yang and Li Bai hesitated. Damn, they actually hesitated? I'll eat you, you big-head ghost. Or perhaps I'll just eat you instead. That line wasn't spoken by Wang Yang or Li Bai nor by Suli. Suli suddenly looked up, glanced at the ghost standing in the doorway, then at Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu and, speechless, said, Christ, I'm stunned, and nowadays dropping by doesn't usually require such gift-giving. The ghost outside the dormitory door was lured here by Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu. This specter was wreathed in sapphire flames bearing a striking resemblance to a spectral knight from cinematic lore. His imposing silhouette exuded undeniable charisma and unmistakable power. Startled by the flame-wreathed apparition at the threshold, Li Bai exclaimed, "Damn it! What the hell is that? I haven't even finished my meal yet. Damn it, we've told you repeatedly not to go out after dark. You're going to get us all killed." Wang Yang's mind raced instantly. He grasped why the flame ghost had appeared here. Wang Yang shoved Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu aside with furious force, roaring, "Get out of the way, you fools!" Already trembling with terror at the ghastly presence beyond the door, the two women recoiled violently. Wang Yang's shove sent them into tearful, shuddering sobs. "Cry, cry, cry, all you do is cry. Cry over what exactly?" Li Bai's temper flared in kind. Surviving in this horror-laden world was like treading upon frozen ice, yet these two novice players had brazenly shattered its immutable rules. Fortunately, their beginner protection shield kept them unharmed. But Wang Yang, Li Bai and Su Li had long since passed that safeguarded phase. No time for talk now, words won't change anything. Fortunately, Su Li had prepared for tonight. Having witnessed the Wog host's grievous wounds the previous night, he deduced that a far more formidable entity lurked within this dormitory. Though Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu bore undeniable responsibility for the flame ghost's arrival, even if they'd stayed away tonight, the creature might still have descended upon dormitory 404. "Master, it's him." The Wog host, too gravely injured to fight, could still identify with chilling precision the entity that had wounded him the day before. "Wang Yang. Li Bai. Stand back, far away." Su Li recognized the flame ghost's predatory stance and intended to devour them all. But Su Li was no pliant target. He drew forth the scythe of death without hesitation. A ghost king-tier weapon. At the moment Su Li unsheathed the Reaper's scythe, the flame ghost betrayed the faintest tremor of unease. Yet his composure swiftly returned. With a voice like grinding bones he sneered, "Pity you, wretched rat, you think this weapon frightens me? Don't pretend you don't know humans cannot wield ghostly arms." "Is that truly so?" Su Li's lips curled into a frostbitten smirk. "Times have changed, fool. Care to test it? You dare?" Even ghosts possess pride, and nothing stings deeper than being called foolish. With that, the flame ghost abandoned all pretense of discourse. With a thunderous slam he sealed the door and lunged for Su Li. His speed was staggering. Su Li gasped aloud, "Damn." This velocity dwarfed the Wog hosts by orders of magnitude, and no wonder the latter had been left mangled and broken. "Try grabbing me. First taste your grandfather's blade." Without pause, Su Li swung the Reaper's scythe in a brutal arc toward the ghost's arm. Thwack! The flame ghost's arm proved startlingly brittle, severed cleanly, almost effortlessly. Su Li froze stunned. For a fleeting second he wondered whether the ghost had invested all his attributes into mere appearance. Yet Su Li hadn't anticipated the wound's triviality. Half his face blazing with infernal fire, the ghost twisted into a grotesque snarl, "You dare wound me, you verminous rat! If this is your full measure, then your fate is sealed, you will be devoured." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fresh arm of living flame erupted from his shoulder. Su Li stared speechless. "We're fighting, not performing resurrection theater. Are you even playing fair? Damn it, you cheat." Su Li's own strength remained modest, thus he could only channel a fraction of the Reaper's scythe's true power. Yet he refused to rely on it entirely. He knew well that this weapon alone could never slay the flame ghost. "Since you scorn honor, don't blame me for what follows." Su Li withdrew the crimson eye, grinning with unsettling glee as he fixed his gaze upon the flame ghost. The moment the flame ghost beheld the crimson eye, his bravado evaporated. His voice quavered with raw dread, What is that abomination?" "Ha, ha. Don't ask. Just know, it ends you." Su Li chuckled darkly, then hurled the crimson eye straight at the ghost. Crack! Midair the orb split open, and from its depths emerged a shadowy figure wielding a scythe. Its eyes burned crimson, its expression was glacial indifference. Without preamble it raised its blade and struck, insect. That single stroke carried apocalyptic weight. Silence. Profound silence. Utter absolute silence. The flame ghost hadn't even time to scream before his essence dissolved into oblivion. Damn. Too overwhelming, this was merely a fraction of the crimson eye's residual power. Su Li's understanding of the Crimson Eyes might have been utterly upended. He'd never imagined that casually giving a ghost a hair wash would earn him the allegiance of such a sovereign spectral entity. Its power defied reason. Huh? Why has the Crimson Eye degraded like this? Su Li hurried forward to retrieve it, only to find the orb fractured beyond repair, its function irrevocably spent. A pang of absurd frustration pierced him, like slaughtering a chicken with a butcher's cleaver. A colossal waste. Sigh, what a loss, I feel robbed of 1 billion coins. Su Li sighed deeply, then turned his gaze upon the flame ghost's lifeless form. Congratulations, host, you have successfully slain a spectral entity. Analyzing spectral data. Analysis complete. Flame Ghost Bloodwind rank Spectre Spirit Force value 400. Please select an ability to deploy. Deploy Ghost King's Embrace. Upon activation, the Flame Ghost's wounds vanished, reborn whole and kneeling in reverent silence behind Su Li. Su Li jabbed a finger at the ghost's nose and exploded. Damn it, you of all things cost me one of my most potent artifacts. God damn it, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Tell me, why did you have to pay us a visit? Why insist on taking this blade? Thanks, I sincerely thank you. Su Li raged at length, the flame ghost bowing humbly throughout, until throat parched and voice hoarse, Su Li finally fell silent. With a final disgruntled gesture, he banished the flame ghost into his storage space. Once the threat dissolved, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu instantly brightened, rushing forward with forced smiles. Su Li, you're incredible. Even the flame ghost fell before you. May we warm your bed tonight? Their offer stemmed purely from fear. They dared not return to their dorm. But Su Li was no fool driven by base desire, and dismissed them outright. Su Li glanced coolly at their unremarkable faces and scoffed, "Oh, you two certainly know how to play, don't you?" Know how to play? More like a toad marrying a frog, ugly and shameless. Wang Yang joined the mockery. After all, the lives of everyone in dormitory 404 had nearly ended because of these two women, his bitterness was hardly unwarranted. Truth be told, restraining himself from beating them senseless was restraint enough. Our dorm has no room for you two, sleep on the floor if you must. After saying this to Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu, Li Bai resumed eating his ricin gravy dish. At any hour, eating remains the paramount pursuit, because feasting brings him joy. Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu realized they had already earned the disdain of dormitory 404. Yet they lacked the courage to return to dormitory 403, so they reluctantly curled up on the cold floor. In such dire times, compassion is the mark of folly. How can one safeguard others when one's own life hangs by a thread? What else but folly could that be? Thus Su Li and the other two silently agreed none would play the fool. Su Li sat upon his bed, first finishing the half portion of ricin gravy left over from morning, then commenced today's lottery draw. He eagerly anticipated tonight's draw. After all, he possessed a full 10 gratitude coins. With mounting excitement, Su Li launched the spinning wheel and poured every last gratitude coin into it. The wheel began its rapid rotation. Minutes later, all winning items were revealed. Congratulations! Consolation prize: 1 serving of stinky tofu, 1 serving of beggar's chicken, 1 serving of Suran spicy fish hot pot. Congratulations! Doubled consolation prize: 3 servings of garlic shavine cured pork rice bowl, 3 servings of fish flavored eggplant rice bowl, 2 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall, 2 servings of spicy diced chicken fried rice. Congratulations! Lucky prize: stir-fried fresh human brain. Notice this delicacy is beloved by specters and aids in restoring their injuries. Congratulations! Lucky prize: a common tier weapon, the blood-licking great bone hammer. A common tier weapon, the corrosivine blade. Notice both weapons bear faint spectral energy, rendering them effortlessly wieldable even by mortals. Damn! 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 I knew it! Su Li leapt to his feet, genuinely electrified. Truth be told, he had never believed the lottery will contained only food. If it offered nothing but sustenance, the lottery function would be utterly trivial. As he'd suspected, hidden among the prizes were indeed far more consequential rewards. Moreover, the wheel possessed another remarkable trait: it seemingly knew no such phrase as better luck next time. Every single draw Su Li attempted yielded a prize. That was truly formidable. Truly worthy of a system. What lottery lover could resist such perfection? Su Li retrieved the 2 common tier weapons and roused Wang Yang and Li Bai. Hey, you two, wake up. Want a weapon for self-defense? A weapon for self-defense. Wang Yang and Li Bai stared blankly. Without hesitation, Su Li tossed both weapons toward them. Here, take them. What are these? Spectral weapons, imbued with ghostly energy. They can wound specters. Spectral weapons, and we may wield them. Yes. Gazing into Su Li's unwavering eyes, Wang Yang and Li Bai erupted with elation. Clutching the weapons, they caressed them reverently, unable to tear themselves away. Holy hell, I've despised those specters for ages. Longed to smash them flat. Same here, haha. Wang Yang and Li Bai had endured this horror realm for several days now, yearning to emulate Su Li's fearless combat against specters. Yet without spectral energy of their own, they remained powerless to harm even the weakest specter. Now, however, fortune had shifted. Armed with Su Li's gifts, any specter daring to provoke them would meet an immediate decisive hammer strike. Would that not teach it humility? Brother Su Li, our elder brother, our true big brother, we've made up our minds, from now on we follow you. Truthfully, Wang Yang and Li Bai had long wished to utter those very words, but opportunity had eluded them until today. You wish to follow me? Su Li looked genuinely surprised. He'd merely intended the weapons as tools for their survival, not anticipating such fervent devotion. After all, the two common tier weapons served no purpose on his own person. Their usage, like that of the Reaper's scythe, was strictly limited by number of strikes. Moreover, their power paled in comparison to that of sovereign tier weapons. With the Reaper's scythe already in his possession, Su Li saw no need to burden himself with redundant arms. For now he remained thoroughly satisfied with the Reaper's scythe. Very well, you may follow me. But let us be clear, if you wish to purchase rice bowls, you shall pay in full. Wang Yang and Li Bai fell speechless. From the floor, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu blinked up at Su Li with wide glistening eyes. Brother Su Li, we want weapons too for protection. Su Li replied bluntly, get lost. Before retiring, he offered the stir-fried fresh human brain to the wall spectre, whose injuries visibly improved after consuming it. Clearly this substance held extraordinary restorative value for specters. Su Li then released the flame spectre to resume guarding the door and settled peacefully into sleep. Upon waking, Su Li performed his customary ritual, opening the door to collect corpses. Yet today the corridor outside stood eerily pristine, spotless, devoid of bodies. Su Li grew curious and inspected the flame spectre's attributes. Damn, its spectral energy had surged from 400 to 430. It was unmistakable the flame spectre had stolen food, brazenly, without concealment. Yet Su Li puzzled, why had the wall spectre refrained from stealing? Was it due to differing spectral lineage? Unlikely. He sternly warned the flame spectre henceforth no consumption without explicit permission. Having delivered his warning, Su Li headed to the barber shop, resuming another day of relentless labor. Today he and his two companions resumed their duties as stylists. Scarcely had work begun when a novice male player committed a fatal error, and was devoured whole by a robe-wrapped spectre. His demise was grotesque beyond measure. Su Li and his companions regarded such horrors with weary indifference. Only Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu collapsed onto the floor, paralyzed by terror, unable to rise. Today the skeleton man descended to issue a special assignment. Certain tools in the shop have broken. I require someone to procure replacements. Any little mouse willing to run this errand? I'll reward you with 50 ghost coins. No sooner had the skeleton man spoken than Li Bai stepped forward, only to be halted by Su Li. An errand so trivial, yet worth 50 ghost coins. And the tool shop lies just next door. Such proximity makes the offer suspicious. Su Li remained ever cautious, for in the original game NPCs routinely laid traps for players. Those who leapt into such snares rarely returned. Then what do we do? Violate the game's rules. The rules are immutable. Even if none volunteer, he will inevitably call names, personally selecting someone before long. And whomever he names must go. Refusal is not permitted. Su Li paused, weighing the peril. Though such trap-laden tasks carried grave danger, those who survived invariably received extraordinary rewards. I'll go, Su Li declared, turning calmly to face the skeleton man. Very well, brave little mouse, best of luck to you. The skeletal shopkeeper handed Su Li 500 ghost coins and a shopping list. Clutching the coins, Su Li strode straight out of the barber shop. The tool shop stood right next door. He paused at its entrance and peered inside, pitch black and utterly still. It was broad daylight, yet the interior bore no sign of spectral habitation. Hey! Is there a ghost in there? A customer has arrived. With no response, Sully bellowed into the gloom. Almost instantly a voice echoed from within, "Honored guest, welcome. Please step inside to browse our wares." What kind of ghost is this? Sully stepped into the inky darkness, scanning left and right, but saw no proprietor. He suddenly glanced upward, and froze. There, dangling headfirst from the ceiling beam, hung the shopkeeper. A noose tightened around his neck. Even ghosts play this hard. Sully blinked, baffled. Then, the suspended specter spoke. Young, esteemed guest, might you help me down?" "Help you down?" Sully grimaced. "You're better off hanging, I've no time for this." He wasn't refusing out of cruelty, but caution in a world steeped in dread. Vigilance was survival. After all, this was a horror realm, prudence was never misplaced. Well, I suppose I'll manage on my own," sighed the ghostly shopkeeper, gripping the rope around his neck and yanking it sharply. With a sickening rip, he plummeted from the beam. "Boss, why do you have 2 watermelon knives wedged into your skull? Quite the avant-garde look." Alas, those mischievous spirits did this. The faceless ghost appeared remarkably amiable. Turning to Sully, he asked, "By the way, what tools might you require?" "Here's the list." Sully handed it over. The ghost perused it, then mused, "Several items are stored upstairs in the storeroom, you may need to wait a moment." "Understood." The ghost ushered Sully to wait at the foot of the stairs, then vanished up the steps. Minutes later, he staggered back down, drenched in blood, and now bearing 2 more watermelon knives embedded in his head. Those unruly brats. Sigh, I can't even run a proper business anymore. The ghost met Sully's gaze, apologetic. "I'm afraid the second-floor stock is inaccessible, the children have taken it over." Unruly brats? Sully frowned, perplexed. Before he could inquire further, a hidden system quest activated. Hidden quest unlocked, the benevolent ghost shopkeeper stands no match against these rowdy spirits. Should you drive them away, his gratitude may run deep. Sully raised an eyebrow. "Boss, what exactly is going on with those unruly brats upstairs?" "Sigh, I've no idea where they came from. But ever since they invaded the shop, they've claimed the second floor as their domain, and no amount of pleading or shooing dislodges them." The ghost rubbed his temples wearily. "Ugh, this headache won't quit." Sully said calmly, "Boss, I might be able to clear them out for you." "Oh really?" The ghost exhaled deeply. No, I couldn't ask that of a guest, especially not a human." "It's fine, boss, I'll take a look." Before the ghost could protest, Sully had already mounted the stairs. "Guest, be careful. They might devour you." The ghost paced frantically below. Then, resolve hardened. He seized a shovel. Perhaps kindness has gone too far. It's time to evict them, by force. The moment Sully stepped onto the second floor, he saw them, the so-called unruly brats. Faceless, filthy, and utterly feral, they turned the floor into their chaotic lair. Tools lay shattered, debris littered every corner, a ruin reigned supreme. "Big brother, are you here to play with us?" They spotted Sully like a novelty toy, gleeful, predatory, unblinking. They pointed. "You, get down now. We're riding you like a horse." "Ride my ass." Sully snapped, losing patience. The children paused, then solemnly chewed their fingers. "Riding your ass works too." Sully stared, speechless. Truly, only these children possessed such gloriously unhinged logic. "Come on, play with us." When Sully remained motionless, they pressed, voices sharpening, "If you don't come, we'll eat you." "Huh? Eat me?" Sully smiled, a slow, chilling curve of amusement. "Brats, say that again." Slowly. From his inventory he withdrew a thick, resilient rubber band, grinning wickedly as he advanced. Snap! Its tensile strength made it perfect for delivering sharp, stinging discipline to small, defiant backsides. Wait, don't come closer." At the sight of the rubber band, their voices cracked, haunted by memories of past chastisement. Sully closed in, eyes glinting. Nothing serious, just a lesson in respect. Snap! Snap! He struck one child squarely across the rump. The creature shrieked, clutching its rear and careening wildly. "It hurts. My bottom burns, wah?" Sobbing, it massaged its sore flesh. The others recoiled, horrified by its anguish, and scurried to the farthest corner trembling. Now, Uncle isn't a bad man? Suli flashed them a crooked grin, then gave chase, rubber band whistling through the air. Across the second floor sharp snaps rang out without pause. Their wails pierced the shop below. By the time the ghost ascended with his shovel, every child's backside bore livid purple welts, crisscrossed, stinging, unforgettable. They cowered shivering, huddled tight against the wall. Next time you try to see someone else's floor, remember this pain. You deserved it, you little terrors. Suli tossed the spent rubber band aside and turned to the ghost, smiling warmly. They've been disciplined. Should they return, I'll gladly administer another round. And no. Never again. The children shook their heads violently, terror-struck at the mere thought. Then, help the boss restore order now. Or. Suli's expression twisted into something sly, paternal, and deeply unsettling. The children flinched. They'd been scarred by that rubber band. No snapping, no snapping. We'll do it. Watching them scramble to obey, Suli nodded in quiet satisfaction, then descended the stairs. Hardly had he reached the ground floor when the ghost emerged, beaming, arms laden with tools. Guest, thank you. You've saved my shop, and my sanity. Guest, please take these tools. Consider them my token of gratitude for your tremendous help. I won't charge you a single ghost coin. The ghostly shopkeeper handed the tools to Suli with a friendly smile. Then it's settled, boss. If there's another mischievous child, just call me. I'm right next door at the barber shop. Suli accepted without hesitation and tucked 500 ghost coins straight into his pocket. Ghost coins held considerable weight in this world. No sooner had Suli stepped out of the tool shop carrying his kit than the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, the troublesome brat. Rewards granted: 50 ghost power and 1 faceless mask. Note: the faceless mask conceals your human identity, allowing you to temporarily pass as one of the spirits. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 gratitude coin from the maskless ghost shopkeeper. Special reward for taming the brat. Congratulations, host, you have successfully reformed the mischievous child and earned 3 lollipops from him. Note: each lollipop contains a trace amount of ghostly energy. Consuming 1 directly increases your ghost power. As the system's voice faded, Suli confirmed 3 lollipops had indeed appeared in his inventory. Is this really the special reward for a Digging Gap It quest in the game? Something's off. Only 3 lollipops. Suli distinctly recalled such quests yielding far more substantial rewards. Before returning to the barber shop, Suli ate all 3 lollipops given by the brat, yet his ghost power rose by only 30 points. Though Suli's ghost power had now reached 200, he remained firmly at the Bloodwind rank. To ascend to the Blood Rain rank, he would need at least 500 ghost power. This quest must offer dual rewards. I should still have another waiting with the skeleton man. At the thought of yet another reward, Suli's mood brightened considerably. Upon returning to the barber shop, the skeleton man first awarded Suli 50 ghost coins as a delivery fee. True to expectation, he also bestowed a special reward. Bone Marrow Frost. Though its origin, whose marrow precisely, remained unsettlingly unclear, its effect was undeniably practical. It instantly granted 100 ghost power to any spirit. Perfect, I'll test it on the flame ghost tonight. After stowing away the Bone Marrow Frost, Suli resumed his haircutting duties. Few customers visited that day, just a handful scattered throughout. By evening, Suli had earned only 5 gratitude coins, adding the 1 from the maskless ghost shopkeeper brought his total to 6. At 9 p.m., the skeleton man descended to distribute daily rewards. Suli served 5 guests today, reward 500 ghost coins. Wang Yang and Li Bai each served 2 guests, reward 200 ghost coins each. Su Xiao and Zhou Yu performed consistently, reward 20 ghost coins each. That night, back in the dormitory, Suli immediately retrieved the Bone Marrow Frost and offered it to the Flame Ghost. With a current ghost power of 430, the Flame Ghost's power surged to exactly 500 upon consumption. Alas, it stopped precisely at 500, he failed to breach that final threshold. Sigh. 500 at Bloodwind rank, it seems this is his absolute limit. Suli had assumed the Flame Ghost would ascend directly from Bloodwind to Bloodrain rank, but certain spirits like this one simply could not transcend that boundary. Disappointment washed over Suli. Damn it, by rough approximation I've just lost 1 billion. Boss, do you still have that rice and meat bowl dish? Since Wang Yang and Li Bai had pledged allegiance to Su Li, they'd naturally adopted the title boss, and used it effortlessly. Oh yes, I still have some. But, old rules apply. Rather than serving first, Su Li extended his hand demanding their meal fee. Boss, 400 ghost coins exact change. Delighted, Li Bai handed over the coins. Only then did Su Li retrieve 3 servings of fish-flavored eggplant rice bowls from his inventory. Just as the two were about to dig in, Su Li produced an additional dish. The legendary Buddha jumps over the wall, and announced, "Let's upgrade our dinner tonight." Holy hell, the real Buddha jumps over the wall? Are we vacationing in the horror realm now? Wang Yang and Li Bai stared eyes wide with disbelief. Enough chatter, eat up. Whoa, the dish is still steaming hot. Now that's impressive. While Su Li and his 2 companions savored the Buddha jumps over the wall in blissful comfort, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu sat in their dormitory gnawing on Azure Dragon instant noodles. The noodles were tough, stubbornly resistant, and painfully abrasive on the teeth. Su Li had briefly considered helping Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu, but quickly dismissed the notion players like them were ill-suited to survive here. They were like the proverbial unliftable ado, utterly valueless and worse liabilities. Su Li was no saint, he bore no obligation to save everyone. For those without utility, perhaps returning to the real world was truly their best possible fate. Before sleeping, Su Li released the flame ghost to stand guard at the door, then commenced his nightly lottery draw. Alas, fortune eluded him today. All prizes were basic consolation awards. Seriously? Not even a double consolation award. Su Li felt dejected. The next morning at 8 o'clock he rose and opened the door, only to find the corridor outside eerily spotless. No way, did the flame ghost sneak out and devour them again? He summoned the flame ghost and interrogated him, only to be left speechless by the answer. According to the flame ghost, room 404 had become a forbidden zone among spirits. All nearby spirits knew the flame ghost resided there, and now deliberately avoided the entire hallway. What the hell, spirits are getting smart now? This changes everything. Su Li fell into contemplation. No, I must adapt. Perhaps tomorrow night I'll try a different dormitory. Daily consumption of spirit corpses remained one of his most reliable sources of ghost power. Though growth was gradual, it was steady, a vital advantage in this realm where spirits roamed unchecked. In a world governed solely by strength, Su Li had no choice but to grow stronger faster. At 9 a.m. Su Li and his 2 companions arrived punctually at the barber shop. Wang Yang and Li Bai resumed their roles as stylists, while Su Li's role had shifted from stylist to permanent color technician. Far from dismayed, Su Li felt a quiet thrill. This shift signaled the barbershop arc was nearing its climax. The shop bustled with customers that day. Wang Yang and Li Bai were nearly overwhelmed. Su Li had hoped to earn extra gratitude coins, but not a single spirit requested perming or coloring. Consequently, Su Li found himself the idlest person in the entire shop. He even contemplated stepping in to cut hair instead. But his assigned role had changed, and he was bound to uphold it strictly. He could not assist elsewhere. Doing so would constitute a direct violation of the game's rules. Perms and color. What utter nonsense! This role is worse than being a stylist. Su Li resolved to act. Even if he had to drag a spirit in by force, he would secure at least 1 gratitude coin. Su Li felt a pang of frustration. He just couldn't earn any gratitude coins. Su Li was utterly dismayed. He had no choice but to devise another plan. Sir, you're here for a full shave, correct? Excellent, let's first dye your hair then shave. Why green? Don't ask, just know your scalp is about to become a lush verdant meadow. Why wax your head after shaving? Well, would you believe me if I said it makes your crown shine brighter? Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. With a tug and a heave, Su Li dragged the ghost onto the styling chair. Just before closing time, he barely scraped together 4 gratitude coins. Staring at his meager haul of gratitude coins, Su Li sighed in weary resignation. That evening he trudged back to the dormitory glum and silent. Tonight I'll sleep in room 403. After dropping that remark on Wang Yang and Li Bai, Su Li strode straight to room 403. Wang Yang and Li Bai stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Holy hell, does the boss plan to break his fast tonight? No way, he'd actually go for that. Who knows? Lights out and all men look alike, you and I both understand. While Wang Yang and Li Bai indulged in salacious speculation, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu were abruptly ejected from room 403 by Su Li himself. Su Li's intention was simple: requisition room 403 for one night, and promptly relocate Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu to room 404. Though treated with startling brusqueness, the two girls bore no resentment. Instead, they felt genuine gratitude toward him. Truth be told, they'd been hoping to move to room 404. With men present, they felt far safer. For days their nights in room 403 had been spent in unrelenting terror. Especially at midnight, when unspeakable horrors always stirred. Every night they heard inexplicable dripping sounds, chilling scratches at the door, or eerie murmurs whispering from beside their beds. As novice players, they truly felt they could endure no more. They were nearly driven to despair, on the brink of madness if not death. Fortunately, Su Li rescued them from room 403 just as their sanity began to fracture. Though they couldn't fathom his motives, deep down they sincerely thanked him. Meanwhile, Su Li sat upon the bed in room 403, blissfully unaware that the two girls already revered him as their savior. Su Li had come to room 403 not only to hunt ghosts and absorb ghostly power, but also to collect gratitude coins. He released the wall ghost, and the flame ghost issued brief instructions, and then lay down on the bed. He did not sleep. He waited, still silent, watchful, for the spirits to arrive. At midnight, a bone-chilling gust flung open the door of room 403. Several pitch-black silhouettes slithered along the baseboards and slipped inside. Spotting Su Li lying motionless on the bed, their eyes gleamed with ravenous hunger, as if already dividing his flesh among themselves. Yet just as the shadows edged closer, Su Li's eyes snapped open. Damn it, it's a trap. Run. The shadows sensed something deeply amiss. As they scrambled to flee in all directions, a thunderous thud echoed. The wall ghost had slammed the door shut behind them. From the doorway, the flame ghost's towering form materialized. And from the bed, Su Li rose, death scythe in hand, with a faint chilling smile. Sorry, but the night's been dreadfully dull, so I thought I'd liven things up with a little ghost slaying. Liven it up. You mangy rat, liven it up for your mother. One shadow scoffed, dismissing Su Li entirely, and lunged, claws bared straight for his heart. But before those claws could graze Su Li's skin, the flame ghost's foot crashed down, crushing the shadow's skull with brutal finality. Crimson gore erupted in all directions. You're one of us. Why betray your own kind? The dying shadow stared up, eyes wide with disbelief, anguish, and utter desolation, then fell silent forever. You struck down your own kin. The remaining shadows recoiled in terror, gazing upon the flame ghost with abject dread. Knowing his strength, they dared not stir. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the flame ghost is now my personal bodyguard. So if you wish to kill me, you'll need his permission first. Su Li regarded the trembling shadows with disarming innocence and a gentle, unsettling smile. By the way, if you wish to live, I might consider sparing you. Here's the deal: each of you must speak one sincere word of gratitude, and you may leave. Gratitude? What kind of bizarre compulsion is this? The shadows exchanged baffled glances. Yet under the flame ghost's looming presence, they bowed their heads and uttered solemn formal thanks, then turned to depart. Wait. Su Li halted them. Say it again, this time from the heart. Truly, deeply grateful. Human, we thank you. We thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Again. Human, we kneel before you. Please spare us. Trembling, they dropped to their knees, begging for mercy, confessing their utter inability to perform this strange ritual. Sigh, forced gratitude yields nothing. After all that effort, not a single gratitude coin earned. Su Li exhaled sharply. They say timeless tricks win hearts, yet no one ever taught me how to trick ghosts into giving thanks. Kill them all. Without hesitation, Su Li commanded, voice ice cold. The shadows froze. You wretched human, what the hell is wrong with you? Before they could flee, azure flames engulfed them, reducing their forms to ash in an instant. Humph, pathetically weak. Barely 40 points of ghostly power. Having absorbed the vanquished spirits, Su Li sneered in disdain. Clearly the remaining spirits haunting this building were of low cultivation rank. Tomorrow will be the final day of the barbershop quest. Perhaps once it concludes, I'll explore the second floor. In the original game, the barbershop's second floor was strictly forbidden, a shrouded, enigmatic realm. Su Li's curiosity burned fiercely. Before sleeping, Su Li performed his nightly ritual, the lottery draw. All 4 gratitude coins went in, no hesitation. Wariang. Congratulations. Consolation prize: 1 bottle of tequila, 1 bottle of Napoleon red wine. Congratulations. Lucky prize: blood lingji. Note: this rare fungus grows only amid seas of corpses, capable of restoring even grievous spirit wounds. Congratulations. Super lucky prize: Taisui, the legendary primordial essence. Note: a mythic treasure nearly impossible to locate, even ghost kings lust after it. Few spirits can resist its call. The following morning at dawn, Su Li pulled open the door of dormitory 403 and strode toward room 404. The moment she pushed open the door, 2 ghostly corpses lay sprawled motionless upon the floor. Su Li frowned. Wang Yang and Li Bai, what on earth happened here? At the sight of Su Li, Li Bai hurried forward, voice thick with grievance. Senior brother, this was absolutely hellish. If not for the protective weapons you gave us, we'd never have seen you again. Su Li pointed to the 2 ghostly corpses lying on the floor and asked, her brow still furrowed, were these the spirits that broke in after I left yesterday? Yes, senior brother, you can't imagine how cunning they were. They waited until we were fast asleep before sneaking in. Luckily I spotted them just in time. I leapt up and struck one down with a single blow from my hammer. Ha, ha. Of course I couldn't take both alone. The second one was hacked to pieces by Wang Yang's frantic blade work. Brother Su Li, these ghosts clearly plotted this in advance. It has nothing to do with us. Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu, fearing Su Li would misjudge them, hastily distanced themselves from any involvement with the ghosts. As long as no serious harm came to anyone, that's all that matters. Su Li said nothing further. She glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu. Both had dull, unfocused eyes and hair tangled wildly like a bird's nest. Clearly the 2 girls had been thoroughly terrified last night. After absorbing the spiritual essence of the 2 ghosts lying on the floor, Su Li glanced at the time and remarked, let's go, we'll head to the shop first. At 9 o'clock sharp, Su Li and the others arrived at the shop. According to the original game's quest sequence, today marked the final day of the barbershop mission. The skeletal figure descended the stairs and solemnly announced today's assignment, Little Mice, today the shop has received an urgent special task. We must temporarily dispatch 3 of you to the Fengshan nursing home, where many elderly residents require our haircutting services. Who among you volunteers to go? A small hint, the rewards for this mission are exceptionally generous. Having spoken, the skeleton fell silent and stood aside, patiently awaiting their decision. Su Li's brow tightened slightly. Another excavation task? That makes no sense. Such missions typically appear only once within the main storyline. Why would it recur twice? Puzzled, Su Li murmured, could it be that the horror mode version has altered the quest flow? Then he asked aloud, may we decline this task? Li Bai posed the question. The skeleton replied, this mission is not mandatory, you may choose to refuse. However, your barbershop quest will then be extended indefinitely. Indefinitely, extended. A collective chill ran through the group. The skeleton's words amounted to sentencing them to eternal confinement within this barbershop quest. Li Bai was the first to protest, damn it, if it's not mandatory, why does it feel like coercion? No, I have granted you a choice. You may still refuse. The skeleton let out a dry rattling chuckle, eerie and unsettling. Senior brother, what do we do? This off-site mission reeks of danger, perhaps it's designed to send us to our deaths. I agree. Why can't the barbershop mission be completed within the shop? Why must we travel to a nursing home? It defies all logic. Let me think. After a moment's silence, Su Li spoke decisively, yes, the mission is suspicious, yet refusal is impossible. Since we cannot refuse, we shall accept it, fully and deliberately. Wang Yang, Li Bai, you'll accompany me. Fine, we'll go. After brief hesitation, both Wang Yang and Li Bai nodded resolutely. We 3 accept this task. Su Li gestured to himself and the 2 others as he addressed the skeleton. Its hollow voice intoned coldly, excellent. Brave little mice, may fortune favor you. Fengshan Nursing Home. Su Li and her companions disembarked from bus No. 18 to find the nursing home eerily vacant. The entire compound lay shrouded in absolute darkness, no living souls, no spectral presences. What the hell, where are the elders? Did they all rush off to square dance together? Su Li and her companions circled the premises, but not a single ghostly trace could be found. Damn it, we came to cut hair but there's not even a ghost at home. Frustrated, Li Bai hurled his barbering tools onto the ground, cursing under his breath. Just then a passing specter drifted nearby, and Li Bai seized him by the arm. Tell me, where have all the elder ghosts gone? Crazy bastard, why should I tell you anything? The passing ghost bristled defiantly, until Li Bai unsheathed the massive bone hammer slung across his back. Instantly the ghost relented. Over there, in that graveyard. They're all buried there? A graveyard? The three froze in stunned silence. Oh, so they don't live in buildings at all. They dwell underground, in crypts. No wonder we couldn't find them. Su Li and her companions marched grimly toward the graveyard, then paused. Oops, our mistake. They grumbled as they carried their barbering kits forward. It really is a graveyard, and look, flower-patterned underwear draped over nameless steels. Damn, these elder ghosts have serious style. Treading atop the elders' graves, the trio stood bewildered, scanning the desolate expanse. Fortunately they held only barbering tools, not loudspeakers, otherwise the ghosts might have mistaken them for disco dancers. Senior brother, what now? There are dozens of ghosts all resting beneath the soil. Are we supposed to dig each one up one by one? Looks like we have no choice. If we're to cut their hair, we'll need to unearth them first. I'm utterly speechless. I've never heard of cutting hair this way. Stay sharp. Something feels deeply wrong about this mission. Beware of hidden traps. Don't worry, senior brother, I've got my weapon ready, and so does Wang Yang. If any elder ghosts act strangely, I'll crack them with my hammer, guaranteed obedience. Stop boasting, you shook so badly after your last ghost slaying that your hands wouldn't stop trembling. You don't understand. Everyone has a first time, next time I won't flinch at all. As the three conversed, the earth nearby suddenly split open, and several pale bony hands clawed upward from the depths. Moments later, skeletal elders, identical to the shop's skeleton, emerged from the fissure. Their voices rasped with chilling cadence. Little mice, have you come to feed us? No, we're here to cut your hair. Haircuts. We have no need for such things. The skeletal elders fixed their hollow gazes upon the trio. Little mice, we crave sustenance. Sustenance. But we brought none. Wang Yang replied. Hearing that the trio carried no food, the skeletal elders showed no disappointment. They simply closed in, surrounding them. No matter. You yourselves are the finest feast we could hope for. What the hell? Li Bai stared aghast as the skeletal elders converged. Are they seriously planning to eat us? Looks like it. Su Li spread her hands in quiet resignation. This isn't right, boss. These ghosts feel different from the others, Li Bai said, and only then did he notice something was off as the skeleton elders closed in. Damn, what kind of ghosts are these skeletons? They don't resemble the usual specters we encounter. Hearing Li Bai's remark, Su Li suddenly remembered. Do you recall that in the original game each mainline quest had a mysterious task, and only by completing that task could one obtain the main quest's passage token? I remember. Once you collect all the area's passage tokens, you can enter higher level zones. So does that mean what we face now is the mysterious task? It should be. Su Li had been wondering how the same mainline could spawn two bait missions, and now it seemed this very trap was the mysterious task. Su Li was in the game's 4th region, the simplest sector of the horror world where most novice players gathered. Holy shit, boss, the skeleton elders have us completely surrounded. As Su Li and the others spoke, the skeletal elders had already encircled them. What began as a handful of skeleton elders had swelled into dozens, and their numbers continued to rise. Damn, you really can't mess with these old skeletons. They're not ones you can provoke. Su Li summoned the wall ghost and the flame ghost and readied them to strike when a hidden system quest announced itself. Hidden quest issued. Have you considered that among the ghosts before you only one is truly real? Find him and perhaps you will receive an unexpected reward. Only one is truly real? Su Li was stunned. The mysterious quest was maddeningly perplexing. All the skeleton elders looked nearly identical. How could he find the one that truly existed? Wang Yang, Li Bai, only one of these skeletons is real. Keep your eyes open. Having said that, Su Li seized the Reaper's scythe and charged out. Only one is real? Boss, you're joking, right? They all feel so real to me. Li Bai and Wang Yang were bewildered. With a sharp crack, Su Li offered no further explanation. He raised the Reaper's scythe and cut into the encircling skeleton elders. With a single cleaving sound, a vast number of skeleton elders toppled. Suli was astonished. These skeletons were fragile as paper. Goodness, that was easy. Suli did not hesitate. He ordered the wall ghost and flame ghost and unleashed a slaughter scythe in hand. After felling another wave, an annoying problem surfaced. The Reaper's scythe had reached its usage limit. It could be used only twice per day, and Suli found that plainly insufficient. Against this sea of enemies, the two-swing restriction was infuriating. With the Reaper's scythe now unusable, Suli had to change tactics. With no choice, Suli fought barehanded. Fortunately, the skeleton elders were relatively weak, on the level of ordinary ghosts, and dispatching them remained manageable. By contrast, Wang Yang and Li Bai struggled. They possessed no ghostly power. Their ability to slay spirits depended entirely on their weapons. To their dismay, even their common-grade weapons had limits, only 10 swings per day. Once exhausted, they could only endure blows. God boss, save us! Suli was in the midst of his barehanded onslaught when he heard Wang Yang and Li Bei's cries for help. He turned and saw them crouched on the ground, being beaten in turn by the skeleton elders. Shit, we're doomed. I forgot about that. It dawned on Suli that Wang Yang and Li Bei's weapons had usage limits too. He did not hesitate and sent the wall ghost and flame ghost to rescue them. The flame ghost was virtually invincible amidst the skeletons. If not for their overwhelming numbers, it might have been unstoppable. With the aid of the wall ghost and flame ghost, Wang Yang and Li Bai finally stood up, though both bore swollen bumps and bruised faces. Damn, that hurts. These things really attack to kill. Li Bai and Wang Yang were speechless. Suli had never told them about the weapon restrictions. What a blunder. They had been brimming with confidence, thinking one could take 10, yet in reality it was 10 skeleton elders beating on one of them. If they were not so tough, they would have been dead already. Fuck, when will this end? As Suli fought, he realized the skeleton elders kept multiplying. If this continued, they would either be beaten to death or worn out. He had to find that truly existing skeleton elder as soon as possible. Suli had been watching his surroundings the whole time but found nothing. Damn, how many skeleton elders are there? Why do they keep coming out? Feeling helpless as they kept crawling forth, Suli listened when Li Bai suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Boss, kill that one first. The skeleton elder just mocked you." What? He dared mock me? Suli waved his hand. Yet the flame ghost understood and immediately set off to teach that skeleton elder a lesson. The skeleton elder, seeing the flame ghost, tried to flee, but the flame ghost gave no chance, seizing his leg and dragging him to the ground. The flame ghost proceeded with a flurry of strikes, leaving the skeleton elder grimacing and begging, I'm sorry, don't hit my face, don't hit my face." At his pleas, the surrounding skeleton elders all stopped. A moment later, they crawled back beneath the earth. What on earth is happening? Suli was baffled, then realized as he looked at the beaten skeleton elder and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, this was your doing." "Haha, it was only a little joke. Don't take it seriously, little mice of the horror world," the skeleton elder replied suddenly. Good heavens, why is this ghost so unlike ordinary specters? Suli was shocked. The sensation was oddly like dealing with the skeleton proprietor at a barber shop. Suli hastily ordered the flame ghost to stop. The bruised Wang Yang and Li Bai approached. "Congratulations, little mice, you have captured me and you will receive the first passage token of the 4th district." The skeleton elder rose and solemnly revealed his NPC tag. 3 little mice, teehee, congratulations on passing the horror world's first gate. May you have such luck again. He handed the passage token to Suli and his 2 companions, then turned and walked off into the distance without looking back. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, the NPC's trial. Reward granted: ghost power increased by 100 points, and you have received 1 Menguei Tsigu Ding ghost piercing spike. Tip: driving the Tsigu Ding into a ghost's body will effectively restrain its movements. Special reward from Kolude. Congratulations, host, you have received Kolude's sincere blessing and obtained a blood-colored rose dropped by him. Tip: a rose that blooms in the season of blood rain, the most alluring blossom, the favorite gift of female spirits. As the system voice faded, Suli noticed a problem. Damn, there aren't any gratitude coins this time. It feels a little annoying. Boss, it's getting dark, you had better hurry back to the shop. Because the mysterious task offers a one-way reward, Wang Yang and the others were eager to return to the barber shop to collect the reward from the skull boss. Suli stored the wall ghost and the flame ghost into his storage space, then said that Route 18's bus was rumored to be unsafe at night. When Su Li and the two others returned to the barber shop, it was exactly 9 o'clock, the hour when the Skull Boss would come downstairs to hand out rewards. The Skull Man descended from upstairs on time. He addressed them by name, Su Li Wang Yang Li Bai, and offered his congratulations for completing the mysterious task, announcing he would now distribute the rewards. He produced 3 jet black wooden boxes and handed them to the 3. After distributing the mysterious rewards, he paused. The Skull Man turned to Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu and said this was their reward, 50 gibi ghost coins. Having said that, he gave no further instruction and returned upstairs. At that moment, the game offered no prompt declaring the barbershop task complete. What's going on? Shouldn't the task be fully finished by now? Why is there no notification? Su Li frowned in puzzlement. Damn, yes, in the original game finishing the mysterious task would have concluded everything. Could we be missing some step? Su Li shook his head. Shampoo, cutting, perming and dyeing, we followed the normal procedures. It shouldn't be like this. Boss, will we go to work tomorrow? Li Bai asked. Su Li, uncertain, replied that he didn't know, but since the game hadn't declared the task finished, they should still show up for work as usual. Alright, so what now? Head straight back to the dorm. Let's go back to the dorm. At dorm 404 at midnight, Su Li tried the rift traverse once more. But the system still warned that he remained within the barbershop task and could not return safely. No way, where had the problem arisen? Su Li tossed and turned in bed. He was convinced no step had been missed. If any place in the barbershop remained unexplored, it could only be the second floor. Su Li sighed that perhaps they should go up and take a look. The next morning the group arrived at the barbershop on time. Though the barbershop door stood open, the Skull Boss was nowhere to be seen. Business hours began and oddly there was not a single customer in the shop. From morning until evening none came. This was infuriating. The task wasn't marked as finished and gave no hint about what went wrong, and leaving them hanging like this hardly seemed right. Su Li was speechless. Knowing that prolonging matters would solve nothing, he decisively decided to go upstairs and inspect the second floor. Stay downstairs, whatever happens upstairs do not come up, he warned. Su Li knew the second floor had long been off limits to players, yet he could not resist wanting to see. The unresolved task gave him even more reason to ascend. Boss, are you really going up? They asked. Seeing Su Li truly intent on going upstairs, Wang Yang and the others looked frightened. In the original game, any player who had gone to the barbershop's second floor had died. Moreover, players had their memories of the second floor erased. Thus among gamers that floor had become a deeply mysterious and feared place. Don't worry about me, I know what I'm doing and I'm not foolish enough to take an uncertain risk, Su Li said, smiling to reassure Wang Yang and the others. In truth, Su Li had some confidence in going up. After all, he still held the trump card Hong Yan. Hong Yan had promised that if Su Li ever faced mortal danger, he would appear at once to help. This is why Su Li dared act so boldly, yet he treasured the lifeline Hong Yan had granted and would not willingly place himself in danger unless absolutely necessary. Su Li's footsteps lightly tapped the stairs to the second floor. Normally at this moment the Skull Boss would descend to warn anyone attempting to climb up. But this time the Skull Boss did not appear. It was as if he had vanished completely. Su Li drew a long breath and finally stepped onto the last stair of the second floor. Standing on the floor, Su Li looked around to find the second floor soaked in a sheet of blood red. This was not paint but real blood. The wooden floor had been stained a glaring crimson. In one corner, corpses and severed limbs of humans and spirits piled into a mound. Entrails and viscera lay scattered, and the overpowering stench made him want to retch. Bloody hell, this is the barbershop's second floor. It looks like a slaughterhouse. After releasing the wall ghost and the flame ghost from storage, Su Li steeled his nerves and walked inward. The second floor space was vast. The once pale walls were smeared with blood, sending chills down his spine. Without the lifeline of Hong Yan, Su Li would never have dared continue. Su Li intended to devour the corpses of those spirits, but the system warned that these bodies could not be consumed. Frustrated, he muttered and noticed a hidden door. The second floor was piled entirely with corpses and nothing else, so Su Li was quite surprised to discover a concealed door. Damn, the door's unlocked. He was about to push it open but stopped himself. No, if there was danger behind that door and Hong Yan could not save him in time, what would he do? I cannot be reckless, I will not gamble my life, he thought, and in that instant of reaching for the handle he regained his composure. He stared at the deep red hidden door and swallowed nervously. After instinctively stepping back a dozen paces, he commanded the wall ghost to push the door open. As the door eased open, a blood-red maw suddenly gaped, and in an instant it swallowed the wall ghost whole. What the hell? Just like that, the wall ghost vanished? Sully stared wide-eyed as the wall ghost was devoured in a single gulp, his heart pounding with shock. Yet, when he laid eyes upon the specter lurking behind the hidden door, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. A chilling dread crept up from his spine, freezing him to the core. The specter behind the door had been bound there by 4 peculiar iron chains. Its form resembled that of a little girl with 2 crimson ribbons tied high atop its head in twin pigtails. Its eyes were hollow voids, no pupils, no irises, only endless abysses yawning within its sockets. Its face was deathly pale, its lips slashed crimson from ear to ear revealed rows of needle-thin razor-sharp fangs. Even restrained by those arcane chains, Sully could feel the overwhelming aura of peril radiating from it, a menace far surpassing even the flame ghost. As Sully observed the creature from a distance, it suddenly twisted its mouth into a grotesque grin and spoke, at last, fresh little mice to feast upon. Ah, how delightful. Damn it, I don't think I can handle this thing. This place was no longer safe. Sully turned to flee, only for the system to issue a new hidden quest at that very moment. Hidden quest log, Spectre profile Qingli. Once a peerless entity who had ascended to the terrifying tier, she was blinded by her own sister and sealed away deep within Sector 4. Hidden quest issued: Qingli is lethally dangerous, yet critically weakened. Slay her and she may become your most formidable ally. What? Is the system seriously ordering me to kill her? Sully fell momentarily speechless. This was the first time the system had ever issued a hidden quest predicated on exterminating a specter. All prior hidden quests had revolved around aiding specters, not destroying them. Shit, I suddenly feel even my crimson-eyed talisman can't suppress her. But if the system commands it, do I dare obey? Uncertain how much power remained within Qingli, Sully dared not act rashly. After all, she had swallowed the wall ghost whole in one bite. Sully knew full well one misstep and he'd be served on a platter. Any move demanded absolute caution. The system wouldn't set me up to fail. Might as well gamble, perhaps a bicycle could truly become a motorcycle. Clenching his teeth, Sully resolved, fine, I'll go all in. The moment Sully made his decision, he deployed every asset at his disposal. Though his arsenal was slim, only 2 items remained usable. One was the Dread Spectre Bone Nail, a talisman capable of paralyzing even the most potent specters. The other, the legendary Taisue, coveted even by sovereign-level ghosts. Yet Sully did not strike immediately. First he summoned the flame ghost, handed him the bone nail and outlined the plan. Only then did he step forward, Taisue clutched in one hand, the scythe of death gripped tight in the other, toward Qingli. With each step his pulse quickened. Fear was real, undeniable. This was no ordinary specter. She had once stood among the terrifying tier's elite, something Sully had scarcely heard whispered about, let alone witnessed. Giggle giggle. How amusing. Is the little mouse bringing me a treat? Qingli watched Sully approach, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Come here, little mouse, into my arms, so I may devour you. Ha, ha. Actually, I'm not particularly tasty. Sully halted several meters away. Then he opened his palm, revealing the glistening Taisue. How about this instead? It's far more delicious. At such proximity, the Taisue's rich, intoxicating fragrance flooded the air. Saliva spilled from Qingli's split lips onto the floor. Her expression contorted, ecstasy warring with feverish hunger. Give it to me now. Hand it over, quickly. Ha! Sully watched her reaction with quiet satisfaction, exactly the effect he'd intended. I'll give it to you, but you must swear you won't devour me. No, I won't. Just hand it over. Very well. I'll deliver it now, so long as your word holds true. Sully advanced, cradling the Taisue, yet his grip on the scythe of death tightened unbearably. Sweat soaked his palms. But just as Sully neared Qingli's maw, she let out a guttural snarl and lunged, jaws snapping toward his skull. Sully had never trusted her promises. His nerves taut as bowstrings, he raised the scythe in a flash, blades meeting fangs with a deafening clang. You lied. Enraged, Sully tried to wrench the scythe free, but Qingli clamped down, refusing to release it. The scythe of death, renowned as a sovereign tier weapon, bore deep, jagged tooth marks where her fangs had bitten in. Now, strike. This is our chance. In that suspended instant between struggle and stalemate, Suli urgently signaled the flame ghost to execute the plan. Ever vigilant, the flame ghost instantly materialized beside Qingli's left arm. With a brutal thrust he drove the dread spectre bone nail deep into her forearm. Ah! A shriek tore from Qingli's throat, raw, agonized, and tearing through the silence. Furious beyond reason, she sank her fangs into the flame ghost's retreating arm. With a sickening rip, the limb severed cleanly. Yet the flame ghost barely escaped, tearing free from her jaws at the last possible breath. Meanwhile Suli leapt backward, putting vast distance between himself and the spectre. The bone nail was embedded, now all he needed was patience. Patience for its paralytic force to take hold. Ah! What have you done to me, vermin? I'll swallow you whole, I'll tear you limb from limb. Ah! Qingli had descended into utter madness, thrashing violently, rattling the iron chains binding her until they clanged like furious bells. From afar Suli held his breath, dreading the moment those chains might snap. Minutes stretched. Eventually Qingli's frenzied struggle subsided, either from exhaustion, or the bone nail's creeping dominion. Her body stilled. Go, assess her condition. Suli sent the flame ghost forward with extreme caution. He knew the flame ghost possessed regenerative abilities. Yet after Qingli had severed one of his arms, that limb refused to regrow. Truly terrifying. Lucky she didn't sink her teeth into me, otherwise I'd be finished. Suli patted his chest, still shaken. Had his reflexes lagged by even a heartbeat, his head would have parted from his shoulders forever. Master, she shows no response whatsoever, the flame ghost reported after a thorough inspection. But the moment he delivered his report, Qingli, who had lain motionless, suddenly lunged again, biting clean through the flame ghost's other arm. By the time the flame ghost scrambled back to Suli's side, both arms were gone. Gravely wounded, his strength shattered, he stood diminished, barely clinging to consciousness. Qingli's strength far exceeded Suli's expectations. Within mere minutes 2 of his specters had been reduced, one slain, the other grievously wounded. Gazing upon the flame specter's hollow armless limbs, Suli felt a pang of visceral regret. Suli retrieved the blood lingji he had won from the lottery and tossed it to the flame specter, commanding, "Here, consume this." After swallowing the herb, the specter retreated into its storage space. Only half-length arms had regrown. Clearly the blood lingji could not restore him fully. Rat scum! Ah! Qingli's shrill incensed shriek pierced the second floor of the barber shop. Pierced by the bone-piercing spike, Qingli writhed violently once more, her body flooded with an icy invasive chill. This cold was not merely biting, it carried paralytic potency. Gradually her limbs grew leaden, her will severed from control. At last her struggles ceased entirely. Only then did Suli advance cautiously, raising the scythe of death high above Qingli's head, his voice glacial. "My apologies." A dense aura of death flared briefly across the scythe's blade, and vanished. "Farewell, Qingli." Her severed head tumbled heavily, rolling to rest at Suli's feet. Her hollow eyes gazed up at him, her split lips curled faintly, as if in quiet amusement. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully eliminated a specter." Analyzing specter data. Qingli evolving specter. Current power level degraded to blood rain tier. Spectral energy 600. Please select a skill to deploy. Deploy Spectre King's Embrace. As Suli spoke, Qingli's head rolled back toward her neck, and seamlessly reattached itself. Yet the resurrected Qingli still grinned at him, teeth bared. Damn it! Suli's hairs stood on end. This danger felt identical, no different from the Qingli who had just been slain. Could it be, she retains all prior memories? A sudden unsettling certainty gripped Suli. Snap! While Suli stood stunned, Qingli, now standing behind the door, pulled free the bone-piercing spike, unshackled herself, and stepped forward with deliberate calm. The specter Qingli had undergone a startling metamorphosis. She seized Suli's arm and cooed, "Master, master, I want that thing you're holding." "What?" Suli froze, dumbfounded. How could this being possibly be so utterly unlike the specter moments before? Just then the system's voice chimed again. "Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Spectre Qingli. Hidden quest reward 100 spectral energy. Item awarded, Skull Soul Hound. Note: the Skull Soul Hound can precisely track human or spectre auras within a defined radius. Congratulations host, you have received 1 gratitude coin from Qing Li. The system's voice faded. Su Li stared blankly at the unexpected gratitude coin, bewildered. How could Qing Li thank him after he had just decapitated her? Was it gratitude, for granting her freedom? Master, that was delicious. I want another heartbeat lollipop. Unbeknownst to him, the rare Tai Sui he'd held moments earlier had vanished. Su Li looked down wordlessly, to find Qing Li licking her crimson lips with lingering relish. Su Li felt his entire being collapse inward. Damn it, after all that effort to draw the supreme Tai Sui, you devoured it in an instant. Master, I want the heartbeat lollipop. Give me more. Qing Li paid no mind to Su Li's darkening expression. To her he was merely a reluctant parent denying candy to an insatiable child. Eat, that's all you ever think about? With a sharp thwack Su Li rapped her forehead. Muttering under his breath, I'm broke, and besides, does that thing even taste good? You're mean. Wah. After his rebuke, Qing Li rubbed her hollow eyes tearfully, then abruptly lifted her head, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper, if you won't buy it for me, I'll just eat you. Eat my ghost. One more word and I'll knock your teeth out. Another sharp thwack landed squarely on her brow. Su Li was still seething over the lost Tai Sui. Ever since their master-servant bond had been sealed, Su Li no longer feared Qing Li. Even with full autonomy, she now lacked the capacity to harm him. That was why he dared act so boldly. Humph. You're mean. She folded her arms and plopped sulkily onto the floor, clearly resolved not to rise until fed. We haven't settled accounts for your ambush yet, and now you dare threaten me? Without further ado, Su Li hoisted her aloft and hurled her straight into the storage space. With the second floor affair resolved, Su Li finally exhaled in relief. He descended slowly toward the first floor, and as his foot touched the barbershop's ground, the game's voice resonated throughout the premises. Congratulations to all players on completing the barbershop horror quest. All players awarded 100,000 ghost coins. Attention, the next quest will increase in difficulty. Players proceeding to the subsequent challenge are advised to prepare accordingly. Welcome once more, little mice, to the realm of terror. May fortune favor you. The game's voice dissolved into silence. Wang Yang, Li Bai and the other 3 players stood utterly bewildered, including Su Li himself. What the hell is going on? Are we not allowed to return? They had heard clearly the game announced task completion, but offered no instructions for returning to the real world. Damn it all! Are we just being toyed with? Li Bai and the others erupted instantly. What kind of infernal game is this? I thought finishing the quest meant going home. So now you tell us to continue? What the hell kind of quest is this? Is it really so impossible, just to go back to reality? Li Bai raged, tearing at his hair. Could it be, we must complete all quests in Sector 4 before being teleported home? After a pause, Su Li spoke. All quests? That's absurd. In the original game, Sector 4 contains 6 mainline quests. Completing them all would take forever. He shook his head. Just speculation. Piece of crap game? Damn it, I should have never chased thrills with the horror edition. Wait, did you also get pulled in through the horror edition? Su Li asked curiously. Wang Yang blinked hard. Boss, you mean you did too? Su Li turned to Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu, both gave identical answers. Damn it. Every single one of them had been transported here via the horror edition of Realm of Terror. Then Su Li recalled the shopkeeper who sold him the VR headset. Something's deeply wrong here, profoundly wrong. In the evening, Su Li led everyone back to dorm 404. Wang Yang and the others wore frowns, sitting quietly in the dormitory without a word. Su Li sat quietly on the bed. Suddenly he remembered that the reward from the last mysterious mission was still with him. Now he had time to see what the reward was. Su Li took out a palm-sized wooden box. As he slowly opened it, he saw something resembling a ring lying inside. Upon taking out the ring, Su Li discovered a small inscription inside the box. To gain the qualification to survive in the horror world, you will need some mysterious assistance. Qualification. Assistance. Su Li was puzzled. Does wearing this allow me to use ghostly power? Su Li looked over at Wang Yang and Li Bai, who were already happily wearing their rings. Noticing Su Li's gaze, Wang Yang chuckled, "Hey boss, you have to admit the reward for this mysterious mission is pretty great." "Haha, as long as you like it." Su Li looked at Wang Yang and Li Bai seriously and asked, "So what are your plans now? Do you want to continue with the mission?" "Scythe, since we can't go back, we can only continue with the mission." Li Bai sighed and cursed, "Damn, this stupid game is just too ridiculous." Su Li then turned his gaze to Su Xiaoxiao and the others, asking, "What about you?" "We want to follow you, brother Su Li, because being with you makes us feel safe." Su Xiaoxiao threw a flirtatious glance at Su Li and said sweetly, "Safe." Su Li pulled at the corners of his mouth, "No, you two shouldn't follow me, I don't want any burdens." "Boss, we're not burdens. Let us follow you," Li Bai said shamelessly. They both knew Su Li's abilities were remarkable, so both wanted to stick with Su Li to continue the mission. With Su Li around, the danger of the mission would be greatly reduced. "No, you two should try to venture out on your own." Now that the barber shop's task was completed, Su Li planned to use his skills to teleport back to the real world tonight. Once back, he wasn't sure if he would ever return to that haunted place. Thus, he didn't want to leave any worries in the horror world. At midnight, Wang Yang and the others had already fallen asleep. Su Li just wanted to leave quietly, so he didn't notify anyone. After placing the food and wine he won in the lottery on the bed, Su Li activated the rift shuttling skill. The rift shuttling skill of the fortunate outsider is activated. Data is being transmitted. As the game's voice echoed, Su Li, lying on the bed, felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his small house of just over 70 square meters. Lying on the soft bed and staring at the familiar ceiling, Su Li was overjoyed. Finally, he was back. Just as he was secretly delighted, the game's voice echoed in his mind again. Detecting that player Su Li is offline, countdown begins. 235959. Congratulations to player Su Li for successfully completing the main mission. Reward points 1000 points. Points have been automatically converted to RMB, exchange rate 1100. Damn. Even after I'm back, they still won't let me go. Damn. I won't be able to escape this hellish game forever, will I? Su Li, who had just been filled with joy, suddenly felt a flicker of despair. Damn it, I must smash that crappy game shop later. Just thinking about the owner of the game shop who had tricked him made Su Li furious. If it weren't for that game shop owner tricking him, how could he have been sent to that hellish place called Horror World so cluelessly? Just as Su Li was about to get up to smash the game shop, he suddenly realized that his body had become very stiff. Huh? What the hell, why can't I move? Su Li looked down. Damn, his whole body was wrapped in bandages. He had become a giant rice dumpling. His appearance resembled that of a mummy from a movie. Just as Su Li was trying to recall what had happened, a slender figure in a cute duck costume rushed excitedly towards him. The figure then embraced Su Li. With tears streaming down her face, she exclaimed, "Brother, you finally woke up. I was so worried you wouldn't wake up. Sister Susan, can you please let me go? I'm suffocating here." Su Li was being squeezed to the point where he couldn't breathe, his face turning red. "Oh, I'm sorry, I got too excited." Susan quickly released Su Li, wiping the tears from her face. She asked with concern, "Brother, do you feel any discomfort?" "Sister, I feel pretty good, but the bandages are a bit tight. By the way, how did I end up like this?" "Brother, you really don't remember?" Susan said with red eyes, "It's all that damn truck driver's fault. If he hadn't been drunk driving, this wouldn't have happened." Truck driver? Su Li then recalled that before being transported into the game there had indeed been an accident. "Wait a minute, sister, shouldn't I be lying in the hospital after the accident? Why am I lying at home?" "Sai, don't get me started. The driver of the accident fled after the crash. I couldn't afford the expensive medical bills, so I had no choice but to arrange for you to stay at home temporarily. But don't worry, brother. I have been selling the house these days to raise money. I believe I can soon take you to the hospital for treatment." Selling the house to raise money? Su Li was momentarily speechless. But thinking about it, both he and his sister were left alone after their parents passed away. This house was the only property their parents left to them, and there were no savings left to pay for his medical treatment. Money. Wait. Su Li remembered that didn't the game give him a reward of 100000 RMB? "Sister, can you get my phone for me?" "Oh." Su Li took the phone from Susan and immediately checked his bank account. 1 10 100,000 10,000 100,000 Holy crap, there really is 100,000. Sully was so excited that he almost sat up. If it weren't for Susan holding him down thinking he was going crazy. After a good explanation, Sully finally clarified the issue of the money. Of course, Sully did not mention that it was the reward money for completing the task in Horror World. He just made an excuse that it was his hard-earned money from his previous job. Fortunately, although Susan was suspicious, she ultimately chose to believe him. Sister, I'll leave the bank card with you for safekeeping. I need to go out for a bit. You haven't healed yet, where are you going? Actually, I'm fine, it's just minor injuries. If you don't believe me, take a look. Saying this, Sully swiftly tore off all the bandages on his body, revealing a body that was as healthy as could be. Sister, look, I'm really fine. After saying this, Sully grabbed a baseball bat and was ready to head out. Susan quickly stopped him. Hey brother, wait a minute. Why do you need a baseball bat when going out? When Sully stormed into the game shop, baseball bat in hand and fury in her stride, she found it utterly abandoned, empty, silent, and stripped bare. She approached an elderly man strolling nearby and asked, Grandpa, do you know where the shop owner has gone? No idea, the old man shook his head. Though I heard the place was smashed after they sold counterfeit games. As for where they fled, ask a ghost. How would I know? Sully glared. Grandpa, are you a master of facial acrobatics? He lifted his chin proudly. How did you guess? She muttered dryly, it's not hard, your expression shifts faster than thought itself. Without another word, Sully turned and walked away. After she disappeared down the street, the old man pointed at her retreating back and murmured, this young man, blimey. With no trace of the shop owner, Sully returned home dejected. The moment she stepped inside, she found Sushan preparing a lavish spread, dishes she knew Sully loved most. Sushan smiled warmly, you've just recovered, I wanted to nourish you properly. Had it not been for the charred pitch-black mess covering every plate, Sully might have wept with gratitude. At the dinner table, Sushan asked, brother, have you kept in touch with Sun Shui lately? Sis, she's my ex-girlfriend, I haven't spoken to her at all. Sully frowned. Why do you ask? Nothing much, she's gone missing. What? Gone missing? When did it happen? Just 2 days ago. They say she vanished while playing a game at home. Sully furrowed his brow. Vanished, while gaming. What game was she playing? Terrifying world. At those 4 words, Sully's eyes involuntarily trembled. Sis, I'm sorry, I can't eat. Something urgent has come up, I need to leave right now. But you just got home, why rush out again? Standing before Sun Shui's villa, Sully hesitated, deeply uncertain whether he should enter. Was it appropriate for a former boyfriend to step foot inside uninvited? After long hesitation, he finally pressed the doorbell. The door opened almost instantly, revealing a boy of 5 or 6. Oh, it's you again. My sister dumped you ages ago. What nerve bringing your face here? Sully replied calmly, Sun Debao, are your parents home? Nope. Why? The boy tilted his head, puzzled. Hearing that, Sully's lips curled into a sly, knowing smile. In one swift motion, he hoisted the boy aloft. Ha, hear that? Your parents aren't home yet, you still talk so bold. Sully, put me down. If you don't, I'll tell Mom to spank you. Silence. With that, Sully slung the boy over his shoulder and strode straight into Sun Shui's bedroom. He'd visited this villa before, every room was familiar. He tossed Sun Debao onto the bed and gave his bottom a light tap. Brat, go play somewhere else. Offended, the boy scrambled off the mattress and stuck out his tongue, contorting his face into a grotesque grimace. I'm a ghost, and I'm going to eat you. Sully rolled his eyes, then retaliated with a far more terrifying leer. Wah! The boy shrieked, instantly drenched in tears, and bolted from the room sobbing. Once Sun Debao vanished down the hall, Sully noticed something new in Sun Shui's room, a space gaming pod. He ran his fingers along its sleek high-end chassis. This was the ultimate luxury accessory for elite gamers, leagues beyond any ordinary VR headset. Beside the pod, his own headset suddenly felt embarrassingly outdated. One day when I'm rich, I'll get myself one of these. Lost in reverie, he suddenly spotted faint traces of dried blood near the pod's cranial interface. What on earth? Why is there blood here? Puzzled, he opened the pod's hatch. He didn't understand how players were being teleported into the game, but he sensed instinctively that Sun Shue's disappearance was tied to Terrifying World. Everyone else vanished entirely, yet only my consciousness was pulled in. Am I different from them? Earlier he'd searched online. Chongqing had already witnessed several such disappearances, all linked to solo gaming sessions at home. Their shared trait. All were alone when they vanished. If I want proof Sun Shue's disappearance stems from the game, I'll have to test it myself. He knew the standard version of Terrifying World lacked teleportation capability. Unless Sun Shue had played the Terrifying edition. And the only way to confirm that was to lie down inside the pod himself. Yet as he stood poised to enter, doubt gripped him once more. Yes, he dreaded returning to that world teeming with phantoms and dread. But just then the game's voice echoed once more inside his skull. The sensation was uncanny, as if a neural gaming chip had been implanted deep within his mind. Player Su Li offline time remaining, 2 hours. Warning: failure to reconnect within the allotted time will result in automatic forfeiture. Critical alert: forfeiting players will be terminated by the game system. Terminated, life, terminated. Su Li froze, stunned. What kind of deranged game was this? Players couldn't even quit. What kind of absurdity was this? A chilling certainty settled over him. This game was no ordinary simulation. Bloody hell. Just thinking about going back makes my gut clench. After agonizing hesitation he made his choice. Fine, fine. You twisted game, I will beat you. He slid into the space gaming pod, and a needle-thin filament pierced the base of his skull. Identity confirmed: player Su Li. Data synchronization in progress. Synchronization complete. Entering new mission sequence. Su Li opened his eyes once more. He stood before a school building, its corridors echoing with students' thunderous recitations. Fertilize the wall, shock the netherworld. In the beginning ghosts are inherently kind, their natures are alike but habits diverge. I vow to strive in secret, and stun every ghost in existence. Su Li winced. This curriculum was deeply, profoundly wrong. What sorcery had brought him here? Before he could ponder further, a well-dressed specter in a sharp suit approached with brisk, confident steps. The ghostly principal extended a welcoming hand. Hello. I'm headmaster of this academy. You must be Su Li, our new Chinese literature teacher. Chinese literature teacher? So this is the next mission? Su Li adapted instantly, stepping fully into his role. Yes, headmaster. I'm Su Li, here to join your faculty. Excellent. You're officially hired. Please proceed directly to class 104 for your first lesson. The headmaster beamed approvingly. Su Li, you're rare indeed, a teacher who embraces challenge without flinching. Embrace challenges. Hidden Hian was class 104 truly difficult to manage. And perplexed, Su Li strode toward room 104. Before entering room 104, Su Li carefully checked his system inventory and storage space. And seeing that all items remained intact, and both specters were still present, he retrieved the faceless mask and donned it. Assuming the guise of a specter, he pushed open the door and stepped into class 104. Not once a chorus of pale, delicate, ghostly faces greeted him, youthful, innocent, and eerily serene. These spirits were small, no taller than first graders. And no wonder it's called class 104. Are they ghostly elementary students? Su Li ascended the podium and wrote his alias boldly upon the blackboard: Su Daqiang. And though improvised, the name carried profound intent. It signified, when you are strong I am strong, when all are strong true strength is realized. And no sooner had he finished writing than he turned to find every ghostly student staring intently at him. Their eyes shimmered with quiet bewilderment. None specter student ventured timidly, "Are you our new teacher? You look so tender and plump, I bet you'd taste delicious." Who just said the teacher looks tasty? Step forward, now. Then without preamble Su Li strode straight to the student who'd spoken. Slap. Slap, then two sharp resonant strikes landed across the specter's pallid cheeks. And then with solemn gravity Su Li declared, "The ancient adage holds true, one day as teacher, lifelong as father. From this moment forth I am your father. To disrespect your father is filial impiety, and impiety demands punishment. Your 5 vital organs shall be hollowed out and your body hung beneath the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. Teacher, I have a question. After sun exposure will we turn black?" Then Su Li fell silent. And, damn it, your focus is seriously misplaced. I formally introduce myself. I am your new Chinese language teacher. My surname is Su, you may address me as Teacher Su. Now sit upright, class begins immediately. NSU Lee slowly opened his textbook. Turn with me to page 1. How to Forge a Fierce Ghost. How to Forge a Fierce Ghost. NSU Lee was speechless. And, seriously, this curriculum is wildly beyond first grade Spectre's comprehension. And could we perhaps begin with something from the mortal realm? Jumping straight into this level of intensity, is that really advisable? Just as Su Li faltered, a precocious ghostly student rose confidently and, Teacher, I know exactly how a fierce ghost is forged. The elder specters say a fierce ghost must dwell deep in desolate mountains and wild forests, and emerge only in the hush of midnight to fortify courage through solitude. Moreover, a fierce ghost must cultivate an appearance of utter dread, grimacing, contorted, terrifying beyond measure, so lesser spirits flee at the mere sight of him. Tilting his head, the student asked innocently, Teacher, did I speak correctly? And gazing upon the childlike sincerity etched across that spectral face, Su Li felt an acute existential discomfort. Damn, it is disturbingly logical. And I am utterly speechless. And since you're so adept at lecturing, step up and teach. Su Li gestured warmly toward the bold student. Come to the podium and share your wisdom. Amen, truly. You mean it, truly. The specter took the invitation literally, and bounded joyfully onto the stage. And clearing his throat, he launched into an impassioned textbook-perfect oration. The elder specters whisper of an unwritten law within the fierce ghost realm. To become a true fierce ghost, even attire must conform to strict standards. For instance, most fierce ghosts favor crimson, not for aesthetics, but because red embodies profound resentment, instantly evoking visceral dread. Thus crimson garments strike fear into onlookers at first glance. And also punctuality is sacred. A fierce ghost must know precisely when to manifest, and when to terrify, for timing is the soul of terror. And above all, every fierce ghost requires a haunting soundtrack. Not chilling score must accompany each entrance, only then can one guarantee absolute unshakable fright. Beware the inept specter who mistakes a sinister motif for slapstick music. Such blunders invite brutal human retribution again and again. In some garb, timing, and soundtrack, these are the three pillars of fierce ghost mastery. As the student concluded, thunderous applause erupted. NSU Lee stood aside thoughtful. And truth be told, the ghostly scholar's logic held unsettling weight. Just as Su Li prepared to resume teaching, the dismissal bell chimed. At its ring, the ghostly students rose as one. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, students. And clutching his textbook, Su Li exited the classroom, musing that these spectral pupils seemed remarkably ordinary. They weren't nearly as fearsome as legend claimed. And walking down the school's long corridor, numerous ghostly students bowed respectfully as he passed. Wearing the faceless mask, Su Li was universally mistaken for one of their own. And he traversed the corridor unchallenged, reaching the deepest office on the ground floor. Inside he found several other human players, presumably fellow teachers. Yet each bore grievous wounds, and none stood whole. And hunched over grading papers, their faces betrayed raw tension and terror. Upon seeing Su Li enter, masked and spectral, they instinctively recoiled, putting wide distance between themselves and him. What the hell? Since when does this school hire ghost faculty? Working alongside him, we're doomed to then, sure. Keep your voice down, don't provoke him. And then, overhearing their hushed panic, Su Li allowed himself a faint silent smile, and quietly took his seat. Moments later he turned and asked calmly, I presume you're all players? And the question sent jolts of alarm through the group. They exchanged frantic whispers. And, how does this ghost know we're players? And, he feels dangerous, surrounded as we are. Should we take him down now? The entire building teems with specters. If we kill him, we die too. Don't act rashly. And, then what do we do? He sees through us, he's no ordinary ghost. Su Li watched them murmur and glance at him, as if he were a plague bearer. An uncomfortable chill prickled his skin. He tapped the desk lightly. Gentlemen, this is rather unbecoming. Speaking ill of others behind their backs violates basic decorum. Speaking ill of others. All four players froze stunned. Simultaneously they turned, and exhaled in shared relief. You're, also, NSU Lee lifted the faceless mask, smiling gently. And, precisely as you suspect, I am a player too. Phew. Brother, you nearly scared the life out of us. Relieved to see Su Li was human, several players exhaled deeply. They gazed at him, intact, unharmed, whole. Frowning, one asked, Brother, you're new here, aren't you? Yes, I just entered the game today. Suli shrugged. Which class do you teach? Class 104. HSSSS. Class 104? All the players simultaneously sucked in a sharp, chilling breath. Terror flashed across their faces as they stared at Suli. Brother, your luck is catastrophically bad. Do you even know what happened to all the previous teachers of Class 104? What did happen to them? They were all devoured, eaten alive, by the ghost students of Class 104. Suli's brows shot up in shock, all of them. Wait, that can't be right. Just now during class they seemed perfectly normal, they even volunteered answers enthusiastically. Volunteered answers. Their bodies suddenly trembled uncontrollably, their faces drained of color. Brother, we urge you, flee now. Students of Class 104 never speak up voluntarily. Never. Unless, they intend to eat you. Eat me? Suli froze stunned. A sudden thought struck him, he'd been wearing the faceless mask inside the classroom. Could it be, they devour even their own kind? We don't know if they eat their own, but your situation is extremely perilous. Gazing at the players' grim solemn expressions, Suli drew a slow deep breath. He believed their warning, not mere exaggeration but stark truth. At least the grotesque wounds covering their bodies bore irrefutable testimony. Suli glanced at the maimed players, one missing an arm another a leg, and changed the subject. How did you get these injuries? Me. This arm was devoured by my class students. One player pointed to his severed limb and forced a bitter smile. Another chimed in, same here, I lost this leg just 2 days ago. As he spoke he hiked up his pant leg, revealing nothing beneath but empty air. I lost an ear at lunch, bitten clean off by a student in the cafeteria. That's nothing compared to me, I'm the worst off. I went to the restroom at midnight, and they removed my kidney. Removed your kidney? Suli fell silent, speechless. These ghost students truly possessed impressive versatility. And disturbingly refined expertise. Even as Suli surveyed the players with quiet pity, they were returning his gaze with equal profound sympathy. Their eyes shifted to Suli and they sighed. Ah, honestly our misfortunes are trivial, compared to yours we're downright fortunate. Suli frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? Think carefully, brother, we lost only parts. But you stand to lose your life. Seeing Suli still puzzled, they lowered their voices. Let's tell you the truth, any class whose number contains the digit 4 is a demon class. Class 104 had 4 lessons scheduled this morning. Coincidentally 2 of them were Chinese language classes. Thus inevitably when the 4th lesson began, Suli donned his mask once more and stepped back into classroom 104. Good morning everyone. The moment he entered, Suli greeted the ghost students warmly, only to be met with absolute suffocating silence. Unfazed he picked up chalk and wrote the day's lesson outline on the blackboard. Then a ghost student spoke, voice dripping with eerie hollow malice. Teacher, if my memory serves, our school has never hired ghosts as faculty. The student pointed at Suli, voice sharpening into a venomous whisper. So we're deeply curious, teacher, are you in fact a ghost yourself? Heh. Suli turned fully toward the class, stretching his lips into a cold, unsettling grin. What happens, if I say no? If you're not, we'll devour you. And even if you are, the ghost student added, crack spiderwebbing across his face as he licked his lips, we'll devour you just the same. Heh. Think very carefully before you speak those words again. Suli descended from the podium, and gently closed the classroom door behind him. Then tilting his head slightly he bared his teeth in a feral grin. I suggest you retract that statement, immediately. Or I guarantee not one of you will see tomorrow's sun. His threat ignited their fury, every ghost student surged to their feet in unison. Rat! Do you truly believe we fear you? Their eyes sank deep into shadowed sockets, black jagged fissures split their faces open, oozing crimson, their tongues, dripping blood, unfurled longer than their own arms. I offered you mercy. Since you've rejected it, I have no choice. Suli drew forth the scythe of death, ready to unleash the flame wraith. When suddenly the classroom door burst open. There stood the ghost principal, seething with wrath. You incorrigible little specters, still this disobedient. How many teachers have I reassigned to you this semester alone? The ghost principal scolded them with disappointed severity. Class 104, you've driven away every other teacher. Only teacher Sue remains willing to instruct you. Must I step in personally? After finishing his reprimand, the ghost principal approached Suli and clapped his shoulder firmly. "Teacher Su, these students lack discipline, please don't take it to heart. Here, lunchtime approaches. Why not head to the cafeteria first?" Fine. Suli gave a faint detached nod, and walked straight out of the classroom. Instead of heading toward the cafeteria, Suli turned and made for the office on the first floor. Half an hour later the lunch bell rang, marking the start of midday break. Seated at his desk in the office, Suli let out a quiet wry chuckle. Had the principal not arrived when he did, he would have slaughtered those ghost students. Gurgle gurgle. Lost in reflection on the classroom confrontation, Suli was abruptly interrupted by his own stomach's insistent growl. He opened his system inventory, preparing to withdraw a bowl of rice with meat sauce. But then he recalled, he'd left all his rice bowls and wine with Wang Yang and the others. If only I'd known I'd return so soon, I should have kept at least one for myself. He considered buying food at the convenience store with ghost coins. Then noticed nestled alone in his inventory a single gratitude coin. This must be Qing Li's gratitude coin. Ever since receiving Qing Li's gratitude, this coin had remained untouched in his inventory. Amidst the whirlwind of events, he'd simply forgotten to use it. Lucky there's still one left, I can finally draw a rice bowl. He inserted the gratitude coin into the lottery wheel, the draw concluded instantly. Congratulations! You've won the consolation prize spicy pepper pork rice bowl. As the prize materialized, Suli reached to retrieve it from his inventory. When unexpectedly other players returned from class, flooding into the office. The moment they saw Suli, they erupted in stunned disbelief. Holy hell, brother! You came back in one piece? How the hell did you pull that off? Suli did not answer the players' questions directly. Instead, he shifted his tone and asked, "You don't go to the canteen to eat?" One of them shot back, "Are you kidding? Who would dare go to the canteen?" The one-eared player gave a wry smile and said, "After class, apart from the dormitory and this office, we don't dare go anywhere now." Suli, puzzled, asked, "Then you don't eat?" The player replied, "We eat, of course, why wouldn't we?" A few players produced a Logia-flavored loaves bought from the tuck shop and said, "We don't eat at the canteen, but we buy food and eat it back in the office." They looked at Suli and asked, "Brother, what about you? It's your first day and you haven't eaten yet. You want us to share some bread with you?" Bread? Seeing the Aologi loaves in their hands, Suli twisted the corner of his mouth, swallowed, and declined, "No thanks, I'm not used to this stuff." "Brother, don't look down on it, this stuff is valuable," one of them protested. The players, a little offended that Suli scorned their bread, said, "Brother, not to be rude, but with your meager salary, being able to eat this kind of bread is already pretty good for you." "Oh." Suli said no more. He produced a serving of chili fried pork over rice from his bag and amid their astonished expressions began to eat it by himself. The aroma of the rice set their eyes alight. "Brother, will you sell that rice?" "I'll give 200 goe coins," or one begged. "Sell it to me, I'll give 500 goe coins." "I'll give 1,000. "I'll give 2,000, and I'll only take half." For several players who had not eaten a proper meal for days, the dish placed before them was an irresistible temptation. "Sorry, this serving isn't for sale, I have to keep it for myself." After refusing them, Suli turned and smiled, "But if there is another chance, I will sell to you. Next time." The players fell silent for a moment, then lit up with hope. "Brother, do you have a source?" "Sort of," he answered. Suli nodded. He had not planned to do business with them, but their offers were so high he could not resist. After all, he had only 13205 goe coins on him. Selling one serving for 2000 goe coins seemed quite profitable. He would not lose anything by selling a portion, so why not? After lunch, Suli and the players rested in the office for an hour. Then Suli left the office and headed toward Classroom 104. Classroom 104 now had only Suli as its teacher. Since the principal had not yet recruited others, many lessons were self-studied or taught by Suli as a substitute. When Suli stepped into class 104 again, he noticed a problem. Several of the ghostly students in 104 were suddenly missing. "I'm asking you, where did several of the kids go?" Suli wondered aloud. "They had been here that morning. Do ghosts skip class too?" "The teacher is asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute?" He repeated, but the only reply was silence. As he was about to ask again, the system issued him a new hidden quest. Hidden task released. These ghost students vanished at the corridor leading to classroom 204. You may find clues there. 204? Damn, another ferocious ghost class. Sully had already suspected as much. If this was a school, there would certainly be more than just first-year classes. Perhaps grades 1 through 6 all existed here. Let's continue the lesson. It seemed the search for the missing students would have to wait until night. Sully took out his textbook and resumed teaching. Night. Deep and still. All the ghost students and teachers had returned to their dormitories. Sully gripped the Reaper's scythe and walked slowly toward the second floor of the teaching building. As he climbed the stairs to the second floor, blasts of cold made his body shiver. On reaching the corridor, he heard a crisp sound coming from the shadows ahead. At this hour there can't still be students here, can there? Sully muttered as he carried the scythe to classroom 204 and found the door tightly locked. He knocked on the door. Shadows stirred inside 204, but no ghost opened. With a kick he burst the door open. He found the classroom empty of ghosts. As he stood there bewildered, several shadowy figures dropped from the ceiling bearing black fangs and lunging at him. Swearing under his breath, Sully raised his blade in a single strike. The shadows screamed and tried to slip out the back door. At that moment a ghost wreathed entirely in blue flame blocked their escape. With a single kick the flame-wreathed spirit sent the shadowy figures flying back. Sully looked down at the figures on the floor, which resembled second-year students, and demanded, "Tell me, where did the students from 104 go?" "We don't know," they stammered. The second-year ghost students were terrified by the flame spirit and could barely speak. "You don't know?" Sully frowned. He was about to give them a stern talking to for wandering the halls at night. Another crisp sound echoed from the depths of the corridor. Sully left the students on the floor and, accompanied by the flame spirit, ran deeper into the dark passage. At the far end the corridor opened into a restroom arranged like the one on the first floor. The sound had come from there. Could the missing students be inside the stalls? With that question heavy on his mind, Sully pushed open the restroom door. The dark room contained many stalls. Fortunately the flame spirit provided light, and by its glow Sully could make out the scene within. The restroom was a wreck littered with bone-like debris. The floor was filthy slick with blood and clumps of hair. Every stall was closed. Could there be someone made up in each of them? Sully did not rush to pry them open himself. He stood behind the flame spirit and directed it to open the stalls. With a creak the first stall swung open. Inside lay an arm, pale and denuded of flesh as if it had been devoured. In the toilet of the second stall sat a wig. Sully reached to pick up the wig, but to his astonishment it rose to its feet and snapped, "Damn it, just keep lurking, what's the rush for updates?" Speechless, Sully pressed the wig back down. The third stall contained an inflatable doll. It was the ordinary kind of doll, and when its switch was flipped it began to babble uncontrollably. "What is father's name?" Father's name is grandfather." The flame ghost sequentially opened the remaining toilet stalls. Each one harbored something bizarre. Sully had found nothing thus far, until upon opening the 8th stall he finally discovered a student from class 104. The student hung suspended from the ventilation grill by an iron chain. After the flame ghost lowered him gently to the floor, Sully asked, "Are you the only ghost here?" The student shook his head vigorously, then pointed silently toward the stalls behind him. Sully instantly understood. It seemed the remaining stalls concealed not only students from class 104, but likely others as well. Yet regardless of who lurked within, Sully was determined to rescue every single student from class 104. Under Sully's command the flame ghost strode slowly toward the 9th stall. After several days' rest his injuries had nearly healed completely. He opened the 9th stall, and there, bound tightly with rope, lay another student from class 104. Yet the manner of binding, strangely familiar. Inside stalls 10 through 12 more students from class 104 were likewise restrained. 5 students had gone missing in total. Now at last all were accounted for. Sue. Teacher Sue. The 5 ghostly students could scarcely believe it. The very teacher they'd once hungered to devour had come to save them. Enough said. Just attend class diligently from now on, no more reckless wandering. With that brief stern remark Sully had delivered his reprimand. Having spoken, Sully prepared to instruct the flame ghost to open the remaining stalls, when suddenly the 5 students urgently grabbed hold of him. Teacher, flee now, we can't defeat him. Huh? Su Li stared bewildered. You go ahead and leave, I'll just take a quick look. Go, puzzled, his curiosity burned fiercely. What, or who, lurked in those final stalls? Su Li escorted the petrified 5 students safely outside the restroom, then advanced with the flame ghost toward the last few stalls. One by one the flame ghost opened them, yet the first several revealed no trace of any spectral presence. The flame ghost stood before the final stall, his hand barely reached for the door handle, when, bang! The entire door tore loose from its hinges and crashed inward. In an instant a jet-black blur shot forth from the darkness, swift as lightning, and sank its fangs deep into the flame ghost's unguarded throat. Arg! A blood-curdling shriek tore from the flame ghost's lips as he clutched desperately at the shadow, trying to hurl it away, yet to his mounting horror he found himself utterly unable to dislodge it. Rip! Ignoring the flame ghost's agonized cries, the shadow wrenched away a grotesque slab of flesh and muscle from his throat, then devoured it, hungrily chewing with wet, ravenous crunches. Arg, get off me! Crimson blood gushed torrentially from the wound. The blue flames wreathing his body dimmed drastically as he writhed in torment, straining futilely to shake off the creature. He raised his arm, poised to smash it down upon the shadow's skull, yet the shadow anticipated the blow. In one fluid motion it launched itself forward, delivering a thunderous kick that sent the flame ghost hurtling backward, straight into the final stall. At that moment the roaring blue flames engulfing the flame ghost snuffed out entirely. He lay crumpled on the cold floor, gasping, desperate to rise, for the black shadow was already surging toward Su Li. He tried again and again, yet no matter how fiercely he strained he could not lift himself from the ground. Damn it, what is this thing? The shadow's assault had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before Su Li could even react, the flame ghost lay broken and near death upon the tiles. A dead rat? Since you seek me out, hee, I shall feast upon you. Discarding the fallen flame ghost, the shadow now fixed its predatory gaze upon Su Li. Though small in stature, the shadow moved with terrifying speed, blurring across the space between them until it loomed directly before Su Li, jaws already parting to strike. Then, suddenly, a little girl materialized before Su Li, seemingly conjured from thin air, her hair tied high with a crimson cord, her scalp crowned with twin braids pointing skyward. Her eyes were hollow voids, her mouth stretched into a ghastly earthuer gash, her scarlet tongue flicked playfully over blood-red lips as she giggled, giggle giggle. The cat has come to catch the mouse. Shall you become my meal? What an honor, for you. The shadow paused, studying the girl with wary suspicion, its instincts screaming danger radiating from her fragile frame. Yet it did not retreat. With a snarl it lunged, claws slashing toward Qing Li's skull. She did not flinch. She let its fingers strike her head without resistance. SSSSHHRRK. No blood welled. Qing Li tilted her head, eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Wow. That was amazing. Try harder next time. Before the words faded, she seized the shadow's wrist in a lightning grip, then hurled it sideways with brutal force. Thud, it slammed hard against the tiled wall. Blood erupted in a crimson spray. Undeterred, Qing Li seized its remaining arm, and sank her teeth deep into its shoulder with a sickening crunch. Arg! A soul-rending scream tore from the shadow as bone splintered and sinew tore, the agony so absolute it knew its entire arm had been severed. Giggle giggle, so much fun. Such delicious blood. Thud. 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 Again and again Qing Li smashed the maimed one-armed shadow against the wall. Only when its body was pulped beyond recognition, skull-cracked gray matter spattered across the tiles, did she toss it contemptuously out the restroom door. Whoa, damn, that was savage. Su Li, frozen at the periphery of the carnage, stood utterly dumbfounded, never imagining such ferocity could dwell beneath the guise of a little girl. He turned and hurried outside to check whether the shadow still lived, only to find the corridor empty. Huh. It vanished. Had it fled on its own? Su Li frowned, perplexed, when suddenly the 5 rescued students from class 104 crept timidly toward him, trembling. Before Su Li could speak, they dropped to their knees in unison, bowing low. Teacher Su, we were wrong. Su Li blinked, startled. Had they witnessed the battle inside the restroom? To recognize error and reform is the highest virtue, indeed, as the ancients taught. Su Li had intended to seize the moment to embody the wise authoritative teacher. But just then Qing Li emerged from the restroom, dragging the flame ghost behind her. She tossed him carelessly onto the floor, then lifted her vacant, depthless gaze toward the 5 students, and grinned razor-sharp and cruel. Do you wish to be devoured too? No. 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 Their faces blanched with terror. They shook their heads frantically like frantic pendulums. Giggle giggle. Qingli had merely been teasing. Delighted by their abject fear, she laughed with unrestrained eerie mirth. Suddenly Qingli stretched languidly, then darted forward to cling to Su Li's arm. Ah, so tired. Master, I want a heartbeat lollipop. At that moment Su Li's composure shattered. Of all times, to think about candy. Su Li sealed the flame ghost and Qingli into his storage space, then turned to the 5 ghost students kneeling on the floor and asked, do any of you know what kind of ghost that shadow was? He was a student from class 204. An student. NSU Li was stunned. Damn it, could a mere student possess such overwhelming combat prowess? After all, the flame ghost had been utterly overpowered just moments ago. NSU Li mused inwardly, this must be an exceptional case, an outlier among students with extraordinary strength. If all of them were this formidable, who could possibly withstand them? And you may return to your dormitories and rest, he said. But remember, no more skipping classes. After dismissing the 5 trembling ghost students, Su Li fell into deep contemplation. And clearly the most dangerous beings in this building were not the teachers, but the students themselves. Moreover, that seemingly amiable principal was certainly no benign figure. And how else could a single ghost maintain order over so many unruly ghost students? It seemed school-related tasks will require patience and careful progression. Su Li sighed, slowly descending the staircase of the teaching building. And at that moment the system's voice chimed. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, the missing student. And reward distributed 100 ghost power, 1 stack of Chinese language examination papers. Notice even ghosts cannot escape the inevitability of study. With these papers perhaps you can guide them back onto the righteous path of learning. Congratulations, host, you have received gratitude tokens from Gui Xiaoqiang, Gui Buqiang, Gui Zhuangqiang, Gui Tietjiang, and Gui Chuanqiang, total of 5 tokens. Su Li was speechless. And damn, those 5 ghost students' names were eerily harmonious. And what in the world was a Chinese language examination paper? Was he truly being mistaken for a teacher? And who on earth wanted to guide them onto the righteous path? He merely sought to complete his objectives. And host's ghost power has increased to 560. Rank Blood Rain tier. Next tier Ghost King tier, requires 2000 ghost power. And what? My ghost power has finally increased. NSU Li was nearly brought to tears. It had been an arduous journey, scavenging corpses, completing countless tasks, until at last he ascended from the Bloody Gale tier to the Blood Rain tier. As the saying goes, to forge iron one must first be strong oneself. And relying solely on subordinates would never suffice. Su Li himself needed to grow ever stronger. The Flame Ghost is Bloody Gale tier, 500 ghost power, while Qingli stands at Blood Rain tier, 600 ghost power. Does that mean I'm nearly matching Qingli's strength? At this thought Su Li opened his storage space to inspect Qingli's ghost power stat. And damn! How did you reach 700 ghost power? He distinctly recalled Qingli having only 600 ghost power moments earlier. How had her power surged so rapidly? Giggle. I merely recovered a sliver of my ghost power through battle. Why are you so astonished, master? Ah, I'd nearly forgotten, you were once a horror tier entity? And closing the storage space, Su Li gradually calmed himself. The stronger Qingli became, the greater the benefit to him. That much was unquestionable. Just as Su Li descended the final stair, the system chimed again. And congratulations, host, usage count of the Scythe of Death has increased to 10. 10 times. That's absurdly few. NSU Li had long found weapon usage limits exasperating. And too often constrained by such caps, he'd been forced to fight ghosts barehanded. The thought alone was agonizing. And fine, 10 it is. Once I ascend to Ghost King tier, I'll wield the Scythe of Death without restraint. Leaving the teaching building, Su Li headed toward the dormitory reserved for first-year faculty. And by the time he arrived back at his room, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Su Li pushed open the door and stepped inside. And the dormitory was a private unit complete with its own bathroom and shower. And contrary to expectations, it was immaculate, not grimy, cluttered, or dilapidated. Even the windowsill gleamed spotless. Nsuli couldn't help but murmur in awe, such pristine conditions were exceedingly rare in the terrifying realm. A notice was affixed to the dormitory's snow-white wall, and keep this dormitory clean, or unspeakable horrors shall descend upon you. And unspeakable horrors? Suli gave it little further thought. After locking the door behind him, he lay down on the bed and initiated the lottery. And he inserted the 5 gratitude tokens obtained from the ghost students into the spinning wheel, and the wheel began to turn. After roughly 1 minute the wheel halted. And congratulations, you've won the encouragement prize, steamed cauliflower with pork over rice. And congratulations, you've won the doubled encouragement prize, braised pork over rice x3. Preserved pork and sausage clay pot rice x3. Stewed beef and potato rice x3. And congratulations, you've won the supreme lucky prize, black pond wood ear fungus. Notice this rare delicacy appears only once every 100 years. It may instantly heal injuries sustained by ghosts ranked below blood rain tier. And must it be used exclusively on ghosts below blood rain tier? Staring at the black pond wood ear fungus in his palm, Suli realized it was tailor-made for the flame ghost. Yet he hesitated, it felt almost wasteful to use it on him. Then again, he currently had few usable ghost subordinates, only the flame ghost and Qingli. And the flame ghost, though ranked bloody gale tier, lagged in combat strength, but he remained marginally serviceable. Pity, he'd be far more valuable if he could evolve upward. And with a sigh, Suli tossed the black pond wood ear fungus to the flame ghost. The flame ghost consumed it, and within moments his injuries vanished entirely. Nonce restored, Suli ordered him to resume guarding the door. In the terrifying realm, door guarding was a vital duty. Never since the harrowing incident at the barbershop dormitory, assigning ghosts to guard doors had become Suli's unwavering habit. As the flame ghost took position behind the door, Suli sat down to eat the steamed cauliflower with pork over rice. After finishing his meal, he intended to take a shower, yet when he turned the faucet, thick crimson blood gushed forth. Hell no, I'll skip the shower. And shaking his head, Suli abandoned the idea and collapsed straight onto the bed to sleep. And upon waking, he quickly tidied up and prepared to head to the office for his teaching materials. En route, he happened upon the principal. And smiling warmly, the principal said, "Teacher Su, I'll be bringing in a new instructor shortly. She'll teach class 104. You two should meet." With that, the principal departed immediately, leaving Suli utterly bewildered. "Nah, new instructor? Could another player have just been teleported in?" Suli entered the first-year faculty office, only to find the same group of players from yesterday huddled in animated discussion. "And I swear, a female ghost crawled into my dorm last night and tried to, well, do things to me." "What things?" "And you know, the things." "No, so did you agree?" "And agree." "I was terrified out of my wits. Besides, she's a ghost. How could anyone possibly feel aroused?" And true enough. One must never seek romantic entanglements with ghosts, your life might vanish in the blink of an eye. Exactly. Ning Kaichen and Nye Xiaoqian are a tragic cautionary tale. Nsuli ignored their gossip about spectral affairs and seated himself quietly organizing documents. He would need to hand these materials to the new instructor shortly. And incidentally, he still had no idea whether the newcomer would be male or female. Knock knock knock. And while Suli was deeply engrossed in sorting documents, the principal appeared silently at the office doorway, accompanied by an elegant, graceful female instructor. Outside the office door, a female teacher stands there, her features delicate, her long hair flowing gracefully. Her figure is elegantly proportioned, her fair skin luminous and supple. Every glance, every smile holds an irresistible allure. Truly a goddess among mortals. Ghost Principal observed the players' rapt, unblinking stares, and a knowing, enigmatic smile flickered across his lips. He announced, "From this day forward, Teacher Luo will serve as the mathematics instructor for class 104. You are all to coexist in harmony." With that, Ghost Principal departed. Once he was gone, the players resumed their hushed, familiar murmurs. "What the hell, how did such a stunning woman get teleported in? If she warmed my bed, I'd die happy. Look at you, this is a horror realm, yet your mind's already wandering into sordid fantasies. Who's being sordid? Don't pretend you haven't thought about it. What good is thinking if it leads nowhere? True, but gaze upon a goddess 10,000 times and she remains another's, who read a book 10,000 times and its wisdom becomes wholly yours. So what's your point? My point is knowledge dispels delusion. A man must forge his own strength, and yes, even channel fury into purposeful action. Oh, for heaven's sake, you've turned philosophy into tongue twisters. As the players whispered on, the newly arrived teacher had already approached Su Li. She extended her hand with polite grace and smiled warmly. Hello, I'm Luo Shi. From now on we'll be colleagues, please guide me kindly. Oh. Su Li ignored her outstretched hand entirely. Instead he handed her a neatly organized stack of documents and said flatly, "Here are the materials. Don't bother me again." Huh. Luo Shi accepted the documents without protest, then undeterred extended her hand once more. Hello, it's truly a pleasure to meet you. How pleased exactly? Su Li shot her a sharp dismissive glance, then strode past her textbook in hand and exited the office. Inside only stunned silence remained, frozen expressions on every face and utter bewilderment on Luo Shi's. Stepping outside, Su Li donned his faceless mask and headed straight for class 104. Please rise, good morning teacher. No sooner had he entered the classroom than every student stood in unison offering him a respectful greeting. Su Li nearly jumped in surprise. What on earth had happened? Had these students undergone some sudden transformation? Good morning everyone, please be seated. He opened his textbook and began teaching, and remarkably the students sat unusually still. They were actually listening attentively. It struck him as utterly astonishing. After all, just yesterday they'd snarled with feral hunger, eager to devour him. Well then, willingness to learn makes one a worthy student. Su Li recalled the original game. Their players assumed the role of students, not teachers. To complete the school quest, one merely needed to kill one's own instructor and escape. Yet now the situation had inverted. He was the teacher, while the students had become spectral entities bent on his annihilation. Frankly, Su Li had no idea how to fulfill this twisted version of the school task. Worse still, the game offered no hints, no objectives, no guidance whatsoever. Sigh, relying on others is futile. I'll have to chart my own path step by uncertain step. Su Li exhaled deeply, then remembered the players who'd arrived earlier in the office. Perhaps he could discreetly speak with them at noon. Class 104 held 4 morning lessons. Su Li's 2 Chinese classes proceeded smoothly. The other 2 periods, originally self-study, had been reassigned to mathematics by the principal. Just as Su Li stepped out of the classroom, he met Luo Shi, textbook in hand, en route to teach class 104. Hi. Luo Shi greeted him cheerfully once more. Su Li didn't respond, merely walked past her, expression cold and impassive. Something about Luo Shi unsettled Su Li. From the moment she entered the first-floor office, he'd sensed something amiss. They were all human players, yet while fear and terror contorted every other face, Luo Shi remained unnervingly serene from start to finish. Not only was she unfazed, she'd even reached out to shake his hand. Where did she think she was? This was a horror realm, not a vacation resort. Instead of strategizing survival, she indulged in idle social pleasantries, surely a sign of grave cognitive dissonance. Perhaps Luo Shi truly had lost her wits. Passing down the corridor, Su Li bypassed the office entirely, and turned instead toward the school's ground-floor convenience store. Though called a convenience store, it resembled a compact supermarket, shelves brimming with goods, yet not a single item fit for human consumption. Ghastly students crowded the aisles, purchasing freely. After lingering before towering shelves for some time, Su Li finally spotted something on a modest, inconspicuous rack. It was precisely what Qing Li had long craved, what she'd pleaded endlessly to taste. Heartbeat lollipops. What the hell, this isn't a heartbeat lollipop. It's a heart lollipop. Su Li recoiled in horror. These lollipops were crafted from human hearts, and made with 100 authentic, unadulterated material. Flipping the candy over, he stared at its price tag, and his pupils contracted sharply. What? 2,000 ghost coins for this? Huh. The shopkeeper must be utterly deranged. You really dare charge that much? He hesitated, torn by the exorbitant cost. Finally gritting his teeth, Su Li relented. Fine, I'll buy one and only one. He placed the lollipop on the counter and remarked coolly. You're charging 2,000 ghost coins for a single lollipop. Why not just rob people outright? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a chorus of icy audible inhales filled the air. Su Li turned, only to find every ghastly student staring at him transfixed. Su Li froze. Had he spoken wrongly? Was 2,000 ghost coins in fact a reasonable price for a lollipop? As the ghostly students waited for his humiliation, the shopkeeper surprised everyone by not erupting in fury. Instead, he fixed Suli with a glacial stare and replied, voice low and deliberate. You asked why I don't rob people. But tell me, am I not robbing them right now? Indeed, eloquence lends authority even to extortion. The ghostly shopkeeper, noting Suli's unfamiliar face, added curtly, well, do you want it, or not? I'll take it. At that point Suli abandoned further haggling, seized the lollipop and left swiftly. Judging by the students' reactions, provoking the shopkeeper would be perilous indeed. Just outside the store, a considerate ghostly classmate quietly pulled Suli aside. Teacher, beware the shopkeeper. His temper is volatile. He often beats even his own wife, so please avoid crossing him. He beats his own wife? Suli's lip twitched. Damn, it's domestic abuse incarnate. Who would have guessed, the shopkeeper was a true ghostly scoundrel. Suli looked at the well-meaning ghost student, and realizing he had nothing tangible to offer in return, rummaged through his pockets until he produced a Chinese language exam paper. The academically reluctant ghost student froze stunned. Teacher, you repay kindness with cruelty. This is beyond cruel. Leaving the convenience store, Suli went straight back to the first-grade office. There was no one in the office, the players must still be in class with the students. Suli sat in his seat and handed the heartbeat lollipop to Qingli in the storage space. Qingli took a bite and then licked her lips in satisfaction. Wow. It's so delicious. As long as you like it. Suli smiled, thinking that a 2,000 ghost coin lollipop would not taste bad. Suli had no classes in the morning, so he spent some time playing with the skeleton hound. Suli found this thing quite magical. It didn't need a scent, you just had to say the name of the person or ghost you wanted to find and it would automatically search. Suddenly Suli remembered that he and his ex-girlfriend Sun Shuao were transported together in the same game pod. Could there be a connection between the two? Is there a possibility that they were sent to the same place? If they were really in the same place, then this skeleton hound might come in handy. At noon, the class bell rang. It was lunchtime. The other players in the office returned after class. As soon as a few players entered the office, they eagerly asked Suli, bro, do you have that rice bowl ready? We're all craving it, just waiting for your food. Yes, but there's only one serving. Suli mysteriously pulled out a bowl of braised pork rice from behind, smiling, highest bidder wins. Highest bidder wins. The players were taken aback at first, then glanced at the braised pork rice in Suli's hand. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. I offer 500 ghost coins. I offer 1,000. I offer 1,500. I offer 2,000. 2,000. The players simultaneously looked at the one willing to bid 2,000, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? It's just a bowl of rice. Why go to such lengths? That player chuckled and said, hee hee, you guys don't understand. This is a scarce item here. You're something. The players conceded they had no choice but to accept the reality, as that player was indeed quite wealthy. Suli quietly watched the players perform from the side. Seeing no one willing to raise the bid, Suli finally declared, 2,000 ghost coins deal. Then it was a straightforward exchange of money for food. When Suli handed the bowl of braised pork rice to that player, he didn't immediately start eating. He actually held the bowl high above his head and exclaimed, fragrant braised pork rice now selling for 3,000 ghost coins. Is anyone interested? If no one wants it now, I'll ask again later until you want it. The players were dumbfounded by this player's outrageous move. Are you insane for money? A second-hand broker making a profit. You dare to raise the price in front of us? You must be a fool. Get lost. Idiot. You're trying to profit off us? From now on, don't say you know us. I've seen fools, but never someone as foolish as you. Someone patted that player on the shoulder and sighed, give it up, you're not cut out for business. Pa. You just don't know the value. That player retorted, you'll see, I'll take it to the second floor to sell. Someone will want it. Second floor? Hearing this, Suli instantly became interested. He asked, are there players acting as teachers on the second floor too? Of course. And they earn more than we do. What good is a high salary if it's more dangerous? A couple of days ago there were still over 10 teachers on the third floor, and now only 2 are left. Only 2 teachers on the 3rd floor? No way. How do you know that? The player mysteriously replied, hee, just a little insider information. Keep it low-key. With the conversation getting this far, Suli looked at the players and asked, do you guys know what our task is this time? Task. The players were taken aback simultaneously, then sighed, who knows what the task is? The game hasn't given any hints. Yeah, I was the first to be transported here and I've been here for a month, but I still don't understand how to complete this school task. A month? Is it really that exaggerated? Suli questioned, you've been here a month, you should have received the most information, right? Hee, what information could I have? The player smiled bitterly, but Suli caught a hint of evasion in his eyes. It was clear that this player was lying. He probably didn't want to disclose any useful information to Suli and the others. In short, this is how the horror world operates. Yesterday someone who called you brother might choose to stab you in the back tomorrow to survive. Here feelings and trust are the least valuable things. Since this player was unwilling to speak, Suli didn't push him. He could only find a chance to ask him alone later. Suli didn't linger too much on the topic of the task. He took out 2 more bowls of braised pork rice and smiled, sorry, I almost forgot. I still have 2 more bowls of braised pork rice. Same rules apply, highest bidder wins. Upon hearing that Suli still had rice, the player who spent 2,000 ghost coins on rice earlier spat it out. He had initially wanted to profit from other players, but Suli's quick move had caught him off guard. He looked at Suli with a face full of confusion and said, bro, didn't you just say there was only 1 bowl of rice? Yes, there was only 1 bowl earlier, but now there are 2. The player was left speechless. 3 minutes later, the auction for the braised pork rice concluded. In the end, the 2 bowls were sold for 1,500 ghost coins and 1,000 ghost coins respectively, when the 2 players happily received their bowls from Suli. The player who first spent 2,000 ghost coins on rice turned green with anger. However, Suli didn't care if he was angry. After all, it was a mutual agreement. He didn't deliberately scam anyone. Contentedly pocketing 4,500 ghost coins, Suli now had a total of 15,705 ghost coins. Although this amount wasn't too much, he was already wealthier than most players. Just as a few players were preparing to enjoy their lunch, they discovered a problem. Luoshi hadn't returned to the office for lunch. Hey, I said, why hasn't Goddess Luoshi come over for lunch? Did she go to the cafeteria instead? How could that be? We clearly reminded her this morning. How could she dare go to the cafeteria? Oh no, she must have forgotten. Why are you panicking? Maybe she just got lost and couldn't find her way back to the office. At that moment a player spoke up, she wouldn't get lost. How do you know? Because I saw her go into the cafeteria. Goddess Luoshi entering the cafeteria. A few players instinctively gasped in shock. It's over, those ghost students will surely devour her. Should we go save her? Save her? Have you lost your mind? Exactly. We can barely survive ourselves, how dare you meddle in others' affairs? Looks like lust has clouded your judgment. Fortunately, among the players a few retained their composure, and swiftly quashed the absurd notion of rushing to the cafeteria to rescue her. Suli sat calmly on his chair, uninvolved in such trivial banter. It was lunchtime, and his stomach rumbled faintly. Suli pulled out a plate of braised beef with potatoes and began eating. What the? You still have food? Seeing the meal in Suli's hands, the players were left speechless. Throughout lunch, Luoshi never returned to the office, prompting frantic speculation among them had she met some grim fate. In the office, Suli remained unruffled, unaffected by Luoshi's absence. That afternoon, as he headed to teach class 104, he found Luoshi standing perfectly unharmed at the classroom door. Under Luoshi's piercing gaze, the ghostly students of class 104 eerily bent over their practice problems. Hello there, teacher Su Daqiang. Spotting Suli, Luoshi greeted him warmly, and extended her pale slender hand for a handshake, only to be once again ignored. Suli strode straight into the classroom and announced to the students, class next period is PE, I'll take you all to play football. Silence fell, absolute unnerving silence. The ghost students offered no reply, merely continued grinding through their exercises. Suli frowned, puzzled. Weren't these students usually ecstatic about PE? Why no reaction now? Had they genuinely developed a sudden passion for mathematics? Just as doubt flickered across Su Li's face, Luoshi swayed gracefully into the room and tapped lightly on the lectern. Everyone, off to PE class now. Whoosh! Her words struck like a royal edict. The moment they left her lips, every ghost student leapt up and streamed toward the playground in disciplined, unstoppable waves. Whoa, now that's discipline. Su Li stood utterly stunned. When he turned back to look for Luoshi, she had already vanished from the classroom. What an enigmatic woman, or perhaps, not human at all. Never before had Class 104 obeyed so absolutely, not even during Su Li's own lessons. Yet a single glance from Luoshi could instill dread, even terror, in every student. Su Li needed no second thought. This was no feat for a novice player. Didn't the school policy explicitly forbid hiring ghost teachers? Has it changed? Bewildered, Su Li shook his head and strode toward the playground. That evening, after dismissal, all students departed. Su Li did not return to his dormitory. He wandered instead to the room of the player who'd been teleported in a month prior. Standing before the door, he noticed it was unlocked. Seriously? You sleep with the door wide open? A faint crease appeared between his brows. In this place, vigilance must be absolute. Any minor lapse could cost one's life. Su Li pushed the door inward into darkness. The dorm reeked of grime and a sharp sour stench. He scanned the bed, empty. Puzzled, he turned, only to see the player crouched trembling in the corner. Su Li approached cautiously, but the player shrieked, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me! I've got hemorrhoids! Athlete's foot! Are you alright?" Su Li flipped on the light and gently patted the player's shoulder. The player lifted his terrified face, then exhaled deeply, relief flooding his features as he collapsed onto the floor. What just happened? Once the player's breathing steadied, Su Li sat beside him on the bed and asked. The man rose slowly, no longer shaking. His voice rasped, laced with residual fear. "She came again, the female ghost who visits me every night." "Which female ghost?" Su Li asked. "The one who's been coming nightly, desperate to have me." "Wait, you're telling me a ghost is pursuing you?" The player sighed, then shamelessly declared, "Yeah, I don't know why either. Maybe my charm is just that irresistible." "You? Irresistible?" Su Li glanced around the foul-smelling room, and fell silent, baffled. Was it possible ghosts were drawn precisely to those who neglected hygiene? That made no sense. Enough, back to the matter at hand. Just as Su Li opened his mouth to ask about the player's mission, a chill wind swept in from outside the dorm door. Bang! The lights died instantly. The door slammed open under a spectral gust, and a grotesquely elongated shadow stretched across the floor into the room. The silhouette itself looked horrifying. "She's here! She's here!" The player screamed again, eyes wide with terror. He scrambled toward the bed to hide, but the thin blanket offered no cover. With nowhere left to flee, he dropped behind Su Li and shuddered violently. "Name your spirit before you enter." Su Li showed no fear, rising instead with death's sickle in hand. From beyond the door drifted a spectral voice. "I am Anti-Shi Zhezhuang, the campus janitor. Non-essential personnel, depart immediately. I slay no innocents." "Anti the janitor?" Su Li froze, astonished. This ghost observed ghostly ethics. Su Li pointed to the cowering player. "Is he the one you've been seeking?" "Pa! As if a ghost would want him. I merely need him to sweep the dorm. But he sleeps like the dead, no amount of shouting wakes him." Su Li stared, utterly dumbfounded. So that was the horror referenced on the dorm wall's warning notice. This wasn't terrifying, it was absurd. Su Li turned to the trembling player and dryly remarked, "Stop shaking. Auntie just wants you to clean the dorm." "Clean the dorm?" The player blinked blankly. He'd been too panicked to catch a word of the exchange. Su Li clarified, she said, "If you thoroughly clean the dorm, she'll never trouble you again." "Really?" Su Li nodded firmly. Trembling, half convinced, the player seized the broom leaning by the door, and after just a few strokes glanced back. The shadow by the door had vanished. "Don't stare, clean thoroughly or she'll return." Su Li's words sent a fresh jolt through the player. He had no desire to endure another ghostly visitation. And so, he launched into a frenzy of sweeping. After thoroughly cleaning the entire dormitory, the player finally wiped his brow and sat down. At that moment Su Li, who had been waiting quietly nearby, spoke up, "Tell me everything you know about the task." The task. The player feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand. Suli immediately summoned the flame ghost and murmured softly, "Speak now, once I leave I can take you with me." You can actually command a ghost." Upon seeing the flame ghost, the player recoiled in terror, staring at Suli with wide eyes. He could sense it, the flame ghost was even more terrifying than the female specter. "Don't worry, I speak with confidence because I possess real authority," Suli said, rising to her feet. "Rather than remain trapped here separately, why not collaborate to find a way out? Besides," she added, her tone edged with quiet menace, "you've already lost one leg, surely you don't wish to lose the other as well." Yet such tactics were unavoidable. In this chilling world of mutual suspicion and hidden agendas, gentler methods would never compel the player to tell the truth. "I'll tell you everything I know, but you must guarantee my personal safety." Under Suli's pressure and inducement, the player finally began to relent. "Guarantee your safety?" Suli couldn't help but chuckle faintly. "What do you take me for, a bodyguard?" Seeing the flicker of anger on Suli's face, the player realized his demand had been excessive, and promptly lowered his expectations. "Then, fine, if you won't protect me, at least feed me every day." He'd been stranded here for a month, never once enjoying a proper meal. And he knew Suli possessed the means to procure food. He believed this modest request would hardly be refused, and indeed, just as he'd anticipated, Suli nodded without hesitation. "Deal." Once the agreement was struck, the player insisted Suli hand over 3 boxed meals first, to prevent any possible betrayal. Without delay, Suli produced 3 claypot rice meals, each fragrant with cured pork and sausages, and handed them over. Satisfied, the player accepted the meals before beginning slowly, "Truthfully, I don't know much about the task, and most of what I do know is mere speculation." "Speculation?" Suli tilted her head slightly, her expression darkening. Noting her displeasure, the player hurried to clarify, "It may be speculation, but I'm perilously close to uncovering the truth." He continued, "Tasks assigned by the school are ranked, from Class D to Class S. D is the lowest, S the highest. The game awards different rewards based on the player's final rating, and those who score too low are eliminated outright." "Eliminated outright?" "Yes, erased entirely by the game itself." Suli raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Erased? How do you know this?" "Because I watched a fellow player complete his task within a week, only to be erased moments later for failing to meet the minimum rating threshold." "How do you know him so well?" The player's gaze dimmed, his voice softening. "He was my older brother." Suli pressed further, "If you already know how to complete the task, why haven't you simply done so and left?" The player sighed, "Completing it is simple, but earning a high rating is exceedingly difficult." "Then tell me, how is the task completed?" "It's quite straightforward," the player replied. "We assume the role of teachers, a noble profession. And what is a teacher's sacred duty? To instruct and nurture the soul. Our mission is to guide every student back onto the right path." Guide every student back onto the right path. The phrase struck Suli as strangely familiar. She asked, "And what qualifies as a high rating?" "When every student reveres you, not outwardly but from the depths of their hearts." Reference, from the students. Suli fell into quiet contemplation. Having gathered all she needed, she rose and strode toward the dormitory door. Just as she reached the threshold, the player called after her, "Hey, what's your name?" "Suli." "I'm Lu Yan. I hope we both survive." Stepping outside, Suli headed toward her own dormitory. Lu Yan. Was that last line an olive branch? It was midnight. Walking across the school's athletic field, Suli spotted several ghostly students playing football. Upon noticing her, they shouted, "Teacher, kick the ball back to us." "Ball?" Before Suli could react, a gory, blood-drenched human head hurtled toward her. She sidestepped deftly, then turned to examine the severed head. It looked disturbingly familiar. It belonged to the player who taught first grade, and had lost one ear to a bite. "Teacher, don't rush off. You dirtied our football, you'll have to replace it with a new one." When Suli ignored them, the ghostly students rushed forward and blocked her path. Calmly she spread her hands and said, "Step aside, I have no replacement football for you." "How can you not? Your neck holds one right now." No sooner had the words left their mouths than they lunged forward, claws bared and dripping with spectral malice. "Humph." Unfazed, Suli drew the scythe of death and slashed, but the ghosts evaded with uncanny speed, rendering the strike futile. "Interesting. You're unlike the other rats. From a safe distance the ghostly students exchanged glances. They'd never encountered a human capable of wielding ghostly power. Su Li's display had stunned them, and ignited their bloodthirsty competitiveness. Just then a voice rang out, "Hey, what are you brats doing out here at this hour?" As the ghostly students prepared to tear Su Li apart, Luoshi glided toward them, her figure elegant, her stride languid. She approached Su Li with unhurried grace. Turning to the students she snapped, "Listen up, little devils, back to bed now. Who the hell are you to order us around?" These ghosts weren't first years, they didn't recognize Luoshi. "Who am I?" She lifted one corner of her lips, her chest rising with quiet defiance. She exhaled, her voice laced with venom, "Oh, I'm no mere scallion. I am your nightmare." Before the words fully faded she'd already wrenched the speaker's head from his shoulders. Holding aloft the spurting head, Luoshi smiled sweetly at the others. "Here, your new football." Silence. The ghostly students stood frozen, speechless. Seconds later they fled in sheer terror, sprinting wildly toward the dormitory. Ugh, how utterly boring. Luoshi tossed the severed head onto the ground and delicately wiped her hands with a silk handkerchief. Only once her hands were spotless did she turn to Su Li and say with a gentle smile, "Let me walk you back, teacher Su Li." Su Li's pupils contracted sharply. How did she know her name? Had she been watching her all along? A chilling thought surfaced. Luoshi was far more dangerous, and far more cunning, than most specters. "Teacher Su Li, what are you thinking about?" Luoshi let out a soft laugh upon seeing the shifting expressions flicker across Su Li's face. She stepped closer, leaning in until her lips brushed Su Li's ear. "So, you're reluctant." "Reluctance isn't quite the word, I simply believe returning to my dormitory alone is safer." Su Li sheathed the scythe of death. Without sparing Luoshi another glance she turned and strode forward. Watching Su Li's retreating figure, Luoshi's lips curled slowly upward. "Ha, ha! What a delightfully intriguing little mouse." Back in her dormitory, Su Li sank onto the bed, her back drenched in cold sweat. Luoshi radiated an overwhelming aura of danger. If she had intended to kill her, even Qing Li might not have been able to intervene. A truly terrifying specter. From now on I'll keep my distance. Though Su Li carried a life-saving trump card bestowed by Hong Yan, she had no intention of expending it so recklessly. She hadn't yet explored floors 3 through 6 of the school. Without Hong Yan's safeguard, surviving a descent from the 6th floor would be nothing short of miraculous. At dawn, Su Li arrived early at the faculty office, only to find several players already huddled together discussing yesterday's fatal incident. "Did you hear? Yi Jier died last night. His severed head was kicked across the sports field like a football by a ghost student." Yi Jier, a nickname coined by fellow players for the man missing one ear. "I warned him yesterday not to go to the 3rd floor, but he refused to listen." "What? He went to the 3rd floor last night? What on earth was he doing there?" The players exchanged baffled glances. "He claimed someone told him to go, to offer a shortcut and solution to completing the school's task." He actually believed that nonsense? What if it was just a cruel prank by the ghost students? No, it wasn't. A 3rd floor player truly sent him the message. He confirmed it repeatedly. Then why did he still meet such a grisly end? We don't know, but something must have gone terribly wrong. Perhaps the 3rd floor player is already dead, though none of us know it yet. The 3rd floor player is dead too. Lu Yang, one of the players, turned toward Su Li, who sat silently in her seat, and asked, "Brother Su Li, what's your take on this?" "I watched it from the sports field." A stunned silence fell over the group, until Luoshi swayed into the office, her presence as effortless as moonlight on water. She settled into the seat beside Su Li, her designated workspace. "Teacher Su Li, why did you bolt off so quickly last night? You left me to clean up everything afterward. How could you do that?" The moment she sat down, Luoshi fixed Su Li with a reproachful gaze. Su Li's skin prickled with gooseflesh. The other players stared dumbfounded. "Goddess Luoshi, you two are already..." "Don't jump to conclusions, it's not what you think," Su Li clarified hastily. Luoshi sighed, feigning wounded innocence. "Oh, but it is exactly what they think. Teacher Su Li, you will take responsibility for me, won't you?" "Take responsibility? For what?" Su Li nearly choked. Entangling himself with a vengeful specter. That would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. And yet, Luoshi had just admitted it. Before the oblivious players could press further, Su Li's expression darkened. Get out. Now. It was mid-morning. Just after finishing her first class, Su Li stepped out of the classroom, only to be stopped by a student from another class, class 102. Teacher, someone asked me to deliver something to you. The ghost student handed Su Li an envelope-like object, and vanished. Who on earth would send me a letter? I don't even know anyone here. Puzzled, Su Li opened it. Inside, the message instructed her to go to the 3rd floor that evening, where someone would reveal the method to complete the school's task. The method to complete the school's task. Before she uncovered her own path, such a promise might have held faint allure. But now, she let out a dry chuckle, and reached for the wastebasket. Just then a system chime resonated in her mind. Hidden quest activated. Rumors laced with traps frequently circulate somewhere on the 3rd floor. Investigate, and you may uncover vital intelligence. Su Li paused, the letter hovering above the bin. A wry smile touched her lips. How perfectly timed, the quest leaves me no choice but to go. At lunchtime, Su Li returned to the office. No sooner had she sat down than 2 players crowded around. Brother Su Li, do you still have lunch left? Yes. She replied flatly, but today I'm not selling. Her inventory held only 2 portions of braised beef and potato rice, rations she intended to keep for herself pending fresh supplies. Oh, all right. Hearing her refusal, their enthusiasm wilted instantly. They slumped back to their desks and resumed chewing on their plain olive bread, bland and joyless. Lu Yang, watching them, gave an awkward chuckle. Then with deliberate nonchalance he pulled a steaming claypot rice dish, braised preserved pork and Chinese sausage, from his drawer and began savoring it with evident relish. The moment the 2 players spotted it, their eyes widened. Lu Yang, how do you still have food? Ha, ha. I sensed a shortage coming, so I stocked up yesterday. Lu Yang wasn't foolish, he certainly wouldn't reveal his secret arrangement with Su Li. His excuse was flawless, plausible, and utterly unassailable. Lu Yang, I'll give you 1,000 ghost coins for that meal. No. I'm eating it myself. Lu Yang mirrored Su Li's earlier hauteur, refusing them with unapologetic swagger. Dejected, the 2 players drooped like wilted reeds, their expressions almost comical. Meanwhile, Su Li calmly unwrapped her braised beef and potato rice and began to eat. Their mouths watered at the sight. Su Li and Lu Yang ate with such unself-conscious gusto that saliva threatened to spill. As usual, Luo, she did not return to the office for lunch, she dined at the cafeteria instead. Yet few in the office spoke of her anymore. By now even a fool would recognize Luo, she was no ordinary being. After lunch came the midday break. Lu Yang approached Su Li's desk with quiet urgency, and slipped her an envelope. She opened it without hesitation. Its contents matched the morning's letter word for word. After reading it, Lu Yang asked, Su Li, what's your verdict? Are we going tonight? He added, let me share my thoughts first. I wasn't the first player summoned into this game. So, perhaps someone upstairs has discovered a shortcut to the tasks. Of course, there's another possibility, it's a trap. Yi Xier stands as the starkest warning. Su Li didn't hesitate. Actually, I plan to go up tonight. So you plan to go alone tonight? Lu Yang asked, taken aback. No, better not involve me in this. Lu Yang hastily waved his hands and sank back into his seat, falling silent. Indeed, he was utterly incapable of helping. In the afternoon, when Su Li arrived to teach class 104, she found 3 seats vacant once again. She bristled with irritation. Had they only behaved themselves for a few days before skipping class yet again? After questioning her students, Su Li learned that those 3 ghostly pupils had mingled with 3rd floor students, and had even ventured to the 2nd floor at lunchtime to extort protection money. Su Li was speechless. Why emulate gangsters when there were so many noble paths to choose from? You're ghosts, can't you aspire to something greater? Couldn't you simply be dignified, fearsome spirits, quiet and composed? Immediately after the first Chinese language class ended, Su Li stormed up to the 2nd floor. There she finally spotted the human players on the 2nd floor, far worse off than she'd imagined. Their skin was deathly pale, their eyes hollow and lifeless like shambling corpses. As Su Li passed the doorway of classroom 204, she encountered the Chinese teacher emerging from within. Both of his arms were gone, one eye had ruptured entirely, its orb grotesquely exposed. Blood streamed from his empty socket, a horrifying visceral sight. "Hello." The player posing as the teacher forced a grin and greeted Suli, though crimson welled from his mouth as he spoke. Suli sensed instinctively this player wouldn't last much longer. After scouring the second floor, she finally located the three Class 104 students lurking in the shadowed depths of the corridor. They were demanding protection money from a second-year student, flanked by two third-year students who lent them brazen confidence. Suli was utterly exasperated. Even in a horror realm they resorted to human petty tyranny, couldn't they devise something fresh? She strode forward, seized the three students by their collars and prepared to drag them away. "Ghost Jia Tian, you dare skip my class? Just wait until I deal with you back in the classroom." As their teacher, Suli bore the duty of discipline. That obligation held true, whether tied to mission objectives or not. It was simply what a competent teacher must do. But just as Suli began pulling them away, the two third-year students stepped forward displeased. They blocked her path and snarled, "Mind your own business, wretched rat, or we'll show you your own brains splattered across these walls." Suli retorted coldly, "I advise you to stay out of Class 104's affairs." With that she resumed dragging the three students toward the stairs. The two third-year ghosts refused to yield. "Filthy rat. If you seek death, we won't mind reducing this school's faculty by one more teacher." Instantly their facial skin began to rot and slew away. Countless slender crimson tendrils writhed forth from their mouths, slithering, pulsing, grotesque. "Ugh, disgusting creatures. Just as revolting as your twisted souls." Disgusted, Suli flicked her hand dismissively and hauled the three Class 104 students downstairs without another glance. Behind her the flame ghost smirked with sinister delight. He had no qualms about delivering a brutal lesson to those two third years. Back in Class 104, Suli tossed the three ghostly troublemakers unceremoniously into the classroom. She surveyed the entire class and declared, voice sharp with menace, "In 2 days I will test every one of you on your Chinese proficiency, with an exam. Fail it and you die." At that instant the scythe of death flashed, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. The solid lectern split cleanly in two. Gazing upon the scythe's palpable aura of annihilation, the ordinary grade ghost students swallowed hard. They knew, this time their Chinese teacher meant business. Silence reigned over the classroom. Suli let out a light contemptuous snort, "Humph. So much for diplomacy, turns out you need a little force to keep order." Whether her threat had taken effect or not, Suli's afternoon classes proceeded with unusual ease. The ghost students sat obediently, attentively listening and diligently taking notes. Shaking her head, Suli murmured, "Clearly these young spirits still require proper guidance. Indulgence only harms them in the end." That night, deep and still, Suli ascended the pitch-black stairwell of the teaching building. Passing the second floor, she noticed lingering shadows, ghostly figures drifting through corridors and classrooms. It seemed a rare few ghosts preferred nocturnal activity. Ignoring them, Suli continued upward, to the third floor. As she climbed the final staircase, she felt dampness clinging to the steps. Deep ragged claw marks scored both walls, and blood-red warnings were scrawled across the plaster. "Ascend and perish, if you are not a ghost." "Nonsense," Suli scoffed undeterred. Summoning the flame ghost, she gripped the scythe of death and pressed onward. The moment her foot touched the third-floor corridor, icy gusts swept through, chilling her nape. This was no mere figure of speech. A female ghost stood directly behind her, exhaling cold breath steadily down her neck. "What are you blowing for? Are you going to compensate me if I freeze to death?" Without turning, Suli threw a swift, precise punch backward, then the flame ghost surged forward, unleashing a practiced barrage of fiery strikes. The female ghost shrieked wildly under the assault. Once subdued, Suli followed the letter's directions to classroom 304. The door stood wide open. She stepped straight inside, no need to push. At the front of the classroom stood a figure, a portly player. The portly player had been expressionless, until the moment he saw Suli. Then his face lit up with unrestrained joy. He rushed forward, enveloped Suli in a hearty embrace, clapped her shoulders and said, "Brother, you're finally here. If you'd delayed any longer, I'd have carried this secret to my grave." "You're the one who sent me the letter." Suli studied him coolly. "Yes, what of it?" "Nothing, just curious why this classroom is so unnervingly silent." "Ha, ha, ha. Because I've completed the school's main quest. The ghost students are all gone. Of course it's quiet." The portly player rubbed his hands together smug. Fair enough, Suli mused aloud. Still, I wonder since you're nearly ready to depart why share this secret with us players? Ah, brother, you're thinking too narrowly. Helping you is helping myself. The portly player grinned and added, think about it, what if we meet again in the next trial? Won't you feel grateful, and return the favor? This realm is perilous beyond measure. Mutual aid isn't just wise, it's essential. Mutual assistance is indeed commendable. Suli said then added, so tell me, what exactly are this task and its shortcut? Don't rush, brother. This question requires some serious mental exertion. The stout man chuckled and spread his palms toward Suli. You know what that means, mental exertion? Suli of course understood the gesture perfectly. Yet Suli did not hastily pay the intellectual toll. Calmly he replied, if your information proves genuinely useful I'll hand over every last ghost coin, after all they're worthless to me otherwise. Hearing this the stout man sheepishly withdrew his hand. No longer pressing for payment he began slowly, brother the task itself is remarkably simple. Simply grasp the teacher's duty, and you'll pass effortlessly. I understand the duty to instruct and nurture students. Suli feigned deep contemplation before asking, then what precisely is this so-called shortcut? The stout man smiled mysteriously and rubbed his hands together. The shortcut. It's just as straightforward. Do the exact opposite. The opposite? How so? The stout man explained, think about it brother, if the task demands we teach and nurture students. Then doing the opposite means slaughtering every student, thus rendering instruction entirely unnecessary. With no students left wouldn't the task be completed in an instant? Heard it all sounds delightfully effortless. Truly a single conversation with you renders 10 years of study obsolete. Suli smiled faintly, and slowly drew forth the scythe of death. His expression shifted abruptly. Listening to your nonsense, I actually believed you. Before the final syllable faded Suli swung the scythe of death straight toward the stout man's head. At that moment the flame ghost, hidden outside the classroom, burst in. Suli's sudden transformation caught the stout man utterly off guard. Faced with the descending scythe of death the ordinary player, helpless and untrained, could only shriek for salvation into a shadowed corner of the classroom. Save me, save me! Thud. In the end Suli's scythe struck only a desk, leaving the stout man unharmed. For at the very instant the scythe of death neared his throat a shadow erupted from the gloom, dragging the stout man backwards several meters. Thus he narrowly escaped death. Trembling on the floor the stout man seethed, not from fear but fury at Suli's treacherous ambush. What the hell do you think you're doing? What am I doing? Suli hefted the scythe of death and sneered, that question belongs to you. A player who conspires with ghosts to betray fellow players, you still dare call yourself human. In truth Suli had suspected the stout man from the outset. In this world teeming with horrors trust came neither easily nor lightly. Moreover the stout man's answers had been riddled with inconsistencies. Suli reasoned how else could this ordinary man stand unscathed in classroom 304 at midnight. Only one possibility remained, he must have struck a pact with the ghosts. And that was precisely why Suli chose to strike first. Confronted with Suli's accusation the stout man flushed crimson then paled, his composure crumbling. He prided himself on masterful deception yet never before had he been exposed so swiftly by another player. Brother, what on earth are you talking about? I don't quite follow. Rising shakily from the floor he attempted once more to feign ignorance. But Suli refused further pretense. No matter, you'll confess soon enough. With those words he commanded the flame ghost to seize the stout man. As a blood-winged deer spectre the flame ghost could effortlessly subdue an ordinary player. At its approach the stout man's soul nearly fled his body. He was but an ordinary player, powerless even against commandeer spirits. How could he possibly withstand a being as terrifying as the flame ghost? With no recourse he cried out again to the shadow behind him, save me! Before the plea fully left his lips the shadow was already in motion. Suli watched the shadow intently. The moment it lunged to rescue the stout man Suli intercepted, scythe of death raised high. So, you're a student of class 304. Standing close Suli clearly saw the student uniform beneath the shadow's form. Rat! Get out of my way! Desperate to save the stout man, the shadow ignored Suli entirely, yet Suli would grant no such mercy. Lifting the scythe of death, Suli struck, only for the shadow to evade. Yet as it turned again toward the stout man, the flame ghost already held him fast. Flames roared across the flame ghost's body, searing the stout man with agonized ear-splitting screams. "Master, how shall I dispose of him?" The flame ghost dragged the stout man back behind Suli, gripping his throat tightly, and awaited his command. Without glancing back, Suli uttered coldly, "Kill." Crack. As the word left Suli's lips, the stout man's throat shattered beneath the flame ghost's grip. His corpse dropped to the floor, and in a flash of fire reduced to ash. "Ah! Rat, how dare you slay him?" Seeing his longtime accomplice, the one who'd helped him lure and slaughter players, reduced to ash, the shadow erupted in fury. His skin began to rot, blood oozed from his eyes. A foul stench thickened the air. "Master!" Sensing imminent peril, the flame ghost instantly stepped before Suli, shielding him with his own body. Yet in that instant the shadow launched itself forward. Snap! Its maw, rancid and dripping, lunged for the flame ghost's neck, only to clamp down hard on the scythe of death. Another ghost trying this trick. Suli frowned. Why did specters always aim for the throat? Was it instinctual, a spectral compulsion? The shadow was startled by Suli's reflexes, and baffled by how he'd anticipated the strike. But now without doubt he loathed Suli with visceral intensity. "You wretched rat, despised by ghosts alike, I'll kill you first." Bypassing the flame ghost, the shadow surged straight at Suli. "Go to hell, you damned specter!" Suli swung the scythe of death, but this time the shadow seized it, gripping the blade with iron resolve. Suli recoiled inwardly. At this level of spectral power, the student was surely blood-drained here. Perhaps his strength rivaled Qing Li's. Good heavens, a mere student wielding such might? Was such power even appropriate? Doubt flickered across Suli's mind. He yanked the scythe free and backed away, yet the shadow gave no quarter. It leapt, claws extended, poised to pierce Suli's heart. Just then, Qing Li appeared. She seized the shadow's claw midair and with a single punch sent it hurtling across the room. Suli stared stunned. Both were blood-drained here, yet Qing Li's combat prowess far surpassed the shadow's. Was it her superior battle experience? Qing Li bared her sharp fangs, her lips twisting into a grotesque rictus grin. Suddenly she jerked her head backward and fixed her gaze upon the flame ghost. "You, guard the master well." Without another word, Qing Li strode forward toward the shadowy figure. The shadow staggered, dazed by her first punch, bewildered, for Suli was merely a dead rat. Why were there two ghosts protecting him? And this girl-like specter, she seemed far from harmless. Realizing Suli was now beyond reach, the shadow hesitated not. He bolted for the classroom door. Giggle, giggle, how delightfully absurd. As the shadow fled, Qing Li's mouth split wider, and in the blink of an eye she appeared at the doorway. Seizing his throat mid-stride, she hurled him back into the classroom like a squawking chick. Before he could react, Qing Li raised her razor-sharp teeth and sank them deep into his face, the left half of his visage sheared cleanly away. A shriek, raw and harrowing, tore from his throat. Ugh, utterly revolting. She spat out a morsel of rotting flesh, curling her lip in disgust. Then her eyes locked onto his heart. She smacked her lips, that one should be delicious. And with that she pinned his writhing form and bit down hard. Ah! A gaping wound erupted where his heart had been, blood gushed across the floor. With his final shred of strength he shoved Qing Li away. Yet half his heart was already gone. Cursed rat! He'd barely matched her before, now grievously wounded he stood no chance. Staggering from the classroom he lunged downstairs, only for Qing Li to give chase. Desperate, he clutched his mangled chest and fled upward, to the 4th floor. Seeing him vanish up the stairs, Qing Li prepared to pursue, until Suli's voice cut sharp and clear, "Do not follow. Do not ascend." Qing Li froze instantly. Suli approached her side and stood motionless at the foot of the stairwell leading to the 4th floor, gazing silently into the pitch-black void above, making no move to climb. Instinct warned him the upper floor was perilous, far beyond his current threshold. "Let us go," he murmured, then turned to descend. At that moment, a scream sharper and more terrible than any before pierced the air from the 4th floor. Then, boom! A thunderous crash echoed through the stairwell. Suli watched as the shadow tumbled headlong down the steps, his remaining half-heart utterly vanished. He lay lifeless beyond even the faintest whisper of breath. Su Li pressed a hand to his chest and exhaled sharply, "Damn, good thing I stopped her in time." Clearly something far more dreadful lurked on the fourth floor. Su Li had originally intended to use the Ghost King's embrace upon the shadow. But then he recalled, bitterly, that the shadow hadn't died by his hand. Thus the technique remained unusable. Fine. Then the Eye of Devouring will suffice. Unlike the Ghost King's embrace, the Eye of Devouring imposed no such restriction, it consumed regardless of who delivered the final blow. A most convenient boon. Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured a spectral entity. Spirit power increased by 300 points. Current spirit power level Blood Rain tier, 860 points. 860 points. The surge of 300 points sent a jolt of exhilaration through Su Li. Evidently stronger spirits yielded greater power. After devouring the shadow, Su Li glanced at Qingli. Her spirit power had risen only 100 points from the battle. Though she stood at only Blood Rain tier, 800 points, Su Li dared not underestimate her. Something about her felt deeply unnervingly profound. Her effortless dominance over a peer-level foe spoke volumes. After all, she had once reigned atop the spectral hierarchy, no mere flickering wick in the dark. Master, I'm starving. I need heartbeat lollipops. Fresh from combat, Qingli instantly reverted to her insatiable gluttonous self. Su Li winced inwardly. The price of those lollipops given his current standing was frankly unbearable. Looks like I'll need to secure some gratitude coins first, or even lollipops will slip beyond reach. He sealed Qingli and the flame ghost into storage space and descended. Just then the system chimed, "Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, the mysterious letter. Reward granted 100 spirit power, one letter imbued with profound longing. Note: in certain extraordinary circumstances presenting this letter may yield effects beyond imagination." The system's voice faded. Su Li sighed, exasperated. Not a single gratitude coin again, how utterly infuriating. Yet it made sense, such coins could only be harvested from spirits. And the sole spirit present had just perished utterly. No gratitude remained to be offered. Without further pause, Su Li continued downward. On the second floor landing, he encountered a female classmate weeping quietly into her hands, her sorrow so profound it seemed to warp the very air. Su Li was no meddler, but as he turned to leave, her voice halted him. Her tone was chillingly soft. "Teacher, they all say I'm hideous. Tell me, am I truly that repulsive?" As she spoke, she lowered her hands from her face. Hideous? Curiosity overrode caution. Su Li glanced back just once. His heart slammed against his ribs. What in the nine hells? In that instant, Su Li's entire being recoiled. Her visage defied description, not merely crude but cosmically catastrophically malformed. It was a sight that shook heaven and earth, shattered ghosts, resolve churned oceans, reversed rivers. Yet meeting her fragile, pleading gaze, he found himself unwilling to shatter what little dignity she still possessed. So he replied coolly, "You're not ugly, merely unremarkable." And without waiting for reply, he fled downstairs. Congratulations, host, you have received one gratitude coin from Ghost Xiaoqian. The system's announcement struck him just as he reached the ground floor. Su Li froze stunned. This actually counts. Did silent gratitude qualify? And why thank him for calling her unremarkable? Had he perhaps overpraised? Back in his dormitory, Su Li lay down on the bed, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. He had just discovered a new way to earn gratitude coins. Before sleeping, he released the flame ghost to guard the door, then inserted his sole gratitude coin into the lottery wheel. Congratulations! You've won the encouragement prize, spicy ham and scrambled egg noodles. At dawn, Su Li arrived at the freshman office, only to find it eerily quiet. The two other players were gone. Only Lu Yang sat trembling at his desk, his face pale with terror. Su Li approached and asked, puzzled, "Lu Yang, where is everyone else?" "They're all dead." Lu Yang's voice cracked, his lips quivering violently. Su Li's brow furrowed. "Dead? How? I don't know. This morning when I opened my door, I found their corpses hanging from the clothesline outside my dorm corridor." Lu Yang's eyes suddenly widened in raw dread. Clutching Su Li's arm tightly, he whispered, "Su Li, do you think I'm next?" Watching Lu Yang shiver uncontrollably, Su Li sighed softly. In the terrifying world there was no room for ordinary players to survive. Then it struck him, Liu Yang was now an ally. Without hesitation Su Li said, Liu Yang, tonight I'll come check your dormitory. Really? Liu Yang looked up at him, hope and gratitude shimmering in his gaze. Though he didn't fully understand Su Li's abilities, he had personally witnessed spirits obeying Su Li's command. That alone was enough to mark Su Li as extraordinary. And Liu Yang's instincts told him, Su Li was unlike any other ordinary player. After finishing morning classes at noon, Principal Zhang appeared in the office and sought out Su Li. With a gentle pat on the shoulder, the principal said kindly, Teacher Su, our school urgently needs a batch of learning supplies. The procurement team is short-handed. Would you be available this afternoon to assist with the errand? Procuring learning supplies? Su Li recognized this as a standard trap mission embedded within the game, but he did not accept it hastily. Instead he asked cautiously, Principal, may I ask where exactly we'll be procuring them? Not far, just at the new ghost bookstore. The new ghost bookstore? After a moment's thought Su Li nodded. Very well, I'll make time this afternoon. In the afternoon, as soon as Su Li stepped beyond the school gate, he spotted several figures ahead. They were fellow human players assigned by the principal for procurement. Su Li didn't recognize any of them. They were likely faculty from upper floors, teachers he'd never met before. When they noticed Su Li, they merely glanced sideways with disdain, no greetings, no polite formalities. Su Li knew full well that here no one would lend ear to his bizarre, unbelievable tales, so he felt no sting. He lowered his head and remained silent. Silence held until a bus glided into view, its arrival unnervingly soundless, without horn or screeching brakes. It was the midnight Route 18 bus. Why it ran in broad daylight remained a mystery to Su Li. He boarded behind the others, and their practiced coin-tossing revealed they were seasoned players just like him. Veteran players of the original terrifying world knew well, though the game comprised 4 distinct zones, each zone's main quests extended far beyond imagination. Take Zone 4, the one Su Li currently inhabited. It was certainly not limited to the 6 main quests claimed by Li Bai. In the terrifying world, even the most mundane acts, eating, drinking, using the restroom, could become mandatory main quests. Moreover, each player's assignments were randomized upon entry, beyond any individual's control. That explained why Su Li hadn't encountered Wang Yang or Li Bai in his school-based missions. They simply weren't operating on the same frequency. Still, completing 6 main quests remained the key to advancing to higher-tier zones. Inside Route 18, every seat was occupied. Su Li took a seat toward the rear. Beside him sat a kindly-looking elderly woman. Glancing at the bus's digital stop display, Su Li realized just how far, not far, truly was, 20 stops to be exact. The veteran players sat ahead of him, still silent. No voices rose, not a whisper. The carriage hung in a suffocating hush, thick with unease. Clack, clack. Suddenly the old woman's eyeball rolled loose, and landed precisely at Su Li's feet. She reached for it, but couldn't stretch far enough. Turning to Su Li, she smiled faintly, Young man, could you please pick it up for me? Thank you so much. Su Li said nothing, but he bent down, retrieved the orb and handed it back. She gently reinserted it into its socket. Smiling warmly, she murmured, Such kindness is rare these days, young man, thank you. Su Li offered no reply, merely sat expressionless. Then the bus lurched onto a bumpy stretch of road. Passengers and specters alike swayed dizzily. Moments later the engine died mid-route, tires punctured, the driver hurriedly leapt off to inspect. As the driver vanished, the air inside curdled, heavy, ominous, charged with silent menace. Su Li glanced out the window. Barren wasteland stretched endlessly. Outwardly still, Su Li was coiled tight, ready. At the first sign of disturbance, the Reaper's sickle would flash from his inventory bar. Just then the old woman nudged him gently. Young man, you should get off here, the bus is broken and won't move forward. No sooner had the words left her lips than every ghost aboard twisted toward her, faces contorted in furious accusation as if she'd betrayed them. Reading their wrathful stares, Su Li instantly grasped what would follow, and rose decisively, heading for the front door. But to his utter exasperation, the moment he stood, the silent veterans ahead rose in unison, clearly eager to disembark too. At once Su Li felt a pang of dismay. The ghosts grew restless. Tolerating one departure was one thing, permitting a mass exodus was another entirely. These were prey they'd waited long to savor, how could they possibly let them slip away? As Su Li attempted to move toward the front of the bus, several players silently converged and blocked his path. The cruelty of human nature blazed forth with chilling clarity, yet Su Li was no passive victim. Drawing the scythe of death, he charged forward without hesitation. Anyone who dared stand in his way would meet the same fate, death and a grisly offering to the ghosts. Seeing him brandish the scythe of death radiating fury and resolve, the veteran players recoiled, unwilling to confront his wrath. Though they dared not physically impede him, neither did they yield an inch, enraging Su Li. These people facing imminent doom still clung to the perverse desire to drag others down with them. Those who bar my path shall perish. With a single slash, Su Li severed a player's arm at the shoulder, the limb dropped instantly, blood gushing forth in a crimson torrent. The man clutched his stump and screamed in agony, drawing the ghost's attention like a beacon. The scent of blood and the sound of terror roused them from stillness. At once the foremost veterans hurled themselves toward the exit in blind panic. Within seconds 2 veterans had leapt from the bus, yet just as others rushed to follow, a sharp clang echoed, the doors slammed shut, locked from the outside by those who had already escaped. At the sight, every player except Su Li erupted into hysteria. They were trapped, crushed against the sealed doors, pounding frantically, "Damn it! Open the doors, let us out now!" Their desperate cries fell upon indifferent ears. The 2 veterans who had locked the doors merely exchanged a mocking smirk. Then, without a backward glance, they walked away. A wave of icy despair washed over the remaining players, while Su Li let out a cold, mirthless laugh. He who sows evil reaps ruin. Moments earlier, these very players had deliberately barred Su Li's exit. Had they yielded, then perhaps he might have honored their plight, and stood guard at the door himself. Instead, they condemned themselves to suffocate within the carriage, sealed alive in their own folly. Worse still, they had released 2 utterly ruthless players into freedom, and now their own ignorance would cost them their lives. By then the ghosts had already lunged upon the trapped players. The one whose arm Su Li had severed lay reduced to little more than a heap of shredded flesh. Chaos erupted inside the carriage. Players and ghosts clashed violently, though a few wielded ghost-forged weapons, they were swiftly overwhelmed. "Ah, get away! Don't come near me, AH!" Their resistance crumbled in moments, ghostly claws pierced viscera, spilling entrails and blood across the floor in torrents. The air thickened with the coppery stench of blood, shrieks pierced the silence unrelenting. Su Li watched unmoved as each player fell, one by one, offering no aid. He was no saint, nor did he believe in repaying malice with mercy. After all, these very people had sought his death only moments before. Just as Su Li raised his weapon to shatter the window and leap out, the elderly woman who had sat beside him earlier approached with gentle steps. She took his hand in hers and murmured soothingly, "Young man, you're frightened, aren't you? Don't be afraid, I'm here with you." Yet her palm, though tender, was unnervingly cold. And yet in that instant warmth bloomed deep within Su Li's chest, a stark contrast to the chill of her touch. Then unbidden a phrase surfaced in his mind: "Never disdain a small act of kindness, never commit a small act of evil." It was precisely his fleeting gesture of compassion that had summoned her grace in return. Turning to the old woman, now revealed as a ghost, he smiled faintly, "Granny, I'm not afraid." "Nonsense, no one sees such carnage and remains unshaken." She stroked his hand, sighing softly, "Kind child, if only you'd left sooner." Soon all movement ceased. Blood stained every seat, every floorboard, every surface, deep iridescent crimson. Having slain the players, the ghosts tore open chests and skulls, extracting hearts and brains, their most coveted delicacies. They savored each morsel slowly, eyes half closed in ecstatic indulgence, as if feasting upon a celestial banquet. Having devoured the fallen, the ghosts turned their grotesque gazes upon Su Li. Their faces twisted in hunger and malice as they snarled, "Old hag, hand over the rat behind you or we'll devour you both." Most were at the blood-winged tier, only their leader Gui Tu had ascended to the blood-rain tier, approximately 600 points by Su Li's estimation. Such power posed no threat to Su Li, yet just as he raised his scythe, the old woman stepped forward, arms wide, shielding him completely. Facing the horde, she pleaded, voice trembling, "Gui Tu, spare this kind child. Take me instead, I beg you. What use is your shriveled flesh?" Gui Tu shoved her aside with contempt. Then, grinning with cruel amusement, he sneered, "I know this rat bears resemblance to your grandson, but a rat remains a rat. Not king. Not real." With that he snatched up a ghost-forged greatsword from the floor and brought it down in a lethal arc toward Su Li's skull. Su Li braced to counter with the Scythe of Death. But in that breathless instant the old woman threw herself into the blade's path. As she collapsed, her final words to Su Li were soft, unwavering, "Child, run." Su Li stood frozen, utterly unprepared for a ghost to sacrifice itself for him. And yet within this world every sensation felt devastatingly, unbearably real. A strange searing ache swelled in his chest, not sorrow, not grief, but something fiercer, a rising tide of white-hot fury threatening to drown his reason. He had always regarded this realm of horror as mere game, its narratives prescript, its characters preordained. So why then did his pulse race and his breath catch at what was by all logic scripted? Was it the sheer suffocating realism of it all? As his thoughts faltered, Goetou's blade descended once more, only to be intercepted at the last moment by Qing Li, who deflected the strike with effortless precision. Without a word, Qing Li moved, swift, silent, lethal, dispatching every ghost aboard the bus in the span of a heartbeat. When the last corpse slumped, she turned to Su Li, concern etching her features. "Master, what troubles you?" Her voice snapped him back to awareness. He shook his head. "Nothing. Qing Li, help me dig a grave. We'll bury Granny properly." Qing Li tilted her head, puzzled. "Why bury her? Leaving her here would suffice." "Accustomed from my homeland," he replied quietly. After interring the old woman with solemn care, Su Li steadied his breath, and returned to the carriage to absorb every ghostly essence within. "Congratulations, host. Ghostly power increased by 140 points. Current ghostly power blood rain tier 1100 points." Such a paltry gain from so many foes left him exasperated. TCH, pathetically meager. Only after Su Li vanished into the distance did the bus driver, previously crouched beneath the vehicle, emerge, having finally repaired the engine. But upon stepping back into the carriage and beholding the carnage, blood-slicked seats, scattered limbs, hollowed corpses, he recoiled with a guttural shout. "Holy hell, this place is haunted. Where are the passengers?" After disembarking from bus route 18, Su Li boarded another vehicle bound for the new ghost bookstore. As he stepped off, his gaze immediately fell upon the two veteran players who had alighted earlier. They stood before the bookstore's entrance, clearly having just arrived themselves. Their expressions betrayed genuine surprise upon seeing Su Li. Yet they acted as though nothing unusual had occurred, feigning nonchalance as they strolled inside to browse the shelves. Su Li did not follow. Instead, he settled into a nearby seat. He knew well that such trap-style quests were inherently perilous. Each task concealed latent dangers, and missteps could cost a player their life at any moment. Those two veterans surely understood this truth, so why then did they stride so boldly into the store? Something was amiss. Sure enough, moments later the two emerged empty-handed. After exchanging words with the bookstore owner, they turned and walked straight towards Su Li. They approached him and said, "Brother, the principal has already paid the owner in advance. You may go inside and select whatever study tools you need, then we'll head back together." "Me? Go in?" Su Li instantly realized they dared not enter themselves, and were now using him as a pawn. A faint surge of anger stirred within him. "So I don't roar, and you mistake me for a docile cat?" Su Li suppressed his fury, allowing only a cold, silent smile to flicker across his lips. "If you're determined to dig a pit for me, don't blame me for laying a trap of my own." A plan had already taken shape in his mind. He smoothed his features into a courteous smile and asked, "Didn't you two just go in and browse? So, nothing caught your eye?" "Ah, brother, to be honest, our abilities fall short. We'll need you to go in and choose again," they replied with exaggerated helplessness. "Ha, ha. Fine then." Su Li feigned reluctant compliance. "Since it's come to this, I'll just pick a few things at random, so we can at least report something credible to the principal." With that, Su Li approached the front counter to inquire about where study supplies were kept, then ascended the stairs to the second floor. The new ghost bookstore was vast, spanning 2 levels. The ground floor housed an array of books and periodicals, typically supervised by the owner himself, rendering it relatively safe. True danger lay upstairs. The moment Su Li set foot on the staircase leading upwards, strange sounds drifted down from above, like paper tearing or rats gnawing through brittle pages. Su Li was certain a specter indeed haunted the upper floor. But what kind remained unknown, only ascent would reveal the truth. This time he did not rush ahead wielding the Scythe of Death. Instead, he summoned Qing Li. She could restore her strength through combat, a rare opportunity not to be wasted. After all, Su Li's ghostly energy currently stood at 1100 points, while Qing Li's lingered at only 900. 100 of those points had been earned battling phantoms aboard the bus. Su Li had no intention of letting Qing Li's power lag too far behind his own. Otherwise in battle she wouldn't protect him, he would have to protect her. And that quite frankly would be absurd. Pausing on the staircase, Su Li addressed Qing Li. "You go up first, I'll buy you a lollipop when you're done." Freshly summoned from her storage space, Qing Li had initially seemed lethargic, but at the mention of candy her eyes lit up. She cracked her knuckles, eager to storm the second floor. She bounded upward, skipping steps. Within moments, loud clattering clashes erupted overhead. The sounds were fierce, unmistakably one-sided. Timing perfect, Su Li climbed the stairs, ready to stage a heroic rescue. Ah, spit. Not hero saves maiden, but hero saves specter. Were it not for the gratitude coin, Su Li would never have devised such a devious ruse. Ascending with the scythe of death in hand, he found Qing Li pummeling a book spirit mercilessly. The book spirit rolled across the floor, dazed and battered. Sensing the cue, Su Li donned his faceless mask and lunged forward, not to strike but to rescue the spirit. Qing Li blinked in confusion, then quick-witted as ever grasped his intent instantly. She willingly joined the charade, feigning defeat before fleeing downstairs. "Just wait, you'll see me again." With that she vanished down the stairs like smoke. The performance ended. Su Li stepped forward, helping the book spirit rise. These days spirits truly lack basic decorum. How dare they assault their own kind without cause? The book spirit gazed at him gratefully indeed. "Had you not intervened in time, my spectral existence would have ended here." "Many thanks, brother spirit." "Congratulations, host, you have received 1 gratitude coin from the book spirit." "What the?" It actually worked. Su Li was stunned. The system's announcement left him speechless. He'd only meant to test the idea, never imagining it would succeed so flawlessly. Recalling how he once labored tirelessly, solving ghosts' dilemmas just to earn a single gratitude coin, while now a simple theatrical act sufficed. How had he missed this shortcut for so long? From now on, gratitude coins would no longer be scarce. Were it not for the rule limiting 1 gratitude coin per spirit, Su Li might have recalled Qing Li to beat the book spirit anew. Enough, better not overstep. Su Li believed in leaving room for future encounters. After all, one day they might meet again. Thus pocketing his newly acquired gratitude coin, Su Li ignored the book spirit entirely and headed straight for the stairs, leaving the spirit utterly bewildered. What the? This brother spirit changes moods faster than weather. Just as Su Li reached the stairwell, he paused, then doubled back. Wait, didn't that spirit glare at me just now? Patience brings calm, but retreat only fuels rage. In a fit of ruthless whimsy, Su Li delivered a brutal beating to the book spirit, who stood dumbfounded. Why? No sooner had Su Li finished than Qing Li reappeared, joining him in another round of punishment. Only then did the book spirit realize Su Li and Qing Li were accomplices. Fury consumed the spirit. Are you mocking me? It endured 10 agonizing minutes of abuse, bruised, swollen, and humiliated, before Su Li finally gathered a handful of study supplies and descended. Back on the ground floor, the 2 veteran players stared stunned at Su Li's unscathed return. They distinctly remembered this quest being lethally hazardous. So how had he emerged completely unharmed? As they exchanged puzzled glances, Su Li suddenly feigned recollection and turned to them. Oh dear, I've forgotten the ruler. Would you mind fetching it for me? I'll stay here and tally our purchases. Us? Go upstairs. Earlier they would never have dared, but now seeing Su Li descend intact, their fear had dissolved. They concluded the upper floor posed no real threat, and agreed without hesitation. Leave it to us, we'll bring it right back. 2 players strode confidently up to the second floor of the bookstore, intending to search separately for a ruler. As they approached the shelves, their throats tightened and they exchanged a startled glance, eyes wide with shock yet resolve hardening in their chests. After all, Su Li had lingered upstairs for ages unharmed. What danger could possibly await them? Meanwhile, hidden behind the shelves, the book spirit seethed with frustration, bitter and humiliated, forced to gnaw silently on pages instead of exacting vengeance. A sudden thud shattered the hush of the second floor. 1 player had accidentally bumped his head against a shelf, wincing in sharp pain. The noise jolted the book spirit into full alert. Was it those 2 merciless figures returning? Peering cautiously outward, he exhaled in quiet relief, not them, but two clueless newcomers utterly unaware of the peril they'd wandered into. Abandoning his grim feast, the book spirit hissed coldly from the shadows, "You've drawn the shortest straw. Ha, ha, ha. Perfect chance to vent my fury." Silence hung thick and heavy, then as the player drew nearer unsuspecting, the book spirit lunged, seized his arm and sank his teeth deep into the flesh. Blood gushed from the wound. "Ah! A ghost. There's a ghost here." The player froze, stunned by the apparition's sudden emergence. Before he could even register the horror, his arm was torn clean off. Terror contorted his face as he turned desperately toward his companion for help. But the other player bolted, no hesitation, no loyalty, already sprinting for the stairs. "Rat-faced coward, if you've come you won't leave." Snarling, the book spirit instantly abandoned his first victim and gave chase. He moved like shadow given form, swift, silent, inevitable. In an instant he slammed the fleeing player to the floor. Before a single cry escaped his lips, the book spirit pierced his throat with a single brutal bite. Blood erupted in a violent spray. The player died instantly, brutal, visceral, grotesque. Seizing the chaos, the maimed survivor tumbled headlong down the stairs, scrambling away in blind panic. "There's a ghost. Upstairs, a ghost." His face drained of color, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Then his gaze locked onto Sully, calm, unruffled, standing serenely at the front desk, and fury ignited in his eyes. "You knew? You knew there was a ghost up there, and you sent us up on purpose, didn't you?" "A ghost? What ghost? I haven't seen a thing." Sully feigned complete ignorance, then turned smoothly to the shopkeeper. "Sir, this gentleman claims there's a ghost in your store. Do you know anything about that?" "I dunno." The shopkeeper shook his head emphatically. With that clear denial, Sully spread his hands and countered coolly, "So, where's the ruler? Did you bring it down? Why don't you go up yourself and try? If you come back whole and unscathed, I'll believe you weren't deceived. Otherwise we're not done." The one-armed player raged, convinced beyond doubt that Sully had deliberately set him up. Facing the man's impotent fury, Sully smiled faintly. "Why must I prove anything? Why should I answer to you? You're afraid to go, that proves you're hiding something." "Hiding? Hiding what?" "Your own oversized ghost." Sully couldn't suppress a wry chuckle. Yet recalling the unfinished pit-digging quest, he extended a hand and said lightly, "Give me 10,000 ghost coins, I'll not only go upstairs but drag the ghost down myself. Believe me." The player stared at that shamelessly outstretched hand, veins pulsing with indignation. Without hesitation he slapped 10,000 ghost coins onto the counter and snarled, "Go, fetch that ghost. If you bring him down alive, I'll kneel and call you father." Hearing father, Sully waved both hands frantically. "No need for that, I refuse to adopt such an unfilial son." The player blinked, deeply insulted. Sully meanwhile pocketed the coins with a grin and ascended without delay, returning moments later with the book spirit firmly in tow. Sully dropped the book spirit unceremoniously onto the floor and addressed the shopkeeper. "Sir, have your books been losing covers and pages lately? I'm telling you, it's all this rogue's doing." The shopkeeper stared at the bruised, dazed book spirit, and suddenly gasped, "Oh. No wonder my books keep getting ruined, so you're the culprit. Today I'll toss you straight onto the street." With that, the shopkeeper seized the book spirit and dragged him out of the store. Nearby, the injured player stood frozen, mind reeling, speechless. He hadn't believed Sully could actually capture the ghost, yet here it was. And now the wager had cost him 10,000 ghost coins. He nearly choked on his rage. That sum, gone vanished, would plunge his already struggling household deeper into hardship. Sully watched the man's face darken to near obsidian, and burst into laughter. Privately he mused with skin that shade he'd be wasted anywhere but mining coal in Fazio. After waiting roughly 10 minutes, the shopkeeper returned beaming. He handed Sully a bottle-like vessel and said, "Gratefully honored guest, thank you. Without you, who knows how many more of my books this rascal would have devoured." "No need for thanks, sir," Sully replied courteously, then lifted the bottle and examined it closely. His expression froze. 6 iron peaches. As a dark line twitched across his brow, the system's voice chimed aloud. "Congratulations, host, you have received 1 gratitude coin from the bookstore owner. Reward acquired: 6 iron peaches gifted by the bookstore owner." Note this is humanity's ultimate brain tonic. 1 sip sharpens the mind, 2 flips reality itself. Special reward from the book Spirit 1 comic book granted in recognition of his redemption. Note when spirits read this comic under moonlight, unexpected revelations may unfold. Having claimed all special rewards for the pit digging quest, Sully left the store cheerfully, school supplies in hand. He still had his sights set on the headmaster's exclusive reward, the pit digging quest. After all, bore dual benefits. At the headmaster's office he delivered the supplies, and received the promised prize in return. The ghost headmaster's special reward, the teacher's ruler. Note when unruly students provoke disciplinary action, this ruler may reveal the profound wisdom behind the teacher's stern love. Having collected his reward, Sully stepped out of the principal's office and headed straight to the school's convenience store, where he happened to witness the shopkeeper assaulting his wife. A crowd of students gathered around watching idly. No one dared intervene. The shopkeeper yanked his wife's hair and plunged a fruit knife repeatedly into her abdomen. Blood pooled across the floor. Sully realized this couldn't go on. The situation was spiraling toward fatal consequences. "Make way, please. Let me through." He squeezed laboriously through the onlookers. The students watched in awe. This teacher's fearless. He's actually stepping in to break it up. Yet beneath their admiring gazes, Sully paid no attention to the brawling couple. Instead, he strode directly to a corner shelf, selected a heartbeat lollipop, paid, and walked out, calm and unhurried. His movements were smooth, decisive, effortless. The onlookers stood stunned. So he hadn't come to mediate at all? What the hell, that's a total waste of our emotional investment. Mediation is out of the question, absolutely impossible now or ever. Sully cared little about their expectations. Even upright officials struggled to adjudicate domestic disputes. As an outsider, he had no business interfering. Returning to his office, Sully found no sign of Lu Yang. Class must still be in session. Yet several unfamiliar faces sat within. They were newly arrived players, far more composed than Luo she had been. They didn't even glance at Sully, merely sat motionless, lost in thought. Each looked like a wilted eggplant, deflated, listless. Uninterested in engaging Sully, they received no attention from him in return. Sully settled back into his seat, well aware of their inner turmoil. He'd passed through that very same disorientation himself. He noticed Luoshi's desk remained empty most of the time, as though she seldom stayed in the office. As Sully retrieved his textbook to prepare for class, a student from class 104 burst breathlessly into the office and cried out, "Teacher, something's wrong, hurry to our classroom. Gui Zhetian and Gui Xiaoxiang are fighting." "What did you say?" "Take me there, now." Snatching up his disciplinary ruler, Sully strode out. These little spirits, barely gone a moment and already causing chaos. As he walked, he asked, "What subject is being taught this period, and where is Teacher Luo?" "It's self-study hour." "Teacher Luo stepped out earlier, we don't know where she went." Following the student to class 104, Sully entered to find Gui Zhetian and his group locked in fierce combat with Gui Xiaoxiang and his cohort. Desks and chairs lay overturned across the floor. Stop it right now. Teacher Su is here." A girl spotted Sully standing grim-faced in the doorway and shouted to the brawlers. Instantly silence fell over the entire classroom. Clearly they still feared him. Sully approached the brawlers with a sigh of disappointment and rebuked them sternly. "At your age you should be cultivating virtue and discipline, not learning how to brawl like restless spirits. Tell me plainly, do you deserve punishment?" "Yes, we do," they murmured, voices barely audible, shoulders slumped in reluctant contrition. Sully sighed again and said, "Now tell me, whose fist flew first and why? Lay it all out clearly." Gui Xiaoxiang stepped forward timidly. "Teacher, I only said, spirits and humans are equal, there should be no discrimination. Then Gui Zhetian attacked me." "That statement isn't wrong at all," Sully replied, impressed. This young spirit showed genuine promise. If only more shared such insight, far fewer players would perish upon arrival. Turning to Gui Zhetian, Sully asked, "What Gui Xiaoxiang said holds truth, so why did you strike him?" "Teacher, I... Gui Zhetian stammered, paralyzed by nerves, suddenly remembering that Teacher Su was in fact human. Seeing he could produce no coherent explanation, Sully waved his hand dismissively. "If you cannot justify it, then spare the words. Striking another spirit is never acceptable, especially when you initiated it. Hold out your hands." With his ruler, Suli administered 10 measured strikes across Guo Zheqian's palms, then assigned them all to stand in the rear of the classroom until class ended. After disciplining Guo Zheqian's group, Suli tapped Guo Xiaoxiang's palm twice, symbolic but equitable reprimand. Without such impartiality, whispers of bias would inevitably spread among the students. After all, as a human, defending Guo Xiaoxiang might appear instinctive, yet fairness demanded visible balance. Once classroom affairs were settled, Suli returned to his office. He'd barely sat down before the bell rang and class dismissed. Lu Yang re-entered the office, and visibly brightened upon seeing Suli unharmed. In that office, Lu Yang considered Suli his only near acquaintance. That evening, Suli honored his promise and accompanied Lu Yang to his dormitory. Lu Yang's dorm room gleamed spotless, scrupulously cleaned. Suli smiled faintly, knowing precisely why. Lu Yang must have grown terrified of the ghostly house mother's relentless pursuit, prompting his obsessive tidiness. Suli instructed him to shut the door and sit beside the bed. Night had fallen, but not yet deep midnight. No sound came from beyond the door, all seemed ordinary. Yet Suli remained patient, choosing to wait just a while longer. Suli handed a heartbeat lollipop to Qingli, then stationed her behind the door. He and Lu Yang began a game of Gamoku, time slipping steadily toward midnight. At last, faint rustling sounds stirred outside the dormitory door. A ghost, a ghost. It's here again. Lu Yang recoiled in terror, trying to scramble backward. Suli couldn't hold him back. Clearly the ghostly house mother had left deep psychological scars. Ignoring Lu Yang's trembling form, Suli kept his full attention fixed on the door. Moments later, sharp urgent knocks echoed against the door. Qingli opened it, only to find emptiness. Just as she moved to close it, several black shadows shot through the narrow gap. The shadows gloated, until with a sharp thud Qingli slammed and locked the door behind them. Suli rose calmly from the bed and said, "You've arrived late at night, may we ask your purpose?" He studied their bizarre attire, reminiscent of fringe subcultures, confirming they weren't native to the school. He frowned, puzzled. Had these spirits infiltrated from outside? No wonder, they had no spectral security guards. Outsiders could enter freely. 3 spirits stood before them, the leader a delinquent spirit. His neck stretched unnaturally long, a nasal snot lollipop dangled from his lips, his hands arrogantly buried deep in his pockets. Glaring at Suli and Lu Yang, he snarled, "I loathe teachers more than anything, attack. Kill them both." The gang leader's ghost finished speaking, and instantly the other 2 ghosts closed in. Suli wasted no words. Drawing the scythe of death, she struck with a single decisive slash. The bodies of the 2 blood reindeer ghosts split open, severed cleanly at the waist. Crimson blood splattered across the floor. The gang leader recoiled in terror upon seeing the scythe of death in Suli's hand. He had never encountered a human so fearsome. He spun to flee, but before his fingers could even brush the dormitory door, Qingli wrenched his entire arm from its socket. F. A guttural cry of agony tore from the ghost's throat. Qingli leapt onto his back, jaws bared to sever his neck, only to be halted by Suli. "Qingli, spare him, for now." At Suli's command, Qingli paused, puzzled, but obeyed, flinging the trembling ghost onto the floor. He was already broken, shaking uncontrollably under their combined dread. Suli gazed at him expressionless and demanded, "Tell me, how did you learn the teacher's dormitory location?" She had spared him for a reason. Something about this felt deeply unnervingly complex. These 3 were merely blood reindeer specters, yet they dared storm a school dormitory to assassinate a teacher. Worse still, they knew the campus layout with chilling familiarity. That alone marked them as seasoned offenders. Under Suli's piercing, unblinking stare, the ghost stammered, I was told by the ghost on the 4th floor." "The 4th floor?" The answer startled Suli. A faint frown creased her brow. How could the 4th floor possibly be involved? And why would a 4th floor ghost conspire with outsiders to murder players? If his claim held truth, that specter bore profound deliberate malice toward students. This matter runs deeper than it first appeared. Perhaps only a visit to the 4th floor will reveal the truth. Yet Suli knew with quiet certainty she lacked the strength to ascend there, not yet. If the 3rd floor ghost student was already so formidable, the 4th floor entity would undoubtedly surpass her. Suli had begun to discern the building's grim hierarchy. Each floor harbored one dominant ghost student. Why these specters existed independently she could not fathom. Nor did ordinary players like Lu Yang possess the recklessness, or foolishness, to climb upward. Could ascending the floors themselves be part of the criteria for high-tier evaluation? Su Li gathered her thoughts. Two objectives now anchored her purpose. First, explore the entire academic building. Second, guide all students of Class 104 onto the proper path. One question lingered unanswered: what defined guiding students onto the proper path? Academic excellence. Su Li strode toward the dormitory door, her back turned to Qing Li. Coldly she commanded, "End him." Before the words fully faded, the ghost's head rolled from his severed neck. After the ghost fell, Su Li checked Qing Li's spectral energy level. Blood Rain Tier, 1000 points. Her own stood at Blood Rain Tier, 1100 points. With their current power, Su Li judged an ascent to the 4th floor reckless beyond measure. She needed to strengthen Qing Li, urgently. Leaving Lu Yang's dormitory, Su Li did not return to her own. Instead, she led Qing Li toward the academic building. Stepping once more onto the 2nd floor, Su Li watched the writhing shadows within the classrooms, and slowly a cruel knowing smile curved her lips. "Go easy, just frighten them." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Qing Li bounded away, skipping gleefully toward the haunted rooms. Within moments, shrieks and wails erupted, raw, primal, unceasing. Ghost students who dared stay awake past midnight now fled, pursued relentlessly across desks and blackboards. The next morning, Su Li entered the faculty office. Hardly seated, Lu Yang burst in breathless. His first words: "Su Li, you're famous." "Famous?" Su Li blinked, stunned. Lu Yang collapsed into a chair, panting, then clarified, "Did you rescue 12 ghost students in the academic building yesterday?" "Yes." "Wait, how did you know?" A sudden uneasy heat rose in Su Li's chest. Had word spread so swiftly of her orchestrated rescue, a ploy to harvest gratitude coins? Had it truly gone viral overnight? Her 12 gratitude coins hadn't even grown warm in her inventory. Lu Yang continued, grinning, "Su Li, the entire school is praising you as the paragon of faculty, the living ideal for every student." Paragon? Ideal? Su Li's mind reeled. She'd merely staged a mutually beneficial spectacle, a hero's ruse with Qing Li, nothing more. How had that performance transmuted into such lofty titles? As Su Li stood dazed, Lu Yang leaned in, voice dropping to a hushed whisper beside her ear. "Su Li, tell me true, that little girl with twin pigtails, the one students describe, was she the same specter who visited my dorm last night?" Brilliant move, I never would have thought of it. Now 1st and 2nd year ghost students idolize you, utterly. Congratulations, Su Li, you're likely moments away from completing the school's main quest. The main quest? A subtle twitch tugged at Su Li's lip. She recalled its highest tier requirement. It demanded genuine reverence. Students must hold her in deep, heartfelt esteem. Wait, did I accidentally earn their respect? She couldn't believe it. Her entire performance had been calculated, pure pragmatism, gratitude coins, Qing Li's ascension. Nothing more. Now both goals were achieved, coins secured, strength augmented, yet fame had arrived unbidden. As the old saying warned, men fear renowned, pigs fear fattening. Was this blessing or peril? If it is fortune, it is no calamity; if it is calamity, it cannot be avoided. Shaking her head, Su Li dismissed further doubt. So long as gratitude coins flowed and Qing Li grew stronger, she would choose this path again, without hesitation. Even if discretion was her preference. That morning, entering Class 104, she noticed a startling shift. Every student sat upright, eyes sharp, focused, intently present. Something new shimmered in their gazes, quiet awe, unspoken loyalty. At noon, the principal himself delivered several embroidered banners to her classroom. Exemplary Class Collective. Model Teacher Su Li, pride of the entire school. Paragon of all faculty. As Su Li hung the 3 banners side by side upon the wall, every student of Class 104 swelled with unprecedented pride and dignity. That evening, returning to her dormitory, Su Li checked her inventory. 14 gratitude coins. 12 from the 2nd floor students, 1 from the book ghost, 1 from the bookstore owner. Tonight, however, she would not draw from the lottery. Instead, she stood once more before the academic building, her gaze fixed unwavering on the 3rd floor. Ever since the incident on the 2nd floor, where a little girl viciously beat up 12 students who stayed out late, the 2nd floor of the teaching building has become desolate. No student dares to wander around the 2nd floor at midnight anymore. When Suli took Qingli up to the third floor, ghostly shadows roaming about emitted howls of anguish, causing a ruckus for half the night. Upon returning to the dormitory, Suli looked at the 13 gratitude coins he had just received and he was overjoyed. This method of earning gratitude coins was simply too straightforward and brutal. Qingli's ghostly power had already recovered to 1200 points. Suli felt it was necessary to check out the fourth floor tomorrow night. There were now a total of 27 gratitude coins in the warehouse, quite abundant. Suli decisively took out 7 coins and invested them in the lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have won double encouragement prize: 3 servings of egg noodles, 3 servings of knife-shaved noodles, 3 servings of snow frog noodles, 2 servings of abalone rice, 3 servings of mackerel noodles. Congratulations, you have won lucky prize: the prosthetic limb of the rain ghost. Tip: this is an item dropped by the rain ghost. It can resist rain and harness ghostly power. Congratulations, you have won lucky prize: the blood moon spear, a blood rain level weapon. Tip: a weapon forged with the blood of 100 ghosts under the blood moon. It possesses tremendous power and an overwhelming deterrent effect. The lottery has concluded. Suli still had 20 gratitude coins left. Since it was already quite late, he decided not to continue the lottery. Time for sleep. The next day, as soon as Suli stepped into the office, he was surrounded by several newbie players. Before Suli could figure out what was happening, the newbie players had already clung to his legs, pleading, "Big shot, please take us under your wing." It turned out that Suli had become famous again. Now even the students from the first and second years held him in high esteem. Even the third-year students began to fervently idolize him. Suli couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He never expected he would become a talented director. Before long, Lu Yang strolled in from outside the office. "Suli, it seems that quite a few teachers have been added to the second and third floors. They don't look like new players, judging by their confident demeanor." Each day, Lu Yang's first task upon entering the office was to share the latest happenings and news about the school with Suli. When Lu Yang saw the players clinging to Suli's legs, his expression turned cold and he kicked the players away. "Go away, we can't even take care of ourselves. How can we spare time for you?" Lu Yang's rough words were quite reasonable, which was exactly what Suli wanted to say. In a terrifying world, there are no saviors, only devouring demons. The few new players sheepishly returned to their seats and Suli sat down as well. After pondering for a moment, he said to Lu Yang, "Come to my dormitory after class today. I have something for you." Morning. Suli went to class in room 104 as usual. After class, he assigned a task to a few students from Ghost Xiaochang. Sell food? Yes. Suli planned to sell all the food he had on hand. Since a new batch of teachers had just arrived at the school, Suli found himself with more food than he could eat. He didn't have to worry about gratitude coins for now, so he needed to open this avenue for making money by selling food. Currently, Suli only had 25705 ghost coins, which was just a pitiful amount in the terrifying world. To thrive in the terrifying world, he needed to have ghost coins in his pocket. He handed a few servings of food to the students from Ghost Xiaochang. Suli instructed them to help sell food in the offices on the second and third floors during their free time. Now the ghost students on the second and third floors were friendly towards the students from class 104 because of Suli, so Ghost Xiaochang and the others could go with confidence. They no longer had to worry about being bullied by senior students. By the afternoon, all the food in the students' hands had been sold out. All were sold at the price of 1,500 ghost coins set by Suli. When they handed over 12000 ghost coins to Suli, he generously took out 500 ghost coins, saying it was to buy snacks for Ghost Xiaochang and the others. This excited Ghost Xiaochang and the others. These little ghosts had never seen so much money. So they happily rushed to the school shop. After the last class ended, Suli returned to the dormitory. Since the food in the warehouse was running low, Suli planned to draw a bit more using gratitude coins. He would continue selling tomorrow. As long as the source of gratitude coins keeps coming, getting rich from selling food is just around the corner. Suli cheerfully dropped 10 gratitude coins into the lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have won encouragement prize: fried rice with green pepper and shredded meat, braised duck feet with rice. Congratulations, you have won double encouragement prize: 3 servings of tripe noodles, 3 servings of flaming sour spicy noodles, 3 servings of stinky tofu with potatoes, 3 servings of snail noodles, 3 bottles of French red wine. 3 cups of fiery red lip cocktails. 3 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall. 5 servings of Beijing duck. After finishing the draw of 10 gratitude coins, Suli did not continue to draw. All the food indicated how unfortunate his luck was today. Moreover, he needed to save those 10 gratitude coins to ensure his daily needs. Just as Suli closed the lottery, Lu Yang walked in. Lu Yang looked at Suli and asked, "Suli, what are you going to give me?" "Of course it's something good." Suli smiled and took out the prosthetic limb of the rain ghost and the blood moon spear. Although Lu Yang was a newbie player, he could still tell that the 2 items in Suli's hands were extraordinary. Lu Yang was shocked. Stammering, he asked, What is this? Really, are you giving this to me?" Suli handed the 2 items to Lu Yang and explained, "This is the prosthetic limb of the rain ghost. Once equipped, you can use ghostly power. The other weapon is called the blood moon spear, a blood rain level weapon. You can try it out in the dormitory first, and when you're ready you can head back." Lu Yang excitedly took the 2 items from Suli's hands. Then he made a surprising move. He directly knelt before Suli. "Suli, thank you. If I can survive in this ghostly place, I will never forget your kindness." Lu Yang was very emotional. Suli helped him up and smiled lightly, saying, "That's a bit too much praise." "Not too much praise. I, Lu Yang, keep my word." Lu Yang wiped his face, which was trembling with excitement. He suddenly felt that partnering with Suli was the best decision he had ever made. Lu Yang installed the prosthetic limb of the rain ghost on his foot, and it fit perfectly, successfully compensating for Lu Yang's disability. Now he could walk like a normal person again. Lu Yang also tried out the blood moon spear, and it felt quite comfortable. After testing it, Lu Yang was quite satisfied with both items. After again thanking Suli solemnly, he turned and went back to his own dormitory. After Lu Yang left, Suli also turned and exited the dormitory. Tonight he was heading to the 4th floor. Just as Suli reached the bottom of the teaching building, the system issued him a new task. Hidden task issued: the ghostly beings wandering on the 4th floor are somewhat dangerous. You must always be wary of what is behind you. After completing the hidden task, Suli ascended the staircase toward the 4th floor. He first sent the flame ghost ahead to scout, then followed in its shadow step by cautious step. The 4th floor corridor lay in oppressive silence. Classroom 404 was equally still. The entire level felt barren of life, a dead hush settling over every corridor. Suli walked through the darkness and could even hear his own ragged breathing. His nerves were taut as a single drawn string. He dared not relax for an instant. He did not know how formidable the ghosts on the 4th floor might be. Suddenly a cold wind swung open the door to classroom 404. Suli advanced toward it, each footfall measured. At the threshold he saw the room was empty, only a shattered half-window swung and swayed in the draft motion without sound. Strangely, the window made no noise. As he passed 404 and reached the end of the corridor, Suli discovered a player's corpse. The body hung dried and desiccated like a mummy impaled upon a barbed hook at the corridor's end. There were no ghosts in the corridor, none in the classroom. Suli decided to check the toilets next. Suli released Xing Li to guard his rear. The flame ghost pushed aside the black restroom door and checked stall after stall but found nothing. He exhaled with relief. False alarm, he thought. It seemed there might be no ghosts here at all. Suli felt puzzled. There were students on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Could the 4th be empty? If there were no students, how could one explain the desiccated player's corpse? He turned back toward the corridor, resolving he might leave empty-handed. When a pool of black water oozed from the shadows. The viscous liquid writhed and at last coalesced into a ghastly silhouette. The apparition grinned and hissed, "Little mouse, are you looking for me?" The voice was hoarse and grating, a sound that set the teeth on edge. Suli stared at the ghost and asked, "Are you a student of 404? Why would you collude with outside ghosts to strike at our teachers?" The ghost's features twisted into something feral as sheets of black water dripped from it. "Because they deserve to die," it spat. "She turned me into this. How could I not hate her? I do not only hate her, I hate all of you humans." "Who is this she you speak of?" Suli tried to reason. The ghost's impatience flared. Before he could finish, it lunged at him. "You will all die," it snarled, springing up with claws aimed for Suli's head. At that moment Xing Li moved to protect him. "Ha, do you want to play with me?" she cackled, stepping between Suli and the attack. Her lips split slowly, revealing rows of blade-like teeth that gleamed savage in the night. Hee hee, got you. As the ghost fell within reach, Qingli seized its neck and bit down, but her teeth failed to pierce the apparition. She felt as if she had bitten into springy pliant mud. Qingli's strike was not fatal, the ghost wriggled free from her grip. The ghost sneered in confusion. You are a ghost too, why help a human? If we joined forces to kill him, would that not be better? Qingli laughed. You talk too much, and lunged at the ghost again. At the same time, Suli felt a chill pass over his back. Without turning his head, Suli drew the Reaper's scythe and swung it behind him. The blade struck as if against elastic sludge and was repelled. The scythe itself snapped back. Pulling back a few paces, he finally saw why another ghost identical to the first had appeared at his back. How could there be two identical ghosts? Suli was stunned by his prior deductions. Each floor usually harbored only one powerful ghost student, never two. While he stood dazed, a scream rose from the flame ghost. Suli watched in horror as a ghost tore a great hole through its body. The flames that had clung to the flame ghost guttered out and it collapsed. It had been a low-tier spirit, now utterly useless in this encounter. As the difficulty rose, it could no longer contend with these foes. After finishing the flame ghost, the apparition grinned at Suli and snarled, "Next, it's your turn, little mouse." Then lunged. Suli clenched the Reaper's scythe and slashed at the shadow's head. The ghost was swift. With a sidestep, it evaded the blow and sneered, "You are too slow." It accelerated and kicked him. Suli was forced to hold the scythe horizontally to brace the impact, yet even so the blow sent him skidding several meters away. The ghost's strength left his entire arm tingling with numbness. Suli was dumbfounded. Could a single student ghost plausibly be so powerful? As Suli gaped, footsteps rang out on the stairs leading from the 5th floor, coming down toward them. Great, if we can't beat the 4th floor ghosts, now the 5th floor ones come down? Suli braced, preparing to flee with Qingli. But when the owner of the footsteps stopped in the 4th floor corridor, both Suli and the newcomer froze in surprise. Suli? Sun Shui? Sun Shui spoke first, puzzled. Suli, what are you doing here? I could ask you the same, he replied. Suli had suspected they might be on the same task, yet to meet like this felt like fate, an absurd, inescapable coincidence. Sun Shui did not answer his remark. She looked past him at the two identical ghosts and said coldly, "What, you still won't quiet down?" The two shadows recognized her at once. Their faces contorted as they hissed, "Dead mouse, it's you. We will kill you." And they charged together. Suli was ready to assist, but Sun Shui waved him back with a gesture of restraint. "Are you sure you can handle this?" he asked, skeptical. These two had just overwhelmed him. Could the seemingly fragile Sun Shui stand against them? Under his incredulous gaze, Sun Shui extended two pale arms. Before he could understand her intent, the veins in her forearms swelled and two black tentacles burst forth from her palms. The tentacles bore eyes and mouths. Seeing the charging shadows, they sighed with ravenous delight. Excellent, at last a taste again. Two black tentacles erupted from Sun Shui's palm, gaping mouths opening to swallow the two charging ghostly silhouettes in a single bite. Suli stood frozen with disbelief. What on earth were those black tentacles? The ghostly forms that had been so arduous to slay were devoured with such ease. And why was it inside Sun Shui's body? The two tentacles seemed unsatisfied after consuming the apparitions and even lunged to swallow Qingli, but Qingli would not be bullied. He bit down hard on their heads. Qingli thought, "If you want to eat me, I'll eat you first." "Ah, what kind of monster are you?" The tentacles withdrew their heads in injured protest and consoled one another. "Brother, my head hurts." "Little brother, mine too." "Brother, it has been ages since we met such formidable prey. I am thrilled." "Indeed, little brother, perhaps we should take it seriously." Just as the two tentacles plotted to truly devour Qingli, Sun Shui mercilessly retracted them into her palm. "Brother, I do not want to go back. I have not tasted that delicacy yet. Endure a little longer, little brother. Soon our master will bring us other delectable meals." Under Suli's stunned gaze, the two tentacles sulkily retreated into Sun Shui's hand. He could not help asking, "Sun Shui, what is that thing in your body?" "It can speak." Seeing Suli's astonished expression, Sun Shui did not explain immediately. She gestured to him and said, "Come with me, this is not the place to talk." Suli followed Sun Shui up to the 5th floor and they sat in classroom 504. Noticing his worry, Sun Shui soothed him, "Do not be afraid. Now that I am here, the ghost on the 5th floor will not dare show itself." The ghost on the 5th floor? Yes. A student from 504 escaped last time. She is probably hiding somewhere on this floor. Sun Shui said, I have no time to deal with her now, so if I am not around you must be careful when you go up to the 5th floor. Sun Shui could tell Su Li had not arrived on the 4th floor by accident. Perhaps like her he was attempting to complete the highest strength challenge. Sun Shui, from your tone it seems you do not intend to stay here long. Su Li had no idea what had happened to her. Yet her composed ascent to the 5th floor revealed that whatever dwelled within Sun Shui was formidable. Tonight will be my final attempt at the 6th floor. Whether I succeed or not, I will complete the task and leave at first light tomorrow. Sun Shui sat on the stool swinging her pale legs, smiling. Honestly, Su Li meeting you here was quite unexpected. I am surprised too, Su Li replied with concern. Do you really have to go to the 6th floor? Su Li, are you worried about me? Do not forget we already broke up. Yes, after a breakup words feel superfluous. Su Li sighed, forced to accept that reality. The mood turned heavy and Sun Shui lifted her delicate face. By the way, Su Li, didn't you want to know what is inside my body? I can tell you now, she continued. What dwells in me is a kind of ghost, but it is different from ordinary spirits. Other specters call it Igui. Igui. Su Li had never heard that term before, and the original version of the game contained no such creature. Could it be unique to the horror edition? Sun Shui, sensing his confusion, smiled. You must be curious why I play Jingsong Shiji. In truth, from the moment Jingsong Shiji was released I began to come into contact with this horror incarnation. Frankly, the horror edition feels more like the game's original blueprint. This version is often called the dark edition of Jingsong Shiji. The Igui is the most singular presence within that dark edition. After her explanation, Su Li still found it difficult to grasp. If it is a spirit, how did it end up inside your body? Sun Shui tilted her head and said, it is a cooperation. You could think of it as a bargain. Essentially, it is a mutual arrangement in which human and ghost each take what they need. When she finished, Sun Shui glanced at Qing Li in the doorway and whispered, Su Li, I do not know what this spirit's relation to you is, but heed my warning, it is dangerous, far more dangerous than you imagine. With that she stepped toward the classroom door. Just as she left she turned her head and added, by the way, one more thing I forgot to say. Do not provoke the lunatic on the 6th floor. Once you meet the task requirements, leave at once. Sun Shui departed. Watching her retreating figure, Su Li felt a pang of melancholy. Had they not been getting along so well? Why had she suddenly proposed a breakup? As she left, Su Li did not dare linger on the 5th floor. He hurried downstairs. Su Li returned to the dormitory and the system's voice chimed belatedly, congratulations on completing the hidden task Dual Ghost Shadows on the 4th floor. Hidden task reward granted spirit power 150, awarded 1 black fire pearl. Tip the black fire pearl can fuse into any weapon. When you swing that weapon it will ignite the death flame. The death flame? Su Li took the black fire pearl from his inventory and also drew the Reaper's scythe. The moment they touched, the black flame strangely melded into the scythe. The Reaper's scythe bore no visible alteration, so Su Li decided to test its might. With a gentle swing, a burst of black flame erupted from the scythe. To his dismay, his bed caught fire. He scrambled to extinguish it, but to his frustration the flames would not be put out. The blaze lasted 20 seconds. After watching it burn through those seconds, Su Li's bed was reduced to a pile of black powder. Worse, the dormitory wall was stained with a broad swath of charred soot. Su Li was speechless. No doubt Shi Zhezhuang, the cleaning lady, would come looking for him. At 7 in the morning, Su Li arrived at the office. To his surprise, Luo Shi was there too. Some inexplicable breeze had brought her to the office that day. Outside of chance classroom meetings, Su Li rarely saw Luo Shi and did not know what kept her busy. When Luo Shi saw him, she greeted him warmly, Hi, good morning, Teacher Su. He had intended to reply in kind, but not wanting to be entangled with Luo Shi, he instead muttered that he was not well. Sure enough, after he changed his reply, Luo Shi was left momentarily stunned, staring at him in bewilderment. Morning. At the end of the first lesson, Su Li called Gui Xiaoqiang and a few of his students into the corridor, preparing to hand them the boxed meals so they could continue selling them. But at that moment the unexpected happened. It was not just class 104. All the students on the first floor surged over, and even some from the second and third floors crowded in. They clamored to help Su Li sell the meals. Su Li was taken aback. The whole thing was absurd. From their chatter he soon understood what had happened. Since yesterday after Gui Xiaoqiang and his friends had tasted the rewards of selling meals, they had been boasting about it everywhere, bragging how good it was to sell for teacher Su and how they even got errand fees for free. What Gui Xiaoqiang meant as bragging came across to the others as naked showing off, and almost every student grew envious. 500 GB was an astronomical sum to those kids, enough to buy a mountain of snacks. So when Su Li wanted to sell again today, the students fought to be the ones to help. Once he grasped the whole picture, Su Li could only laugh and cry. Surrounded by a swarm of enthusiastic students, he could not break free. He dared not even take out a meal for fear they would snatch it to pieces the moment he did. "Hey, what are you kids doing clustered here? Go back to your classrooms." At that crucial moment, Luoshi stepped in to help Su Li out of the mess. At the sight of Luoshi, the students scattered like mice before a cat. When the crowd dispersed, Su Li called over Gui Xiaoqiang and the others, handed them 10 boxed meals and warned, "From now on you mustn't flaunt that you're selling meals. If you keep showing off, I'll stop giving you meals to sell." Gui Xiaoqiang and his friends lowered their heads. "Teacher, we were wrong. We'll be more low-key when we sell from now on." With that, they cheerfully took the boxed meals and ran up to the office on the second floor to sell them. After the students dispersed, only Su Li and Luoshi remained in the corridor. The air felt slightly awkward. "Luo teacher, thanks for what you did just now." Su Li gave Luoshi a brief thanks, then headed toward the office. Luoshi said nothing as she turned and went back into class 104. After today's selling episode, Gui Xiaoqiang and his crew had become well known among the students. Everyone on the second and third floors knew they were teacher Su's designated errand runners. And the errand fee Su Li paid was not small. The other students were green with envy. Ever since Gui Xiaoqiang's pockets had a few GB, he'd grown inflated, striding around with a new swagger. Even the senior students who used to bully them now vied to befriend them because everybody knew that hanging with Qianga meant endless snacks. At noon, Su Li sat in the office as a fresh group of players gathered around. This time they weren't seeking to cozy up to him, they wanted to buy his meals. Su Li didn't haggle, he set a firm internal price, one portion for 1000 GB. 1000 GB? The new players didn't have that kind of money. They smiled awkwardly and asked, "Shook, could we owe you the GB for now?" Su Li caught their eager looks and shook his head, brusquely dismissing them. After sending the newcomers away, he took out a portion of abalone braised rice and began to eat. He had meant to open a bottle of French red wine, but thinking of the afternoon classes, he decided it was inappropriate and put the wine back. Halfway through his meal, Lu Yang returned to the office in high spirits. "What's gotten you so happy?" Su Li tossed him a portion of abalone rice and asked. Lu Yang, savoring the fragrant rice, thought to himself that insisting Su Li include meals in their deal had been a very wise choice. With his mouth full and sauce at the corners, Lu Yang said, "Su Li, to be honest, we have to thank you for this." "Thank me?" Su Li was puzzled. He didn't yet understand what Lu Yang meant. Seeing Su Li's confusion, Lu Yang explained, "Have you noticed that students on the first, second, and third floors are much more obedient now, and they no longer harm teachers? Put simply, this is your doing. Because of you, those students have become astonishingly friendly toward us players. Earlier, a few of those ghost students even praised me as a good teacher. Honestly, before you came, I wouldn't even have dared to dream of that." Lu Yang spoke calmly, but Su Li felt a ripple of unease. He could sense a subtle change taking place in the school because of him. He had never imagined that his small ruse, pretending and selling meals, would indirectly help all the players. Previously, players attended classes on edge, fearing the students might devour them completely. Now they went to class openly and without fear of being harmed. Below the fourth floor, the students and teachers got along harmoniously. This was also one reason Su Li's meals sold so quickly. The players bought them not only to eat, but to show their gratitude. Because with Su Li around, their lives felt a little more secure. "I really didn't expect that a simple act of pretending and selling meals would produce such results." Sitting at his desk, Su Li could only sigh. Some things are planted with intent and bear no fruit, while others are unplanned and grow into cool shade. Before the afternoon class, the meals Gui Xiaoqiang's group had taken were already sold out. They came to the office and handed Su Li 15000 GB. Su Li quietly set aside 500 GB as a reward for them, then tucked the rest into his pocket. The new players stared eyes wide at the thick stack of GB. They only dared to envy. No one would entertain an ugly thought. What standing did Suli have in the hearts of those ghost students? If anyone dared lay a hand on Suli, those students would make short work of them without Suli lifting a finger. Suli now had 51705 GB on him. Buying lollipops for Qingli would no longer make him wince. In a good mood, Suli decided to go to the snack shop and buy 2 lollipops for Qingli. From his experiment, the box meal venture was viable. But Suli planned to sell only once a day. His supplies were limited. If he sold both morning and afternoon, he would be overwhelmed and wouldn't even earn enough gratitude tokens. Besides, his primary purpose in this horror world remained to complete the main quest. Making GB was secondary. Stepping out of the office, Suli arrived at the school's convenience store. The owner was absent today. His wife was minding the shop. A grotesque scar slashed across her cheek and faint bruises still marred her arms and neck, likely from her husband's latest beating. The shopkeeper's wife was far warmer than her cold, aloof husband. She even greeted Suli with a smile. "Teacher Su, you're shopping again. What would you like today?" "No need to fuss over me, I'm just browsing." Suli frowned inwardly. Why did she know him? Then he remembered his recent notoriety around campus, and it made sense. Of course she'd recognize him. He strolled leisurely into the compact store, its aisles crammed like a miniature supermarket. The heartbeat lollipops sat tucked away in a corner shelf, priced too high for students. They'd been relegated to obscurity. Suli paused before a rack dripping crimson liquid. Curious. Husband's lung slices. Husband's brain jelly. Husband's kidneys. Husband's heart. What bizarre product names. As he turned to explore other shelves, his gaze snagged on a large black box nestled among the grotesqueries. It was roughly the size of a cake box, sealed tight, clearly a stocked item with its title printed neatly beneath. "Love you for 10,000 years." Suli blinked. Even in this horror realm, reality's clichés persisted, so cloyingly sentimental he nearly shuddered. Must be a ghost cake. I'll bring it back for Qingli to try. He assumed it held something edible, until he lifted the lid. His face drained of color. Inside lay a gory, blood-slicked object. A severed head, none other than the convenience store owner's. What the hell? Did his wife kill him? As Suli stood frozen, the shopkeeper's wife entered, gripping a meat cleaver. She smiled sweetly. "Teacher Su, are you buying meat? Freshly slaughtered this morning, still tender. How much would you like? I'll slice it right now." Suli's lips twitched. He dared not accept. He forced a nervous chuckle. "No meat today, just 2 heartbeat lollipops, please." Heartbeat lollipops? She glanced curiously at the corner, retrieved 2 lollipops and handed them over with a playful grin. "Didn't take you for a fan, though I love them too. Why don't you join me upstairs tonight? We could experiment with new ways to savor them." Her hand already slid suggestively along his arm. Seriously? Even ghosts pull this routine. Suli cursed silently. He shoved her aside, snatched the lollipops and bolted from the store without looking back. He didn't even hear her call for payment. Clutching the lollipops, he sprinted all the way back to his office. Luo, she was already there. Catching sight of his disheveled state, she teased, "Where've you been, Teacher Su? Sweating like you've been rolling in the woods with some other female ghost." She swayed closer, leaned in and whispered against his ear, "Try fooling around with anyone else, and I'll break you. I'll find you tonight, in your dorm." With that she sauntered off, hips swaying, leaving Suli utterly stunned. Damn it. Just escaped one, now another latches on. I'm human, not some ghoul's romantic conquest. Ordinary ghosts might earn a swift punch, but Luo, she was no ordinary specter. To be ensnared by her meant certain doom. Suli considered fleeing the campus, but the rules were clear: no student could leave without the principal's approval. So long as he remained within the school grounds, Luo, she would always find him. After agonizing over options, he gritted his teeth. Fine, let fate come as it may. I refuse to be bested by a single female ghost. That night, moonlight dappled the dormitory floor. The janitor had replaced his bed, and truth be told, it felt surprisingly comfortable. Comfort? Ridiculous. This was no time for luxuries. Suli paced restlessly, then recalled the 6 iron peaches the bookstore owner had given him. They're said to sharpen the mind and restore vitality. He decided to try them. Perhaps clarity would spark a plan to avoid being overwhelmed. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and drank 2 quick gulps. To his astonishment, his thirst vanished instantly. Seriously? Did someone water this down? Utterly useless. Enraged, he slammed the bottle onto the desk. Just then Luoshi appeared at the dorm door, wearing a pleated dress, her appearance indistinguishable from an ordinary human woman. Had Suli not known her true nature, he might well have been deceived. She spun once in the doorway and asked, "Well? Do you like it?" "Goo, no. Not at all." Internally 1,000 wild horses stampeded through his thoughts. An average ghost. Manageable. But this exquisite seductive apparition. Unbearable. Luoshi glided inside, and quietly locked the door behind her. Suli's heart lurched. "I wore this specially, something humans admire. I thought you'd appreciate it." She settled onto his bed with a soft laugh. "Oh teacher Su, you protest with your mouth, yet your body speaks plainly. Even your bed is newly replaced." Suli groaned inwardly. If only he'd refused the janitor's offer last night. Now explanation was impossible. Would she even listen? When he stayed silent, she didn't press, instead spotting the bottle of iron peaches on the desk. "Is this what humans drink daily? I heard it's rare here." She picked it up and took a small sip. Instantly heat flared through her limbs, her breath quickened, her skin flushed. Tugging at her collar, she demanded, "Teacher Su, what did you put in this?" Puzzled, Suli grabbed the bottle and scanned the label. "Not suitable for spirits, consumption induces potent unpredictable aphrodisiac effects." He hurled the bottle to the floor in fury. Who the hell manufactured this nonsense? Now, beyond redemption, the misunderstanding had deepened irreparably. Suli was still pondering how to explain things to Luoshi when she suddenly threw her arms around him. Perhaps it was due to those 6 iron peaches. Suli could feel the intense heat radiating from her body. No. I must stay rational, she's a ghost, for heaven's sake." Suli tried to push Luoshi away, but she clung to him even tighter. Suli felt exasperated. Would his lifelong reputation truly crumble tonight? Just as he teetered on the edge of breakdown, a sharp rapping echoed at the door. Suli's heart leapt with relief. Seizing the moment, he shoved Luoshi aside and rushed to open the door. There stood Lu Yang. Lu Yang had merely come to speak with Suli, but upon seeing Luoshi inside the dormitory, his mind short-circuited. "Suli, I came to apologize for the intrusion. I'll take my leave." As Lu Yang turned to go, Suli grabbed his arm and said, "Come in, it's not what you think." Half-doubting, Lu Yang stepped inside, whereupon Luoshi cast Suli a sorrowful, reproachful glance before silently departing. Phew, finally gone. Watching Luoshi leave, Suli instinctively patted his chest. He'd nearly lost his good name just now. Thankfully Lu Yang had arrived in the nick of time. The moment Lu Yang entered the dorm, he offered a sincere warning. "Suli, I know some words may be ill-timed, but I must tell you, female ghosts in this world are perilous, especially one like Luoshi. You'd do well to keep your distance." "I understand perfectly. There's no such thing as star-crossed love between human and specter. I'm no fool. Rest assured I won't make that kind of mistake." Deep down, Suli had always known, he and Luoshi belonged to 2 irreconcilable realms, and he harbored no desire for entanglement. Suli turned to Lu Yang and asked, "What brings you here so late?" "I've come about mission grading." 7 a.m. sharp. Suli arrived early at the faculty office to prepare his lesson. Lu Yang was there too, preparing for soon the school would administer examinations to assess players' teaching efficacy. Students' academic performance would directly factor into mission grading, and thus into players' very survival. After all this time, it's finally your turn to prove your worth. Suli retrieved from his inventory the stack of Chinese language examination papers awarded as a prior mission reward. Now was the time to put them to use. That afternoon during the first class, Suli distributed the examination papers, curiously tailored it seemed for class 104 alone. Every question reflected material drawn precisely from their standard textbooks. Suli handed out the papers one by one. After 2 full class periods, he collected them all. He then carried the papers back to the faculty office to grade them. What he discovered startled him. Of class 104's 30 students, over 20 scored perfect marks. The few who fell short missed only minor points, clearly victims of careless oversight. While grading, Suli noticed 2 additional questions appended to each paper. "Do you like your teacher? Please write yes or no in the blank below." Can humans and ghosts coexist peacefully? Please check yes or no in the blank below. To Su Li's great surprise, every student answered yes to the first question, and astonishingly all also checked yes for the second. Though Su Li had no idea why such questions appeared on the exam, he felt quietly gratified by the students' unanimous responses. Guiding these young spirits onto the right path hasn't been easy. My meticulous instruction has clearly borne fruit. That night Su Li once again played the hero, this time ascending to the 4th floor. Sun Shui had likely completed her mission and departed. Even Su Li's skeletal hound failed to detect her trace. Midnight fell. Su Li returned to his dormitory. Gazing at the 15 new tokens of gratitude now gleaming in his inventory, his heart swelled with delight. With several boxed meals still remaining, he saw no need to gamble on a lottery draw. Qing Li's spectral energy had recovered to 1400 points. Surely Ghost King Hood was within reach before long. Su Li lacked for nothing, except spectral entities. The flame ghost had perished heroically on the 4th floor. Now Qing Li was his sole spectral ally, a rather meager arsenal. Though Su Li's personal strength remained vital, commanding spectral entities was equally essential to his growth. Without fresh reinforcements, he'd be forced, each time, to step into danger himself. How splendid it would be to capture an aberrant spirit. I wonder what fusion with one would truly feel like. The thought of the aberrant spirit dwelling within Sun Shui stirred a fierce burning curiosity in Su Li. Yet such musings were mere daydreams. Aberrant spirits were not easily encountered. Truth be told, he nearly completed 2 main storylines without ever laying eyes on one. Except of course the one concealed within Sun Shui. The next day, as expected, rumors of Su Li's rescue on the 4th floor spread like wildfire across the school. Students on the 4th floor began to revere Su Li, yet other players remained remarkably calm. After all, such feats had become commonplace. At noon, Su Li entrusted 8 boxed meals and 2 bottles of Fa Guo red wine to Gui Xiaoqiang and several other students. Each meal sold for 1500 ghost coins. The wine commanded 3000 ghost coins, its price justified by its extreme rarity in this realm. Rarity commands value, so scarce an item naturally warranted a premium. Su Li had judged his spectral sales force well. Gui Xiaoqiang and his peers proved remarkably persuasive. In under 20 minutes they strode confidently down from the 3rd floor. Su Li happily pocketed 17500 ghost coins, his total funds now swelling to 69205. Blimey, what am I thinking? Opening a supermarket in this horror world? Only I'd dare imagine such a thing. Su Li swiftly quashed the notion, though admittedly it held unsettling plausibility. Yet if he truly pursued it, he'd break the game entirely, transforming it into a mere cultivation sim, stripping away all terror and suspense. Through his teaching, Su Li realized these spirits were not inherently malevolent. Given proper guidance, perhaps they might even reshape the entire horror world. That afternoon, as Su Li exited class 104, the principal approached him directly. "Teacher Su, would you retrieve something from the storage room on the 5th floor tonight? It may prove useful in a day or 2. Having spoken, the principal turned to leave, then paused and added, "Oh, and Teacher Luo will accompany you. I'll brief her on exactly what you're retrieving." After the principal departed, Su Li sank into gloom. This was neither a trap nor a mystery, it was pure unadorned assistance. Which meant Su Li must abide strictly by the game's rules. He would ascend to the 5th floor, and receive no reward whatsoever upon completing the task. This reeked of murky waters. Any sensible player would decline outright. Su Li couldn't help but wonder, could it be the principal simply believes in my courage, thinks I'm capable because I've saved students before? Damn it all. Su Li realized with sinking dread that he'd dug this pit for himself. It wasn't that he refused to go, it was that he simply lacked the power to survive it. Even combined with Qing Li, he doubted they could best the entity haunting the 5th floor. Sun Shui had been formidable, yet even she'd failed to subdue it. That alone proved the specter was no ordinary foe. Sigh, I can only hope Luo Shi pulls her weight. Fortunately, the principal had assigned the Luo Shi to accompany him. Alone Su Li would never have dared. Yes, it smacked of clinging to a stronger ally, but when weighed against life itself, such pragmatism was hardly shameful. Didn't every legendary protagonist rise by leaning on greater powers? Did any begin by effortlessly obliterating heavens, earth, and void? Pure fantasy. That evening Luo Shi sought out Su Li and revealed a monumental secret. "Teacher Su, do you know why the principal can suppress every student in this school?" Su Li shook his head. No. Because the principal is in truth an aberrant spirit. The principal, an aberrant spirit? Su Li asked incredulous. How did you learn his secret? Luo Shi evaded the question entirely. Instead she asked, do you know what he sent us to retrieve? Su Li shook his head again. Seeing his silence, Luo Shi smiled enigmatically, you'll see when the time comes. Her cryptic words ignited Su Li's curiosity. Why would Luo Shi suddenly reveal the principal's deepest secret? Could the object in the fifth-floor storeroom be linked to aberrant spirits? Let's go, tonight promises no rest. As Su Li pondered the storeroom's contents, Luo Shi interrupted his thoughts. Seeing Luo Shi already ascending toward the fifth floor of the academic building, Su Li followed closely behind. Following Luo Shi up the staircase to the fifth floor, a chilling gust of wind struck, piercing bone-deep and unnerving. Su Li remembered ascending to the fifth floor just 2 days earlier with Sun Shui, then no such dread had stirred the air. This confirmed that the spirit haunting the fifth floor was near. Su Li glanced at Luo Shi, her expression utterly unchanged, and asked, where is the warehouse located on this floor? At the very end of the corridor, the last room. Luo Shi replied lightly, then added with a wry smile, though it seems we've run into a minor complication. Perhaps we should resolve it before proceeding to the warehouse. Su Li knew precisely what complication she meant, the specter lurking in the shadows, restless and ravenous. He drew forth the Reaper's sickle and braced himself. Luo Shi let out a faint derisive laugh at his tense stance. Relax, Teacher Su. This sort of matter hardly warrants your intervention. No sooner had the words left her lips than she strode purposefully toward classroom 502 and came to a halt before its door. She rapped sharply on the door and issued a cold warning, if you value your existence, remain hidden. I shall show no mercy, even if you were once a student of this school. The moment her threat hung in the air, the classroom door exploded inward. A long-haired specter lunged from the splintered frame, claws extended, aiming straight for Luo Shi's throat. Luo Shi did not flinch. A sardonic smile curled her lips as she met the specter's gaze. If you seek death, do not blame me. She raised her leg, and struck. A sickening crack echoed, the specter's bones shattered. Her body hurled upward, suspended midair, then Luo Shi seized her by the hair and yanked hard. With a thunderous crash, the specter slammed onto the floor. Wails of agony tore from her mouth. Realizing she stood no chance against Luo Shi, she whirled, desperate to flee down the corridor. But Luo Shi caught her again by the hair, voice laced with quiet amusement, I warned you once. Regrettably, you failed to heed the chance. She wrenched the specter close, then drove 5 fingers deep into her chest. Drip. With a wet visceral pull, Luo Shi extracted the specter's glistening blood-soaked heart. A crimson arc splattered across the corridor floor. The specter's eyes widened in disbelief. Snap. With a gentle squeeze, Luo Shi reduced the heart to pulpy fragments. The specter collapsed lifelessly. Having dispatched her, Luo Shi calmly withdrew a pristine handkerchief and wiped the blood from her hands. Gulp. Witnessing Luo Shi's ferocity firsthand, Su Li swallowed hard, stunned into silence. In this world, female spirits were terrifyingly formidable. Once her hands were clean, Luo Shi turned to Su Li and tilted her head. Shall we go? Before the tightly sealed warehouse door on the 5th floor, she produced a key and unlocked it. Creak. Dust billowed as the ancient warehouse door swung open, thick, stale, and suffused with the scent of decay. The interior was dry, dim, and choked with broken desks and chairs strewn haphazardly. Su Li frowned. What exactly did the principal ask us to retrieve? Judging by this place, it doesn't seem to be here at all. Indeed, the warehouse resembled nothing more than a cluttered storage room, filled only with ruined furniture. Nothing remotely connected to Igue appeared present. Follow me. Luo Shi strode directly to the farthest corner of the warehouse, pointed to a concealed door, and produced another key. It's inside here. Su Li fell silent, exasperated. Why not produce the key earlier, instead of waiting for me to ask? Just as Luo Shi inserted the key into the hidden door, a system chime resonated sharply in Su Li's mind. Hidden quest activated. Fuyan craves blood. Offer your own, and something extraordinary may unfold. Fuyan. Is that the Igue's name? Su Li murmured, bewildered, yet Luo Shi had already turned the key and pushed the hidden door open. They stepped inside. The chamber beyond resembled a small crimson-drenched room, eerie, saturated in deep scarlet light. At its center rested an iron-bound box, each corner secured by thick iron chains. The box resembled a miniature prison. Could the Igwe be imprisoned within? Suli moved forward to inspect it, when suddenly something burst violently from the box, tearing through metal as if it were parchment. Suli glimpsed it clearly, a hand-shaped entity. His breath caught. A sentient hand. Damn, it's awakened. Luoshi's voice held rare shock. Without hesitation she abandoned Suli and gave chase, darting after the thing as it fled. Suli stared dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? He'd come seeking the Igwe, yet before he could even glimpse it properly the creature vanished entirely. Frustration surged within him, so much for the hidden quest. As Suli turned to leave the warehouse, a black silhouette slammed into his back from behind. What the hell? Reacting instantly, he raised the Reaper's sickle and slashed, but the shadow evaded with uncanny speed, vanishing behind a wall. Ha, dodged fast. What is that thing? Though he hadn't seen it clearly, one fleeting impression remained. It resembled an enormous, grotesque eyeball. An eyeball? Could it be the Igwe? Suli felt his entire worldview tremble. He'd assumed Igwe resembled Principal Chen, dignified, spectral, almost human. Now he realized with dawning horror how profoundly mistaken he'd been. So, Igwe manifest in wildly divergent forms? That made things infinitely more intriguing, and infinitely more dangerous. Having never encountered one before, Suli couldn't yet confirm whether the thing behind the wall was a Igwe. Doesn't matter, if it's not, testing won't hurt. If it is, well then I'll know for certain. He recalled the hidden quest, offer your blood. He didn't know the consequences, but trust in the system ran deep. Without hesitation he bit into his fingertip and let crimson droplets fall upon the dusty floor. Almost instantly the thing emerged from behind the wall, voice trembling with rapture. Blood, the scent of blood. Whoosh! It lunged, and latched onto Suli's finger. It fed voraciously, sucking with terrifying intensity, nearly draining him dry. Suli raised his left hand, preparing to seize the Igwe clamped onto his right index finger. But instead the creature leapt, bit deep into the center of his right palm, and vanished inside with a sharp shink burrowing beneath his skin. Suli froze, utterly dumbstruck. What kind of maneuver was that? Trembling he lifted his right palm, and stared. There, embedded seamlessly in his flesh, pulsed a grotesque living eyeball. And the wound, the jagged tear it had carved, had already sealed itself smooth and whole. Truly astonishing. Suli sensed an uncanny harmony between the orb and his hand. As though it had always belonged there, an intrinsic part of him. Suli stared at the otherworldly ghost resting comfortably in his palm, sated with blood, and felt a sharp pang of exasperation. This creature bore little resemblance to the monstrous specter he had imagined. Even its method of fusion defied expectation. Could it be a comical ghost? As Suli scrutinized the eyeball-shaped entity, it suddenly bristled with fury and roared at him. What are you staring at? Keep staring and I'll drain you dry. Drain me? Suli bared his teeth in a feral grin. You dare swagger after drinking my blood? Then I'll cripple you, right now. With that he raised the scythe of death, poised to strike the ghost cradled in his hand. The sheer ferocity of Suli's posture instantly cowed the eyeball ghost. No, just kidding. Why so serious? Seeing the ghost capitulate in an instant, Suli's expression softened slightly. He fixed it with a cold, unwavering gaze. You're called Fuyan? You may call me that. Suli asked, what unique abilities do you possess? Fuyan stammered, well, that's a rather long story. Before he could finish, Suli cut him off. If it's long, don't bother telling it. Huh? The conversation had abruptly collapsed. Then, system chime. Congratulations on completing Hidden Quest Otherworldly Ghost Fuyan. Hidden Quest reward granted 150 ghastly power, 1 tear of Fuyan. Note: Fuyan's tear is effective only upon Fuyan himself. When applied to him it ensures his absolute unshakable loyalty. No rebellion shall ever arise. Rebellion? Can otherworldly ghosts even betray their masters? For safety's sake, Suli retrieved the vial containing Fuyan's tear and held it before the ghost. Behold, the precious vision eye drops. Plink. The moment Fuyan blinked open his eye, the tear slipped directly into his form. He felt no discomfort, only mild bewilderment as he blinked again and asked, what are you doing? Nothing much, just a small precaution. Su smiled faintly then turned to leave. Fu Yan suddenly warned, a ghost approaches, you'll die if you step outside. Su froze. A ghost? Where from? From the 6th floor. Su gasped, the 6th floor? Ghosts make no sound when they walk, how did you know? Ha, hearing's my strong suit. Su stood stunned. Who would believe such a claim? A disembodied eyeball boasting superior hearing? Yet just as doubt flickered in his mind, a bone-chilling draft seeped through the warehouse door, carrying a piercing glacial cold. It sent shivers down his spine. Damn, it's real. Astonished by Fu Yan's uncanny perception, Su hastily concealed himself. Outside the warehouse, a pale flowing figure drifted past the doorway, long hair veiling her face, weeping softly as though heartbroken. No matter how sorrowful her cries, Su had no intention of rushing out to comfort her. Absurd. This was a ghost from the 6th floor. 6th floor ghost. Wait. Su suddenly recalled Sun Shui mentioning before departing that she intended to challenge the 6th floor ghost. Yet here it was, unharmed and scathed. Did this mean Sun Shui had failed? As Su pondered, Fu Yan spoke again, that ghost has ascended, safe now. Su twisted his lips wryly. You're an otherworldly ghost, surely you could overpower her. Pa. Who said I couldn't? Fu Yan retorted indignantly, I've just awakened, I need rest. Otherwise ghosts like her? I'd crush one with each hand. Su replied, shame, you have no hands. Irrelevant. Fu Yan declared, I've consumed too much blood, I must digest. Don't disturb me. And, don't disturb me even if something urgent arises. No sooner had he spoken than Fu Yan truly shut his eye and fell asleep. Su was speechless, here he was waiting for a grand display of power and his ghost was napping. Su sighed inwardly. He was now certain Fu Yan was without question an irreverent ghost. Emerging from the 5th floor warehouse, Su intended to absorb the corpse of the ghostly student, only to find it vanished. He proceeded directly to the principal's office. Luoshi was already there, apparently she had delivered the palm-shaped otherworldly ghost to the principal. The principal said nothing upon seeing Su, merely shook his hand then promptly ushered both Su and Luoshi out. What a volatile temper! One moment genial, the next cold as ice. Truly, neither men nor male ghosts are trustworthy. Luoshi shot Su a scathing glare before striding away. Su stood dumbfounded. What on earth did I do to deserve this? That evening he returned to his dormitory and checked his system inventory. His stock of boxed meals was dwindling. Only 2 bottles of Fa Guo red wine, 3 glasses of blazing crimson cocktail and 3 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall remained. Yet his gratitude coins were plentiful, 25 still intact. He took a sip of the cocktail. Ah, the taste ignited like wildfire on the tongue. Intoxicating indeed. This glass alone could fetch 2000 tomorrow. After savoring it, he inserted 10 gratitude coins into the lottery wheel. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The wheel spun wildly, then halted. Congratulations. Prize char siu rice 1 serving, vegetarian medley 1 serving. Congratulations. Bonus doubling prize donkey meat buns 3, Shanksa style rujiamo 3, pickled mustard greens, shredded pork noodles 3, ice cold cola 3. Congratulations. Lucky prize demon subduing cudgel, spectral whistle. Note demon subduing cudgel, common tier infused with faint ghastly power. Note spectral whistle, Galatier imbued with modest ghastly power. Demon subduing cudgel. Spectral whiss, never mind, whistle. Su groaned inwardly. Damn it, what use are these? And they call this a lucky prize? Are lucky prizes this underwhelming nowadays? A blood reindeer ghastly artifact would have been acceptable, but 1 common tier 1 gale tier. What practical value could they possibly hold? Just as he prepared to discard both items, inspiration struck. Damn, of course. I can sell ghastly weapons too. He realized in the world of horror ghastly weapons and artifacts were exceedingly rare. To acquire anything tied to ghastly power, players typically needed to complete arcane quests, or clear main storyline objectives. Only upon finishing such tasks would the game bestow artifacts imbued with ghastly energy. Though players could also gain ghastly power through fusion with otherworldly ghosts, that path carried grave risk, the ever-present threat of betrayal. Su, however, faced no such concern. A wry smile touched his lips. The system had already resolved that peril for him. The next day at noon, Suli handed over 7 meals, 3 bottles of soda, and 2 cocktails to a few students of Gui Xiaochang. The price of the meals remained at 1,500 ghost coins. The soda costs 1,000 ghost coins. The flame red lip cocktail costs 2,000 ghost coins. Before class in the afternoon, Gui Xiaochang's students completed their tasks excellently. Suli pocketed 17,000 ghost coins and, as per the usual custom, gave 500 ghost coins to Gui Xiaochang's students. The students left with great enthusiasm. They walked with a spring in their step. The new players in the office began to envy Gui Xiaochang and his group. Over the past few days they earned more ghost coins than the salary rewards for school tasks. Recently the new players had been struggling, since the school's salary rewards take a month or require task completion to be given. Thus the new players had to shamelessly ask the principal for an advance on their salaries. But even when they received the meager salaries, they dared not spend recklessly. They couldn't even dream of luxuries like a fancy bread. So every day they could only buy some Qinglong instant noodles to fill their stomachs. If they got thirsty, they would run behind the toilet to drink tap water. Sitting in the office, Suli pondered how to sell the ghost power items in the warehouse. It certainly wouldn't be appropriate to hand over these items containing ghost power to the ghost students for sale. Suli was considering whether to personally take action and sell them in the dorms of those new players at night. Just then Lu Yang walked into the office. Suli's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course this task could be entrusted to Lu Yang. He was the perfect candidate for it. He was someone Suli trusted. So Suli called Lu Yang aside and said, "Lu Yang, I need your help tonight." "Help?" "Suli, we're close enough that we don't need to say help. Just tell me what you need, I'll take care of it." Lu Yang's attitude was very sincere. Since the last gifting incident, Lu Yang's attitude towards Suli was even more affectionate than that of a brother. Suli was quite satisfied with Lu Yang's attitude. After all, no one wants to help a thankless person. Suli said, "I have some items related to ghost power and I hope you can help sell them." "Items related to ghost power? Really, Suli? You're not satisfied with selling boxed meals and now you want to become an arms dealer?" Lu Yang couldn't help but be surprised by Suli's words. To be honest, Lu Yang was shocked by Suli's proposal. Others would hide ghost power items for personal use, but Suli wanted to sell them. What a foolish thing to do! How much water must one have in their brain to do such a thing? Seeing Lu Yang's astonished expression, Suli wasn't surprised. He smiled calmly and said, "These are just some extra things, a few low-level items. I thought they might be of no use to me, so I wanted to discuss with you what a suitable price would be." "A price? You really want to sell them?" Lu Yang, although unable to comprehend Suli's unconventional approach, knew that Suli would never do something foolish. So he tentatively asked, "What levels are the items?" Suli replied, "One is ordinary level, the other is bloody wind level." "Just ordinary level and bloody wind level? That indeed seems a bit lackluster." Lu Yang pondered for a moment and suggested, "I think the ordinary level isn't useful to new players. Selling it for 5,000 ghost coins would be appropriate. As for the bloody wind level, selling it for 10,000 ghost coins." Hearing Lu Yang's price suggestion, Suli was taken aback. "Wow. Lu Yang, I thought I was being quite ruthless, but it turns out you're even more ruthless than I am." Lu Yang grinned and said, "He no business is without a little blackness." After discussing the ghost power items, Suli felt a sense of relief. The day passed quickly and quietly. In the evening, Lu Yang took the 2 ghost power items that Suli had entrusted to him and headed to the dorms of the players on the 4th floor. As for Suli, he returned to the 5th floor tonight. Since the strongest ghost student on the 5th floor had tragically died at Luo Zai's hands, the ghost students on the 5th floor were bold enough to come out and be active at night. Looking at the shadowy ghost figures in the classroom on the 5th floor, a wicked smile slowly crept onto Suli's face. "The walking gratitude coins, I'm here." The next morning, the news of Suli saving the students on the 5th floor had already spread throughout the school. However, many students began to doubt, where did the little girl with the red string braids who appeared almost every night come from? Why does she always seem to catch students and give them a beating? The key is that she is quite strong. These ordinary students can't fight back. Fortunately, these students only suspected Qingli and did not question why Suli could always appear on time. Sitting at his desk in the office, Suli sighed softly. It seems I need to be more low-key during this period, otherwise if those students start to suspect me, the positive image I've built will be ruined. Some things are better left unspoken. Once they are exposed, they could lead to an irreparable situation. Suli had worked hard to change these students' attitudes towards players. He didn't want them to revert to their previous cold-blooded selves. After preparing his lessons in the morning, Suli checked the warehouse. There was still plenty of food left, so there should be enough to sell at noon today. He still had 15 gratitude coins left from the last lottery plus the gains from the 5th floor last night, totaling 30 coins. After checking the warehouse, Suli glanced at the palm of his right hand. The corrupted eye was still closed and asleep. He had no idea when it would wake up. At noon, right after class during lunchtime, Suli handed over 8 meals and 2 bottles of red wine to a few classmates of Gui Xiaochang, and he originally planned to go back to the office for lunch. However, today those classmates whom Suli had helped insisted on warmly pulling him to eat in the school cafeteria. Seeing their earnest invitation, Suli thought he should at least go and take a look, so he had no choice but to throw a meal to Lu Yang and then headed to the cafeteria with his classmates. Suli had heard new players complain that the hygiene conditions in the school cafeteria were absolutely terrible. Moreover, the food here was prepared for ghosts and the meals were all strange and unusual. In short, one could say that once eaten one would surely vomit. This was also why the new players in the office preferred to eat Xinglong instant noodles rather than come to the cafeteria. Although the cafeteria was also open to teachers now and ghost students would no longer harm teachers. But the food here is truly something normal people cannot get used to. Surrounded by dozens of students, Suli arrived at the school cafeteria, but when he saw everything in the cafeteria, he was completely stunned. Because it was a bit different from what he had imagined. Every corner of the cafeteria was spotless, with tables, chairs, and even the walls clean to perfection. On one of the dining tables, several dishes suitable for human consumption were laid out, although their appearance did not seem particularly appetizing. However, Suli felt they were at least edible. He was pulled by a large group of students to sit at the table with the food. Suli was somewhat puzzled, unsure of what these students wanted. While Suli was in doubt, the group of students suddenly bowed in unison and said, "Teacher Su, we sincerely want to thank you." It was naturally clear what this thank you referred to. It was because of Suli's presence that this ghost school had become so harmonious and united. Thus, in the hearts of these students, Suli's contributions to the school were immense. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria for the first time, Suli headed straight back to the office. As soon as he entered, Lu Yang came over to ask what had happened. Suli replied casually, "Nothing special, just the students invited me to have a meal in the cafeteria." "What? The students invited you to eat in the cafeteria?" As soon as Suli said this, not only Lu Yang but even the few new players who were munching on instant noodles were shocked. They all looked as if they had been struck by lightning, stunned. Being invited to eat by ghost students, what a high honor that must be. Perhaps even the principal doesn't have such treatment. After a long while, the few new players reacted, first wanting to cling to Suli. This time they were kicked back by Lu Yang, who said, go away, this has nothing to do with you." He shoved the new players back to their seats. Lu Yang said joyfully, "Suli, considering your current status in the students' eyes, I believe as long as you pass the student performance test you can at least achieve AB rating. You know the tasks in this school are different from many main quests. If the higher your rating, the greater your final reward." Hearing about the rewards, Suli raised an eyebrow and asked, "Lu Yang, do you know what the rewards for each rating are?" Lu Yang smiled wryly, "How could I know? I only know that higher ratings mean better rewards, but I don't know the specifics of the rewards." At this point, Lu Yang suddenly pulled out a stack of ghost coins from his pocket and said, "Oh, look at me, I almost forgot, I haven't given you the money from selling those 2 items yesterday." After speaking, Lu Yang handed the full 150,000 ghost coins from the sale of the ghost power items to Suli. "Here, take it." Suli didn't even count it and directly took out 500 ghost coins to give to Lu Yang. Lu Yang quickly refused, saying, No, you didn't charge for these 2 items. These are worth much more than those 2 worthless things." Seeing Lu Yang refuse, Suli didn't say much and simply stuffed all the ghost coins into his pocket. Suli thought for a moment and felt that Lu Yang was right, he should have charged for them. Damn it, that was careless. However, Suli felt that trading 2 ghost power items for a loyal friend was worth it. Even though this was a thrilling world, the more dangerous the place, the more he needed absolutely sincere friends. After all, fighting alone only leads to fierce confrontations. Being in a group allows for the ability to gang up on a single opponent. Also, have you ever seen a novel protagonist who is a total orphan? If you say there really is one, then wow, that would be impressive. At noon, Suli closed his eyes for a moment in the office to rest. The students Ghost Xiaoqiang and others happily walked into the office to report back. They stuffed 17500 ghost coins into their pockets. Suli now had over 100,000 ghost coins on him. Although he hadn't yet figured out what to do with this sum, having money meant he wouldn't worry about not having a place to spend it. As the students of Class 104 were approaching their exams, Suli noticed their study attitudes were particularly serious during his class in the afternoon. Perhaps they were determined not to embarrass Suli, as they had been diligently listening and reviewing during this time. In the evening, Suli returned to the dormitory. He did not immediately start the lottery. He checked Qing Li's ghost power level. Due to the recent building sweeping actions, Qing Li's ghost power level had recovered to Blood Rain level 1500 points. Meanwhile, Suli himself only had Blood Rain level 1400 points. Suli now faced a dilemma. The building had been cleared and there were no students to be seen in the classrooms on the 2nd to 5th floors at night. Suli felt somewhat frustrated. Where was he supposed to go next to increase his strength? This isn't a solution. Are we just going to drag this out? Suli understood very well that if he wanted to achieve the highest S rating, he had to deal with the ghost on the 6th floor. But the problem was his current strength was a bit inadequate. As for the ghost on the 6th floor, Suli currently had no confidence in being able to defeat her. If only the corrupted eye could wake up, perhaps Suli could indeed try going up to the 6th floor. But frustratingly, the corrupted eye had been sleeping ever since merging with Suli. Its current appearance seemed like it was going to sleep until the end. Looking at the corrupted eye sleeping peacefully in his palm, Suli felt somewhat speechless. Damn it, is it really going to sleep until the task ends? Just as Suli was feeling speechless, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out. Hidden task released. The ghost wandering on the 6th floor has been waiting for a letter filled with longing, but unfortunately that letter can never be sent. If you can help her find that letter, she might hold goodwill towards you. Also, don't forget to include a blood red rose, the favorite of female ghosts. As the system's voice fell, Suli was dumbfounded. A letter filled with longing. A blood red rose. He calmly opened the warehouse panel and took out these two items. Coincidentally, he had both of these items. The letter filled with longing was the reward for completing the hidden task on the 3rd floor, while the blood red rose was a drop from the skeleton NPC. Does the system want me to personally deliver these two items to the female ghost on the 6th floor? Suli shook his head. What a joke. That is a ghost from the 6th floor. That's an existence even stronger than the ghosts on the 5th floor. Suli felt that the system wouldn't trick him, but the thought of personally handing a letter to the female ghost on the 6th floor made him somewhat apprehensive. What if the female ghost couldn't read and just grabbed him without reasoning? What if the owner of the letter was a scummy ghost? Suli had personally witnessed on the 5th floor how the ghost from the 6th floor cried so heartbreakingly. Who would believe that there wasn't a scummy ghost hurting her? Wasn't it because of emotional setbacks that she could cry like that? P.S. This time it's not about inflating the word count. Now let me say something serious. The main quest at the school is nearing its conclusion. So let's keep pressing the yellow button. If tomorrow exceeds 3,000 requests for updates, the author will directly write 5 chapters. For every additional 1,000 requests, 1 more chapter will be added. All the cuties, come on, the fate is all in your hands. Suli decided it was best not to act rashly just yet. After all, the task had no time limit. He certainly wasn't in any hurry to deliver meals to the 6th floor. Let's delay it for now. What if Fu Yan wakes up tomorrow? Suli placed the letter and the blood red rose back into his inventory, then opened the lottery wheel and spun. Late at night, when silence reigned, was the perfect time for a draw. With 30 gratitude coins remaining in his inventory, Suli inserted 10. The lottery wheel whirled. Moments later it came to a halt. Congratulations! You've won consolation prize, black sesame tang yuan spicy hot soup and longan sweet steamed pork. Congratulations! You've won doubled consolation prize, 3 portions of sesame rabbit, 3 portions of lotus leaf steamed pork, 3 portions of sweet and sour spare ribs, and 3 portions of dual-flavored duck rolls. 3 portions of fried Oreo, 3 portions of azure dragon lying in snow, and 3 portions of white dragon dancing in the waves. Seeing nothing but food items, Su Li's face turned ashen. Damn it. Were even basic tier ghost energy items no longer dropping? Disheartened, Su Li flopped onto his bed and fell asleep. Dawn broke at 7 o'clock. As usual, Su Li arrived at the office to prepare his lesson plans. With final exams approaching, he dared not slack off. Once finished, he gathered his textbook and headed toward classroom 104. At that very moment, the principal appeared in the doorway of the office. Smiling warmly, the principal addressed everyone inside. Last night a cat climbed onto the rooftop of our teaching building. Would anyone be willing to go up and bring it down for me? Of course, I'll offer a generous reward. Catch a cat. Everyone in the office froze in stunned silence. They couldn't fathom why such a simple task warranted the principal's personal appeal. While all other novice players remained mute, only Su Li furrowed his brow slightly, because he knew a hidden quest had just been triggered. Seeing no response, the principal pressed on with gentle persuasion. The reward is truly substantial, surely no one would like to give it a try. Under the lure of that lavish reward, an impulsive novice player actually raised his hand. Principal, it's just a cat, I'll handle it. Excellent, Teacher Su Xian, I'll count you in. After speaking, the principal turned to Su Li and the others. 3 people are needed to catch this cat. I've already asked every teacher upstairs, but none agreed to help. If you also decline, I'll have no choice but to randomly select 2 more from among you. The principal's words hung in the air. Su Li remained silent. He had no intention of accepting this hidden quest. To reach the rooftop meant inevitably passing through the 6th floor. He had no desire to enter the 6th floor, and the rooftop itself likely harbored unforeseen dangers. Though hidden quests offered rich rewards, their perils were often fatal. Su Li refused, but the problem was clear: hidden quests were mandatory. Even silence wouldn't exempt them. The principal could still assign the task by force. Once named, refusal was impossible. The game's rules left no room for dissent. It was maddening. As no one stepped forward voluntarily, the principal wasted no further words and began selecting participants outright. Teacher Lu Yang, you'll accompany Teacher Su Xian. The principal chose Lu Yang first, perhaps because he'd logged the most playtime among the novices, making him seem the most qualified. Whereas the principal wore an expression of serene nonchalance, Lu Yang's face darkened. Having played long enough, he fully understood the lethal stakes of hidden quests. If the fatality rate for excavation tasks stood at 1 in 5, then for hidden quests, it was 1 in 2. This was no trivial matter. One misstep and you might plunge headlong into oblivion. Once 2 participants were confirmed, the principal's gaze swept slowly across the remaining novices. Frowning, he seemed to deem them unqualified for such a trial, and so his eyes finally settled upon Su Li. Compared to those freshly arrived novices, Su Li was clearly the more suitable candidate. Smiling, the principal patted Su Li's shoulder. Teacher Su, I'm counting on you once again. You've proven your capability, and I trust you implicitly. Trust? What utter nonsense. Su Li seethed inwardly. Such trust was the last thing he wanted. Still smiling, the principal paid no mind to their reluctance, adding only, the cat emerges only at night, so I recommend you go up after dark. And above all, do not harm it. Simply capture it and bring it straight to me. With that, the principal strode out of the office. No sooner had he left. Lu Yang approached, his expression grim. Su Li, why us? Of all people, why did the principal choose us for such a perilous task? Sighing, Su Li replied, we can't avoid these quests. To advance to higher tier zones, we must collect 6 passports for Zone 4. 6 passports? When will we ever gather them all? Lu Yang hadn't completed a single hidden quest. In truth, he'd never intended to pursue those so-called passports at all. To him, higher tier zones meant exponentially greater danger. Rather than rush headlong toward death, he preferred staying safely within Zone 4. At least survival odds there remained comparatively high. Unlike Su Li and Lu Yang, who braced themselves for calamity, novice player Su Xian remained utterly naive, wholly unaware of the peril looming over him. He genuinely believed the principal simply wanted him to fetch a cat from the rooftop. Su Li made no move to warn him. Such innocence was beyond correction. After all, Su Li himself couldn't guarantee his own survival in a hidden quest. What good would a warning do? Was he expected to safeguard another's life? Preposterous. He could barely keep himself alive, let alone tend to others' affairs. In this world of dread, compassion was the gravest folly. The fate of the overly kind was always the same, either dying in another's stead, or being betrayed and buried alive by those they tried to save. At noon, Su Li routinely prepared 10 meals for his students, Gui Xiaoxiang and the others, to sell. Before long he earned another 14500 ghost coins. After the students departed, Su Li cheerfully took his ghost coins to buy heartbeat lollipops for Qing Li. At the convenience store the shopkeeper greeted him with her usual effusive warmth, though her smile held no kindness. In the end Su Li fled the store like a refugee, and this time he actually paid. Panting he patted his chest outside the store, still trembling. Damn it, better avoid this convenience store altogether from now on. Under the pale glow of the full moon, Su Li and 2 companions stood at the ground floor of the teaching building, about to ascend to the rooftop to capture a black cat. Lu Yang wore a prosthetic leg forged from the rain demon's remains and gripped the blood moon long spear, a weapon ranked blood reindeer. His imposing attire left Su Xian, a novice player standing nearby, utterly stunned. Whoa! Senior brother Lu Yang, this weapon is incredible. Where did you get it? Found it in a trash bin? Lu Yang shot him a withering glance. Su Xian clearly didn't believe him. Where exactly? I want to go dig one up too. Dig up your grandma's leg? You'll have to survive long enough to even ask that question. Lu Yang suspected Su Xian had lost his mind, on the verge of death yet still fixated on where a weapon was scavenged. Then again, if he weren't unhinged he'd never have volunteered for this cat capture mission in the first place. Su Xian was undeniably flawed. Let's go. After pausing briefly on the ground floor, Su Li stepped forward, first ascending the staircase toward the rooftop, where icy drafts whispered through the stairwell. Cold wind surged down the corridor, howling mournfully. With nearly no students staying overnight on floors 1 through 5, silence reigned, so absolute that even the faintest whisper of a falling needle would echo clearly. Though Su Li and his companions tread lightly, their footsteps still reverberated hauntingly within the hollow stairwell. They climbed swiftly to the 5th floor, then Su Li abruptly halted. Su Xian blinked blankly. Senior brother Su Li, why did you stop? Su Li remained silent. Lu Yang answered instead, Go. Go where? Did you forget to bring your brain when you left home? Su Xian bristled. Lu Yang, why are you yelling at me? Can't I even ask a simple question? Yell at you? What's wrong with that? Right now I'd rather kick you senseless, you utter dimwit. Sure. Just as Su Xian was about to erupt into a full-blown argument with Lu Yang, Su Li intervened sharply. Frowning coldly, Su Li said, the ghost upstairs is likely waiting right at the top of these stairs. If you wish to die, by all means, keep shouting. Su Xian bristled at Su Li's words. Su Li, you're in cahoots with Lu Yang, you're just trying to scare me. Not gonna work. I wasn't raised to be frightened. After all, from the 1st floor all the way to the 5th he hadn't glimpsed a single wisp of a ghost. Now Su Li claimed the specter lurked on the 6th floor, how could he possibly believe it? Besides, even if a ghost resided on the 6th floor it would merely be a student spirit, and such entities posed no threat to players. What then was there to fear? Rather than grow angry at Su Xian's recklessness, Su Li praised him instead. Ah, Su Xian, I've heard from others you've always possessed extraordinary courage. Lu Yang and I, however, are terribly timid. Why don't you lead the way up to the 6th floor? Courage. Absolutely, I am fearless. Flattered Su Xian lifted his chin proudly, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Inwardly he scoffed. He'd idolized Su Li as a veteran elite, only to discover the man was spineless. Once he returned after completing the task, he'd expose Su Li's true cowardice before every player. As Su Xian gloated inwardly, Su Li gestured politely, inviting him to proceed first. Su Xian snorted disdainfully and strode onto the stairs, then turned back to remind them, Su Li, Lu Yang, if you too tremble at shadows, just call my name next time. I'm not afraid. Ha, ha. Of course, of course. Su Li and Lu Yang followed silently behind, deliberately widening the distance between themselves and Su Xian. The moment Su Xian stepped onto the 6th floor landing, he glanced back. What the hell? Where'd they go? Standing alone in the 6th floor corridor, he realized with dawning horror that no one followed him. Unbeknownst to Su Xian, Su Li and Lu Yang remained motionless on the 5th floor, leaving him foolish and fearless to ascend alone. Cowards. Pathetic cowards. I'll catch that black cat myself. That Su Li and Lu Yang hadn't followed didn't faze him, he simply assumed they'd backed out in fear. With contempt he spat onto the floor. He resolved to complete the mission solo, to claim the reward entirely for himself. Yet just as he daydreamed of triumph, a bone-chilling gust of spectral wind swept over him, freezing him from crown to soul. Then came the sound, a woman's sorrowful weeping. Remarkably, Su Xian truly was fearless upon encountering the female ghost. His instinct wasn't flight, but compassion. He stepped forward to comfort her. Had it been Su Li, such a response would have been unthinkable. Su Xian approached the shadowed corner, gently patted the ghost's head and asked, "Why do you weep? Is there something I can help you with?" The ghost did not turn. She sobbed softly, murmuring, Why didn't you even write me a letter? Was I truly unworthy of your thoughts? You promised you'd write. You lied to me. You lied. You lied." Her voice rose, sharpening into a piercing shriek as anguish consumed her. Suddenly, she whirled around to face Su Xian, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper, "Have you brought the letter? Tell me, are you here to deliver it? Where is it? Give it to me, now." Her fingers clamped like iron vices around Su Xian's throat. She loomed inches from his face, her grotesque visage crawling with writhing maggots. Su Xian tried to speak, to flee, but he couldn't. Helpless, he dangled in midair, suspended by her grip. "Why won't you answer? Are you not here to deliver the letter? You lied to me. He lied to me. None of you are worthy." The ghost descended into raving madness, before Su Xian could gasp out a reply. She wrenched his head clean off. Blood splattered across her face, but she paid it no heed. Cradling his severed skull, she vanished deeper into the darkness. As she walked, her sobs resumed. "I waited for your letter for so many years." "Ha! How many exactly? Ha! It seems even I have forgotten." Meanwhile, on the 5th floor corridor, Lu Yang's legs trembled violently. Every word, every shriek from the 6th floor ghost had echoed unmistakably into his ears, and he knew with grim certainty that Su Xian had sealed his own doom. He turned to Su Li, voice quavering, "Su Li, shouldn't we just retreat? Abandoning the mission is better than dying." Su Li shook his head lightly, sighing, "Mystic quests cannot be abandoned once accepted. To withdraw violates the game's fundamental law, meaning we'd perish not only at the ghost's hands but also beneath the headmaster's judgment." "Then, must we still ascend to the rooftop?" "Yes, we go." Before ascending to the 6th floor, Su Li glanced at Fu Yan. Good. He was still asleep. What an absolute nuisance. Su Li was practically furious enough to go bald. "At this point it seems I have no choice but to deliver the letter to the female ghost myself, as instructed by the system. I only hope she's not an unreasonable specter." Su Li retrieved the heartfelt letter and the crimson rose, then summoned Qing Li. Only then did he dare ascend the stairs with Lu Yang. As they climbed toward the 6th floor, Lu Yang trailed behind, trembling with fear, though truth be told Su Li himself felt utterly uncertain. Delivering a letter to a female ghost. This was truly his first time in life. The moment Su Li stepped onto the final stair of the 6th floor, a chilling gust swept over him. Clearly the female ghost was lurking in the shadows. A premonition of doom struck him. He spun to flee upward toward the rooftop. But before he could move, the female ghost materialized from the darkness and seized his throat with a cold iron grip. The female ghost sneered, "Little mouse, you've come to deliver a letter." Her strength was immense. Su Li felt his breath constricting, his air slipping away. "Su Li, I'm here to save you." Seeing Su Li strangled by the ghost, Lu Yang, though paralyzed with terror, did not flee. Instead, he summoned courage, seized the blood moon spear and lunged, driving it straight into the ghost's torso. At that very instant, Qing Li, perched behind Su Li, leapt onto the ghost's back and sank her fangs deep into the ghost's neck. Ah! The searing agony sent the ghost into a shriek. With one hand she wrenched Qing Li free and hurled her violently against the far wall of the corridor with a sickening crack. Shaking Qing Li aside, the ghost fixed her milky hollow eyes upon Lu Yang, the one who had dared strike her. Before Lu Yang could react, she seized him and flung him headlong down the staircase. Enraged, the ghost tightened her grip on Su Li with mounting ferocity. "You're here to deceive me too. You wretched rodent, you didn't come to deliver any letter." Her voice turned icy, trembling with raw emotion, almost unhinged. Yet at that critical moment Su Li made no move to draw the scythe of death and confront her in mortal combat. What utter nonsense! She'd hurled Qing Li aside with a single hand. How could Su Li possibly stand against her? Qing Li's ghostly power rating stood at Blood Rain Tier 1500 points. That the ghost could toss her aside so effortlessly suggested she was nearing Ghost King Tier. Facing such overwhelming might, Su Li knew, even wielding the Scythe of Death, victory would likely be impossible. He couldn't act rashly. Doing so wouldn't save him, it would only enrage the ghost beyond redemption, leaving no room for negotiation or reprieve. Yet a question stirred in Su Li's mind. He'd assumed the strongest spirit on each floor, from 1 to 6, would be a student. Clearly that assumption was wrong. Though her face was grotesquely decayed, this female ghost bore no resemblance to a student. Then again, romance among 6th graders. Even Zhang San, the most lawless rogue, couldn't salvage that. Seeing the ghost's fury, her fingers tightening as if ready to tear him apart, Su Li hastily produced the letter and thrust it before her face. Hold on, don't lose your temper. We're here to deliver your letter. A letter? Truly, you've really come to deliver a letter. Her body trembled faintly, but she did not release him. Instead, she took the envelope from his hand, skeptical yet hopeful. She opened it, and after only a glance her entire form convulsed. The handwriting was unmistakable, the very script of the specter she longed for day and night. Her grip on Su Li's throat gradually loosened. At last he drew a ragged, gasping breath. Thankfully this ghost still possessed a modicum of spectral integrity, otherwise Su Li would already be headless like Su Xian. This ghost's devotion was rare indeed. Countless mortals walk the earth, but true unwavering love is rarer than phoenix feathers. If humanity itself is so fickle, how much more so are ghosts? Such profound faithful love, so uncommon among spirits, moved Su Li deeply. With a soft sigh he offered the crimson rose. He asked me to give this to you, though he is gone now. It was a gentle lie, yet the system had warned him this was a letter that could never be delivered. He thus surmised the male ghost too had long since perished. Though the male ghost was gone, Su Li believed no female ghost could resist a rose sent by her beloved. And indeed, upon seeing the crimson rose the female ghost trembled with overwhelming emotion, not reaching for it but covering her face with both hands and weeping, wailing with soul-rending grief. Her cries echoed with desolation saturated with sorrow. Su Li said nothing, merely stood quietly beside her. For a long while. When her tears finally subsided she lifted her head and spoke. Thank you, little mouse, for delivering this letter to me. My heart's deepest wish has been fulfilled. Without him I have no will to linger in this world. Wait, no, please don't. Not yet. Since I've helped you, might you return the favor, grant me one small request. What request? The ghost looked bewildered. Come with me to the rooftop, I need you to safeguard our lives. The rooftop. Without hesitation the ghost nodded instantly. Very well, I'll help you. As she agreed to accompany Su Li upward, the system's voice chimed. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, the devoted female ghost. Hidden quest reward 150 ghostly power points, 1 ghostly eyeball awarded. Note: under special circumstances this eyeball may prove invaluable. Congratulations, you have received a token of gratitude from Guiyu Yuan, 1 gratitude coin earned. Without pausing to inspect his reward, Su Li strode directly toward the rooftop. As he stepped onto the building's summit, a thick nauseating stench of blood slammed into him. The rooftop was a terrace, and also a living hellscape. Su Li's brow furrowed in grim distaste while Lu Yang collapsed to the ground paralyzed by horror. Before them lay a grotesque tableau, mangled, dismembered corpses strewn across the rooftop. Some were ghostly students, others, human players. At that moment, a blood-soaked specter squatted atop the carnage, savoring his gruesome feast with eerie relish. His skin had rotted away entirely, exposing raw, glistening muscle and pulsing veins, a vision of visceral horror. The blood-soaked ghost noticed them, and slowly turned his head, revealing teeth stained vivid crimson as he rasped, voice dripping with malice. Little mice, you've come willingly, offering yourselves as my next meal? No sooner had the words left his mouth than his entire body launched forward, blurring through the air as he lunged straight for Su Li. Su Li's pupils contracted sharply. This ghost moved far too fast. So fast that Su Li hadn't even raised the Scythe of Death before the ghost's jaws snapped toward his throat. At that pivotal instant, Qing Li's fist exploded outward, striking the blood-soaked ghost full in the face and halting his charge midair. Seizing the opening, Su Li darted sideways, escaping the fatal lunge. Qing Li's blow barely wounded the ghost Yi. Instead, he snarled, seized her by the waist, and slammed her headfirst into the rooftop floor. A thunderous crunch echoed, the unyielding concrete cracked beneath her impact. After hurling Qing Li aside, the blood-soaked ghost turned his gaze upon Su Li, and grinned, fangs glinting, "Little mouse. I will tear you apart. There is no escape." The blood demon believed Qing Li was already dead, so he prepared to resume his pursuit of Su Li. Yet at that moment Qing Li yanked her head free from the unyielding floor. She shook it left and right with a sharp cracking sound, her lips split wide, her expression wild. "What a ferocious battle, I love it. Love it. You love nothing." No sooner had Qing Li spoken than the blood demon slammed her into the wall with a thunderous impact, and seized her, hurling her violently against the ground again and again. "Die! Die! Die!" Boom! 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 Her skull struck the floor again and again, yet strangely no blood spilled. By the final blow even the blood demon was winded. Yet when he glanced back, Qing Li stood upright once more, as if untouched. The blood demon froze in disbelief. What manner of spectre was this, so unervingly durable? In that very instant Gui Yuyuan struck. She had sworn to Su Li she would safeguard their lives, and since the blood demon sought Su Li's death, she had no choice but to intervene. Gui Yuyuan's strength surpassed Qing Li's, so her first strike targeted the blood demon's vital weak point. He paused, perplexed by her sudden assault. He and Gui Yuyuan, the sixth-floor spectre, had long observed an unspoken truce. He could not fathom why she would defend a mere rat. Though wary of Gui Yuyuan's power, the blood demon did not flee. Instead, his flesh rippled and coiled as he vanished behind her, repositioning, not retreating. His sole intent was to seize an opening to slay Su Li. In his eyes, Su Li must harbor some profound secret, otherwise how could he command two ghosts as loyal vassals? From afar, Su Li's brow furrowed deeply. The blood demon's speed was truly astonishing. He could not even gauge the demon's cultivation rank. Fu Yan remained dormant. With no other recourse, Su Li drew the Scythe of Death for defense. He had yet to devise a way to slay the blood demon. Its power was undeniably formidable. Once again Su Li found himself trapped in the same dire predicament: insufficient strength. He felt with visceral urgency the crushing weight of inadequacy, and knew that cultivating greater power was now his most pressing imperative. Watching the battle unfold beyond his reach, Su Li let out a wry, helpless laugh, always getting overwhelmed. "Looks like I'll have to find a way to level up, fast." "Su Li, what should we do now?" Lu Yang rose shakily beside him, his face pale as he gripped the blood moon spear. Su Li glanced at him. "Lu Yang, you can't help here. Go find the cat instead." "The cat?" Lu Yang blinked, then smacked his forehead in sudden realization. "Right? How did I let fear cloud my mind? Catch the cat and we can descend straight down." Without hesitation he sprang into action. Though corpses littered the floor and dread still coiled in his gut, he knew survival demanded he acclimate to this horror, to this world. Su Li had protected him so fiercely, he would not become dead weight. He would grow swiftly and surely. Perhaps one day Su Li himself would need him. Lu Yang set off in search of the cat. Meanwhile Su Li watched the battlefield with mounting anxiety. Gui Yuyuan was powerful, but she could not destroy the blood demon. Qing Li, though nearly indestructible, lacked the strength to turn the tide. Su Li surmised they were likely both blood reindeer spirits, each hovering at 1900 points, just one step shy of becoming a ghost king. His only hope rested with Gui Yuyuan. Aside from the life-saving ghost mask of Red Eye, he held no further trump cards. As Su Li observed the clash, the blood demon suddenly fainted, slipping past both Gui Yuyuan and Qing Li, and charged straight toward him, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. He thrust out a crimson finger, aiming directly for Su Li's crown. Su Li's gaze hardened. He raised the Scythe of Death and slashed, black flames erupting violently from its blade. The blood demon had not anticipated his weapon bearing searing black fire, and was instantly engulfed. The obsidian blaze clung to his body, igniting him entirely. A chorus of agonized shrieks tore from his throat. The black fire refused to be quenched, it burned deep, gnawing at his very essence. Watching the blood demon writhe in torment, Su Li lifted the scythe once more and smiled. "Enjoy your black fire bath. Here, another round on the house." The words had barely left his mouth when the blood demon erupted into frenzied ecstatic screams, and his exposed crimson flesh darkened, turning jet black as if armored in obsidian. It was as though he had donned a suit of midnight armor. Su Li sensed it immediately. The aura of lethal danger radiating from the blood demon surged exponentially. He had ascended to a new tier. Su Li's eyelid twitched. A stunned, incredulous thought flashed through his mind. Damn it, did the black fire just level him up? Was this even possible? Where was the logic in this? How would ghosts view him henceforth? Would they dub him Mr. Su, the ghost enabler? You filthy rat, you've truly astonished me. I owe you thanks. The blood demon grinned savagely at Su Li, and accelerated, launching himself skyward with a thunderous burst. Midair he bared teeth stained scarlet with blood, and lunged for Su Li's skull. His speed was blinding. Su Li had no time to evade. Then, suddenly, the system's voice chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have received gratitude from the blood demon. 1 gratitude coin awarded." Su Li froze, for one silent second, then snapped, "Oh hell no, thanks." Just as the blood demon's jaws snapped within inches of his head, Qingli arrived. With a sharp crack she yanked the blood demon from midair and slammed him onto the floor. Then in one fluid motion she sank her teeth into his neck, blood gushed forth and the blood demon screamed, a raw piercing wail of agony. Su Li stared dumbfounded. How could Qingli, so vastly outmatched, pierce the blood demon's flesh so effortlessly? Those teeth, impressive indeed. Before Su Li could process it, the blood demon wrenched Qingli away and stomped her beneath his foot, crushing the floor deep into the earth. Though Qingli had caught him off guard, biting his neck, the chasm between their strengths remained vast. Her advantage was fleeting, purely momentary. No sooner had the blood demon regained his senses than Qingli was pinned once more, his boot slamming repeatedly into her skull as he snarled, "You love meddling the most, don't you? I'll teach you to meddle. I'll teach you." Enraged beyond reason by Qingli's relentless, tenacious interference, the ghostly gum he couldn't shake, he seethed with pure hatred. Yet rage aside, he had to admit Qingli was absurdly durable. He'd stomped her for minutes, and not a single wound marred her form. The blood demon froze again, utterly baffled. Damn it, I'm a ghost king now. Is this even reasonable? Seeing that Qingli refused to die no matter how fiercely he struck, Shui Xiangui began to question his very existence as a ghost. What in the blazes is this? Truly, it's beyond belief. He was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. Qingli was low in cultivation rank and petite in stature, yet astonishingly resilient. Shui Xiangui racked his brain but could not fathom why. In utter despair he lashed out with a furious kick, sending Qingli flying. To hell with you, what abomination are you? The moment Qingli soared through the air, Shui Xiangui turned, only to find his neck ensnared by Gui Yuan's long serpentine hair. Enraged he roared, "I've always kept my distance from you, why must you oppose me now?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he seized the strands coiled around his throat and tore them apart with a single contemptuous yank. He no longer feared Gui Yuan, her realm of power paled before his own. Between each cultivation tier gaped an unbridgeable chasm. With his current strength, Shui Xiangui could effortlessly subdue 3 Gui Yuans at once. Since you choose to shield that wretched rat, I have no choice but to erase you. A sinister smile curled across Shui Xiangui's lips as he seized Gui Yuan's throat, and slammed her into the ground with crushing force. Gui Yuan struggled, but she was utterly outmatched. After slamming her down, Shui Xiangui hoisted her up again, his voice dripping with cold malice. "I know who you're waiting for, pity, you'll never see him again." At those words Gui Yuan trembled violently. "It's you, it's really you?" Fueled by incandescent fury, she wrenched free from his grip, and sank her teeth deep into his neck. It was the very same spot Qingli had bitten moments before. "Hey! I'll kill you!" Blinded by agony, Shui Xiangui seized her hair and ripped it clean off, with a sickening tearing sound. His hands clamped onto Gui Yuan's skull, then crack, her entire crown shattered and flew outward. "Die, you wretch!" The battle ended in the blink of an eye. By the time Su Li raised the scythe of death, Gui Yuan had already collapsed, her final breath choked with bitter defiance. Su Li's blade had barely begun its downward arc toward Shui Xiangui's throat when the latter seized the scythe mid-swing. A feral grin split his face. "Rat, no one will save you this time." Is that so? Insect. Before the words fully echoed, a grotesque ghostly visage materialized before Suli, then a hand wreathed in black mist emerged from its maw, followed by the rest of its form. Clad head to toe in a flowing black robe, crimson eyes blazing, the true Hong Yen stood before Suli, not a mere illusion conjured within a scarlet iris, but the sovereign himself. Without turning, Hong Yen spoke, his voice calm and distant. Human, I fulfill my vow. From this moment our debts are settled. Shui Xian Gui, paralyzed by Hong Yan's overwhelming aura, quivered where he stood and pointed a trembling finger. Yuri, not from our domain. But before he could finish, Hong Yan lifted a hand and said flatly, Insect, you speak too much. Hong Yan's expression remained impassive as he swept the scythe downward. Crack. A faint delicate sound, like willow branches whispering in a spring breeze. Though the strike seemed effortless, Suli's pupils dilated wide with dawning horror. For he saw Shui Xian Gui's body cleaved cleanly in two, and beyond him the entire teaching building bisected down its center as if sliced by a god's blade. It was absurd, beyond absurd. What in God's name does it take to muster such ghostly power? Suli stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this the true might of a sovereign among ghosts? After dispatching Shui Xian Gui, Hong Yan remained motionless, back still turned to Suli. Human, our accounts are settled. And with that he vanished, along with the spectral visage, leaving no trace behind. At that moment Lu Yang approached, cradling a sightless black cat. When he beheld Shui Xian Gui's bisected corpse, and the ruined teaching building, he froze speechless, stunned into silence. Suli's heart thundered with shock, but he knew all alone would not save him. Time was short, he needed power and fast. If he delayed consuming Shui Xian Gui, the principal would surely arrive any moment. After all, a perfectly intact teaching building split cleanly in two would surely send the principal into apoplexy. Suli stepped forward, activated his Devouring Eye, and absorbed both Shui Xian Gui and Gui Yu Yuan in an instant. A system chime resonated. Congratulations, devouring complete. Ghostly power 600. Ghostly power increased to 2150 points. Rank ascended. Rank 1 star Ghost Sovereign. Congratulations, system reward granted, Ghost Sovereign grade black robe. Description: a robe steeped in the essence of death, its aura repels lesser spirits, ensuring your safety. Essence of death: even the weakest specters disintegrate upon contact. Congratulations, Scythe of Death usage limit removed. You may now wield its full unfettered power. The system message faded. In his inventory, Suli indeed found the black robe lying there, yet he did not don it immediately. Instead, he sealed Qingli within his storage space and departed downstairs with Lu Yang. As they reached the first floor, Suli found the lobby swarming with students, gathering, murmuring, bewildered by the sudden fissure splitting the building in two. Spotting Suli descending from the rooftop, several rushed over, eager to ask what had transpired. But Suli dared not utter a word. He feigned urgency and slipped away, heart pounding with guilt. When Suli and Lu Yang arrived at the principal's office, they found him standing outside, gazing grimly toward the damaged building. Upon seeing them, he asked, Mr. Su, did you two just come down from the teaching building? Could you tell me what happened? What happened? A piercing question, right at the heart of it all. Suli forced a thin smile. Oh. Just now, a lightning bolt struck from clear sky and the building cracked. Must have been frightened apart. Ask Lu Yang, he'd know better. I honestly have no idea. Lu Yang stared dumbfounded. His mind screamed, how should I know, I wasn't even there. His pulse hammered with dread, yet fortune smiled. The principal did not press further. He cast Suli one long searching glance, then led them both inside. Noticing the sightless black cat in Lu Yang's arms, the principal smiled warmly. It seems you've exceeded expectations, you've completed the task successfully. He produced two great swords and two passes from behind his back, handing them to Suli and Lu Yang. Here, your rightful rewards. Rewards. Suli accepted the swords and passes with a grimace. Glancing at the crude blades, he inwardly cursed, what utter junk is this? He'd exhausted every trump card, and for this? Was this truly a weapon forged with bloodwind or ghostly power? An early morning update at 7 a.m. But the rating has dropped to 9.2. This weighs heavily on me. Suli returned to his dormitory, his face clouded with frustration. He sat heavily on the bed, utterly exasperated. Damn it. His trump card, Red Eye, was gone for good. Fortunately his own strength had ascended to the Ghost King realm, otherwise Sully truly would have spat blood. Relying on external aid is never a lasting solution, ultimately everything hinges upon oneself. Sully understood that Red Eye as a hidden advantage was bound to be spent sooner or later, after all it offered only a single chance at survival. After completing that enigmatic mission, Sully grasped with absolute clarity the irreplaceable value of personal strength. Wherever he went, raw power remained the sole unassailable truth. Having delayed this long, it's high time I complete the school's main quest. Sully now possessed 2 passports. Only by collecting 6 passports would he earn eligibility to enter Zone 3. And before stepping into Zone 3, his foremost priority was to enhance his cultivation. The next day, the moment Sully entered the faculty office, Lu Yang rushed in breathlessly. The school's examination begins this afternoon. Sully was unsurprised by the news. After all, both the pit-digging quest and the mysterious quest had been completed. The final piece of the school's main quest was indeed this examination. Leaning close to Sully's ear, Lu Yang whispered mysteriously, "Sully, I've heard something about the mission rating system. What about it?" Lu Yang lowered his voice further. This time the evaluation criteria appear significantly stricter. As you know, mission ratings range from Class D to Class S. In the past, Class D was the threshold for survival. Only those ranked below Class D were eliminated. But this time things have changed. The principal seems deeply displeased, so he altered the rules outright, raising the minimum passing grade from Class D to Class C. Which means we must now achieve at least Class C, or else face elimination. Even if you barely scrape into Class C, you'll still be discarded. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Sully muttered under his breath, bewildered. Can NPCs arbitrarily rewrite game rules? He shook his head, speechless. He wondered whether the sudden increase in evaluation difficulty was triggered by his own actions. That morning, Sully entered the classroom and immediately urged Class 104 to intensify their revision. He had already delivered every lesson he intended to teach, yet their success now rested entirely upon their own diligence. Yet Sully held firm faith. They would not let him down. That afternoon, following lunch, all examinees carried their desks and chairs to the outer perimeter of the sports field. The principal himself would oversee the examination. Should even a single student from any class be caught cheating, the entire class would forfeit its scores. With students occupied by the exam, no afternoon classes were held, leaving Lu Yang and Sully stranded in the faculty office waiting in silence. A handful of novice players, however, cheerfully attended their regular lessons, since their own examinations remained far off. Lu Yang had postponed his assessment for over a month, but this time he refused further delay and registered for the exam. Now anxiety churned within him, his very life hung upon his students' performance. Uncertain whether he could meet the new rating threshold, Lu Yang trembled inwardly, while Sully by contrast remained remarkably composed. His concern was no longer merely attaining the required rating, he feared falling short of the highest possible tier, Class S. He had already explored every corner of the school's teaching building. Given his current prestige and standing within the institution, he stood an excellent chance of reaching the Class S threshold, provided of course none of his students dragged down his score. After an interminable wait, the 2-hour examination concluded. A total of 11 players participated, including Sully. All the others, like Lu Yang, were seasoned veterans who had lingered within the school for extended periods. These veterans were cunning survivors. Previously, just like Lu Yang, they dared only lurk cautiously inside the school, never daring to risk formal assessments. Had Sully not transformed the school's entire ecosystem, they would never have ventured forth to take such a perilous gamble. Results would be announced in approximately 2 days. The principal personally graded every paper. Though overwhelmed, he enlisted Luoshi as his assistant. Sully knew Luoshi was no ordinary specter, yet he deliberately avoided entanglement with her. Though Class 104 had no classes for the next 2 days following the exam, Sully still tasked ghost students, including Xiao Chang, with selling boxed meals on his behalf. After all, he reasoned, he'd soon depart. Why not earn one last windfall first? Otherwise he might never again encounter such a lucrative opportunity in his next assignment. Beyond meal sales, Sully followed his established routine, escorting Qing Li to the 6th floor. With all students fixated on the impending results, none paid attention to his movements. Thus Sully ascended the 6th floor without fear, his secret heroism rescuing ghosts in darkness remained safely concealed. Following a night of wailing and shrieking on the 6th floor, Sully earned 10 gratitude coins, and his reputation across the school surged dramatically. Students from grades 1 through 6 now adored and deeply respected him. Sully instantly became the school's first, and sole, teacher more beloved than the principal himself. And he was human. Over those 2 days Sully sold every last boxed meal, netting a total of 30,000 ghost coins. He still retained 30 unspent gratitude coins. On the afternoon of the second day after the exam, the sports field. Every student from grades 1 to 6 stood in perfect formation. Today the principal would announce each class's examination results. Their scores would directly determine their teachers' fates. The principal stood atop the podium while Sully and the other 10 players lined up silently behind him. Gone was the principal's customary smile, replaced instead by solemn gravity. Without preamble he began announcing results. Grade 6 Class 3 34 students total, 10 scoring full marks, 10 failing. Teacher Zhou Yan, Class C rating. No sooner had the principal finished speaking than he strode straight toward Zhou Yan. The player believed he had passed. His face lit with triumph, until in the next instant the principal wrenched his head clean off. He kicked the severed head like a football, sending it soaring directly into the hands of Grade 6 Class 3. Witnessing the gory spectacle, the other players besides Sully turned ashen with terror. Some, unable to withstand the shock, even wet themselves. Only then did they grasp the horrifying truth. Class C was no longer the threshold of survival, it meant death. While the group trembled in mute dread, the principal ignored them entirely and proceeded to call the next name. Grade 5 Class 4 31 students total, 18 scoring full marks, 5 failing. Teacher Li Yuan, Class B rating. Approved. As the principal's voice echoed down, 3 of the 9 players had already been eliminated by him. Now only Sully and Lu Yang awaited their rating results. Sully was quite calm. However, Lu Yang was extremely nervous, his whole body trembling with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like beans. At this moment the principal glanced at Lu Yang and announced, Class 2 of Year 1, with 32 students in total, 20 perfect scores, 4 failures. Teacher Lu Yang rated B pass. As the results were read out, Lu Yang let out a deep breath, the tension in his heart finally settling down. Lu Yang's rating had been revealed. All the ghost students on the playground were eagerly watching Sully, hoping to catch a final glimpse of him before the exam results were announced. Looking at the fervent gazes of his classmates, the principal adjusted his voice, raised the volume, and solemnly declared, Teacher Su, Class 4 of Year 1, with 30 students. 30 perfect scores. The principal paused, cleared his throat, and continued, considering Teacher Su's contributions and efforts to the school has decided to name Teacher Su the first-rated teacher in history. S. Rated. All the ghost students were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, all the students erupted into a thunderous cheer. If the principal weren't present, they would have rushed up to the podium to throw Sully into the air. At this moment Sully felt a surge of excitement. This was his first perfect rating in this game. Although he had no idea what the rewards for the highest rating would be, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. After announcing all the results, the principal led Sully and the other players to collect their rating rewards. Following the principal to the principal's office, the principal asked Sully to wait outside for a moment. After a while, when all the players had received their rewards and left, the principal mysteriously called him inside. Upon entering the office, the principal closed the door and said, Teacher Su, in light of your outstanding performance, I would like to seek your consent before issuing the rewards. Sully, puzzled, asked, Consent for what? Don't be nervous, for someone like you it might be a good thing. The principal smiled and said, I want to build a statue of you in the center of the school's playground and engrave all your excellent achievements at the school on it. This will not only inspire other teachers but also ease the students' longing for you. I can see that these students truly care about you from the bottom of their hearts. However, it's bittersweet as you do not belong to this world and it's uncertain if we will meet again. Teacher Su, what do you think of my proposal? If you agree, I can start having the ghosts build your statue today. Oh, it seems the teaching building also needs some renovation. After quietly listening to the principal's proposal, Sully was completely stunned. Who knew the horror world could be played like this? He felt as if he had unlocked a new feature in the game. After a long while, Sully nodded and said, Okay. Upon hearing Sully's agreement, the principal exclaimed, Great. You are the first human to ever receive an S rating for a school task. With you representing the school, those other schools will surely be outdone by me. Haha, next year I will definitely enroll even more students. A black line suddenly crossed Su Li's forehead. He was speechless, feeling emotional just moments ago, but it turned out this was his true intention. As the conversation fell into silence, the principal pulled out a pitch black box from behind and presented it to Su Li, saying, "Teacher Su, this is your slated task reward." After handing the reward to Su Li, the principal directly stepped out of the office and turned around to leave the school. He must be going to have the ghosts build Su Li's statue. After the principal left, Su Li stored the box in his inventory. Just as he stepped out of the office, he was pulled away by a group of students led by the ghost Xiao Chang to the school cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Su Li saw a full gathering of students from the entire school, and nearly all the students were here. Su Li was utterly confused. It wasn't until he entered the cafeteria and saw what was laid out on the tables that he realized these students were planning to throw him a farewell party. And this was a farewell party just for him. That evening, when Su Li returned to the dormitory, he found Lu Yang already waiting for him at the door. Lu Yang greeted him with a smile. "Su Li, congratulations. Congratulations on receiving an rating. This is the first one since the school started issuing tasks." "Hee, just lucky." Su Li opened the dormitory door and let Lu Yang in, casually asking, "Lu Yang, what are your plans next?" Lu Yang sighed, just about to respond when the game's voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations, Su Li, Lu Yang. 8 players have completed the horror task at the Tomb Grass Primary School. Rewards for 8 players, 50000 ghost coins. Please note the difficulty of the next game task will increase again, so players who need to be randomly teleported to the next task should prepare. Little mice, welcome back to the horror world and good luck." The game's voice faded away. Su Li had no particular reaction, as this was the same as last time. Players couldn't leave right after completing a task, they still had to continue with the next one. But he was the exception. Lu Yang's expression turned a bit grim. Although he had already inquired with some of the veteran players about what happened after completing tasks, hearing the game's confirmation with his own ears still left him feeling disappointed. "It seems there was no returning," Lu Yang said bitterly. "Sigh, this cursed game. Su Li, it seems we have to continue on to the next task." "Yeah, that's right." After completing the task, Su Li could teleport back at 0000, but he intended to keep that a secret. He didn't plan to tell anyone. He didn't want others to know he was a player with privileges. He didn't want to be envied by those players. As the saying goes, an open sword is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Who knows if a jealous maniac would stab him in the back? Su Li wasn't foolish here. He couldn't completely trust anyone. Sigh. Lu Yang, lost in thought, fell silent and just kept sighing. After a while, he suddenly said seriously to Su Li, "Su Li, although we haven't known each other for long, if we meet again in the future, I will do my utmost to help you." After Lu Yang finished speaking, he left. Su Li was left alone in the dormitory, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. To be honest, in this school the tasks brought him not just horror but also warmth from those classmates. Su Li had planned to wait until midnight to teleport back to the real world, but he suddenly remembered he still had the slated reward in his inventory. He took out the pitch black box. Filled with anticipation, he slowly opened it. Su Li slowly opened the pitch black box and froze. Inside lay something eerily familiar. A startled gasp escaped his lips. "What the hell? It's that palm-shaped igue?" In that split second of hesitation, the igue inside the box suddenly awoke, then burst free from its confines and bolted toward the door. "Demon! Where do you think you're going?" Su Li snatched up the Reaper's sickle, ready to give chase, when at that very moment Fu Yan stirred awake. Before Su Li could even raise a hand, several razor-sharp whip-like tentacles lashed out from Fu Yan's body. The tentacles pierced the palm-shaped igue clean through. Before it could even cross the threshold, it collapsed, dead on the spot. Having slain it, Fu Yan lifted the corpse effortlessly and swallowed it whole in one gulp. Fu Yan savored the meal with evident delight. Tastes like chicken. Crisp, crunchy, delicious. Su Li stood there utterly exasperated, so furious he wanted nothing more than to slam Fu Yan face first into the floor and grind him into dust. "You didn't wake up when that female ghost choked me. You didn't stir when I was hunted down by the blood ghost. And now, only after the school mission has concluded, do you finally open your eyes? What use are you to me?" Fu Yan, still crunching away merrily, suddenly noticed the murderous glint in Su Li's gaze and hastily explained, "I just woke up. I needed to replenish my nutrients." "Surely, that's not unreasonable." Unreasonable. Where were you while I was fighting for my life? You waited until the battle was over, then showed up to devour my spoils. Right now I deeply regret ever being saddled with something like you. Clarification: I am not a thing. Huh. I am a Igwe, authentic bona fide certified Igwe. Don't fret over that weakling, I could crush 10 of him with one hand. You said that last time too. That's irrelevant. And I certainly won't tell you I simply overslept. But you just admitted it out loud? Don't dwell on such trivialities, I certainly don't. Of course I don't care, you're the one doing the bleeding, not me. Fu Yan replied calmly. Then summon your enemies now, I'll eliminate them for you. Eliminate what? What's wrong? They're all already dead. Fu Yan sighed wistfully. Tsk, if only I'd been awake earlier I would've. He never finished, the sentence cut short as Su Li snapped. If you'd been awake earlier you'd have slept yourself straight into oblivion? Fu Yan fell silent, his tentacles drooping slightly. He sensed Su Li's simmering resentment, and wisely chose discretion. After all, this was admittedly poor timing on his part. Seeing Fu Yan finally quiet, Su Li's temper cooled, just a fraction. He had no energy left to inspect Fu Yan's abilities. Besides, dawn was approaching, he'd return to investigate properly next time. 0000, midnight. Fortunate outsider rift reversal skill activated, initiating transmission. A dizzying whirl of light and vertigo followed. When Su Li opened his eyes again he found himself, astonishingly, lying in a hospital bed. This time no bandages swathed his body, but he wore the standard issue patient gown. No sooner had Su Li returned than the neural chip embedded in his mind chimed with the game's voice player. Su Li detected offline. Countdown initiated 235959. Congratulations player Su Li, main quest successfully completed. Reward 1500 points. Points automatically converted to RMB at a 1100 exchange rate. This time Su Li felt none of the exhilaration he'd experienced after his first return. Instead he stilled his breath and thought, calm deliberate probing. I should have reappeared in Sun Shua's room. Did the system misfire? As Su Li quietly observed the sterile hospital room, the elderly couple in the adjacent bed stared at him, as if they'd seen a specter. Sir, may I ask? Su Li raised a hand in greeting, intending to inquire where he was. To his utter disbelief, the octogenarian man leapt from his bed, springing up faster than a startled hare, dashing toward the door with astonishing agility. As he fled he shouted frantically, help! Someone help! The lunatic in bed 104 is awake, and he's about to attack. Su Li watched the old man vanish down the corridor, then muttered, black-faced and speechless, who the hell hit you? You damn fool! Scarcely moments later a squad of security guards stormed in. Before Su Li could even blink they pinned him flat onto the cold, unforgiving floor. Yes, the floor, not the bed. Several guards held him down, shouting excitedly toward the doorway. He just woke up, and went berserk. Where's his family? Quick, fetch his family. They waited, but no relatives came. Instead a psychiatric specialist strode in. Without preamble he asked Su Li, do you believe you're ill? Su Li roared, I'm perfectly sane. The specialist pressed further, then tell me, what is the name of your father's maternal uncle's sixth wife's husband? Su Li stared blankly. How the hell should I know? The moment those words left his mouth the specialist declared his verdict, he's clearly delusional. Take him to my ward immediately, I'll begin intensive psychiatric treatment without delay. One guard ventured nervously, Doctor, how exactly will you treat him? The specialist grinned, a slow unsettling smirk. His case is severe. I recommend the latest electroconvulsive therapy. Shock therapy? I'm not sick, let me go. But Su Li was held fast by burly, unyielding hands. Desperate he tried summoning Qingli. He called for Fu Yan. Yet everything born of the horror realm, every entity, every power, remained inert in the real world. Even the system itself had gone utterly silent. Su Li sighed inwardly, but he understood. If players could wield their horror realm abilities in reality, chaos would erupt beyond imagining. Civilization itself might collapse. As Su Li struggled, the guards dragged him from the room. The so-called specialist watched with a predatory smile, clearly envisioning a windfall. Just as Su Li neared the neurology wing, Su Shan rushed in through the hospital entrance, breathless, urgent, determined. The sight of her brother restrained by security sent her into immediate fury. Without a word she seized her shoulder bag and swung it, hard, into the guard's ribs and shoulders. "How dare you bully my brother? How dare you? Filthy guards, I'll beat you senseless." Though the blows stung fiercely, the guards dared not retaliate. This was a hospital. Any physical response, justified or not, would cost them their jobs, and risk serious reputational damage to the institution. So they released Sully, and fled the scene humiliated and scrambling for the exit. As the guards vanished, the psychiatrist stood frozen, until Sully, seething, lunged forward and seized his collar with both hands. Sully grabbed the collar of the psychiatrist, seething with anger, and said, "Since you like testing people so much, let me test you." Uncle went to second uncle's house to find third uncle, and said fourth uncle was tricked by fifth uncle into sixth uncle's house to steal the 100 yuan that seventh uncle had left in eighth uncle's cabinet. "Who is the thief?" the psychiatrist replied. Sully knew he couldn't answer, so he threw him to the ground and said, "I think you are the one who is truly sick." Having vented his frustration, Sully ignored the strange looks from those around him and walked straight out of the hospital. Susan hurriedly chased after him, gently touching Sully's head with tears in her eyes, saying, "Brother, I knew you would be fine. Those doctors all said that you became a vegetable from playing games, and I just couldn't believe it. Playing games turned me into a vegetable." Sully was speechless. No wonder the elderly in the hospital looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing that Sully's expression was not good, Susan asked with concern, "Brother, are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital for a full checkup?" Sully waved his hand and comforted her. "It's fine, sister. I'm fine. They'll explain everything to you later." To prevent such misunderstandings from happening again, Sully felt it necessary to confess everything about Terrifying World to his sister. He hailed a taxi and took Susan to the nearest hotel to their home. Just as they got out of the car, looking at the splendid hotel, Susan grabbed Sully and insisted on going home. "Brother, let's talk at home. We can't afford to spend money in places like this right now." "It's fine, sister. Let's go." Sully led Susan inside. In the hotel suite, the dining table was set with a few dishes, not many, but all were their favorite home-cooked meals. Sully was silent for a moment, preparing to confess to Susan, but she asked first, "Brother, you seemed strange since you woke up that day. How did you faint in Sun Shue's house?" "That's a long story." Sully exhaled, looking at Susan and asking, "Sister, you must have heard of the game Terrifying World, right?" Susan nodded. "I've heard of it. It's been reported in the news every day, and I heard that the game is really popular now. Also, it seems like your ex-girlfriend Sun Shue went missing while playing this game." "Sun Shue? Is she still missing?" "Yes, it's been so long and she still hasn't been found." Susan said, "Brother, there's something I need to tell you. Sun Shue's family moved a few days ago, but I don't know where they moved to. But you shouldn't think about these things anymore. After all, you two are from different worlds." "Well, since we have broken up, I naturally won't think about her anymore." Sully nodded and continued, "Sister, there's something I need to confess to you." "What is it?" "It's about Terrifying World." After a patient and detailed explanation from Sully. 30 minutes later, even though Susan, who had never played games, seemed to understand only half of it, she grasped the general idea of Sully's words. In fact, Sully had only briefly introduced the horror version of Terrifying World to her. He did not mention the dangers of the horror version, keeping things about Sun Shue, the system, and the otherworldly creatures hidden. The reason for concealing was that Sully did not want to worry Susan, and many things were just his speculations. He did not have concrete evidence, so he dared not speak carelessly. After hearing Sully's words, Susan suddenly understood. "Brother, so you fainted because your consciousness was transmitted into the game?" Sully nodded. "You could say that." Susan pondered. "Brother, if what you said is true, then this Terrifying World is indeed harmful. Do you have to return to the game after a day?" "Yes, I have to go back." Sully leaned back in his chair and suddenly said, "Sister, before returning to the game, I want to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" Sully said, "I want you to help me investigate the owner of that game store, find out where he is now. I suspect he is the mastermind behind this game." "The mastermind? Alright, got it. Don't worry, brother, I'll help you investigate him." After finishing their meal, Sully and Susan went to the supermarket to buy a lot of things. When they got home, Sully was surprised to see the game helmet he had previously bought from the game store. Sully excitedly picked up the game helmet and asked, "Sister, where did you find this game helmet? Wasn't it lost at the accident scene?" "I didn't find it. A kind person returned it to you." "A kind person?" Suli suddenly froze. Sister, did you see what that person looked like? Susan replied, no, that person was wearing a clown suit so I couldn't see his face, but from his voice he should be a man. Brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Suli's expression turned serious as he shook his head. With just 5 minutes left before returning to the game urged Suli, player Suli, you have 5 minutes left to go offline. Reminder, if you do not return to the game within the specified time, the game will automatically assume you have forfeited. Warning, players who forfeit will have their lives forcibly ended by the game. Listening to the game's constant reminders, Suli initially intended to find something useful at home to store in the system's warehouse to take into the game. But then Suli suddenly realized, damn, the system was shut down so he couldn't use anything in the real world. If I don't store it in the warehouse, can I just bring it in with me? Suli had never tried bringing real-world items into the game, so this time he was also trying it out with a mindset of giving it a shot. Suli took some items he thought might be useful and then put on the game helmet. Identity confirmation, player Suli, data is being transmitted. Data transmission complete. Entering new game mission. The process of returning to the game did not induce any dizziness. When Suli opened his eyes again, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Necropolis Hospital. Looking at himself, he realized, damn, he had brought nothing with him except his clothes. Suli had basically confirmed. Bringing items from the real world into the game was almost impossible, and similarly taking items from the game out was also impossible. Suli walked toward the hospital door, unaware of what game character he needed to play this time. As Suli reached the hospital entrance, 2 doctors in white coats came to drag him. Are you new? Quickly take off all your clothes and lie down on the bed soon, Dr. Ghost will need you to perform a human dissection. P.S. Today is the 5th update surprise. Dear readers, the author has delivered a burst of updates. What? You want to use me for a human dissection operation? Suli felt a bit overwhelmed. This plot doesn't seem right, does it? I remember that in the original game players played as doctors, and now I've been reduced to a test subject. In the original game, the roles in the hospital were divided into 3 types. Doctors, patients, and test subjects. Doctors are relatively easy to understand. In the original game, they played the role of treating ghosts. Patients in the original game were generally ghosts. Players needed to cure these ghosts and ensure they were healthy enough to be discharged. As for test subjects, they were actually ghosts in the original game too. However, these types of ghosts were completely healthy. They were merely the doctor's experimental subjects. To put it simply, they were nothing more than lab rats. Suli thought that his character allocation should at least make him a patient. Who would have thought he would end up as a test subject? Normally, test subjects often meet a tragic end on the operating table. Moreover, the manner of death is extremely gruesome. Suli felt a bit overwhelmed. He certainly did not want to be this so-called experimental lab rat. So just as the 2 ghost doctors were about to forcibly drag him into the hospital, Suli drew the scythe of death and struck. The 2 ghost doctors had no time to react before Suli cleaved them in half. After devouring the corpses of the 2 ghost doctors, Suli gained 40 points of ghost power. Donning a black robe of a ghost king, Suli stepped through the hospital's entrance. This time I will not let the mission lead me by the nose. I will choose my own role. As Suli stood in the hospital lobby wearing a black robe and wielding the scythe of death, all the ghost doctors and nurses in the hospital were dumbfounded. They all harbored a question in their minds: is this the new test subject? Why does he feel so different from the other lab rats? Ignoring the bewildered ghosts around him, Suli hoisted the scythe of death onto his shoulder and boldly said, where is your director? Bring him to me. Suli's arrogant attitude immediately drew the ire of several ghost nurses. They glowed with a green light and said eerily, you dead rat, this is a hospital, you don't have the right to see the director. However, if you want to die, we wouldn't mind helping you. Suli curled his lips into a smile. Hee, are you talking to me about qualifications? The weapon in my hand is my qualification. Suli understood that no matter where he was, strength was paramount. In the previous tasks at the barber shop and school, Suli had suffered quite a bit due to his ignorance of the horror game's rules. But if NPCs can freely change the game rules, can players also expand their playstyles differently? That's why Suli is being so assertive now. He wanted to test whether the game rules would change due to his strength. You dead rat, if you want to see the director, you'll have to let us eat you first. The ghost nurses with the green glow had never encountered such an arrogant lab rat. They bared their teeth and lunged at Suli. Suli stood still, a faint smile on his face. As the nurses brushed against his black robe, a sticky aura of death instantly clung to their bodies. Then they let out a series of piercing screams. The death aura had such strong corrosive properties that they couldn't resist it at all. In an instant their bodies were corroded into puddles of blood. Witnessing the bizarre and tragic deaths of the ghost nurses, the surrounding ghost doctors and nurses were filled with terror. They all regarded Suli with trepidation. They were merely ordinary bloody wind-level ghosts, having never seen such a powerful human as Suli. All the ghost doctors and nurses were at a loss about how to deal with Suli when the bald-headed ghost director came down from upstairs. As soon as the ghost director descended, he saw Suli, who was exuding a murderous aura. He immediately approached with a beaming smile and said, "You must be Dr. Su, you're just in time. Quickly change your clothes and report to orthopedics." "What? Dr. Su? Orthopedics?" The ghost doctors and nurses around looked at the director in disbelief, doubting their own ears. How could the hospital allow a human to be an orthopedic doctor? After all the doctors in the necromancer hospital are exceptionally skilled ghosts. Setting aside this human's strength, does he even know how to perform the complicated tasks of a doctor? Moreover, humans don't even have the qualifications to be patients here, let alone being a doctor. Here low-status humans can only serve as experimental subjects and lab rats. Facing the puzzled gazes of the doctors and nurses, the ghost director cleared his throat and commanded everyone, return to your posts. Today's tasks are busy, so don't slack off. The ghost director adjusted his bald head and instructed a nearby ghost doctor, Gue Chang, take Dr. Su to orthopedics and explain our hospital's rules to him. After that, the ghost director stepped upstairs. Watching the director's retreating figure, Suli devoured the corpses of several ghost nurses, feeling a sense of relief and smiling. Hee, as I expected, strength can indeed change the game rules. Dr. Su, let's go. The ghost doctor named Gue Chang reluctantly called a rat a doctor. In his view, Suli was merely leveraging his strength to force the director to concede. But he also knew that Suli wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly for long, as the patients in this hospital were not as simple as he imagined. Gue Chang led Suli towards the orthopedics department on the first floor, explaining the hospital's rules as they walked. Dr. Su, the rules in our hospital are quite simple. First, we doctors undergo performance assessments every 3 days, and the assessment results are determined by the patient's satisfaction ratings. If the assessment is failed, the consequences are severe. Second, there are many restricted areas in the hospital. As first-floor doctors, we must not go to the second or third floors without the director's permission. Third, during working hours, we are not allowed to leave our posts without permission. If the director catches you, be careful, he might lock you in a small dark room. Those are the main rules. Alright, we've arrived at orthopedics. Gue Chang stopped outside the department marked orthopedics and said to Suli, go in. The task assigned by the director has been completed. Gue Chang turned to leave, but Suli couldn't help but ask, since your name is Gue Chang, do you know Gue Xiaochang and the others? I don't know them. Gue Chang shot Suli a puzzled glance, thinking that this rat might be a bit off. He ignored Suli and left directly. After Gue Chang left, Suli put away the Scythe of Death and entered the orthopedics department, where an one-eyed ghost doctor was engrossed in writing something. Suli leaned closer and saw fundamentals of special site transplantation, feasibility of cranial transplantation, techniques for regrowing severed hands and feet. Suli couldn't help but exclaim, how superficial. So the doctors in the horror realm are all so diligent and responsible. The one-eyed ghost doctor hunched over his work, noticed Suli standing nearby. Overwhelmed and harried, he didn't even lift his head, blurting out, you're the new orthopedic surgeon, right? Turn left outside and go to the 4th room. There are 3 white mice waiting for you. They're your entire morning assignment. Oh. Suli gave a brief acknowledgement and turned to leave the clinic, but the one-eyed ghost doctor added, remember to dispose of the mice's corpses after the experiment. Don't forget. White mice. Shit, could they be human players? Puzzled, Suli stepped out of the clinic and made his way to the 4th room on the left. He pushed open the door and strode straight in. Inside, he saw 3 male players lying motionless on the operating table, bound tightly with specially crafted ropes. Their mouths were stuffed with clumps of bloodied hair. When the lab door suddenly swung open, the players nearly lost their souls in terror. They knew the one-eyed ghost doctor had grown impatient and was about to begin his experiments on them. But upon recognizing Su Li, their shoulders slumped in fleeting relief, though muffled whimpers still escaped their gagged mouths. Clearly they hoped he would save them. Yet Su Li ignored their frantic pleas entirely. He picked up a scalpel and approached the three players without hesitation. He gestured vaguely over their bodies, momentarily uncertain where to begin. Should he start with a full anatomical dissection? No. What about a craniotomy? A limb disassembly procedure? Or perhaps a castration performed without anesthesia? Castration? A lewd smirk curled Su Li's lips. Now that sounds thrilling. Let's begin with an unanesthetized castration. Resolved, he advanced toward one of the players, scalpel in hand. The player, seeing that perverse grin spread across Su Li's face, nearly wet himself in fear, and instinctively writhed against his restraints. Just as Su Li raised the blade toward his groin, the player spat out the bloody hair, gagging him, and cried desperately, "Brother, spare me." Su Li paused mid-motion and grinned slyly. "Give me one good reason to spare it." I have ghost coins." "How many?" 10,000. Su Li arched a brow and chuckled. "That sum hardly moves me. Perhaps I'll start by removing one of your hands instead." With that he lifted the scalpel, ready to perform a painless amputation, sending the player into a panic. "Brother, no. Wait, no. I have 30,000 ghost coins." 30,000? Su Li pondered. A single boxed meal sells for 1,500, this would take 20 meals to earn. This trade is profitable, far more than selling meals. Indeed, it was far more lucrative. Su Li did not release the player immediately. Smiling faintly, he said, "I'll let you go, but if you betray me once you step outside." His expression darkened instantly. "I'll mince you into paste and seal you inside a jar." "Never. Never." The player trembled violently at Su Li's sudden shift in demeanor. Though he couldn't fathom how Su Li moved so freely through this place, survival was all he cared about now. No room remained for deeper questions. "Remember your word." Su Li untied the ropes. He wasn't worried about tricks. After all, a cheater like himself had nothing to fear from an ordinary player. Once freed, the player hastily handed over 30,000 ghost coins and bolted from the hospital without looking back. Su Li cheerfully pocketed the coins. Then his gaze shifted to the two remaining players on the operating table. Under Su Li's chilling stare, both players shuddered involuntarily. Minutes later, each had also surrendered 30,000 ghost coins without resistance. They fled the room, only to collide head-on with the one-eyed ghost doctor approaching from the corridor. In 2 swift bites he severed both players' heads. Dragging the 3 corpses behind him, he headed toward the White Mouse cadaver room, muttering, "The new orthopedic surgeon is utterly incompetent. This makes 3 mice escape today." Having effortlessly earned 90,000 ghost coins, Su Li strolled out of the lab in high spirits, unaware that the 3 players he'd just released were already inside the cadaver room. Su Li entered the orthopedics department, only to find the one-eyed doctor absent. As he turned to leave, the hospital director suddenly appeared. Noticing Su Li alone in the department, the director asked, "Dr. Su, where has Dr. Gui Dehua gone?" Su Li shrugged. "I don't know." Having answered, he prepared to sit down and rest. But the director urgently beckoned him over. "Since Dr. Gui Dehua is unavailable, Dr. Su, you'll accompany me to treat a sick ghost. One has fractured bones requiring realignment." Bone realignment? Su Li sighed inwardly. Was there no apprenticeship period at all? Was he expected to operate immediately? Still dazed, he was already being ushered into a spacious ward. On the bed lay a red-faced ghost, his limbs all shattered, lying limp and broken, groaning in agony. "Dr. Su, this patient is yours. I must attend to other matters. I'll take my leave now." With that, the director hurried off without another word. Watching the director flee like a man escaping disaster, Su Li suddenly wondered whether becoming a doctor had been wise after all. "Let me think. There is a brutal boner setting technique from the original game. But will it work on a ghost?" Staring at the red-faced ghost moaning pathetically on the bed, Su Li felt a deep existential ache. Like the previous school mission, this hospital task offered no hints, no guidance whatsoever. Damn it all, so is a doctor's duty here really the same as in the original game? To heal the wounded and save lives? Before he could finish his thought, the red-faced ghost bellowed in pain, "Rat bastard, what the hell are you daydreaming about? Get over here and fix me, my agony's unbearable." Suli responded with a devilish smile, "Are you certain you want me to treat you? Let me warn you, I specialize in excruciating procedures. Are you sure you can endure it?" The red-faced ghost swallowed hard, hesitated, then gritted his teeth and growled, "Do it. I'll bear it." The moment those words left his mouth he regretted them, because Suli had already slammed his foot down onto the ghost's skull with a sharp crack. The ghost roared in agony, "Fuck. My brain isn't broken." Hearing the agonizing cries of the red-faced ghost, Suli smirked, "Don't scream like a fool, I'm helping you clear your meridians." As soon as he finished speaking, Suli stomped hard on the red-faced ghost's face, causing the ghost to emit a scream like a slaughtered pig. Just after the ghost's scream, Suli yanked his entire arm and smashed it down repeatedly. It crashed against the iron bars of the hospital bed. It smashed against the cement white wall. It crashed against the pitch-black ceiling. After half an hour, Suli was exhausted, panting as he sat on the floor. He looked at the red-faced ghost who was lying on the ground with a bruised face and chuckled, "Sorry, it seems I might have been a bit too forceful." The ghost twitched at the corners of his mouth at Suli's smile. Although he was suspicious that Suli was deliberately retaliating, he couldn't deny that all his bones had indeed healed. "Doctor, I especially thank you for today, but remember, I will come looking for you again." The red-faced ghost climbed up from the ground looking dejected. He felt that something was off. It was as if he had been beaten and still had to say thank you. This was absurd. After the red-faced ghost left, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations on receiving gratitude from the red-faced ghost. You have earned 1 gratitude coin. Surprisingly, this ghost really deserves a beating." Suli smirked, standing up and preparing to leave the hospital room when Dr. Gue de Hua rushed over. "How is that ghost patient doing? Hurry, take me to see." "Not here anymore." "When did that happen?" "Just now." "Just now?" Dr. Gue de Hua suddenly sighed, "Why couldn't you wait for me?" The departure was too sudden. Suli wasn't sure if Dr. Gue de Hua understood him, but he wasn't going to waste time explaining. As Suli just walked out of the hospital room, he saw the red-faced ghost returning with a group of fierce-looking ghosts pointing at Suli and roaring, "It's this damn doctor!" Brothers charge at him. Seeing the aggressive ghosts rushing towards him, Suli felt a bit overwhelmed and immediately prepared to flee. But as he turned around, he heard the ghosts shout, "Doctor, don't run. We're here specifically to see you for treatment." For treatment? Suli was stunned. It was just his first day as a doctor. Was this really necessary? By the time he collected his thoughts, Dr. Gue de Hua's face had turned green. He might have been thinking, "I've worked diligently for 30 years and I can't even compare to a greenhorn." This was truly the younger generation pushing the older one aside, the new wave crushing the old one on the beach. Stealing a job isn't done like this. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Dr. Gue de Hua snorted and walked away directly. In the hospital room, Suli began treating the injured ghosts. Of course, his violent treatment method was rather slow and he could only do one at a time. But these ghosts didn't rush him if they were willing to wait. Listening to the occasional terrifying screams coming from the hospital room, the ghosts sitting in the corridor couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles. The red-faced ghost noticed his ghost brothers were scared and comforted them. "What are you afraid of? This damn doctor may be rough, but his medical skills are incredibly good. If you don't believe me, just go in and try it out." Hearing the red-faced ghost's solemn guarantee, the ghost brothers replied painfully, "Trying is fine, but we're just afraid that if we try, we'll kick the bucket." Unknowingly, the time had already reached the afternoon. When Suli walked out of the hospital room, he felt somewhat exhausted. He had really enjoyed beating the ghosts today. Although he had earned 14 gratitude coins, the way he obtained them was far from as simple as acting. Damn it. Being an orthopedic doctor is really a physically demanding job. Perhaps I should apply to switch positions with the dean tomorrow. Just as Suli was thinking of asking the dean to switch positions, the dean approached him proactively. "Dr. Su, I think 1 orthopedic Dr. Gue de Hua is enough. How about this? Tomorrow you can work in obstetrics." After the dean finished speaking and was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and pulled out a banner from behind, handing it to Suli. "By the way, Dr. Su, this is a gift from those ghost patients just now." "What is this?" Suli picked up the banner and was instantly stunned. The unparalleled master of orthopedics. That evening, the dean arranged a hospital room for Suli on the first floor as a temporary dormitory. Due to the shortage of dormitory beds, the dean let Suli stay in the hospital. The dean also lived in the hospital, but he was on the 3rd floor. Suli discovered that there were only 3 floors in total, yet curiously many hospital room doors on the first floor were tightly closed. The dean explained that those rooms were occupied by critically ill patients, so ordinary doctors were not allowed in. Suli clearly did not believe it. Although he didn't believe what the dean said, in the absence of special circumstances, Suli wouldn't be foolish enough to try opening those rooms. Who knows what might be inside? That night, lying on the hospital bed, Suli was still pondering what the hospital task was, but a pale ghostly claw suddenly reached up from under the bed. Damn it, trying to scare me to death in the middle of the night. Suli yanked the ghost out from under the bed. Then he started punching and kicking. Let me scare you. After beating the ghost to death, Suli absorbed only 10 points of ghost power. Suli felt a bit frustrated. Why was this ghost so weak? It was too easy to beat. Just after Suli complained about the ghost's weakness, the system notified him that a fierce ghost was at the door. The fierce ghost even politely knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. Knock on what, there's no one inside. Suli put on a black robe, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, preparing to lure the ghost in to kill it. But unexpectedly, that ghost seemed a bit dim-witted and actually left. Suli was speechless. I had my big knife ready and you didn't let me show my skills. The system was also annoyed. These ghosts really don't follow the script anymore, and next time let's be more straightforward and not play these tricks. Suli replied with a smirk, alright, you'll give it another try next time. Not long after lying back on the bed, Suli heard knocking again. This time Suli was straightforward. There's someone in the room, come on in. After Suli finished speaking, he waited for a long time, but the ghost still didn't come in. Suli got angry. Were you messing with me? He grabbed the Grim Reaper's scythe and went outside to find that knocking ghost. But after searching the first floor, Suli didn't see a single ghost, not even the duty nurse. Facing this situation, Suli decided to go to the restroom first. After all, one can't let a full bladder kill them. Suli strode into the restroom clutching the scythe of death, only to find the on-duty ghost nurses seated inside. He stepped closer, and recoiled in shock. They were devouring human corpses. Upon spotting Suli, the ghost nurses turned with blood-smeared faces and grinned. Dr. Sue, would you like some? Suli forced a wry smile. No thanks, I'm already full. He shook his head in disbelief. How had a pack of ghost nurses ended up feasting on midnight snacks in the men's restroom? What on earth were they thinking? As he left the restroom thoroughly exasperated, Suli headed straight back toward his ward, only for the system to issue a new task. Hidden task activated. The night-wandering ghost in room 101 suffers from chronic insomnia. You may alleviate his condition through a scalp massage. Hint: apply firm pressure. Firm pressure? Just how firm? Suli grimaced. At his current rank, a ghost sovereign, he feared accidentally crushing the spirit to death. Room 101? Isn't that the ward reserved for the hospital director's most critical patients? Though puzzled, Suli gripped the scythe of death and marched resolutely toward room 101. He knocked politely, once, twice. Receiving no reply, he kicked the door open without hesitation. Inside, the bed stood empty. Suli glanced upward, and let out a low whistle. There it was, the night-wandering ghost suspended upside down from the ceiling. Suli had no idea how the ghost achieved such a feat, but truth be told, it was impressively uncanny. Most spirits couldn't replicate it. The sudden crash startled the already sleepless ghost. He glared down with fangs bared. Rat. Daring to disturb my rest at this hour, you're practically begging for death. Suli smiled calmly. I know you can't sleep, so let's resolve this peacefully. A therapeutic scalp massage might do the trick. Massage? Screw your massage, I'll devour you where you stand. Enraged, the ghost dropped from the ceiling and lunged, claws extended toward Suli's skull. A sly grin curled Suli's lips. Very well, if you prefer force, I'll simply administer the treatment by compulsion. Before the ghost could react, Suli seized his hair and delivered 2 thunderous blows to his skull, striking with such ferocity that cracks splintered across the ghost's cranium. The ghost shrieked, a gush of crimson blood erupted from his scalp, spilling freely as if inexhaustible. Suli raised his fist for a 3rd strike, only to find the ghost lying dazed on the bed, stars swirling before his eyes. Assuming he'd been knocked unconscious, or worse, Suli leaned in closely. To his astonishment, the ghost had fallen fast asleep, deeply peacefully, even as blood continued to seep steadily from his wound. Suli shrugged and strode out, leaving the sleeping specter behind. Whether the ghost lived or perished was no longer his concern. Back in his own ward, the system chimed again. Achievement unlocked. Hidden task completed, the Insomniac Night Wanderer. Reward 200 Ghost Chi points. The Night Wanderer's Insomnia Diary. Note: this diary chronicles every restless night endured by the spirit, and may yet offer solace to others tormented by chronic insomnia. The system fell silent, but Sully blinked in dismay. No gratitude coins had appeared. Had the ghost forgotten to thank him before drifting off? Never mind. Time to spin the wheel. It struck him then, he hadn't eaten all day. No wonder his stomach growled. His inventory's lunchbox stock had long been depleted during the school mission, so he resolved to draw a fresh meal via lottery. 45 gratitude coins remained in his vault, 30 carried over from the school mission, 15 gifted by the red-faced ghost and his spectral entourage. He inserted 5 coins, the wheel spun. Congratulations. Consolation prize spicy crawfish. Congratulations. Lucky prize spirit silk tremella. Ghost blood mushroom. Rot tumor pine cone. Note: all 3 are potent remedies for spectral injuries, effective against even severe afflictions. Congratulations. Grand lucky prize umbral lotus. Note: blooming only in the deepest abysses, this lotus accelerates spectral recovery beyond measure. The draw concluded. Sully's eyes gleamed. Today's luck was exceptional. Remarkably, all 3 lucky prizes and the grand prize were healing items tailored for ghosts. Healing items for ghosts. Sully groaned. Is the system pushing me into peddling counterfeit medicine? Then, his eyes lit up. Medicine, medicine. Of course. He didn't need them himself, he could sell them to ghosts. And since gratitude coins originated from spirits, their reserves surely dwarfed those of players. Why scrape together a few thousand coins from players when he could harvest far richer yields from ghosts, the ultimate easy marks? The realization thrilled him. Every item drawn from the wheel was instantly marketable, only the clientele differed. Who bought them mattered little, so long as gratitude coins flowed in. Sully currently held an astonishing 320000 gratitude coins, making him by far the wealthiest player in the horror realm. Yet 320000 was merely the beginning. His true ambition? 100 million. With that sum, opening a restaurant in the netherworld wouldn't be fantasy, it would be inevitable. Envisioning such a radiant future, Sully chuckled softly to himself. Ha, looks like I've just unlocked a whole new strategy. After finishing the spicy crawfish, he reviewed his inventory. His inventory held the Faceless Mask, the Skull Hunting Hound, the book Spirits comic anthology, the Female Ghost's Eyeball, and the Night Wanderer's Insomnia Diary. The Faceless Mask and Skull Hunting Hound saw little use, for now. As for the comic anthology, the Eyeball, and the diary, he hadn't yet decided their purpose. Closing the inventory, Sully summoned Xingli the gatekeeper and collapsed into exhausted slumber. Dawn broke at 7 the next morning. He rose, opened his ward door, and found the corridor utterly empty. He frowned. In a hospital this vast, not a single ghost had wandered in overnight? That defied logic. Skipping breakfast, he headed straight to the gynecology department on the first floor. The moment he entered the gynecology wing, the resident ghosts assigned him the same task as the previous morning. 3 newly arrived lab mice await you in the laboratory. Educate them on human physiology, and perform dissection practice. Remember to dispose of the remains cleanly. I can understand dissection, but what on earth is the popularization of physiological knowledge? 3 voluptuous female players lay on the operating table, and upon seeing Sully they were nearly brought to tears with excitement, believing he had come to rescue them. They considered themselves quite attractive, and surely Sully would show them some compassion. However, as the 3 female players tearfully hoped Sully would untie them and let them go, he began to pick up the scalpel without a care. With a smile, Sully turned to the female players and innocently asked, which of you has studied anatomy? Can you teach me? Woo-woo. As soon as Sully finished speaking, the nearest female player, with a strong will to survive, seemed to have something to say. Sully brushed the hair from her mouth and asked, so have you studied it? The female player confidently nodded, yes, I studied it in school. Alright, then teach me how to dissect a human body. Dissect a human body? The female player raised her delicate face in confusion and innocently asked, whose body are we dissecting? Whose? Sully thoughtfully stroked his chin for a moment and said, since you volunteered so eagerly, let's start with yours. Why? The female player finally reacted, her pupils contracting sharply, cold sweat pouring down her face as she cried out, "No, please let me go. 2 can do anything for you." "Anything?" Sully said, his eyes filled with amusement as he sized up the female player's curvaceous figure, causing her to blush deeply. Just as the female player thought something pleasant was about to happen, Sully leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Do you have any ghost coins? If so, take them all out." The moment Sully said this, the previously shy female player was left dumbfounded. Countless question marks flashed through her mind. "Here I am, beautiful and lying before you, yet you actually covet the ghost coins in my pocket." The female player thought Sully must be out of his mind. But Sully did not share her view. He believed that the female player was the one who was not normal, still thinking of such things at a time like this. "I wouldn't believe you if you said your head hadn't been kicked by a donkey." At this moment the female player said nothing more. She was still fantasizing about escaping the hospital alive, so she would rather sacrifice herself than part with her ghost coins. Sully could tell that the 3 female players were full of misplaced hope. After all, ordinary people would be thrilled to see such beautiful faces. Who wouldn't love a delicate and pitiful beauty? Unfortunately, Sully was no ordinary person. To him, if life itself was not guaranteed, then thinking about anything else was a fool's errand. The 3 female players likely had not yet witnessed the cruelty of the horror world, and Sully didn't mind letting them experience it starting now. Sully played with the sharp scalpel and said coldly, "Those with money can pay to redeem themselves. I'm not unreasonable. If you give me all the ghost coins you have, I might consider letting you go." Seeing that the female players were still hesitating, Sully continued, "Hurry up. The longer you drag this out, the worse it will be for you." "All right, I'll give you all my ghost coins." Soon the female player, who had studied anatomy, finally cracked and was the first to relent. Sully suddenly appreciated her. "Not bad. If you want to live, you have to pay the price. That's the rule here." After the female player handed over her meager 20,000 ghost coins, Sully honored his word and released her. She didn't even utter a thank you before sprinting towards the door. Shortly after, the other 2 female players also handed their money over to Sully. After Sully released them, they too turned and ran for the door, seemingly feeling that Sully had tricked them. Sully was indifferent to the cold attitude of these 3 female players. That's how it is in the horror world. Don't expect anyone to show you kindness, and similarly don't expect anyone to be grateful to you. Sully stored 50,000 ghost coins along with the 320,000 he already had into the system warehouse. With so much cash on him, he was starting to feel cramped. "Having a system is great. I don't even need to go to the bank." After briefly admiring the system's warehouse function, Sully stepped out of the laboratory. As he passed through the hospital lobby, Sully saw the bodies of the 3 female players being dragged away by several nurses. The ghost nurses greeted him with smiles. After the incident with the red-faced ghost, the nurses' impression of Sully had slightly improved. Perhaps they thought he was somewhat useful. Sully returned to the gynecology department. Upon seeing him, the ghost matron asked in a lukewarm tone, "Finished with the dissection so soon?" "Yes," Sully replied nonchalantly. Currently only Sully and the ghost matron were in the gynecology department. According to the nurses, there had been quite a few ghost doctors before Sully arrived. But they were all eaten by a powerful ghost due to an error in diagnosing a patient ghost during one occasion. This incident occurred in Ward 205. Sully had overheard the nurses discussing these matters while passing through the lobby yesterday. The ghost matron was currently sorting through the files of the patient ghosts, and her expression was far from pleasant, to say the least. Suddenly she looked at Sully with a serious expression and said, "I need to go treat the patient ghosts upstairs. If I'm not back by nightfall, the gynecology department will rely solely on you, Dr. Su." The patient ghosts upstairs. Sully was left bewildered, but the ghost matron had already left the gynecology department with a solemn look. The ghost matron was actually reluctant to say those words to Sully. Even though he had treated that group of red-faced ghosts, she still did not fully acknowledge him. In the hospital, gaining the recognition of all ghosts requires not just strength but also exquisite medical skills. However, the ghost matron had a conflicting mindset when she spoke those words to Sully. She didn't want her gynecology department, which she had poured her heart into for years, to be shut down after her death. Ultimately, she now had no ghosts to entrust her work to. Not long after the ghost matron left, the ghost strongman came to the department looking for Sully. "Dr. Su, the director wants you to go to the ordinary ward 102. He has something for you." "What does the director want with me?" Sully stood up and asked. I don't know, it's probably because a new patient ghost has arrived at the hospital and needs your diagnosis. After delivering the director's message, the ghost strongman left. Sully walked toward Ward 102 with questions in his mind. Ward 102 was just an ordinary ward, unlike the critical patient Ward 101 from last night. Ward 102 housed only regular ghosts. Room 102. As Sully stepped into room 102, the first question from the female ghost left him speechless. Doctor, what should I do if I am infertile? This question made Sully feel a bit troubled. How could a ghost ask about infertility? Looking at the female ghost who gazed at him with hopeful eyes, Sully recalled that he was a gynecologist, so he casually replied, actually in matters like this it takes two to tango. You might want to have your husband check with a male doctor? The female ghost, confused, asked, male doctor? Are you saying the infertility is not my problem but my husband's? Sully continued to feign nonchalance, well maybe. As a passionate young man in the eerie world, he had no experience with infertility and he truly found it hard to answer. If you had some injuries, I could give you some spiritual medicine to treat it. But you come to me with a world-class problem, isn't that putting me in a difficult position? Doctor, thank you so much. I'll have my husband check with a male doctor right away. Sully was merely speaking off the cuff, but unexpectedly the female ghost took him seriously. Seeing the female ghost leave joyfully, Sully felt quite troubled. He really didn't want to tell her the truth. He mainly didn't want to discourage her. What if it really was her issue? That would be terrible. After the female ghost left, the familiar voice of the system did not sound and Sully couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the world has really gone downhill. Even ghosts nowadays say thank you insincerely. Sully only stayed in room 102 for less than 30 minutes, and surprisingly the first patient ghost he treated in gynecology was discharged so quickly. Exiting room 102, it was already noon, so Sully went straight back to the gynecology department to eat. He certainly wasn't used to the food in the hospital cafeteria, so he could only take out a small box meal to eat. Another 5 thank you coins entered the lottery segment. Congratulations! You have won encouragement prize: secret red braised pig trotters, signature candied sweet potatoes, boneless spicy chicken feet, deep fried ice cream, and ordinary Yangzhou fried rice. Sully originally planned to use 10 thank you coins for the lottery, but with his bad luck today he decided against it. Now feeling a bit hungry, he took out the boneless chicken feet and Yangzhou fried rice to enjoy. After finishing his meal, Sully had just rested for a while in the department when he heard a commotion in the hospital lobby, like a group of ghostly aunties bargaining as if they were at a market. Not knowing what was happening outside, Sully was about to go check it out when a ghost nurse rushed into the gynecology department in a panic, urgently saying, Dr. Sue, something big has happened. What happened? A group of ghost aunties are specifically looking for you, saying they want you to tell their fortune. Tell their fortune? Sully was taken aback. Do ghosts also need fortune telling? No, wait, I'm a doctor. What kind of fortune telling is this? Just as Sully was preparing to follow the nurse to see what was going on in the lobby, that group of ghost aunties suddenly rushed over, surrounding the gynecology department completely. They all clamored for Sully to tell their fortunes. Looking at the dozen or so aggressive ghost aunties, Sully helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, Aunties, this is a proper hospital and I am a proper doctor. I don't do fortune telling. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Just after Sully finished speaking, an ill-tempered ghost aunt jumped out to refute him. You're lying. You were able to tell that the ghost by Lien's husband was infertile, yet you claim you're not a fortune teller. Fortune teller, don't pretend. We are all waiting here, said the ghost aunt. The other ghost aunties echoed, Yeah, master, hurry up. We have to get back to dancing the ghost step soon. At this moment Sully felt truly troubled. He never imagined that his offhand remarks from the morning would actually turn out to be true. The key was that the female ghost really took her husband to get checked. That was quite intuitive. In fact, if the check was done, Sully wouldn't complain. But the result, as long as you know it yourself, why publicize it all over the street? Even the long-tongued aunties are aware of it. Isn't infertility something to be proud of? Sully thought to himself that with such a wife her husband must be crying in the bathroom now, as he would have no face to meet ghosts in the future. Looking at the group of ghost aunties surrounding the gynecology department, Sully knew that no matter how he explained now, it would be futile, that these aunties would not give up until they got their answers. But to properly tell them their fortunes, how could he do that? Yet if he couldn't tell, they wouldn't let it go. After thinking it over, Sully could only choose a compromise. Random guesses. After all, he would just blabber away. As for whether it was accurate, he could only say, if he could get it right, it would be a miracle. Since he had decided to tell fortunes, Suli could only helplessly look at the aunties and say, "Please line up one at a time." "Okay. Hurry, line up. The master is about to start fortune telling." Upon hearing that Suli was about to start, the group of ghost aunties were overjoyed. The ghost aunties were enthusiastic, but Suli felt a bit speechless. This game was taking a turn he didn't expect. Sitting in the department's chair, Suli began to tell fortunes for the ghost aunties. Suli said, "Auntie, I see that your bones are extraordinary and a golden light shines from your head. You will surely achieve great things in the future." The ghost aunt replied, "Master, you are so accurate. How did you know my name is Ghost Chi?" Suli fell silent. Suli continued, "Auntie, I see your face is haggard, your tongue coating is dark. I guess you must share the same surname as your second uncle's grandfather." The ghost aunt worshipped him, saying, "Oh my, so accurate. Master, you truly are a divine person." Suli remained silent. Suli said, "Auntie, you probably don't know, but you are actually not biological. You were picked up by a ghost from a trash can." The ghost aunt cried out, "The hidden secret of many years, I didn't expect it to be revealed by you. Woo, this is too accurate." Suli was truly going crazy inside. Damn it. This is not how the plot was supposed to go. Weren't you supposed to smash my sign and leave after spitting? I'm a proper doctor, not a fortune teller. You were sent by the neighboring hospital to mess with me, weren't you? Suli had already told fortunes for 3 and all 3 predictions were accurate. The way the ghost aunties looked at him changed. Suli really didn't know what to say anymore. This was a horrifying world. Could someone please let him have a bit of the gaming experience? After finally sending off those ghost matrons, Suli was near madness. Though he had earned 16 gratitude coins, he felt no joy. Suli collapsed into a chair and sighed. It seemed the horror edition of Thrilling World mirrored the original in many ways, hardly frightening at all. For a fleeting moment he nearly suspected he was still playing the original version. Just as he rested, a ghost nurse arrived bearing a banner on behalf of the ghost matrons. Suli took it and froze. The banner proclaimed, "Seer." It was afternoon. The ghost matrons from the gynecology ward had not returned upstairs, and the ward was quiet, so Suli began to wander the hospital's first floor. When things were slow, the director tolerated doctors idling, but once business picked up, anyone caught loitering could expect to be locked in the little dark room. Although Suli had never seen the little dark room, Gui Jinxiang mentioned its name implied no pleasantness. After all, what good place would be called a little dark room? There were few places to roam on the hospital's ground floor. Apart from the rooms of critical patients, other wards were off limits when busy. A lone idler would only disrupt the other doctor's work. As Suli wandered into the lobby, he encountered several human players who had just been teleported in. These human players were bound by a ghost doctor, evidently to serve as tomorrow's test subjects. Seeing Suli in a doctor's coat, they were dumbstruck. They thought to themselves that the game was unfair. Why could he be a doctor while they were reduced to experimental guinea pigs? One of them, unable to accept it, sprinted toward Suli, eager to see what set him apart. Before he reached him, a ghost nurse hefted an arm-thick syringe and felled him with a single jab. Watching that player be knocked out, the other resentful players immediately fell silent. Though they did not know why Suli could be a doctor here, they realized that human players in the hospital might not be destined only to be lab rats. At least Suli was an exception. After several players were taken by the ghost doctor, the director summoned Suli to orthopedics. Orthopedics was overwhelmed with ghost patients, and Gui Dehua could not handle it alone. Since Suli had some orthopedic experience, the director naturally sent him to help. Arriving at the orthopedics ward, Suli found Gui Dehua frantic with work. When he learned the director had specially sent Suli, Gui Dehua said little, merely telling him to take care of it himself. Clearly Gui Dehua still harbored a poor impression of Suli. Suli considered leaving, but he recalled it was the director's order. To leave would be to violate the game's rules. Not yet strong enough to resist the rules, Suli chose to comply for the time being. He picked the corner room 103. The room was cold and deserted. Other rooms were packed with 3 or 5 ghost patients. This one contained only a single ghoul. The other ghosts seemed to tacitly avoid it, whether out of fear or for some other reason he could not tell. Suli noticed that even Gui Dehua deliberately steered clear of room 103, as if something terrible dwelt within. Having chosen room 103, Suli entered with the Reaper's scythe slung on his shoulder. Inside he found a bandaged ghoul sitting on the bed. The ghoul was wrapped entirely in blood-red bandages with only a pair of jet black eyes exposed. Its right lower leg's bones protruded completely. The limb was misshapen, the skin that had covered it rotten and exuding a foul stench. The bandaged ghoul noticed Suli and spoke coldly, "Little mouse, you are the first doctor bold enough to attempt to treat me." Suli smiled and asked why he would not dare and how he knew Suli would treat him. The ghoul replied icily that if he had no intent to treat, he would never have entered the ward. Suli retorted that it made sense and told him to continue. The ghoul did not take offense at his tone. Instead, it rose onto one foot from the bed. It looked at Suli and asked if he knew why no doctor would treat it. Suli admitted he did not. The ghoul said that if a doctor failed to cure it, the doctor would die. And if the doctor succeeded in curing it, the doctor would also die. Unwilling to be intimidated, Suli hefted the Reaper's scythe and said he did not intend to die. The ghoul promised that if Suli submitted to it, he would not die. "Submit to you?" Suli laughed and said it would be better to make the ghoul submit to him. Sensing the mockery in Suli's words, the ghoul's anger flared. Its bandages peeled away in layers to reveal skin bristling with crimson fangs. "Little mouse, your words have enraged me. You will pay," it snarled and lunged. Suli did not flinch and swung the Reaper's scythe at the ghoul. The scythe sliced across the ghoul's back, drawing blood. The bandaged ghoul was astonished and exclaimed that a human of Ghost King caliber should not possess so much ghostly power. When asked how he could have such power, Suli smirked and said he possessed not only ghost power but also equally anomalous specters. As soon as he spoke, several spiny tentacles burst from his back. Without his direct control, the Fu Yan rotting eye manipulated them to lash toward the bandaged ghoul. The tentacles moved with blinding speed, poised to pierce the ghoul, when with a bang the door of room 103 was thrust open by the director. The director entered, smoothed his thinning hair and smiled. "Stop. The hospital must remain quiet." At his command, Suli had to retract the tentacles. With the director's intervention, Suli knew he could not kill the bandaged ghoul, yet he could not fathom why the director chose to aid it. Suli felt a pang of regret. Encountering a Ghost King level entity like the bandaged ghoul was rare. He had intended to slay it and then summon it with the Ghost King's embrace. But the director would not permit it. Normally NPCs do not intervene in players' actions without cause, and why the director helped the ghoul remained a mystery to Suli. The dean departed with the bandaged ghost. With an unusually quiet afternoon in the gynecology department, Suli spent most of her time assisting in orthopedics. By evening, the elderly ghost from gynecology had still not descended from the upper floor. Suli surmised she was likely gone. That night, Suli returned to the ward where she was staying. Shortly after dinner, Suli checked her gratitude coins inventory in the storage interface. She had 51 remaining. With sufficient stock, she promptly spent 6 coins on a draw. "Congratulations. You've won the encouragement prize, shark fin rice bowl, and congratulations. You've won the luck prize, fish ghost herb, fish ghost herb, fish ghost herb, fish ghost herb, fish ghost herb. Notice harvested from the abyssal deep. This is the sacred elixir of female ghosts, and the gynecologist's first choice." And after the draw concluded, Suli stood stunned. Well, 5 fish ghost herbs in a row. And truth be told, this was Suli's first encounter with such a phenomenon. Yet upon learning the herb's extraordinary properties, she couldn't help but feel delighted. The draw truly delivered exactly what she needed, uncannily so. After the draw, Suli reviewed Qingli's ghostly energy level, still at Blood Rain Tier 1700 points. Suli herself stood at Ghost King Tier Level 1 with 2440 points. To ascend to Ghost King Tier Level 2, she would need to reach 4000 points. And Qingli's current strength is rather underwhelming. Tonight I'll find an opportunity to train her within the hospital. But here lies the problem: where in this hospital can we find a ghost worthy of sparring? Those feeble ghost nurses certainly won't suffice. Training against opponents vastly weaker than oneself yields no real progress. Suddenly Suli recalled the night-wandering ghost in room 101. Though only at Blood Rain tier, he would be perfect for Qingli. A faint smile curved Suli's lips as he immediately dispatched Qingli to room 101. After Qingli left, Suli turned his gaze toward Fuyan, whose abilities remained largely unknown to him. Fuyan, noticing Suli staring coldly, demanded, "What are you looking at?" Suli sighed, exasperated. "So what if I am?" And Fuyan hesitated. Actually I know what you're about to ask." "Then why not demonstrate it already?" And Fuyan, fine." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than the room's surroundings began to shift, and before Suli stood a figure hauntingly familiar. The figure was startlingly lifelike, draped in a black robe, gripping a scythe, its eyes burning crimson. NSU Li gasped in shock, H. Hong Yen. The illusion dissolved within seconds, and the ward reverted to its original state. Fu Yan then explained, and that was not the true Hong Yen, it was a phantasm conjured by my ability. If I wished, I could even disguise you as Hong Yen. You mean that's your power? And Fu Yan replied, and yes. It's called Ghost Punishment, a short-duration illusion crafting ability. But it has limits. Foes far stronger than me will easily see through it. Then what tier are you currently, Yen? We Igwe don't follow rigid power tiers. Our strength is entirely contingent upon our host. Su Li fell silent, suddenly speechless. Recalling Fu Yan's earlier boasts, he felt a dull, absurd ache. He almost wanted to slap him. And why bother imitating other ghosts' pretentious posturing when there was nothing substantial to imitate? And with a grimace, Su Li asked, you don't only have this one ability, do you? Of course not. I'm too lazy to explain, just look for yourself. When as Fu Yan finished speaking, a translucent interface flickered into existence above Su Li's right palm, displaying Fu Yan's complete profile. Igwe name Fu Yan, Igwe rank Ghost King tier level 1, Igwe skills Plunder, Ghost Punishment, Heaven's Lament. Plunder skill description and passive ability: Fu Yan may devour fellow Igwe to seize their strongest skill. Success rate 100. Ghost Punishment skill description and active ability: within a limited radius, Fu Yan can simulate any environment or ghost he has witnessed. Drawback: easily discerned by powerful ghosts. Heaven's Lament skill description and active ability: upon activation, the host's ghostly energy is instantly doubled. Duration scales with the host's rank. N. Note: after using Heaven's Lament, Fu Yan enters dormancy, the duration determined by the host's rank. After reviewing all three skills, Su Li stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Who would have imagined? And this irreverent, wisecracking Igwe possessed such rigorously potent abilities. Just reading their descriptions, Su Li knew Fu Yan was undeniably a cheat code. Fu Yan, catching Su Li's indescribable expression, bristled. What's that look for, Yan? The look one gives a walking cheat engine. Without further banter, Su Li strode out of the room. The system had just issued a new task. Hidden Quest activated. The young ghost in room 105 longs endlessly for the world beyond these walls. Should you gift him a comic book starring the book Ghost, he may repay you in an unexpected way. Another critical care ward. Wait, a book Ghost comic? NSU Li realized with quiet astonishment that precisely such a comic resided in his storage interface. It dawned on Su Li that the system's items were never arbitrary, they each bore a distinct purposeful function. Leaving his room, Su Li did not head straight to room 105. Instead, he first made his way to room 101. Pushing open the door to room 101, Su Li found Qingli standing triumphantly atop the bed, hands on her hips, while the night-wandering ghost crouched trembling in the corner, bruised and battered. Curled tightly, arms wrapped around his knees, the night-wandering ghost shivered uncontrollably. At the sight, Su Li stifled a chuckle. He knew Qingli's ferocity well, but he hadn't expected her to merely thrash the night-wandering ghost without ending him outright. Perhaps she deemed him too weak to warrant death. And spotting Su Li, Qingli instantly transformed, bounding over to seize his arm with childlike glee. Master, I want heartbeat lollipops. None left. Tomorrow I'll buy you some. Not the disappointment, Qingli pouted. Okay. NSU Li sealed her into his storage space, then proceeded briskly toward room 105. En route to room 105, Su Li passed room 104, its threshold exuding a nauseating coppery stench of blood. He knew room 104 housed another critical patient, but for now he had no intention of knocking. Without pausing, he pushed open room 105's door and stepped inside. Room 105's door was unlocked. The moment Su Li entered, a pale-faced child, ghost veins crawling like crimson threads across his skin, leapt from behind the door to startle him. I'm a ghost. Hand over all your tasty treats now. I have nothing tasty to offer. Su Li smiled as he pulled out a comic book from Ghost, saying, but I have this. It's a comic book. The little ghost, who was making a scary expression, immediately lit up upon seeing the comic book and started jumping with excitement. While jumping, the little ghost said in a pleading tone, Big brother, can you give me this comic book? I really want to read it, please. Facing the little ghost's eager gaze, Su Li handed the comic book to him and asked, Little ghost, what is your name? The little ghost happily accepted the comic book and said, Big brother, my name is Gui Xiangyang. Xiangyang. Born to shine. Suli patted Gui Xianyang's head praising, "Good name. Task completed." Suli prepared to walk out of the ward. But Gui Xianyang called out to him, "Big brother, I feel so lonely living here by myself. Can I come find you to play often?" Suli looked at Gui Xianyang's innocent face and smiled, saying, "I live in Ward 108, you can come over if you're bored at night." "Yay, thank you, big brother." "Thank you, big brother." Gui Xianyang bounced around with the comic book looking incredibly cute. After leaving Ward 105, Suli headed straight back to his own ward. Although the system had hinted that Gui Xianyang would repay him, Suli had no idea how he would do so. Upon returning to room 108, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations on completing the hidden task Xianyang's desire. Hidden task reward granted 200 ghost power points and a lucky charm from Gui Xianyang. Note, this is a lucky charm carefully woven by Gui Xianyang. Wearing it has a chance to trigger a lucky event, but only once. Congratulations host for receiving gratitude from Gui Xianyang, earning a gratitude coin. Lucky charm?" After the system's voice faded, Suli took out the star-shaped lucky charm and put it around his neck. The next day at 7 a.m. Today marked Suli's third day at the hospital, and it was also the time for the hospital's assessment, which occurred every 3 days. In the morning, Suli arrived at the gynecology department, and just as he changed into his work clothes, the dean walked in with someone. Indeed, it was just one person. The dean introduced to Suli as he led the person into the department. "Dr. Su, our gynecology department is currently short-handed, so I specifically chose a human to assist you. You can arrange his work." After the dean finished speaking, he directly stepped out of the gynecology department. Once the dean left, Suli scrutinized the person before him. This person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but Suli's impression was vague and he couldn't recall it at the moment. Before Suli could speak, the man in front of him proactively said, "Hello Dr. Su, my name is Yuan Bai. We met yesterday in the hospital lobby." Yuan Bai? Hospital lobby? Only then did Suli remember that he was one of the players who had been tied up by the ghost doctor yesterday. Wait, shouldn't he be a test subject? Why is he here? Suli was puzzled. Could it be that this was another result of his changing the rules of the game? While Suli was lost in thought, player Yuan Bai had already changed into his work clothes. After changing, he looked at Suli with a smile and asked, "Dr. Su, what should I do next?" "Just wait." Seeing how familiar Yuan Bai was with the environment, Suli suspected that he might also be a gynecologist in the real world. Moreover, judging by his calm demeanor, he was definitely an experienced player in the horror world. Suli knew that seasoned players like Yuan Bai were clever and manipulative, but equally dangerous and cunning. "Wait." Yuan Bai pretended to be confused, looking at Suli. "Dr. Su, what are we waiting for? What else can we wait for? We're waiting for ghosts to come knocking." Suli stood up, shot a glare at Yuan Bai, and then ignored him, heading straight towards the laboratory. To be honest, Suli had a very poor impression of this Yuan Bai. You are obviously the old hand in the hospital, yet you come to play this act of pretending to be a fool. If Suli weren't sharp-minded, he might have been led around by Yuan Bai. At this moment, Suli felt quite uncomfortable. But he couldn't do anything to Yuan Bai. After all, Yuan Bai was no longer a test subject, he was also a doctor in the hospital. In a sense, they held the same status in the hospital. Furthermore, since Yuan Bai had taken a position as a gynecologist, the dean would definitely cover for him. However, Suli was not in a hurry. In this situation, he just needed to wait for Yuan Bai to make a mistake. This place was not the friendly real world, and the patients here were not ordinary ghosts. Although Suli felt displeased, he absolutely did not need to risk himself to deal with Yuan Bai. That would only be counterproductive. Arriving at the laboratory, Suli pushed the door open and walked in. 20 minutes later, 3 players rushed out of the laboratory in a panic. However, at the first moment they ran out of the laboratory, they did not choose to flee but instead headed to the gynecology department. They all knew that Yuan Bai had become a doctor at the hospital, so they wanted to find him for advice. But they clearly made the wrong decision. Yuan Bai was not a good person. He appeared to agree with them, but then he betrayed the 3 players to the ghost nurse. The ghost nurse routinely bit off the necks of the 3 players and then dragged their bodies towards the morgue. Suli witnessed all of Yuan Bai's actions clearly. However, Suli understood the survival rules here, so he did not want to get involved. He placed 5,000 ghost coins into the system warehouse and returned to the gynecology department, but he now felt an extra layer of wariness towards Yuan Bai. The morning passed quickly and the gynecology department remained quiet and empty. At noon, Su Li took out his lunch as usual and began to eat it with great enjoyment. Yuan Bai, who was in the department, was very envious of Su Li's lunch, but more than wanting to eat the lunch, he obviously wanted to know where it came from. Yuan Bai dragged a chair over, sat across from Su Li and asked, "Dr. Su, where did you get this lunch? Did you get it from the game? If you could teach me, I want to eat too. If you want to eat, pay up. 3,000 ghost coins for a portion." Su Li continued to eat, not even lifting his head. 3,000 ghost coins. That's very reasonable. Yuan Bai's expression changed from shock to calm in an instant. But his mind was no longer on the lunch. Yuan Bai knew that Su Li would certainly not be willing to reveal the source of the lunch, but he was not in a hurry to press for answers. Instead, he pulled out 3,000 ghost coins and slapped them on the table, saying, "All right, then I'll take one portion for 3,000 ghost coins." After receiving 3,000 ghost coins from the table, Su Li threw a serving of fried ice cream at Yuan Bai. Yuan Bai's face turned truly pale. He looked at the disgusting thing in front of him, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Dr. Su, is this ice cream already melted?" Su Li openly admitted, "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Nothing at all," Yuan Bai mumbled softly, "I just want to return it." Yuan Bai's mumbling couldn't escape Su Li's ears, and Su Li coldly replied, "The money is already in hand, no refunds." "Okay, fine." Faced with Su Li's terrifying gaze, Yuan Bai had no choice but to swallow this bitter loss. However, after tasting a bite of the fried ice cream, he was surprisingly delighted to find it quite tasty. The flavor was akin to that crafted by a 5-star chef. The taste of the ice cream further solidified Yuan Bai's determination to extract the source of the boxed meal. After lunch, the gynecology department finally had a steady stream of patients. This time 5 female ghosts arrived. Yuan Bai volunteered to lead 2 female ghosts to the ward while Su Li would attend to the remaining 3. Su Li sat in the armchair of the gynecology department. One female ghost opened her mouth and said, "Doctor, what should I do if I feel nothing during intimacy?" Su Li was somewhat speechless. "You really know how to give me a tough question. How should I know about this?" He wanted to tell the female ghost that he didn't know. But he thought that saying such a thing wouldn't do. After all, he was currently a gynecologist. He couldn't just claim ignorance. So Su Li tentatively asked, "Is it that your husband is not capable? Or perhaps consider changing husbands?" The female ghost sighed, "Doctor, I've already changed several husbands, but it still doesn't work. What should I do?" "Still not working?" Su Li winced and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Faced with such a sensitive issue, he didn't know what to say. The key was that he really didn't know how to handle it. Just when Su Li was at a loss, he suddenly recalled the fish ghost grass he had just taken from the warehouse. It seemed to be specifically for treating gynecological issues. Su Li first took out the fish ghost grass and looked at it. Then he directly threw the packaged fish ghost grass at the female ghost's face and said, "Pay up 20,000. 20,000? The female ghost was startled by the price of the fish ghost grass. She didn't doubt Su Li's professionalism, she just didn't believe in this medicine. Such an expensive medicine, what if it doesn't work when she brings it home? Her family wasn't wealthy, ghost coins aren't something you can just pull out at will. Seeing the female ghost hesitate, Su Li boldly stated, "If it doesn't work, no charge. If this medicine doesn't work, you can come back anytime for a refund." Su Li definitely wouldn't make a losing deal. In fact, while saying this, he was also leaving himself an escape route. With such a large package of fish ghost grass, the female ghost would need at least a month to consume it by boiling it in water. By the time she returned to find him a month later, he would likely have long vanished. The female ghost was unaware of Su Li's thoughts at this moment, but she had completely taken in the phrase "no charge if it doesn't work." She no longer hesitated. With a determined heart, she dug out the money and took the medicine, leaving happily. After she left the department, another female ghost walked in. This female ghost sat on the stool and said slowly, "Doctor, I think I might be ill. I can't sleep at all at night looking at those 2 husbands on the bed. One is mine and the other is also mine." Smack. Just as the female ghost finished her sentence, Su Li threw a bag of fish ghost grass at her face. Su Li was quite speechless. "Did you think you were composing poetry? Why come here to flaunt that you have 2 husbands?" The second female ghost took the money and walked out of the department. The third female ghost entered. "Doctor, may I ask where the restroom is?" Smack. Before she could finish her sentence, Suli's fish ghost grass had already hit her face. The female ghost was stunned. Then she said with a wronged expression, "Doctor, why did you throw that at me? I just came in to use the restroom. Is it that hard for me?" Suli realized he had thrown it at the wrong ghost and smiled. Sorry, it was just a slip of the hand. How about this? Since you went through the trouble to come in to use the restroom, you can't go out empty-handed. Why not take a bag with you?" The female ghost needing to use the restroom. In the end, with his silver tongue, Suli finally managed to persuade the third female ghost to buy a bag of fish ghost grass. Finally, the consultations were done. Suli stood up and stretched. As he came out of the department, he happened to see a female ghost chasing after Yuan by, looking as if she wanted to eat him. Suli was all set to grab a stool and enjoy the show. But just then the dean walked over, smiling apologetically. "This female ghost, please stay calm. I will ensure this matter is handled properly. Trust me, okay?" After calming the female ghost's emotions, the dean turned to Yuan Bai to ask about the situation. "Dr. Yuan, didn't you assure me that you could handle gynecological matters easily? How did this situation arise?" Faced with the dean's questioning, Yuan Bai still didn't understand where he went wrong. He looked at the dean with a wronged expression and said, "Dean, I'm being wronged. I didn't do anything." "Being wronged? What do you mean by asking me what you just did?" The female ghost said angrily. "Why did you touch me earlier?" Yuan Bai defended. "I needed to confirm the cause of the ailment. You don't doctors need to check the situation?" "Check the situation? Have you ever heard of a doctor touching a female ghost during a checkup? I think you just wanted to take advantage." As soon as the female ghost finished speaking, Suli and the dean instantly understood what had happened. In the horror world, it is against the rules to touch female ghosts when treating them. That is the norm in this world. But Yuan Bai clearly didn't know this. He was trying to apply the principles from real life here. Thus problems surely arose. The dean's expression turned grim as he looked at Yuan Bai and said, "Dr. Yuan, this matter is indeed your fault. I hope this is the only occurrence. If there are any more complaints from female ghosts next time, you can expect to be treated as the test subject." The dean's words were a blatant warning to Yuan Bai, but the guilty Yuan Bai dared not utter a peep. He had only managed to become a doctor here after learning from real-world knowledge. He didn't want to end up as a test subject strapped to a cold operating table. At this moment, Yuan Bai's face was somewhat gloomy. He shot Suli a venomous glare, seemingly blaming Suli for not reminding him. Noticing Yuan Bai's malicious gaze, Suli simply raised an eyebrow and smiled, showing he didn't care much. After warning Yuan Bai, the dean turned to the female ghost and said, "This female ghost, indeed our hospital has made a mistake in this matter. How about this? Next time you come to our hospital for treatment, I will give you a 20% discount. Additionally, we won't charge you for today's consultation. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this?" I suppose I'm marginally satisfied." The dean's earnest demeanor left the female ghost patient with no grounds for complaint. She shot a fierce glare at Yuan Bai, turned and strode out through the hospital gates. After finally seeing the female ghost off, the dean said nothing further and hurried upstairs to attend to his own matters. Suli paid no mind to the unsettled expression on Yuan Bai's face and slipped back into the gynecology clinic. The gynecology ward returned to its afternoon hush and remained deserted until nightfall. Suli felt vexed. Who would have thought gynecology was so unpopular? He still had 2 packets of fish ghost herb unsold. That evening, as Suli was about to take off his work clothes and leave, a ghost nurse summoned him to the hall, saying the dean would distribute the tri-daily performance rewards tonight. Performance rewards? Suli had assumed the 3-day assessment merely evaluated performance. He had not expected the dean to actually hand out rewards. Following the ghost nurse into the hospital hall, Suli found every first-floor doctor gathered there. Naturally, Yuan Bai was not part of this assessment. He had just arrived today and had not accrued enough time. When Suli arrived, the dean ordered all the doctors to line up. He would now mete out punishments or rewards based on each physician's 3-day total performance. The hospital's tri-daily assessment was divided into 5 tiers: abysmal, mediocre, good, excellent, and medical sage. In truth, it amounted to 4 attainable tiers, for aside from the dean, no doctor had yet reached the medical sage standard. The medical sage threshold was simple, an approval rate of 99. With everyone in line, the dean approached the hall's showcase of exemplary doctors and announced, "Dr. Gui Dehua, this assessment good. Reward 5000 ghost coins." After speaking, the dean removed Goe Dihoa's previous excellent tag and replaced it with a good one. After dispensing that reward, the dean continued, Dr. Goe Futo, this assessment abysmal. Fine 10000 ghost coins. Furthermore, given that Dr. Goe Futo has recorded abysmal performance for 2 consecutive assessments, the hospital has decided to dismiss and delist Dr. Goe Futo. As he spoke, the dean tore Goe Futo's name from the display and ordered a ghost nurse to destroy it on the spot. Hearing he had been dismissed and delisted, Dr. Goe Futo went pale and collapsed, sobbing and begging, Dean, please give me one more chance. I will do better, I'm begging you, please. The dean sneered at Goe Futo's pleas and commanded several ghost nurses to fling him beyond the hospital gates. No sooner had Goe Futo been cast out than several female ghosts descended upon him, tearing him to pieces, yet blood spattered the ground. At the sight, cold sweat broke out on the brows of the other doctors. They had all erred in their work at times and had inevitably offended some patient ghosts. As long as they remained under the hospital's protection, those patient ghosts dared not harm them. But the moment they lost that shelter, those patient ghosts would rend them to pieces in an instant. Watching Goe Futo's fate, Su Li inwardly sighed. Being a doctor here was a truly hazardous vocation. As Su Li's reflection swelled, the dean called his name. Dr. Su, this assessment excellent. Reward 10000 ghost coins. The dean's words barely fell when the surrounding ghost doctors turned to look in. None could understand how Su Li, newly arrived, could be rated excellent. Sensing their disbelief, the dean unhurriedly explained, though Dr. Su is new to our hospital, his contributions are considerable. He not only completes his duties with excellence but actively assists his colleagues. Most importantly, to date, Dr. Su has received not a single complaint nor unfavorable review. Therefore his excellent rating is well deserved. There is no need for jealousy. After all, when you first arrived, no one could promise they would reach his level. Having explained Su Li's merits, the surrounding doctors lowered their heads in shame. To be frank, they could not help but feel humbled. When they first arrived, they underwent 2 months of internship, unlike Su Li, who began handling cases on his very first day. Though they felt resentful faced with undeniable fact, they could only concede. Dr. Su, accept this, your reward. The dean handed Su Li 10,000 ghost coins, then took a portrait from the nurse and affixed it to the most prominent spot on the display board. By coincidence, his portrait hung right beside the dean's name. Seeing Su Li's likeness placed so close provoked fresh envy among the other doctors. That privilege was reserved only for doctors who had earned the excellent rating for an entire month. Ignoring the covetous stares, Su Li slipped the 10,000 ghost coins into his pocket and headed toward his room 108. With Su Li's evaluation complete, the dean imposed no restrictions on his freedom, much like Goe Dihua, who had promptly slipped back to his dorm to sleep after his assessment. At the door of room 108, Su Li saw Goe Xiangyang standing there flipping through the comic book Su Li had given him. Seeing Su Li return, Goe Xiangyang looked up with a sunny smile. Big brother, I was so bored today, so I thought I'd come over to play. Come in. Su Li opened the door to room 108 and ushered Goe Xiangyang inside. Though the room served as Su Li's temporary lodging, it was not permitted to be locked during the day. The other ghost doctors, knowing the room was occupied by Su Li, generally avoided assigning patient ghosts there. Once inside, Goe Xiangyang's childlike nature burst forth. He kicked off his shoes and began rollicking on the bed. Big brother, the comic you gave me is wonderful. I have never read anything so delightful. Perhaps tired from tumbling, Goe Xiangyang settled against the pillow and regarded Su Li with impish eyes. Su Li found Goe Xiangyang unexpectedly endearing and smiled gently. Children should read fewer comics at night, it's not good for the eyes. No sooner had he spoken than Goe Xiangyang pouted and replied plaintively, Big brother, why does the old man next door get away with reading at night? Next door? You mean room 104? Goe Xiangyang rested his chin on his hand and replied, yes, the elderly gentleman often reads late into the night. But big brother, be sure to lock your door at night. That elderly gentleman frequently knocks on other rooms' doors after midnight, and if anyone dares open for him, he devours them whole. He eats whoever opens the door. Su Li stretched his lips wryly, a pang of discomfort striking him. Could the one who knocked last time have been the ghost from room 104? Yet if it truly was him, a question arose, why hadn't he appeared to devour Su Li himself? As Su Li pondered, Goe Xiangyang continued, actually the elderly gentleman in room 104 is quite pitiful. Last time I visited his room to play, he even offered me many delicious treats, but I could tell he carried deep unspoken sorrow. Sorrow? Yes, he sighs constantly as though weighed down by profound unhappiness. Gui Xiangyang lifted his small head earnestly and said, "Big brother, if the elderly gentleman ever comes knocking at your door one night, would you please spare him? He's kind-hearted. I know he'd never harm anyone of his own accord." Kind-hearted? Su Li blinked stunned. Indeed, Gui Xiangyang's statements held an inherent contradiction. Just moments earlier he'd claimed the ghost from room 104 devoured those who opened their doors, yet now he insisted the ghost would never willingly harm anyone. These two assertions stood in stark conflict, yet that very tension sparked a new line of thought in Su Li. What if Gui Xiangyang's words weren't contradictory? What if the ghost from room 104 only began devouring others after being attacked first, by other malevolent spirits? That explanation fit seamlessly. And in that instant Su Li began to grasp the true nature of Gui Xiangyang's reciprocity. He offered insights utterly unexpected yet profoundly illuminating. Ever since entering the hospital, Su Li had been contemplating its central mission. What was it truly? Was it merely about healing patients who came for treatment? If so, why had the system assigned him a hidden quest centered on the intensive care ward? Clearly the system knew the hospital's core mission, and its tasks were not arbitrary but deliberate signposts guiding him ever closer to the truth. Both Room 101 and Room 105 involved aiding spectral beings, suggesting the hospital's purpose ran far deeper than surface appearances implied. If it were that simple, Su Li could simply eliminate every ghost within the critical care rooms, and be done with it. Yet the system clearly discouraged such action. Perhaps the hospital's mission extends beyond mere healing. The ghosts in the critical care rooms may well be indispensable to its fulfillment. Suddenly Su Li felt a dawning clarity. He no longer needed to hunt blindly for the path to completing the main quest. The system was already guiding him through it. All he needed to do was follow the hidden quests, unlock each critical care room, and the completion of the main mission would unfold naturally like a river reaching the sea. Of course, alongside those quests, Su Li could not neglect his duty as a physician. While he lost himself in contemplation, Gui Xiangyang had already slipped off the bed. He slipped on his shoes and waved goodbye. "Goodbye, big brother, it's late, I must return to rest." And with that, Gui Xiangyang vanished in the blink of an eye. Ha, he certainly moves fast. After Gui Xiangyang departed, Su Li summoned Qingli to guard the door, then lay back on the bed ready to spin the lottery wheel. Yet the moment Qingli manifested, Su Li sensed an unusual surge of resentment emanating from her. Bewildered, he racked his brain. What had he done wrong? Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, Fu Yan interjected, "Didn't you promise her a lollipop last night? Have you already forgotten?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, I did forget." Su Li suddenly remembered, offering Qingli an awkward smile. Tomorrow I swear I'll buy you one." "Humph, master is bad." Qingli pouted, sinking onto the floor behind the ward door, sulking like a child denied her treat. Su Li chuckled. This little girl certainly had spirit. Ignoring her tantrum, he happily reclined and spun the lottery wheel. His inventory held 46 gratitude coins. He inserted 6 into the wheel. Moments later the wheel stilled. "Congratulations, you've won consolation prize braised lamb trotters with rice." "Congratulations, you've won doubled consolation prize 3 servings of salmon sashimi, 3 servings of steamed Australian flower lobster." "Congratulations, you've won lucky prize stir-fried fresh human brain." "Congratulations, you've won doubled lucky prize 3 portions of fish ghost grass, 3 portions of fish ghost grass." The lottery concluded. Su Li noticed repeated lucky prizes, like stir-fried fresh human brain and fish ghost grass, generated no additional notification, having already been awarded before. His luck today was decent, and it was his first time realizing lucky prizes could indeed be doubled. In high spirits, Su Li selected a bento box and prepared to eat, when abruptly a knock sounded at the door. Simultaneously the system issued a hidden quest. Hidden quest activated. The specter from room 104 appears to be searching for something, not out of malice but longing. You may invite him in with kindness, and perhaps offer him a serving of stir-fried fresh human brain, his favorite delicacy. The system's voice faded. Su Li stared blankly. I'm supposed to welcome him in with kindness. And feed him? Damn it, I haven't even held this stir-fried fresh human brain for 2 minutes. Though deeply reluctant, Su Li forced a faint smile and opened the door. There stood an ancient ghost, deeply wrinkled, his face marred by grotesque wounds, one arm severed, cleanly, fresh blood still glistening. Su Li had no idea what horrors he'd endured. Gazing upon the elder specter, Suli smiled warmly and asked politely, "May I ask, what brings you here so late?" "I couldn't sleep, so I wandered about." "Would you mind if I stepped inside for a moment?" the ghost replied gently. "Not at all, please come in." Suli ushered the ghost across the threshold. But the moment the ghost glimpsed Xingli crouching behind the door, he recoiled in alarm, mistaking it for a trap, and turned to flee. Suli hurriedly called out, "There's no need to fear, we mean you no harm." Hesitantly the ghost turned back, half convinced. He glanced again toward Xingli, only to find her quietly drawing circles on the floor. A slow breath escaped him. His eyes grew moist. "Forgive me, I'm embarrassed. I never imagined a human would welcome me so openly, while my own kind sought only to devour me." Those words confirmed Suli's earlier hypothesis, and stirred a quiet wave of sympathy within him. Suli fetched a chair and invited the ghost to sit. Then he presented the stir-fried fresh human brain, offering it with quiet sincerity. "Please, try some. I'm told it's your favorite." Staring incredulously at the stir-fried fresh human brain Suli had just offered him, Lao Gui stammered, How did you know?" "Here, take it." Before Lao Gui could finish his sentence, Suli had already placed the dish into his trembling hands. Suli sat calmly on the bed and asked, "You've been knocking on those ward doors every midnight, not out of habit but searching for something, aren't you?" The moment Suli spoke, Lao Gui's hand twitched slightly. He remained silent, but deep inside he was utterly shaken. He couldn't believe a mere human had pierced through his thoughts so completely. Seeing Lao Gui stay mute, Suli continued gently, "You can tell me what you're looking for, I may be able to help." Suli knew full well the hidden quest instructing him to invite Lao Gui in wasn't merely about offering a dish of stir-fried human brain. The true objective was to assist him. You can help me?" Lao Gui stared at Suli's unwavering expression, disbelief etched across his face. After a pause he sighed heavily. "I dare not trouble you. Though deeply grateful for your hospitality, this matter is beyond your aid. Even navigating the wards on the first floor nearly cost me my life. You, a human, cannot fathom their terror." Suli paid no mind to Lao Gui's words. With a faint unruffled smile he shrugged. "Tell me anyway, I often stroll through those wards myself with nothing better to do." Seeing Suli's unyielding persistence, Lao Gui exhaled deeply, and finally spoke, voice low and heavy. "Truth be told, I'm searching for my grandson." Suli frowned. "Your grandson? What happened to him?" Lao Gui sighed again. He wandered out of his room while playing and hasn't returned since. Though I'm certain he remains somewhere within this hospital. I've combed every ward on the first floor, repeatedly, yet found no trace of him." Suli asked, "If he's not on the first floor, could he have gone up to the second or third floor?" Lao Gui grew agitated. "That's precisely what I fear. The spirits dwelling on the upper floors are far beyond my reckoning. To be frank, I've lingered on the first floor for half a month yet never dared ascend." Suli furrowed his brow. "Are the spirits on the second and third floors truly that fearsome?" "I don't know how terrifying those on the third floor are, but recently the spirit from room 114 ventured upstairs, and returned with only half a skull." "The critical patient from room 114. Suli was startled. Though he didn't know the exact rank of the spirit in room 114, even the weakest among them would be at least Blood Rain Tier. A Blood Rain Tier spirit ascended, and descended with half a skull. And that was only the second floor. If the second floor is this formidable, what unspeakable horror awaits on the third?" After a thoughtful pause, Suli said, "If your grandson truly made it to the second or third floor, this grows complicated. But rest assured, I'll keep watch for him if I go up. By the way, what's your grandson's name?" "Guiji." After seeing Lao Gui off, Suli sat quietly on the bed, lost in thought. He knew he would inevitably explore the second and third floors. Helping Lao Gui find his grandson was merely an incidental favor. Yet one question gnawed at him: why would the system assign such a thankless, labor-intensive task? Finding Guiji wasn't the hidden quest itself, it felt more like an extension of it. Though he couldn't fathom what benefit might come from investing time and effort into this extra burden. Suli trusted implicitly that the system had its reasons. Let's hope the reward proves unexpectedly extraordinary, otherwise all this toil will amount to nothing. No sooner had Suli lain down than the system's voice chimed, "Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, the door-knocking elder ghost. Reward granted 200 ghostly power points, 1 ghost coin, prepaid black card." Note the Ghost Coin prepaid black card allows secure storage of all physical ghost coins. Compact and portable, it also serves as a mark of distinguished status. Your balance of 493205 ghost coins has been automatically deposited. Please verify. As the system's announcement faded, Suli sat upright, stunned, staring at the black card in his palm. He had no idea what practical use the system intended for this prepaid card. Was it merely a glorified wallet? He turned the card over. Its initial balance, once 0, now read 490000. Clearly, every ghost coin he carried had been seamlessly transferred into the card. Though Suli saw little intrinsic value in the card, one feature impressed him: the holder could instantly view the current ghost coin balance. It was undeniably convenient. From now on, a simple charge it to my card would suffice, and everyone would understand. Sliding the black card into his inventory slot, Suli skipped dinner and fell straight asleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Suli arrived at the obstetrics gynecology department, only to find a snaking line of female spirits already stretching out the clinic door. He blinked, baffled. Wasn't gynecology supposed to be obscure? Where had these female spirits suddenly emerged from? As he stood frozen, the crowd spotted him, and instantly swarmed, eyes gleaming. One female spirit cried out, "Sisters! This is the physician who cured my 30-year chronic ailment. He's even more miraculous than a divine healer." Another, who'd visited the day before, chimed in eagerly, "Yes. I swear, the medicine he prescribed worked wonders. I doubted it at first, but last night after brewing and drinking one full dose I felt reborn." No sooner had the two finished speaking than the surrounding female spirits erupted, clamoring, demanding, insisting on being seen by Suli. Suli grimaced wryly. Divine healer. One full dose. Reborn. He felt profoundly speechless, and couldn't help admiring the sheer audacity of these two spirits who'd consumed an entire month's dosage in a single day. He'd prescribed Yugoi Chow to be taken daily for a full lunar month, yet they devoured the entire course in one sitting. It was absurd, yet astonishingly effective. Suli couldn't help but wonder, had they accidentally discovered a new potent method of consuming Yugoi Chow? Gazing at the dozens of pale-faced female spirits crowding around him, 30 or 40 at least, Suli found himself nostalgically yearning for the days when the gynecology clinic stood eerily quiet. His remaining stock of Yugoi Chow? Just 8 doses. He knew it was unrealistic to spend the entire day treating them, especially since his supply of Yugoi Chow was critically insufficient. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit his mind. He raised his hands, gesturing for silence amid the clamor. "Everyone please, calm down. Due to limited supplies of spiritual medicine, the hospital will now hold a spiritual medicine auction. As per tradition, the highest bidder wins." Suli was passionately engaged in the auction of the fish ghost grass while Yuan Bai sat alone in the gynecology department. At this moment no ghost was willing to pay him any attention. Yuan Bai was stunned. Just one day had passed and the difference in treatment was so great. Seeing Suli so popular among the female ghost patients, he felt really uncomfortable inside. After all, he was a legitimate gynecologist, not someone like Suli who was just a novice. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out where he had lost. While Yuan Bai was on the verge of spitting blood from frustration, Suli was happily conducting the auction for the fish ghost grass. The starting price was 20000 ghost coins, and each increment had to be no less than 2000 ghost coins. Although Suli set a high starting price, the fish ghost grass was just too popular. In no time 2 packets were sold for 30000 ghost coins each. Suli was overjoyed. This auction method was much more profitable than direct sales. Half an hour later, all of the fish ghost grass in his possession was auctioned off. The total revenue from the auction of the fish ghost grass was 260000, with the highest bid reaching 5000 ghost coins. Suli was practically ecstatic, never expecting that money from female ghost patients could be so easy to earn. After finishing the auction for the fish ghost grass, it was already noon. Suli's lunch was quite lavish, consisting of braised lamb trotters served with rice and a steamed Australian flower crab. Suli was enjoying his lunch while Yuan Bai leaned against the wall, swallowing hard. Since yesterday all he had eaten was that deep-fried ice cream and he was starving. However, he dared not try the cafeteria food as it was all meant for ghosts. Yuan Bai thought it wouldn't do to continue like this. He was bound to starve to death. So he reluctantly approached Suli and asked, "Dr. Su, could you sell me another portion of your lunch?" Suli wasn't particularly fond of Yuan Bai, but he certainly didn't dislike money. Making a profit from someone like Yuan Bai was quite a pleasant affair. However, when Yuan Bai heard that today's lunch would cost 5000 ghost coins, he was immediately displeased. Dr. Su, that's a bit outrageous. Wasn't it 3000 ghost coins yesterday? Suli didn't even look up, saying, yes, you said that was yesterday. Today's price has gone up. It's a classic case of hunger marketing. Dr. Su, do you have some misunderstanding about hunger marketing? Yuan Bai felt a bit pained. If you were going to raise the price, at least think of a good reason, right? You can't just randomly jack up the price because I'm hungry. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, fine, you should see where this is coming here to pick and choose. Suli could tell that Yuan Bai was not very happy. But he didn't care. After all, the lunch boxes in the storage wouldn't spoil, he could save them for later. Seeing that Suli was a bit angry, Yuan Bai, despite his reluctance, was still overwhelmed by hunger. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if it was going to be a bit of a loss, so be it. He would find a way to make Suli pay him back with interest. In the end, Yuan Bai still painfully took out 5000 ghost coins and slapped them on the table, saying, 5000 it is, give me a portion. Looking at Yuan Bai's pained expression, Suli found it oddly amusing and raised an eyebrow, saying, today 5000 won't buy you a lunchbox. The price has temporarily gone up. It's 10000 ghost coins per portion. 10,000 ghost coins. For one. Yuan Bai was left dumbfounded. He wanted to say, was this on purpose? Raising the price so obviously, why didn't you go rob someone instead? Although Yuan Bai was furious inside, he couldn't show it. To put it bluntly, he didn't dare to offend Suli. Once he completely fell out with Suli, he would truly be left starving. Yuan Bai secretly vowed that once he found out where the lunch was coming from, he would make Suli taste the bitterness of starvation. At this moment, Suli couldn't see Yuan Bai's rich inner turmoil, but he noticed that Yuan Bai's face was quite dark, resembling a black ghost. Before long, Suli took the 10000 ghost coins from Yuan Bai's hand and leisurely tossed the lunchbox over. After finishing lunch, Suli originally planned to hold the much-anticipated lottery draw. After all, there was no stock of fish ghost grass left. So Suli wanted to try his luck and see if he could draw some more fish ghost grass. Opening the system storage, Suli felt a bit pained, as he had been so focused on making money in the morning that he hadn't earned a single gratitude coin. He couldn't help but wonder if the ghosts of today were so insincere in saying thank you. At that moment, Suli was the only one in the gynecology department sitting at his desk preparing for the lottery. But at this moment, the dean approached him. Dr. Su, could you please help the surgery department this afternoon? They are short-handed right now. After the dean finished speaking, he pulled out a banner to give to Suli, saying, this is what the female ghost patients asked me to give you. Dr. Su, it seems you have quite a charm. The dean left with a beaming smile. Suli was dumbfounded. What charm? He picked up the banner and was stunned. Damn woman slayer. The words woman slayer on the banner completely baffled Suli. He wondered if those female ghost patients had made a mistake. Shouldn't it say master of gynecology? This was clearly labeling him as a woman slayer, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Suli felt quite pained. At this moment, the banner felt extraordinarily hot in his hands. After putting away the banner, Suli walked towards the surgery department. Upon arriving at the surgery department, he saw the doctors were extremely busy. They didn't even have time to greet him when they saw him. Suli understood. After all, they were so busy that who had time to chat idly? Suli didn't linger and immediately dove into the work of the surgery department. The ghost patients in surgery were all injured and had come here for treatment, which was much more challenging than gynecology. However, despite the difficulties, Suli remained calm. After all, he still had several types of injury treatment medicine drawn from the storage. Ghost silk, silver ear, ghost blood mushroom, and rotten tumor pine cone. The first three were all for treating general injuries. The dark blooming lotus was for severe injuries, but Suli wasn't planning to use it just yet. General ghost patients could get by with some cheap medicine. They couldn't afford to spend ghost coins on anything better. While all the surgeons were working frantically, Suli was calmly grinding the dried ghost blood mushroom. Suli wanted to grind it into powder for easier application later. Actually, these medicines would provide the best recovery effects when taken whole. But Suli was trying to conserve resources since his stock was low, so he thought of this cost-saving method. The surgical ward was in chaos, doctors rushed about in frantic disarray, yet they were baffled to see Suli calmly grinding medicine with unruffled composure. Attending to the wounded and bandaging injuries should have been the priority. Yet every surgeon stared at him with incredulous, near-exasperated glances. Suli paid them no mind, continuing his meticulous grinding, fully aware that what he ground was not mere medicine but ghost coins. Long after the surgical rush had ebbed, Suli finally rose, vial in hand, having completed his grinding at last. The surgeons stood utterly dumbfounded. They had already braced themselves to unleash a torrent of scathing remarks, only for Suli to ignore them entirely and stride straight into the patient's room. Though inwardly ruffled by his insouciance, they could not deny the earnestness etched across his face as he tended to the patient, hardly the demeanor of a charlatan or slacker. They knew Suli possessed genuine skill. After all, he had risen to fame overnight on his very first day in orthopedics. Within this hospital, respect was never bestowed upon titles or status, but earned solely through mastery of craft. Witnessing his unwavering focus and compassion, their anger softened, half dissolved by the very essence of medicine benevolence. Who among physicians would willingly prolong a patient's suffering? Just as they resolved to return to their own duties, they were stunned to see Suli collecting payment from the patient. Their displeasure flared instantly. Though unofficially tolerated, private pharmaceutical sales violated the sacred tenets of medical ethics, as they saw it. After all, medicine is rooted in compassion. Even starvation would not drive them to such a breach of principle. Yet just as they prepared to rebuke him with righteous indignation, the miraculous occurred. The patient, moments after treatment, rose unaided to his feet. Admittedly, the wound on his leg was not grave, but under conventional care full mobility would have taken at least 3 to 5 days. Yet the moment Suli's ointment touched the wound, the patient walked, effortlessly, astonishingly. Whether miraculous or not, the surgeons were spellbound. Even Suli himself was astonished. The powdered ghost blood mushroom retained staggering potency even after grinding. His supply of ghost blood mushroom powder sufficed for only 10 applications, applied with painstaking frugality, and each application fetched 3,000 ghost coins. 10 applications yielded 30,000 ghost coins, 10,000 more than selling the raw ingredient outright. More crucially, while one ghost blood mushroom traditionally treated only a single patient, Suli's method now extended its efficacy tenfold. He healed more, earned more, and why wouldn't he rejoice? As Suli cheerfully pocketed his earnings, the surgeons converged around him. Before he could inquire, they nearly dropped to their knees in reverence. Their voices trembled with fervor. "Dr. Su, we never imagined your expertise spanned not only orthopedics but traumatic injury as well. Please tell us, what is this medicine you wield?" Suli recoiled, slightly startled by their intensity. "If patients revere me, I can understand, but you physicians, what is this about?" Seeing his silence, they mistook it for reluctance. Each produced 500 ghost coins from their pockets, pressing the sum into Suli's hands with solemn sincerity. "Dr. Su, we beg you reveal the formula. We will pay, handsomely." "You wish to purchase the formula?" A wry smile tugged at Suli's lips. This remedy came not from study, but from a lottery spin. Still, when ghosts offered coin willingly, he accepted without hesitation. Pocketing the 5,000 ghost coins, he replied, "The formula is simple. Grind ghost blood mushroom into fine powder." Ghost blood mushroom? At the name, the surgeons froze, utterly dumbstruck. For this fungus was notoriously elusive. Not only did it demand an exquisitely precise habitat, but to qualify for medicinal use it required years, not of growth but of careful air drying. Once they learned the truth, their enthusiasm evaporated. Their expressions fell flat. This was no commodity they could readily procure. Even if fortune favored them and they acquired it, the labor-intensive processing would leave barely 1 or 2,000 ghost coins in profit. For physicians whose lives revolved entirely around duty, such effort was simply unjustifiable, unlike Suli, who obtained it freely, reaping windfall margins with effortless ease. They returned to their posts, though residual disapproval lingered over his private sales. Yet seeing patients recover swiftly, they tacitly acquiesced, especially knowing the profit margin hovered modestly at 1 or 2,000 ghost coins. Unaware of their inner reckonings, Suli floated on euphoric elation, each healing an act of commerce, each transaction an act of healing. It was uncanny, elusive, ineffable, defying expectation. After an entire afternoon in surgery, Suli had exhausted his entire stock of ghost blood mushroom powder. In return, he received 10 gratitude coins, and 30,000 ghost coins. Modest as it was, even the smallest coin held weight. That evening before clocking out, Suli returned to the gynecology ward to change, only to find it once again desolate and silent. Clearly, with Suli away assisting in surgery, no spirit had sought Dr. Yuan Bai's consultation. His crestfallen expression spoke volumes of an afternoon steeped in frustration. Ignoring Yuan Bai, Suli changed and returned to his temporary quarters, room 108. After dinner, the system issued a new hidden quest. Hidden quest activated. The specter in room 107 haunts the halls nightly, disturbing the entire hospital's peace. Restore serenity to these corridors. Restore serenity? Suli paused, bewildered. Does the system mean I'm to eliminate him? A hidden quest activated. The specter in room 107 haunts the halls nightly, disturbing the entire hospital's peace. Restore serenity to these corridors.